out in these situations. We do not want to have to respond to yet another problem. The governor mentioned there are more deaths as a result of indirect situations than the actual direct situation of storm surge wind at the beginning of a storm. So please, what we want you to do more than anything else is stay safe. Please be careful out there. Again, Governor, thank you.
Do we have the Cajun Navy? They're on the way, right?
There are reports that they are on the way.
So I think the Cajun Navy is on the way, and okay, there we go. I mean, look, we really welcome. I mean, those are some really battle-hardened folks, and so Florida welcomes their support, and honestly, particularly Louisiana, because they've dealt with so much, and so the governor's been great. And look, we've got a long way to go before this storm exits the state, and there's going to be a lot of need to get into these communities, particularly in Southwest Florida, and offer the immediate assistance. But I do think the three-pronged strategy, we're going in by ground, air, and by sea, means that all hands are on deck, and there's going to be people that are going to be in harm's way. And what I've said is the folks were told in these areas of the hazards. They were given time to be able to make arrangements and to leave. Some chose not to do that. They would have probably been better off doing that. Nevertheless, if people are in harm's way, we're going to go and do whatever we can to help those folks. And so that is those operations are going to commence as soon as it's safe to do so. Certainly, I would say, no later than first thing in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no later. As soon as it's light outside and people are able to do it, and then it begins with the clearing the roads, making sure that the electrical folks can get in there. I was able to thank a number of these linemen. We went over to Lake City where a number of them are staged. These are great folks. They're coming from all across the country. I mean, I met people from Alabama, from Texas, from Louisiana. They're all coming to Florida. When we were driving back to Tallahassee from Lake City, I saw this beautiful sight of all these electrical vehicles coming where they had all the electrical equipment on. And these are folks that are going to help put people's power back on. It was just a procession of them. So we talked about 42,000. I'll bet you after today, there's probably going to be significantly even more. So you really are seeing just a great logistical effort to put all hands on deck in this response. Okay, any questions?
All right, you've been listening to Governor Ron DeSantis talk about the latest of Hurricane Ian and the life-threatening storm surge that he's reported on in both Collier and Lee County. 12 feet of flooding in several areas. He also talked about hurricane-force winds continuing through central Florida, and that this hurricane is truly one of the worst to hit Florida, just behind Hurricane Andrew and Hurricane Michael. He also talked about the extensive rescue folks who are ready to go when the winds tie down, and obviously when it's safe enough for them to go in. 250 aircraft, 1,600 high-water vehicles, 300 boats, 250 ready to go, again, as soon as it's safe to go out. He urged, obviously, everybody in Florida to take precautions once the storm passes, because so many folks get injured or lose their life because of down power lines and flooded roads, and you just can't see necessarily too far in front of you if a road is flooded. I myself lost my vehicle that very same way. First responders, over 10,000 here in the state of Florida, ready to go to rescue those in need again, but once it's safe out there.
Yeah, and one of the biggest things he also mentioned is he's already asked the Biden administration to step up and cover 100% of the costs that are going to be associated with all of the damage that is coming from this storm. And we know there is a lot. And he said, this is, like you said, one of the worst that we're ever going to see here in the state of Florida. And we're not even 20% done at this point. We still have a long way to go, especially here in the Bay Area. So hang on, everybody.
That's right.
Because the storm's still coming. We have Michael Paluska. This storm was originally supposed to come onshore. We probably thought this time yesterday right around Venice. We put Michael Paluska there. Obviously, it came ashore a little further south than that. But, Michael, we know you had to duck back inside a little while ago. It looks like you found some cover behind a wall there. What's going on?
We've been in hurricane-force winds sustained ever since we had to go inside around 2 o'clock today. This storm is massive, and the winds out here are just howling. In fact, one burst just came through, and we've been telling people not to go near their windows. We don't have windows that are boarded up. We have some that we don't know what it is because we're not going to go live on TV. We don't know what it is built through our window. So we want to pan out slowly because we have a shaky internet connection in show you what we're going through. We've been riding out the eye wall of the west side of this storm, Hurricane Ian, for the past 3 hours here in South Venice. The house we're in is a block construction. We've had very few issues, no leaking, and some of the neighbors in this area have been holding up pretty good. So that is good to know. I am also going to be looking out this way where you can see all of that water down there. That has come up since the storm, and you'll see these huge bursts of wind just come whipping through this area. What breaks my heart is knowing that we're going to have to go out in this after the cleanup. We know how bad it's going to be. People are being impacted so much right now, and we know that there's a lot of fear. People are hunkering down when that water's coming up and you have this wind and it's starting to get dark out. This is when things get really, really scary. We are not leaving this house where we are. We're lucky enough we waited for the winds to shift so that they weren't blowing into us, because we were kind of trapped in the house before, theoretically, because we couldn't really report safely because this area was being hit by a lot of debris, flying tree limbs, just anything, you name it, it's been flying by. But we are surrounded on all three sides by thick concrete, and luckily we have this one little window here where we're able to shoot through. I am not out in the elements except for a little rain that blows over me from the top of this porch, but it has been intense. It has been unreal, and the wind has been something that we haven't really experienced in this part of the world, in this part of Florida, ever. And so, you know, as we're riding this storm out, you know, our power went out around 1. We've been without power. Our phones, even though I've brought multiple chargers, some of those are already going down because we've been using them so much, but they really are a lifeline. The phones have been a lifeline for us. So yeah, we're getting gusts, hurricane force sustained, and then gusts even higher here. I haven't been able to even look at the radar because our internet's out to see sort of where we are in the eye wall sequencing, but I think it's going to start calming down. We thought it would calm down probably, I think Dennis told us we'd be riding this out for about 3 hours. But man, we are still getting gusts out here that are intense, and they just come through. And we're going to check and assess our area inside, and then make sure that the area where we've been hunkering down is safe as the wind continues to shift. That's the key. You know, we're on the south side. The wind's now coming in from the northwest side, so we have a lot of stuff in between us before any debris gets to us out here on the porch. But we're kind of avoiding this back room, and if you saw our earlier hit when we were live inside, you'll see that we were staying sort of in the middle just in case a window exploded. So I don't know if you guys have any other questions for us, but I think what's really hard is we're going to be okay with this storm. We're going to go out into the community, and it's going to be devastating. So we're going to need a lot of help down here.
All right. Yeah.
I mean, even the street out in front of you there, Michael, I mean, that was dried just a little while ago, a couple of hours ago when you went inside, and now you've got all that standing water behind you. It looks like it's creeping closer to you, which is concerning.
Yeah, it is concerning, and we actually pulled one of the vehicles into the garage. We had to run out during the hurricane and then pull one of them up because it was getting up to the tire. We're hoping that it doesn't get any higher, and that as this passes, and you know, we haven't got much rain, so we did scout the area before, so I'm not sure where that's coming from. It might just be hopefully a little bit of localized road flooding, but it is getting higher.
All right, Michael, stay safe out there. I know you talked earlier about losing power. I know a lot of that area has. We've heard that over 1 million folks have lost power in the state of Florida right now. So if you're one of them and you're listening to us on the radio or on the app, you're certainly not alone. We now want to go to our Rochelle Aline. She is live in Dunedin for us. And so I'm curious as to how, I can see already you're still in the thick of it, experiencing some little rain, little wind, right?
Yeah, the rain has been pretty light, but that wind, as you just mentioned, it's been pretty strong. There have actually been some gusts that have caused us to kind of steady ourselves because they've been so strong. And you can just see the power of the wind out behind me. It has been really moving the boats that are anchored out here just off of the Dunedin Marina. That said, we've been here about 2 hours, and we have seen easily 50 people, including families, coming out here to take pictures, to walk their dogs. We even saw some folks out in the water on a jet ski. We also saw some folks, I want to show you guys over here, the actual boats. We saw a few people coming out here to check in on their boats to see how they're faring in this storm. And we also spoke to a man who actually lives on his boat out here, and he says he rode out the storm. He rode out Tropical Storm Ada. He rode out the storm so far, and I asked him if he's going to move to dry land, and he said he's waiting to see the morning tide report, and he says if the morning tide comes in and it pushes his boat up to where the water is above the docks, he will head to dry land. I'm going to send it back to you guys. But we're going to be out here checking and monitoring conditions as the storm continues.
Okay. All right. Rochelle Aline reporting for us there. And we want to go to an area that is prone to flooding. We know earlier today you could see the bay was kind of heading out. We had our Kylie McGivern out there as the rain was starting to come down. We know Bayshore eventually here is going to flood out as well. What are the conditions that you're seeing there in South Tampa at this point, Kylie?
So those conditions at the bay, yes, that's where we have now migrated to more of the downtown area. We are in the 300 block of West Francis Avenue. What brought us here is this huge tree that is down now. I'm going to step out of the way so you can get a better look. The reason why we're showing you this is that even if you may think, okay, the rain, it's not that bad, it's kind of letting up, it's not safe to be out on the roads right now. What brought us here is Tampa Police Department sent out a picture of this saying that there are downed power lines, which is why we are staying back, trying to stay as safe as possible. We are also seeing Hillsborough County officials out also reporting other trees. And guys, as we were even driving over here through downtown, we saw lots of different debris on the roads, even some of these side streets, nothing like you see here in terms of the size of this tree, but other trees that are down that can do damage with power. Obviously, if there were any people, thankfully not on any actual structures, cannot come through this way. So this is, again, another reminder for people to stay safe in more ways than one and stay off of these roads if you can. We are live in Tampa. Kylie McGivern, ABC Action News.
All right, Kylie, thank you. And, over the last several hours, Dennis has talked about how the ground is so saturated that seeing these huge oak trees just collapse with not as much wind or rain is really understandable because we've had so much rain, right, Dennis?
Exactly. And we're going to have a lot more. I mean, Jason's going to give you some of the rain totals coming up in a minute, and they're pretty astounding. But I will tell you right now, for the first time in this entire event, folks in Hillsborough County, folks in Polk County, Pinellas County, Manatee, you are now getting yours. The very, very heavy rain is coming in. Winds have been gusting from around 60 to up to 75 miles an hour. Those are numbers like we had in Irma 5 years ago. So honestly, for much of Hillsborough County and much of Pinellas and Manatee, this is the worst you're going to see over the next few hours. So I repeat, now is the time to just hang in there. Charge your phone if you still have power. I know a lot of folks, I've been checking on social media, have lost power hours ago. I would expect the folks without power are probably, the numbers are increasing exponentially over the last half hour to 45 minutes. So I know a lot of folks are listening to us on radio. So we're going to kind of do our best to do more of a radio presentation, not as you can see, but kind of give you an idea verbally of where this is. So from central Pasco, or rather central Polk County, through east central Hillsborough County, down through western Manatee County, and then the rest of Sarasota County, that is where the heaviest rains are. The boxes with the extreme wind warning are located across Hardy, DeSoto, and eastern Sarasota County. But that counterclockwise wind blowing all the heavy rain from Fort Meade back to the eastern half of Hillsborough County, just to the south of downtown Tampa, through St. Pete, and all of this is rotating back. So eventually it kind of fills in, meaning anywhere from Pinellas County, Hillsborough County, and Polk County southward, you are picking up the heaviest rain. Now, some of the stronger winds are actually going to come later on, but the winds are now down to 130 miles an hour. So it is beginning to get weaker as the storm moves across the state. So in terms of the heaviest wind, where the extreme wind advisory remains in effect from Port Charlotte down to Fort Myers, up through all of DeSoto County, the northern 2/3 of Highlands County to just south of Sebring, and the southern half of Hardy County. That is where the extreme wind warnings remain in effect. And I'll tell you, there is still some lightning in those cells. So we are looking at winds easily from 80 to, and the eye is now beginning to become more ill-defined. That's good news. It is weakening as you would expect. But on the back side of it, with that strong northwest winds, and there are still lightning strikes going on out there. So they are packing a punch, and this is going into Polk County and are already seeing it in Hillsborough County. The center of the storm has now moved inland, winds of 130 miles an hour moving north-northeast at 8 miles an hour. Tomorrow morning, overnight, if you will, 8 hours from now, expect winds of 85 miles an hour and no longer Category 3 or 2, Category 1, as it moves diagonally from DeSoto County up toward east central Polk County around Lake Wales, making it yet another hit for Lake Wales after 3 in the year of 2004. And then by Thursday afternoon, offshore just south of Daytona as a tropical storm before it potentially redevelops into hurricane status. Warnings really have not changed much, but boy, the rainfall has been incredible over the last couple of hours. And let's go over to Jason Adams in the Weather Center. He's going to talk more about those numbers. Jason?
Yeah, unfortunately, we've been looking at some extreme totals, especially in Sarasota County. This has been the area that's been covered up right now over top in the eye wall for hours and hours and hours. And we've seen 16 to 17 inches of rain now for areas in and around Northport, Nokomis, Venice, these locations that we've been talking about all morning with the extreme wind concerns. Now we have the flash flooding that we're talking about. The warning was issued a while ago, but we're continuing to see the eye wall stay in the same place for a very long amount of time, and that's what's allowed us to see these totals, almost 1.5 feet of rain. And the National Weather Service is warning that we could see another 3 to 6 inches before we start to see the rain finally pulling out of Sarasota County and getting into further places to the east-northeast. So there's the radar. Notice the heavy rain continues to be along I-4 and to the south, but the extreme rain is associated with the eye wall. Like Dennis said, that is slowly decaying, but it's doing so at such a slow pace that we're still seeing these red, yellow, and orange colors over top of Sarasota, southeast Manatee County, now covered up here in DeSoto and Hardy counties as well, especially along and west of 17, but we're also concerned about the extreme winds shifting in as well. And like Dennis said, that extreme wind warning now for Wauchula, Sebring, and Arcadia. These are where we're looking at the winds over 100 miles per hour within the eye wall, but the rain threat is unfortunately continuing to stay on the high side. So I've covered up the radar to show you the scope of the widespread flood warning. And again, that includes Manatee, Hardy, DeSoto, Sarasota, and then of course down to Charlotte County as well. Highlands County, the extreme western section of Highlands County, is under that flash flood warning as well. This goes until 9 o'clock tonight, and this is in anticipation of more spots picking up another 1 to 1.5 feet of rainfall over the next 4 or 5 hour period. We talked about this over the last few days. We've talked about it this morning, that wherever that eye wall sets up into the north and northwest, this would be the area that picks up the substantial rainfall and those massive flood concerns along with the extreme wind concerns. So 15 to 17 inches of rainfall here along I-75, again from Osprey south through Venice, Nokomis Beach, Casey Key. You all were unfortunately stuck under the eye wall for hours, and that's what's prevented us from getting those lower rain totals that we're seeing up to the north. We've got already up to 10 inches of rain in southeastern Manatee County and in Wauchula and Arcadia, where it's just now getting to be its worst for you all. That's where the eye wall currently is. We're already up to 8 to 9 inches of rain, and the eye wall is going to be here for a couple of hours. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some spots ending up with more than 20 inches of rain as we're seeing this eye wall continue to go off toward the north-northeast, unfortunately, at a snail's pace. It's not moving fast like Charlie when Charlie just blazed to the northeast. This one's going to take some time for it to get offshore. So this is where we're looking at the heaviest of the rainfall. Again, of course, associated with the eye. Those of you north of I-4, we haven't been talking about you a lot today for good reason. Thankfully, it's not that bad for you all, and rainfall totals have been less than an inch here. Where we start to see the blue color showing up along I-4, I-275 from St. Pete to Tampa, over 2 inches of rain so far, and the heaviest is just beginning to start. So we'll likely add several inches of rain here along I-4 and to the east of Tampa as the center continues to move to the north-northeast. So a radar stop here showing you that Tampa and St. Petersburg all covered up with these yellow and orange colors. The extremely heavy rainfall is in red, and that currently is staying south of most of the Tampa Lakeland area. Some of that's going to sneak up to the north, especially in Polk County, as we see it right now with the center, of course, moving off to the west-northwest. We haven't had any flood concerns or flood warnings issued here in Tampa and St. Petersburg at this time, and we're not seeing anything as far as those 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts. But I just checked. Tampa's now up to 69-mile-per-hour wind gust at the airport. That could have been one that helped knock us off air briefly, of course, when we were disrupted by that stronger wind, as we're just right next to the airport. St. Petersburg, 78 to 79-mile-per-hour winds. So we're now approaching those hurricane-force gusts, and that, of course, is leading to more excessive power outages. In fact, let me take a look here and see where we're at with those numbers, because we are looking at earlier today, we were already by 3 or 4 o'clock, we were over 1 million Floridians without power, and it looks looks like we're now up to 1.38 million Floridians without power. And in Sarasota, we've got most of the county right now without power. 60% of Sarasota is without power. Manatee County, we're at 30% for you, and we're about 10% to 20% here in Hillsborough County. That number specifically around 30,000 without power here in Hillsborough County. And Pinellas County, where the winds are really starting to pick up, and again, over hurricane force in those gusts, we've got 143,000 people, customers, I should say, that's households without power. That's about a 25% outage here in Pinellas County, where the winds have been a little stronger coming across the bay with those open waters that have led to us seeing those 80+ mile-per-hour wind gusts now setting up at Albert Whitted Airport in St. Petersburg. So again, around 70 in Tampa for the strongest wind gusts, and this area of yellow that's creeping to the west-northwest, this is where we're going to be more into those hurricane force gusts over the next several hours. Then as we slide to the north, like I mentioned a second ago, we have seen a couple of gusts approaching 50 miles per hour in Pasco and Hernando counties, but only around 25 miles per hour or so that I've seen so far here in Citrus County. And we haven't even picked up an inch of rain in these locations. So again, a lot better the far east you go, though, that's where we're looking at, unfortunately, the continuation of these very heavy rains. Now in Polk County, especially the southern part of Polk County, from Frostproof to Fort Meade, Lake Wales, back west to the Medulla area, this is where we're now going to watch for the flood concerns. See that band of red and yellow orange colors here in the south part of the county that's not moving? This is what's setting up the stage for us to see the flash flood concerns over the next several hours for you all. And some of this, again, heading back north to Lakeland around the Polk Parkway, Auburndale, Haines City. While it's not as bad with the winds right now, even here, we've started to see some of those winds gusts up to 59 miles per hour. I believe that was the last one I saw in Haines City. So as these bands continue to move through, with each band that rolls by, the winds aloft are a lot stronger than they are down here at the ground level, but the heavy rain pulls those stronger winds down to the surface, and that's where we end up seeing these very, very strong winds. So the latest from down south where the eye made landfall, I've seen 135, 129 mile per hour winds all through Cape Coral and then over toward Captiva. We haven't gotten any reports from Sanibel Island area from earlier, though. It was well over 80, and that was one of the landfall points, too. So unfortunately, those observations may have been knocked offline. 112 in Naples, St. Pete, that one's up now. It was 74. We've been over the 82 miles per hour now was the gust, the latest that I've seen here in St. Petersburg. So as we look at the forecast, let's go back to Futurecast. I want to show you when you may finally start to see this exiting your area as we go into the next couple of hours. Let me get the one that's a little bit closer in to the local area. So here we are right now at 6 o'clock. The eye just beginning to move into the Wauchula and Arcadia area. So Hardee, DeSoto counties now through the next 3-hour period is when you're going to see your worst with the winds and that flood potential with up to 15 inches of rain possible. Notice these red colors don't make it back to Tampa and St. Pete, which means we're not looking for that excessive 15-inch rain total, but we could get over 5 inches of rain as the forecast looks right now, and the center continues to move to the east-northeast. By 8 to 9 o'clock, Polk County, you start to get into the category 1 or 2 force winds as we see the center still holding its intensity as it moves northeast. It's still at 130 right now, but by 8, 9 o'clock, it'll likely be closer to 100 and maybe not 90, and that could put it back down to the Cat 1 level. But toward the west coast and in these areas here in Sarasota and Manatee counties where you've picked up that 15 inches of rain, we're still going to add several more hours of heavy rain. I think until we get to the midnight hour, we'll start to cut down the rain here at the coast. The strongest winds push inland. We'll also get winds coming back in onshore, which leads to slight surge concerns, but certainly not as bad as what it looked yesterday, the day before, especially from St. Pete north where we had those higher forecasts. In Sarasota, of course, the surge has been there with the eye making landfall, but a lot of the eye wall in Sarasota County was actually with winds going offshore. So we have seen, unfortunately, it looks like maybe up to 15 feet of surge down in the Fort Myers and Naples area, with a lot of video coming out of that region right now. Then as we go to 2 a.m., the storms continue to slide off to the east. We get the winds starting to calm down. We'll go back below tropical storm force. At that point, we could see a gust up to 40, but really by 2 to 3 a.m. and up to 6 a.m. along the coast, we're back below tropical storm conditions, holding on to that for a few more hours here in Highlands and Polk counties. And then as we go through the east, we're going to watch this thing really start to pull out toward the east and finally allow things to calm down for us. So here's what it looks like at the Sunshine Skyway. Of course, it was closed very early this morning. You can see the white caps on Tampa Bay. And like like I mentioned a second ago, we're now seeing those winds over 80 miles per hour in St. Pete at Albert Whitted. And of course, we're just a mile or two north of here, south of here at the Skyway at this point right now. So we've got 80 mile per hour winds through Manatee and Pinellas County. We'll see that moving into Hillsborough County. And again, we had a power hit here at the station as it reported a 70 mile per hour gust here in Tampa at the International Airport. So we've got these stronger winds that are now moving into areas that are more populated like Hillsborough and Pinellas County. But right now, the main concern for the wind is with that extreme wind warning for those of you east into Hardee and DeSoto counties. Sarasota County, our concern is now flooding as we've seen over 15 inches of rain falling in parts of the county. We'll have more updates for you coming up in just a couple of minutes. Jameson, Wendy?
All right, thank you, Jason. And I'm just getting words on several different aspects of where the water has gone. Lee and Collier County, as we have expected, really inundated with so much flooding right now. Marco Island completely underwater and water coming into the second floor on some of these Fort Myers Beach condos. And I've just received some pictures. I'll try to send it to the newsroom so we can get them on the air, but really devastating.
Yeah, unbelievable. And some of the pictures that we have seen, the water level is just, it's really unbelievable. Just to see it with your own eyes, even if it's in pictures or even if it's a video that people are posting. That is an area that is just getting hit so hard. You talk about Fort Myers. We did just get a note here that Fort Myers has issued an emergency citywide curfew to protect and safeguard, what they're saying here, this is their quote, to safeguard the health, safety, and welfare of residents, visitors, first responders. The curfew is in effect. The curfew's in effect as we take another hit there, if you can see us there. The curfew's in effect until Friday at 8 o'clock on Friday night. Sarasota County, they've been in the throes of this for the last several hours as well. We know you guys are getting hit hard. You guys are white knuckling this. Manatee County as well. Into southern Hillsborough County, we know. We're here with you. We're going to walk you through this. We're going to stay with you here. Sarasota County Emergency Management just a short time ago had a press conference. We're working to turn some of that sound around for you folks so you can listen to it. We know folks in Sarasota County just waiting for this thing to pass, praying it goes fast too.
Yeah, and I just want to put out a warning. The EOC in Lee County obviously warning the folks in Fort Myers and Sanibel that if water does come in, obviously these second floor condos, but if it does come in, to just try to get to the highest point as you can, especially if you're still in a home and you haven't evacuated, if you can just get to the highest point possible to stay to safety. We want to get to our Adam Walser. I believe he is in Bradenton. The last time we checked in with him, he was experiencing hurricane force winds. So Adam, what's it like where you are now?
We have Mary.
I'm sorry, we're going to Mary O'Connell in Sarasota with the latest in Sarasota right now. Mary?
Check your video cable.
She's having some technical issues. We're hoping to get Mary on the air. Again, severe weather in so many of our counties, so I think she's just having a tough time getting her live shot up. If we can't get to Mary, is Adam ready to go? Oh, there's Mary.
Oh, sorry guys. The strong gusts of storms, and we're still here in Sarasota. You know, technical things as this storm goes through, but we did hear from Sarasota County Emergency Management not too long ago. They are still stressing to people to stay indoors and ride out this storm. Don't be on the roads and wait from officials to get the all clear to know that it's safe to go outside. The wind really hasn't let up, you know, since about, I'd say 2:30 in the afternoon. Everything has been gusty winds. We can feel the shelter that we've been at all day since about 10 a.m. We can feel it in the building, and you can hear it too. I'll step out of the way and see if you can see. I know it's getting a little bit darker here, but you can still see. It's really windy and blowing that rain right at us. These trees have pretty much lost all of their small branches throughout the day. You can really hear that wind too. We have about 330 people who are in this shelter. This is one of 12 county-run shelters here in Sarasota County, and there are about 60 pets that are also here. They've been here all day. People are just hunkering down throughout the storm. A couple people asking, you know, have you heard about this area, how things are? We were just trying to get away from this, you know, the storm, the path of the storm, and be somewhere that's safe. But the folks here are hunkering down. They're trying to stay as safe as possible. We are also ourselves, you know, watching the power outages. We've talked a lot about power outages as this storm comes through. And we've had the lights flicker on and off here, and one thing that staff has let us know is that there's no generator here at this shelter, this school, so once the power goes out, it's out. So everybody here has been warned to please keep all your batteries charged. As we've been hearing and telling people all day long, is keep those batteries charged, because once the power goes out, you know, that's when you could be in a lot of trouble if your phones are dead and you have no way to get a hold of people. But we're going to keep an eye on everything here. That wind really hasn't let up at all, and it is still blowing, whipping rain too. But for now, we'll send it back to you.
Much, Mary. Again, we're continuing to look at what now appears to be the fiercest of this weather, okay? If you live in Hillsborough County, if you live in Polk County, if you live in Manatee County, and we're not even talking about the extreme weather, the purple color from Hardee and DeSoto County. First of all, we got a couple of things to go over here, first of all, okay? We realize a lot of folks are without power. You're not alone. Over 1 million people in the state of Florida are without power. And just in Sarasota and Manatee County alone, that number is 300,000. So we realize a lot of people are either watching us on our app right now or listening to us on our radio partner. So in telling you what we're looking at on radar, we're going to try to be as descriptive as we can, but we continue to get some really serious wind numbers. Cape 40 miles an hour. So obviously what we have going on now, green wall behind me, but we have a lot going on. Technically, there's a lot of water coming in. There's a lot of wind coming in, but that will not stop us. We're going to continue to do the best we can to get you everything that we have. So there is a look at the purple color would be the extreme wind warnings, and that is mostly in Hardee, DeSoto, and also in Highlands County. All right. And then that whole area has been drifting off to the east and north over the last several hours. So I'll tell you, in spite of the fact that Polk is picking up some very, very heavy wind, it does make me wonder if the bulk of this is going to try to stay just to the south of Polk County, at least for a few hours, and then we'll see how it goes. But if you live anywhere from St. Pete, Clearwater, over to Hillsborough County, Polk County, I mean, you are picking up by far the heaviest rain right now that you've seen, and the winds have been gusting to 40 to 60 miles an hour. It's a hurricane. It's almost a Cat 5 hurricane. So at the end of the day, this is what you have to expect. And you also have to expect these power outages. It just kind of goes with the territory. But fortunately, at least the winds, while there will be pool cages that are going to go, there will be trees. And that, to me, has been my biggest concern all along, because as much rain is falling at the rate of 2 to 3 inches per hour, and in some cases a lot higher than that, the ground is just saturated. And a lot of times, the roots of those trees just cannot hold those big trees as the winds gust to 60, 70, 75 miles an hour. So what we're going to see tomorrow morning when we wake up is a lot of trees down across the area. And of course, when the trees go down, we often see a lot of power outages. So if you are watching on TV right now, I implore you to download our app. Not for personal reasons, but for you, because you'll be able to watch and keep charging your phone while you have power, because you'll be able to watch what's going on. These mean business. I mean, we're not talking winds like you're seeing down south at 100 miles an hour, but we're easily talking winds of about 50 to 65 miles an hour. And this isn't just like our afternoon thunderstorm. The winds are about the same. The difference is they last for hours on end. I just had a reporter saying, you know, she wants to drive home. And I'm saying, well, if you live in and around Tampa, this is some of the heaviest wind and rain you're going to see. You will have a ton of ponding on the road. I mean, I'm not even going to really talk about driving conditions because you shouldn't be out on the road. But what I will talk about is the fact that this continues to go counterclockwise, low pressure, right? So this is going to spin back toward western Hillsborough County, southern Pinellas County, from Pinellas Park down to St. Pete, up toward Feather Sound. Not nearly as much in northern Pinellas and northwestern Hillsborough County, from Citrus Park up to Odessa, back to Trinity, over to Newport Richey, down to Holiday, Tarpon Springs, Palm Harbor, Dunedin, Ozona, over toward Dunedin, Clearwater, right on the fringe of it. But as this lifts north and rotates back, these are going to spread into that area as well. The purple colors, if you have TV or streaming, you can see it. If not, I'll kind of describe. From Fort Myers up to Port Charlotte, inland counties, Hardee, DeSoto, Highlands, Charlotte County, still under an extreme weather warning, an extreme wind advisory, which means winds at 100 miles an hour. And those are the counties included: Charlotte, DeSoto, Hardee, Highlands, Lee, Manatee, and Sarasota. I am getting a lot of pictures sent in, and we're going to share them on Facebook. I would be willing to guess that at the end of the day, when we look back at this storm, the video you're going to see out of Fort Myers is going to be the most dramatic, because they're the ones that have seen, so far at least that we've seen, the majority of the flooding, and it has been extensive. I mean, we're talking storm surge probably of about 14 to 16 feet, and that puts it in the record books for the west coast of Florida. We've obviously had Andrew. The surge here, worse than Andrew. Michael was a storm that hit in the Panhandle. That was another one entirely, a Cat 5 that just is devastation in the Panhandle around the Mexico Beach area. But storms that have hit the west coast: Charlie, way more surge than Charlie. Wilma, way more surge than Wilma. Irma, more surge and more wind. Irma peaked out at winds of 142 miles an hour at Naples 5 years ago. And I'll continue to say, I really think what you should expect in your area if you were here for Wilma, similar conditions. Pinellas County, 50 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts, maybe a few more up towards 75. Hillsborough County, 55 to 75. Polk County, 65 to 85, maybe up to 90. Hardee, 85 to 100. Same thing in DeSoto. These are numbers that are pretty comparable to what we had in Irma, but across the southern counties of Sarasota down through Charlotte County, that's where the damage is going to be the worst. There is what's left of the eye. You can argue now probably not even much of an eye anymore, because it will continue to weaken, and that's exactly what we want to hear. But if there's your center, the counterclockwise flow around it, and the eye is in the southern sections of DeSoto County, and just to the northwest of that, that's where the heaviest wind is, that's where the heaviest rain is, and there's plenty of lightning with that as well. Last report, winds of 130 miles an hour. It's moving north-northeast at 8 miles an hour. The pressure is rising. That's a good thing. It means that the storm is weakening, and its forward speed has slowed down a little bit at 8 miles an hour, and that's the last thing we want to see. The Hurricane Center really changed its tune last night. We had talked about it, expecting this to slow down quite a bit and stick around for 36 hours or more, but the Hurricane Center kept the speed up and eventually brings this off the coast of Florida by tomorrow afternoon, by 6 o'clock or 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So that's only about 20 hours from now. So where we are right now is still a Cat 4, weakening pretty quickly. By 2 a.m., we're looking at a Category 1 hurricane right around Lake Wales. It will be much weaker. The winds at that point will be more sparse. It won't be just a widespread area of wind, but it still means that Polk County, based on this track, will have another storm, another hurricane move right through that county. And we've said it before, the same thing happened with Charlie. I mean, and this storm is Charlie 2.0. It is. The track is almost identical. The winds are almost identical. The difference is Charlie had practically no surge because it was a very small storm. This one, a much larger storm, more surge. But again, focusing on what's happening right now in our area, hurricane warnings remain in effect. I mean, Pinellas County is marginal. They're not going to get sustained hurricane winds, but they will see gusts up to about that high. This is a look at current wind gusts. Clearwater 33, Tampa 61, St. Pete 67. We had a wind gust earlier of 97 in Bradenton. Jason, I'm not sure if we've had one that high recently. I haven't seen that.
No, and that one's been there all day. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's if it may have been wiped out by that gust, and we just aren't getting any more reports. But it's been stuck at 97 all day. I just looked what the National Weather Service posted, and most of the gusts in Manatee County have been up to 85 miles per hour. So
Yeah, it makes you wonder because they haven't had it certainly in the last hour. And the same with Mayaca City, by the way. That 92 has been there for about 6 or 7 hours. Now, that's a new one in Arcadia, I believe. I don't remember seeing Arcadia at 92 miles an hour. Shay, do you remember if that's a new one? Yeah. So, and it makes sense because the area from Mayaca City to Arcadia over to Wauchula, that's pretty much where the extreme wind warning is and where the worst of this is. So here is a look at the latest Euro wind gust, and we're certainly going to feature the Euro because it nailed this storm. The GFS was out to lunch, wasn't anywhere close, but the Euro continued to show a track, much like Charlie, and that's what's happened. And the Euro predicts Mayaca City by about 10 or 10:30, and I think it's probably a little bit too late on this, but it's going 108-mile-an-hour wind gust. Sebring, 108-mile-an-hour wind gust. So right now, the Euro believes, as do we, based on the track, that the extreme winds are south of Polk County. They're still going to get high winds in Polk County. Remember, they had 110 or 105-mile-an-hour gusts with that extreme wind warning with Irma. But nevertheless, look as you get closer to the coast. Brooksville, 54. This is all at about 10 o'clock this evening. 61 Newport Richey, 70 in St. Pete, 80 still in Bradenton and Sarasota, 47 in Inverness, Lakeland at 84, 88 in Lake Wales. But then as we go through the overnight and into tomorrow morning, the winds are still tropical storm force. And that's what concerns me about the tree damage, just because you have so much rain and the wind is steady. It isn't that it's insanely high of winds of about 40 to 65 or nearly 70 miles an hour in Lakeland, but it's persistent. And then you get the wind kind of change direction. So you have the trees blowing one way and then they blow the other way, and you just have to think that softened soil can cause more tree damage. So I really, truly believe, and I've been saying this for 4 or 5 days, that the tree damage, the trees going down, are going to be a much bigger issue with this storm than structural damage for the majority of the area. Unfortunately for southern Sarasota and Charlotte County, that is not the case. They have had extreme winds, and they, of course, have had the surge. But notice, even through 4 o'clock on Thursday afternoon, we're still looking at tropical storm force winds. So they're down, but they're not out. And then, as the center of Ian moves offshore, the winds can spike again a little bit more because there's a chance it could redevelop off the coast of the Atlantic. So that's kind of what we're looking at right now. I would say as we go through the next couple of hours, the worst of the rain will be across Hillsborough and across Pinellas County. And then at that point, we'll have to see where we go from there with the new track. But it's only 6:30. It's kind of all a blur. I know it is for you folks. Hang in there. We got you covered. We've got your back. I realize it's about to be a really scary time because it's going to be dark and you're going to lose power in many places. But download our app. Listen on the radio. We will get you through this together. I absolutely promise. Now, Jason, I'd kind of like to go over to Jason because, again, he was talking about this earlier on. The rainfall totals have just been ridiculous. I mean, and it hasn't just been in a prolonged period of time. Jason, we have flood warnings in effect, and these are numbers, rainfall that we've had in a matter of just a few hours, right?
Yeah, we really have. And we're talking about 3 to 6 inches of rain expected on top of 18 inches of rain that has fallen now in southern and central Sarasota County. We were under the eye wall in Nokomis, in Venice, in Northport for hours and hours and hours on end. And that unfortunately has led to these excessive totals. So a flash flood warning is in effect through 9 o'clock tonight. I wouldn't be shocked if it gets extended even further because we do have another 3 to 6 inches of rain on top of these totals. And that could put some of us very close to 2 feet of rain. And this was a major concern for us when we were on air this morning, when we were on air yesterday, talking about the potential not only for these extreme winds, but the flooding potential that the models were showing easily 24 inches in certain spots. It just happened to be set up here across Sarasota County, where unfortunately the strongest winds were as well, at least here in the Tampa Bay area. I was just looking up more wind reports. I've added them to this the latest list. 140 mile per hour wind in Cape Coral. That right now is the strongest wind gust that I have seen so far. Punta Gorda, 124 mile per hour winds. Ruskin, at least in Hillsborough, Pinellas County, you actually have had the strongest wind gust, and the National Weather Service office is right there, and they're reporting 85 mile per hour wind gust in Hillsborough County. So we have seen those hurricane force gusts, not the sustained winds, now moving into Hillsborough and Pinellas County. And that, of course, has led to all the excessive power outages that we have been seeing over the last couple of hours. If you know somebody who has lost power, but they still have cell phone, go ahead and let them know. Download ABC Action News. That way they can continue to get these warnings and updates for us as we go through the evening. The latest right now, as we look at the power outages here across the state, up to 1.5 million now. 1.5 million Floridians have lost power, and the majority of that is in DeSoto counties, Sarasota, Manatee counties, and then, of course, Charlotte and Lee counties where the eye made landfall earlier. In Pinellas County, the numbers continue to go up. Last check, we were at 130,000. We're now up to 145,000 in Pinellas County. And we have had 77-mile-per-hour wind gusts at Albert Whitted Airport in St. Pete. So it's not surprising that we continue to get these reports. And this isn't just one wind report, the numbers you see here. They continue to come in and around the same numbers. I'm just taking the highest one out of them, but 82 to 85 in Ruskin. We've had 69 to 70 here in Tampa. We've had 77 to around 80 in portions of St. Pete. So these winds, it's not just one gust and you're done. It's successive gusts that keep happening as these rain bands and winds continue to come in off of these rain bands. I want to look at some of the power numbers here in Manatee County as well. You've been on the northern fringes of the hurricane force sustained winds. So right now in Manatee County, we're looking at 122,000 without power in Manatee County. And in Sarasota County, again, we were stuck, unfortunately, for hours under the northern eye wall. We're up to 232,000 left without power in Sarasota. So when you factor in just our local area alone, we've got over 500,000 here in Tampa Bay that have lost power between all these areas. Now, if you're in Hillsborough County, the numbers are a little better, but they continue to go up too. Now at 31,000 customers without power here in Hillsborough. Polk County, your numbers have jumped up over the last hour, now up to 41,000 without power in Polk County. Unfortunately, with the center tracking close to you all tonight as a much weaker storm, but still with gusts as high as 100, we could potentially see us seeing those numbers going up pretty quickly here as the eye gets a little closer to you. Now, I mentioned that Arcadia, we've got the eye wall over top of us, and also in Wauchula as well. Those numbers jumping up. Of course, these are lower populated counties, but we're looking at less than 10,000 without in Hardy County, but that's 60% of the county right there. So as we look at DeSoto County, 18,000 without power. That also is more than 60% of the county here, and that's where the eye wall currently is. Yes, the storm is weakening. Yes, we're seeing the eye contract. It's not that 40-mile wide eye that we had as it made landfall earlier today, but unfortunately it still packs a punch for several hours after you lose landfall, because we're seeing this as a slow weakening process, not one that is fast. I also want to point out too, it looks like that it may be slowing down even more. The National Hurricane Center said about an hour ago that we're down to 8-mile-per-hour movement with this, but as you can see, this is a 1-hour loop. And the center has not moved much from Charlotte County into DeSoto County, and that band associated with the eye wall is not moving either. And what Dennis and Greg were pointing out earlier too, look at the lightning strike showing up here within the eye wall. This is very rare. Yes, you can get lightning in eye walls, but that's mainly over the Gulf of Mexico when they're blowing up like it was this morning. To see it continuing inland is just to show signs that yes, while the eye wall is weakening, it's not weakening rapidly. So these 100-mile-per-hour gusts are likely, again, from Arcadia up to Wauchula. And as we go into the evening, this is going to continue to slide to the north and east. As we go into Sebring, we've had a 65-mile-per-hour wind gust already in Sebring as the eye wall is approaching you. And it's going to move into southern Polk and continue to move northeast here as we continue through the rest of the evening. So like Dennis said, we're with you. We've got you covered, and we're going to keep you posted on all things here from the Weather Center. Guys, over to you.
All right, Jason, thank you. We have Tampa Mayor Jane Castor joining us on the phone right now. Mayor Castor, can you hear us?
Jameson and Wendy.
Yeah, how you doing? This is Jameson and Wendy. How you doing? We're working to get Wendy a new battery so she can hear you too. So let me start with what you have at this point for the city of Tampa. What kind of damage are you guys seeing already?
Well, we've seen a lot of trees down clearly, a lot of palm fronds throughout the city. We have some down power lines, but, a lot of houses that are without electricity. But so far, not a great deal of damage. But as you know, as you've heard, we haven't seen the best that Hurricane Ian's going to bring our way.
All right, I didn't quite hear what she said, but I'm assuming that there's definitely some trees down, flooding, as we saw in South Tampa earlier when we took a live shot there. But I'm curious, Mayor, do you have any idea if you'll be implementing any kind of curfew? We do know that Fort Myers and Naples have already implemented curfews there. Is there any reason to put the city of Tampa under a curfew at this point?
No, not at all. We don't have any need for that at this point. We're just looking at this water coming in with the storm surge, the rain that we're going to have. You know, we're already saturated here in the city, but we have no reason to put a curfew in place here in Tampa or Hillsborough County.
And what about the EMS response? I know for a lot of folks, they're saying, you know, obviously we've been telling people not to get out on the roads right now because it's still not safe. When do you think you'll be able to put your emergency folks in the streets to be able to assess the damage and help people if they're still in need?
Well, our fire rescue, our police are still out there. We do have policies that the wind gets up to around sustained 40, 45 miles an hour, that we have to shelter our first responders and then wait until the wind dies down to go out. And so we're ready. We've got our push crews ready to get debris out of the way and clear the roads for our first responders, but we're still serving our citizens.
We were just listening a little while ago to a press conference down in Sarasota County. Obviously, Mayor, you know that they're certainly getting a pretty bad dose of it down there. They did mention that a lot of folks are calling 911 to check on people, things of that nature. Have you gotten any reports of 911 calls that maybe aren't necessarily emergencies, and you obviously don't want to tie those lines up?
Oh, yes, no doubt. We actually had one call. Somebody wanted to know who had pulled the water out of the bay. So, you know, those are the kind of things that we have phone lines, and we have non-emergency as well. They can call TPA info, INFO, and we have a call center there. Look at tampa.gov /hurricane for all the information that you may need, numbers to call for non-emergency, report electricity out, report trees down, those types of things. But please keep 911 clear for those life-threatening emergencies.
And Mayor, I have to ask you about the power outages in particular. 75% of Sarasota County right now is out of power. I know Tampa Electric has had some issues with their website. I know a lot of folks have been reaching out to us saying they can't get in touch with Tampa Electric. Do you have any idea what the problem is there and how many folks in the city of Tampa don't have power at this moment?
Well, we actually have TECO representatives here in our EOC, the Tampa EOC. And the last count, we had a briefing at 4:30, and there were just over 5,000 TECO customers that were out of power.
And what's the status in getting that power restored?
Well, the status, unfortunately, is they've called their crews off of the streets. You know, you think about the TECO linemen having to get up on these poles, and the higher you're going up in this wind, the more dangerous it becomes. And so they have called their people off of the street, and they're going to wait until the wind dies down to get back out and service their customers and get the power restored.
Mayor, we did see over in St. Petersburg a lot of out-of-town power crews and trucks kind of mobilizing ahead of time over by the Trop. What kind of contingency plans do we have in place? We know that the city of Tampa in various areas has above ground power lines. We know there's going to be issues with that once this storm passes. As Governor DeSantis said, this is going to be one of the worst storms to pass through Florida. And he mentioned it right up there with Andrew and Michael. We hopefully can escape some of that here on this side. What kind of mobilization efforts do we have from outside sources when it comes to power crews?
Well, as you know, we were able to have several days to plan, and I've personally been in contact with all of our communication providers, and they have all of their satellite trucks, the cows, the portable antennas, all staged around the Tampa Bay area, as do we have the electric companies all the way from Georgia and several other states that have mobilized and come down into our area, and they're staging in the Tampa Bay area. And I know, if possible, they're making their way south to ensure they can restore the electric power to our neighbors in the south.
And Mayor, we're just hearing now that U.S. Highway 19 is closed due to the construction debris. Obviously, I know that's nowhere near the city of Tampa, but in Pinellas. So I'm curious, do you have any idea of any streets blocked off as we speak because of power lines down or trees down, especially for those maybe who need to get out, either they're first responders or they have a medical emergency? I know no one's supposed to be on the roads, but if they have a reason that they have to get out, do you know of any streets that are blocked off due to power lines down or trees in the middle of the road?
Yes, I do. I don't have at my fingertips a specific list, but I know there are a couple of residential streets that have been closed down because trees are across them. We also had a piece come off of a building in the downtown area at Jackson Street that's blocking partial lane down there. But again, if people do have power, they need to go and look at tampa.gov/hurricane, and we'll have a listing of streets that are closed and, the routes that people need to take if they need any kind of service. But really at this point in this weather with these winds, if there is an emergency, please just call 911 and we'll see what we can do to get that service out there.
Yeah, Mayor Castor, and obviously the sun's about to drop here and the worst of this storm is moving north. It's heading toward the Tampa area, so we expect conditions to get a little bit worse here. Naturally, people are going to go to bed tonight. They're going to be hearing the winds. They're going to be hearing the rain. They're going to get up in the morning, and the first thing they're going to probably do is go be looky-loos. I know as a former police chief and now the mayor, you are highly discouraging this once this storm passes.
Yes, without a doubt. Historically, we have seen it where the majority of the injuries and deaths occur after the storm goes through. People are going out. There are live lines that are down in some instances, trying to drive through water they can't see that is much deeper than anticipated. So, just wait until we give the all clear before you go out and start exploring the area.
And one more question, Mayor. I understand that the police chief announced earlier that there was some arrests around the IKEA where folks were trying to break in either to that building. And I've also been reading about possible arrests in some neighborhoods that have been evacuated with those who are trying to burglarize homes, obviously, that are empty. Do you have any updates on any other police reports that the chief has given you as far as areas that have been causing some concern because so many folks have evacuated in the city of Tampa?
No, not at all. We haven't had anything else. And as I said, our police officers are still out in those neighborhoods. So we are ensuring that our residents' property is safe. Those individuals that heeded the evacuation notices, we are going to make sure that their property is safe and sound. And, those two individuals, the Einsteins that thought they were going to break into the IKEA, have been deposited in central booking.
And we hear that very often, especially in the barrier islands, when people have to get off somehow. People see it as an opportunity, and that's it's really unfortunate because they're taking advantage of the people who are listening to the evacuation orders. They were doing the right thing, and then obviously people are taking advantage of them doing the right thing.
I want to just give you an opportunity, Mayor, one more time to any advice you have for those living in the city of Tampa. What would you like to say to them, and as I'm sure they're listening and hoping for some optimism as we're still in the middle of this storm?
Well, I said I never thought I would be thankful to hear a forecast of widespread flooding and tropical storm level winds. But, the alternative of having Hurricane Ian be a direct hit to the Tampa Bay area, was just going to be devastating for our community. So we're very fortunate right now, but the worst of Ian is to come for us in the Tampa Bay area. So I would just ask the residents to stay safe, shelter in place where they're at right now, and please be very, very cautious when the storm has passed through, that you're not putting yourself in a position of danger by going out into the community where there could be down lines, deeper water, those types of hazards that you may not be able to anticipate.
All right, Mayor Jane Castor, thank you so much for your time and for those words. I think a lot of folks could use a little bit of optimism right now. But like she mentioned, and we just showed on the screen there, the winds in the different areas, including in Tampa, 60 miles an hour. Not that it's huge, but it's just important. You just never know. We've talked about how the ground is so saturated. These trees can easily come off their roots because we've had so much rain over the last several weeks.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of that during Charlie. The trees down, especially in neighborhoods where some of those trees were older. And you would think that their root system was great, and it wasn't because the winds, the saturation was just so bad. So we saw Kylie McGivern just a short time ago in South Tampa. Started to see trees falling. We are getting reports in other parts of the Bay Area as well that are having those very same issues. So
yes.
Just be careful.
Yeah, and we want to go out now to our Michael Paluska, who has been in the middle of ground zero. He's about 2 miles from the coast. You look a little bit more calm than you were a little while back, but I still see it's raining pretty good out there. Michael, you're in Venice.
Yes, we're in Venice. We just rode out the western eye wall, and we had sustained winds, hurricane force, several huge gusts for about 3.5 hours. And right now we're in the almost reversed. It's like the beginning stages of this morning when it ramped up. Now it's ramping down, but we are getting some pretty good gusts out here. Still hurricane strength, but we did feel safe enough to come outside and be able to report. And I'm going to take you on a tour of our world and sort of what we've been going through and living in. This house is boarded up, and the guy actually in the house where my photographer Reed Muller's panning, he's home. He's there. We saw him walking around. But if you go all the way into that fence, you guys were talking about trees and wind, saturated ground. That's just a prime example of it. The trees have been the most dangerous thing for us out here. We've been watching debris fly past our windows all afternoon. That tree's down, and then we'll just take you all the way over across the neighborhood and let you see what we're working with here. This road, as Jameson mentioned in my last live shot, wasn't as flooded as when you saw me earlier. Now we got waves in the street. I don't know how deep it is. To my left, it's not bad, but right up this way, it looks like it's extremely deep. And so, you know, just right now, I think the main concern is the power's out. There's a lot of water rising. I don't even want to think about what we're going to see tomorrow when the sun comes up and what happened near south of Punta Gorda and where it made landfall at Pirate Harbor. Just unreal amount of wind that we experienced. Luckily, we're in a very secure home and we were out of the way of the storm surge. We're out of the way of all of that crazy stuff on the coast where people die. The back of this house, I can tell you, it's trees down. The entire fence was blown over. And one other thing, maybe an hour ago, we had one of the worst gusts that I felt. We all hit the deck and we were about to come on live TV. A shingle from a roof just came out of nowhere and just exploded into our window near where my photographer's room is and shattered the whole thing and went all the way, and the only thing that stopped it from coming into the house was the screen. So we got a giant shattered window back there, and that's why we tell people, you know, don't go near your windows. These people didn't board up their house. It would have been great if they did. We would have had a little bit more protection. But, you know, you just never know when out of nowhere you hear something whizzing, and then it was just like a loud explosion. So I think for now in this area, we're in South Venice. We're like 2 blocks from Tamiami Trail. I think all these people that are elevated, they're going to have some damage. They're going to have some cleanup tomorrow. Of course, it's going to be a rough night with the power out, even though thankfully right now it actually feels pretty cool. It's been so hot lately. But just an hour ago, it was whipping through here, and now it's starting to taper off. I haven't been able to really look at the radar because all of our cell phone service is out. We just are getting able to call. We're not getting the internet or anything like that. So. Yeah, the west side of the eye wall, I mean, we were just that far away from where it made landfall, and I couldn't imagine if we would have been just 20, 30 miles south, it would have been even more intense, so we really feel for those people. We're going to probably hunker down tonight and just stay safe and then get up tomorrow morning and keep reporting and letting our viewers know what's happening. We're live here in South Venice. Michael Paluska, ABC Action News.
All right, Michael, thank you. And he mentioned the flying debris. I have to say that we were just hearing a while back that US 19 is shut down now because of construction in that area and the flying debris of the construction. All that, you know how it is. That so much of US 19 is under construction, so they've actually shut it down for the safety of everyone out there. So you have to be careful, like you mentioned. That's why you don't want to go out during a storm or even after a storm, because you just don't know what could be out there. And of course, live power lines and down trees, really the scariest thing.
I mean, he just told you about a shingle. That takes me back to, I was a reporter in Orlando covering Hurricane Francis over on the coast. The next day we woke up to go and evaluate all the damage, and we found a flimsy roof shingles stuck in the side of palm tree, trunks.
Like the root of the tree.
Yeah, like stuck inside. And I'm just thinking, if you're out there and that hits you, think about what that's going to do to you.
Right,
I mean, and that's just a flimsy shingle.
Right. Well, like he said, part of the roof hit the window and shattered it. Thank goodness, our Eric Moore, our photographer, it didn't hit him. He was inside that room, but he's okay.
Unbelievable.
But yeah, glass can be repaired, but people can't to that extent.
And speaking of Sarasota, he's down there in Sarasota, 75% of the whole county now without power. That's the latest estimates that we're getting there. They're even having some power issues at some of the evacuation shelters.
Right. Yeah, that is true. We want to go, I believe, to Adam Walser. He's in Bradenton. He had been experiencing some pretty strong hurricane force winds. I imagine it's died down now. Adam, tell us how you're feeling.
Well, it's died down a little bit, but it comes and goes in waves. We moved away from the front because it was coming so hard. We're actually blocked by a building right now, the Pier 22 building, the old marina here. It's giving us some cover, but we've seen quite a bit of wind here, and you can see all the palm fronds that have come down. And right over here, that was an awning that was part of this building in the back. We saw it blow over that way just a little while ago. A couple of signs have blown apart. It is kind of been touch and go here. We've seen a steady flow of rain and the winds throughout the day. Since about 2 o'clock this afternoon, it's been hurricane force winds. It's just been howling, and we've been getting rain at this steady pace. Not much of a break at all during this entire event. And you can see lights behind us. We're probably in the most hardened part of the utilities here in this part, because the Bradenton Police Department is right down the street, and the major hospital, Manatee Memorial, just down the street. So all the utility lines are underground, and they maintain power for the most part, but we've still seen the power blink on and off a few times. Out here in the field, we were able to talk to you guys with cell phones, and we've been on the phone several times, and it's been disconnected because the power's gone out temporarily, then the cell towers have been powered back up. So it's just touch and go, and of course just a nasty night here in Bradenton. Even though maybe the worst is past, we're still seeing plenty of rain and plenty of wind here.
All right, Adam, thank you for that update. We'll check back with you in just a little bit. We now want to go to Polk County, where many folks from the Bay Area, of course, evacuated to, including your own family.
Yep.
A lot of folks, Dennis had his reservations for at a hotel in Orlando, and we have our Rebecca Petit in Polk County now covering the latest of what Hurricane Ian has done to that area and will continue to do for the next couple of hours. Rebecca?
The wind has gotten very powerful here. I'm barely keeping my balance, and the rain is coming down extremely hard. The sky has darkened, and there's been reports of power outages. I'm right off of US 98, where none of the traffic lights are working, and you can see the traffic signs just kind of blowing in the wind right now. This morning, emergency management did warn people who lived in low-lying areas to evacuate, because right now, as the winds pick up and the rain continues to fall, they won't be able to rescue you. And so the conditions will continue to deteriorate. There are 20 shelters here in Polk County for people to seek higher ground and to seek shelter. But right now, the best bet is for you just to ride out the storm, because conditions will deteriorate later this evening. And as conditions change, I will continue to keep you updated. Here in Lakeland, Rebecca Petit, ABC Action News.
Rebecca, thank you. We want to correct a number that Mayor Jane Castor had shared with us earlier. It was some outdated numbers. She had talked about all the power outages. Obviously, we talked about in other areas, but in the city of Tampa, I think she said about 5,000 or 6,000. But we're just hearing now Close to 50,000 folks are without power in the city of Tampa right now. And as we mentioned, 1.3 million out of power in the state of Florida. So if you are listening to us on the radio or on our app, you are not alone. So many folks don't have electricity right now. But again, they will try to restore it as quickly as they can. As we talked about, when the winds are above 45 miles per hour, they will not go out. They don't want to risk, obviously, getting injured themselves.
It's going to take a little time here. Pinellas County, by the way, 150,000 people without power right now. And we have Vanessa Ariza, who's over in Clearwater Beach for us tonight. I'm not sure if you know anything, if you're seeing anything power related out there, Vanessa, but I know you're certainly seeing things that weather related.
Absolutely, Jameson. You know, within the past 30 minutes, we saw the lights here flicker just a little bit. But other than that, fingers crossed, it will stay this way. It seems as though nobody's really lost power here. So that's good news here. The wind, it keeps going back and forth. You know, on my app, it says about 33, 34 miles per hour. And it gets its little spurts. Like right now, you can see those palm trees just whistling in the wind right now. A lot of palm fronds have blown off of them, and that's what we're typically seeing around Clearwater Beach. The water behind me, rough waters right now, which is to be expected because of this wind. But as far as the rain, really, we only got one quick spurt. That was within the past hour, and really that was only for about 15-20 minutes. Other than that, the rain here, it's been sporadic. There's still power. The wind, it's whipping through, but it is not as severe as what we have continued to see with our other reporters who are in the field. So for the most part, given the circumstances of what is happening farther south from us, we are standing pretty good and at a good level right here at Clearwater Beach. Of course, if there are any changes, we will continue to keep you updated. But for the most part, we've seen Clearwater police around here. There's one on the beach right now, kind of just standing still. And we've seen them throughout the day going up and down the streets. We've only seen maybe one or two people who are out on the streets. Earlier this morning, I would say, is that when we would really see people there. But other than that, nobody's really out, which is fantastic. They, were really listening to officials this time. They took precautions. A lot of businesses we have seen boarded up. They have the sandbags in front of their doors. And good news, if you left Clearwater Beach and you're wondering how your business is doing, not any flooding here. So good news if you were worried about that. I'll toss it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Vanessa, thank you. We now want to go out to our Paul Lagrone. He's been in Lakeland in Polk County for the last day or so, and I know right about now is when he should be receiving some of those hurricane force winds. As we talked about earlier, it was forecast to be about a Category 1. I imagine conditions have deteriorated quite a bit, and it looks like, yes, you are now in the thick of it, Paul.
Yeah, we are. I mean, it's really picked up, guys. It's tempting to yell into the microphone when things are so loud all around you, so I'm going to refrain from doing that. But the wind, it's like standing next to a jet engine right now. So it's raining sideways. As you can see, the wind's definitely picked up. Lake Mirror off to my back here. This is the corner of Massachusetts and Maine and downtown Lakeland. The power is still on, guys. I mean, the red lights are working. We did see a street sign already blow off, and I don't even know where it went. It was the sign that says Main Street is gone, and no one's out. Thankfully, I just don't want anyone to be out on the street right now. So hopefully they don't do that. We're here at the Terrace Hotel, where people have taken shelter to ride out the storm. A lot of them from Clearwater and St. Pete and points south and west. Here's the background right now. Things are holding up pretty good here so far. The last time I measured, it was in the 60s. I think it's probably increased. I know that the power outages have increased around the city of Lakeland and in Polk County as the wind has obviously picked up. And the other concern that EMS officials in Lakeland and Polk County were really focused on earlier today was obviously the wind, but also the rain, particularly in that Peace River Basin. And particularly in the mobile home communities around that, and points south, like south of Lake Hancock. So the building behind me and the lights are starting to go out, some of these street lights, and then they went back on. The building behind me, a lot of people live there full time. It's one of the historic buildings in downtown Lakeland, and they've been venturing out because they're full-time residents here. But we've got people from all over the Tampa Bay area taking shelter here in this hotel. And just a reminder, a little late in the game to seek shelter, I guess, but they did open virtually every school in Polk County for people to take shelter during the storm. It's hard to say if this is going to be the worst of it or if it's going to get worse than this. As it moves through, we were expecting Category 1 hurricane force winds, which would put us around 85 miles an hour, 80 miles an hour. But this is the most intense that it's been since we've been here. I'll show you, one little thing here. This is what, if you're going to be worried about something, as you guys were mentioning, projectiles, and these things are blowing all over the place. This tree here. So that's what you got to be careful of. So we're in it. This is it, and it's only going to get worse. And that tree is shedding limbs as we speak. I'll send it back to you guys. I mean, right now it's feels strong out here. I don't think this is the worst of it. I think it's going to get stronger. And if this is the worst of it, then it's not too bad from where we are. But the big problem, of course, is the flooding, and for folks who are in shelters that are not as secure as these buildings here in downtown Lakeland.
Hey, Paul, it's Dennis here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, okay. So the lights behind you are flickering.
Go ahead.
The lights behind you are flickering back and forth. I mean, is the power out behind you in other spots? You can see them flickering off and on right there.
Yeah, the street lights go on and off. I can see lights in the building, the residential building behind me in downtown Lakeland are on. The power here at the hotel is on. I know they have a generator. I know that my family's spread out throughout Plant City and Lakeland. They've had power issues since this afternoon. And so I think it's very sporadic, Dennis.
Yeah.
I think the grid here in the city is holding up pretty strong so far. But again, this doesn't feel like we've hit the worst part of this yet.
You're right.
I could be wrong. But,
no, you're right. You're right. You haven't. There's heavier wind and heavier rain on the way. As the storm's moving north, it's going to spin pretty decent rain. I'd say you're getting probably 65 to 70 right now. You're probably going to top out at about 80 over the next few hours. But I just want to let you know your family's fine in terms of the wind. Even though the power is flickering behind you, most folks are seeing winds up to about hurricane force, and there's only gusts. So we're not hearing any reports of any damage whatsoever. So again, Paul Lagrone, thank you very much. We'll check back with Paul in a little bit, because this area right there, that's what's going to rotate back over toward Lakeland. And that's got some very, very heavy wind and some rain. But, we'll go to Shay in just a minute. But there's been some incredible rainfall totals, and not necessarily in the areas that have been anywhere near landfall. We're still seeing this purple color, and I know a lot of folks are without power. Some folks are watching on our streaming app. Some folks are listening on the radio. If you still have your cell phone, you can still watch us on our mobile app, and it's just a lot easier to see what's going on with the radar than just listen. You can go to abcactionnews.com/apps, APPS, and download our app. We're saying that because from a safety standpoint, it's just better. You'll see what's coming your way. And at this point, there's still a lot from Hillsborough, from Polk. But the good news out of this is pretty much across our viewing area playing out the way that it did with Irma. And if you remember Irma, there were certainly some trees down. There were a lot of pool cages that had some damage. There were some shingles that went off. But at the end of the day, we did not have a ton of structural damage. And you're usually not going to with this kind of a wind. Power outages are a pain. It can last for 3 or 4 days sometimes, and no air conditioning behind it is just not fun. But when you take a look at this, considering what's going on in the video I'm seeing out of Naples, with people swimming in their basements, with water in the storm surge really unbelievably high. And we're going to be sharing some of that video over the next several hours, and for that matter, the next several days. We have seen storm surge, I would guess, at about 16 feet around Fort Myers and Naples. So imagine water from where you are 16 feet up, and then Throw 20-foot waves on top of that. That's what they experienced just to the right of the eye as it made landfall. So again, right this minute, very heavy rains in the bay. We are not looking at any tornado warnings across the area, and the watch is on the East Coast because the track is moving in this general direction, and tornadoes form in the northeast side of that track. So drawing a line across, and I'm doing this for radio, trying to be a little more descriptive, from southern Sarasota County through Hardee County, in through southeastern Polk County, and then finally out into the Atlantic. So with that track, that line, that diagonal, picture east of it. That's where the tornado watch would form. That's where the tornadoes would form, and the watch is over on the East Coast. We are still looking at extreme wind warnings, and this is in our viewing area. I mean, we're getting pounded with heavy rain and gusts. The airport had a gust up to 75 miles an hour within the last hour at Tampa, and that pales in comparison to what they're experiencing in Hardee and DeSoto and the western side of Highlands County. As a matter of fact, I just had a message from a friend in Sebring saying they're just beginning to pick up some of the worst of this, and they certainly are. So all of this continues to spin back, and this will make it back to Pinellas. A lot of Pinellas, especially northern Pinellas, still has power. A lot of Pasco, a lot of Citrus, a lot of Hernando, a lot of Sumter still has power. The bulk of the area that doesn't is from southern Pinellas, most of Hillsborough, the southern half of Polk County, although where Paul is in Lakeland, there's also still obviously some heavy weather going on there. But the real heavy stuff is Manatee, it's Sarasota, Hardee, DeSoto, and Highlands, and the purple color where the extreme wind warning is in effect, that is for the eastern half of Sarasota, most of Charlotte County, all of DeSoto County, the southern half of Hardee County, and the western third of Highlands County. That area will move east-northeast. That extreme wind warning is just going to slowly travel as the eye of the storm, or what's left of the eye of the storm, slowly travels east as well. So that advisory actually only remains in effect for another 15 minutes, the extreme wind warning. So we'll see if it is extended. I mean, maybe as the storm weakens, it might not be. There really is no eye anymore. The storm is definitely collapsing as it would over land. And usually, it really depends on the storm, though. Sometimes it happens quickly, other times not so much. I mean, we've been talking about how this storm is so like Charlie. The one way, fortunately, it isn't, is Charlie stayed powerful all the way across around the state, went into Orlando with winds of 130 miles an hour. I know there's a lot of folks watching and listening right now who sent their family to Orlando, and with good reason. I mean, there's no regret there. We had A, B, and C flood zones for evacuations in Pinellas County and Hillsborough County, and that was when a track was expected to bring this storm right very close to our coast with a surge potentially up to 10 to 12 feet. Well, we'll talk about surge in a minute, but clearly the GFS, the American model, just busted entirely. The Euro absolutely nailed it. Went with the west coast of Florida all along, and that is exactly how it played out. So there, as the storm lifts off to the northeast, you can see the wind field is shrinking. Check it out. If you're listening, you can't see it, but obviously I'm telling you, the wind field is shrinking. The winds are now down to 125, still formidable, but in a rather small part. But the tropical storm force winds, the winds of about 45-ish to about 65 to 70 gusts, those are widespread. They pretty much cover most of the state, or at least in the area in red where the storm is moving across. So here is the updated track. We'll get a new track. It does not feel like 7 o'clock to me. It feels like it's 3 in the morning. I swear it does. It's 7:18 and 44 seconds, and we should all be in bed. But regardless, as you go through the overnight hours at 2 a.m., when we will still not be in bed, and probably a lot of you won't either, because the winds will be gusting, especially inland from Polk County to Highlands County, and a lot of folks are still going to be without power. And that's the tough part, trying to sleep when it's hot out and it's humid out and there's no air conditioning. So as we go through the overnight, this will weaken dramatically. And by tomorrow, when it exits the state, And this is a blessing because remember, just yesterday, before the 11 o'clock newscast, Wendy and I had been talking, saying, boy, it's going to linger for a while. That's what the models were showing. But the Hurricane Center, props to them, came out and said, you know what? I think that trough is going to pick this up. It's going to keep its forward speed and not stall out or slow down. And that appears to be exactly what's happening. So that means the winds will fizzle quicker. But before it's said and done, we will see rainfall totals in some of the area up to 2 feet. And that primarily is Sarasota and Charlotte County. And I'd say a solid area of 6 to 12 inches of rain outside of that. And again, Shay will touch on that in just a minute. So we continue to have hurricane warnings, mostly for wind gusts up to about hurricane force. And I'll say this again, it is very reminiscent of Irma, because with Irma, most everybody had some trees down, maybe your fence went down, maybe you had some other issues, but nothing really tremendously serious. I want to throw this out here. I talked about it a few hours ago. I was going to say minutes ago, but it's been hours. So a lot of people have bought new generators when the storm came, right? A lot of people did. And I'd be willing to bet quite a few of those folks just opened it up, poured the gas in, and tried to turn it on without reading the directions, and it probably went on. But this is something, and it depends on the manufacturer, I suppose, but a lot of folks don't want the generator to be out in the rain, so they're like, okay, I'll put it in the garage, or maybe put it in another room and not worry about it. Never, ever, ever. Every single time, by the way, including Irma, a family died of carbon monoxide poisoning in Irma because they had a generator and brought it inside. Do not do it. Never. If you're going to use a generator because your power goes out, keep it outside. And I'm talking within 10 to 15 feet of the house or any ventilation. You don't want it any closer because they always say carbon monoxide is the silent killer, and it really can be. So if you're new to this whole hurricane stuff, new to the area, you've never had a generator before, please remember that first and foremost. Newport Richey, a 63-mile-an-hour wind gust in the last hour. Spring Hill, a 63-mile-an-hour wind gust. Zephyr Hills, 57. Plant City, 47. Lakeland, 60. Haines City, 57. Arcadia, 92. So over the next several hours, we still will see tropical storm force winds, no doubt about that, and some gusts even higher than that. The Euro is going with a gust of 100 miles an hour around Sebring. I don't think so. I think maybe those numbers are slowly going to start to wind down, but I don't know, actually. If it's still at 125, there might be a few spots that could see winds gusting over 100, and I do think if it's going to happen, it will be in Highlands County or Hardee, because most of Polk County looking more about the 80 to 90-ish like they had with Irma. I'll say it again. I think very reminiscent of what we had in Irma, depending on where you live. The difference is these are going to last a little longer. So even through tomorrow afternoon, we're looking at winds gusting between 30 and 50 miles an hour. So at least tropical storm gusts in the forecast. Maybe not widespread, maybe not sustained, certainly not as much rain going on, but there will be wind out there. And then I think finally by Friday, we'll have an opportunity to do some cleanup and hopefully have most of the power back by then. So let's go on over to Shay. She'll give us an update on that rain and also where the warnings are going on at this hour. Shay?
Yeah, and for some reason on my maps, the excessive or extreme wind warning has gone away. So it may have been canceled a little bit early, but or my map is just losing some data. But the bottom line is what we're seeing here in green is our flood warning here, and this is in place until 9 o'clock tonight. So Charlotte, DeSoto, Hardee, Highlands, Lee, Manatee, Sarasota. This is that area that Dennis has been highlighting where we're getting all of that heavy rain and the strongest winds right around the eye wall. Now, as we look at those rainfall totals, we can see that we've got around 14 inches, fairly widespread here around that swath that's going from Sarasota into southern Manatee and DeSoto and Hardee counties. I'll show you more on that and zoom in a little bit closer to see some of the neighborhoods. But in general, we're looking at somewhere around 3 inches to 4 inches as we go into Highlands County, and then into southern Polk County, we still have those higher totals so far here with this event, but you've got all that rain that's going to be headed in your direction that's much heavier coming south of I-4. And then to the north here, we're looking pretty good. As you look around Citrus County, Hernando, Pasco, we're not seeing rainfall amounts at this point that would be very troublesome and certainly lower than a typical summertime thunderstorm. And we are starting to see some rainfall totals in Hillsborough, southern Hillsborough County as well, that are starting to get in that 3 to 5 inch range. But again, the highest totals are still here to the south. We've seen 17.5 inches in the southern part of Sarasota County, and then we've got another couple of areas where we've got well over a foot as you go a little farther inland and closer to the Manatee County border here. And as we continue off, you can see it's we're getting at least 6 to 8 inches of rain in this area where you see the yellow. And then on the edges, that's where we're seeing about 6 to 7 as well. So again, as we continue through and watch that rain move across that area, we still have some very heavy downpours here behind it, and then some light to moderate rain that will continue for quite some time. So the rain is certainly not over in that area, but to the north, conditions are not really going to get worse than this. We are going to see rain continue in this area, but we're not necessarily going to see those heavy rain totals stacking up in our northern counties. So although the weather is going to be unpleasant and not really great for getting around town at this point, but you're getting the lower amounts of rain totals here. Now, once we get into Hillsborough and Pinellas counties, really it's south of I-4 where we're going to continue to see the heaviest rain. And we will get some heavier pockets that roll through from time to time in those outer rain bands that come through northern Hillsborough and northern Pinellas counties. But for the most part, the heavier totals will remain south of I-4. And the same here as we're looking into Lakeland and Lake Wales. That's where we're going to see some of those heavier totals and the stronger bands rotating through over the next several hours. So as we look at those rainfall rates, the rate at which the rain is coming down, at this point, we've had some downpours around Lake Wales that have been coming down around 2 3/4 of an inch per hour. Much lighter, though, once you go toward the I-4 corridor and back across I-4 and into Hillsborough County. Again, pretty reasonable intensity of rain. But it's when you see these really dark orange colors that we're getting inland around Manatee County. And we've got a couple of those about to move on shore in Bradenton. Remember, this is going to be that counterclockwise circulation. So what we're seeing is somewhere in the half-inch range for the most part. And then farther to the south in Sarasota County, we still have a couple of these pockets where we've got those really bright red tones, which is coming down at a rate of over 1 1/4 inches per hour. So that's still a significant amount of rain when you factor in that it will be sticking around for at least another hour. And then looking inland, we've got this large area here in red from Wauchula down south to around Arcadia. Did I just lose my numbers? And we have some that's coming in at a rate of over 2 to 3 inches per hour in those pockets. So again, we look at the wide look here, and you can tell that we are going to see more of this rain rotating through. Most of the heaviest rain, though, is going to be stacked right there on the northern part of this circulation. And with that movement straight across the state, it really brings it right along the I-4 corridor and out toward Orlando, and then off into the Daytona Beach area based on the path. As we look at the winds across the area right now, we're still seeing current wind speeds in that same area that are sustained in the 50 to 60 mile per hour range. So again, we'll watch those winds continue to shift off to the north and east along with the path of the storm. And a wider look here at the state, the wind speeds, the sustained winds have started to come down around Naples and certainly into the Keys. So we are seeing improvement to the south as this is weakening and trying to move off to the northeast. Right now, moving at 8 miles per hour. So that's not a real impressive forward motion, but either way, it is certainly making progress across the state, and we'll continue to watch it weaken. So Cape Coral wind gusts so far, 140 mile per hour gusts. So this is what's been reported. And you can see Sarasota had a wind gust at 86, but those winds have come down some. Ruskin has had a report of 85 mile per hour winds, St. Pete 77, Tampa 75, and around Sarasota Bay 106. Tampa had another wind gust a little earlier at 69 miles per hour, Venice 80, and St. Pete around 64. Then we've got Bradenton Beach. These rainfall totals, again, we're looking at the 2 to 3.5 inch range here in most cases, but you saw the most extreme are in Manatee and Sarasota County. So if you're wondering when is this all going to come to an end, we are watching the futurecast here, and at 8 o'clock on Thursday morning, we really start to notice drier conditions along the coast. So that's pretty much from Hillsborough County, Pinellas County on south. We're drying out at that point, but you'll still have a little rainfall possibly lingering in Citrus and Hernando and inland Pasco counties. By noon, we're looking all dry with the exception of eastern Polk County. And then after that, that system continues to lift out of our area, and from 4 o'clock on tomorrow afternoon, we are going to see some cloud cover. We could get a couple of brief light showers, but other than that, the heavy rain associated with this system will be out of the area. So when it comes to the winds, when will we see the last of these tropical storm force winds headed out? It looks like it's going to continue right through Thursday night into early Friday morning. So by the time you wake up Friday, it's going to seem like another normal day out there. We're not going to see those strong winds. And again, some of these areas are going to watch those winds come down much faster than that. But that, I would say, would be the latest is overnight Thursday night that you would still have any gusty winds out there. So again, as we're looking at that 7-day forecast, we are seeing the worst of it right now in a lot of places, and we will continue to see improving conditions from south to north as this system continues to move off to the north and east. Yeah.
They had extended that extreme wind warning until 9:30, and it now includes Polk County, okay?
Yep.
So Polk County is included in that.
So it showed up on my map now.
It's very small, though. It's just the southern tip, right?
Yep, right there.
Yeah, and then that's the tornado watch off to the east. So
Right.
we'll
So it's
continue to
just
check it out,
Yep.
and we'll be back with it in a couple of minutes.
All right. Thanks, Shay and Dennis. And I first want to welcome back our Lauren St. Germain. She has been here for over 12 hours, so thank you for, being a team player and letting Jameson take a little bit of a break.
A little throat break.
But I appreciate you sticking it out. She's a team player. We want to go out now to our next reporter who's still live in the field.
Yeah, our Eric Waxler, he's on the Hudson Beach area in Pasco County. Eric's been out there for hours as well. He was out there earlier with the reverse surge. So Eric, what are you seeing now?
Well, I'll tell you what, the weather in just the last few minutes has really turned. It's been relatively calm here most of the afternoon, but now we are starting to see some of the more extreme wind and rain. And you're looking out, and we can really see, looking out to the Gulf of Mexico here at Hudson Beach, you see the band, one of the outer bands. Pasco County expected to get tropical storm force winds as the night goes on, but a lot of people have been out here all day really to take pictures and take a look at this, because this again is normally water, and this is high tide here. So just like we see in Tampa Bay, we are seeing the reverse surge, and that's about 40 feet where there's no water at all, where the water has receded into the Gulf. Again, this is high tide we're looking at right now. So a lot of people have been out here. The sheriff's office is back out here right now telling everybody to go home, that they shouldn't be out here right now. But we did find Pasco County Commissioner Jack Mariano, who lives in this area, and we'll talk to you first as a resident. You've lived in this area for 27 years, you said. This is a little bit unusual for sure.
I've never seen it before. I didn't get a chance to see Irma, which might have been close to it, but this is a big phenomenon, having the water go out this far.
What kind of relief are you feeling, though, knowing while we feel for those in the southern part of the state, in the Fort Myers area, that the storm doesn't appear that it will hit Pasco County and these counties as hard as it might have earlier?
Well, I feel real bad that it's going to go and affect anybody whatsoever, but for our residents here, if it came this way and the storm surge of 9 to 12 feet, it would have been devastating for up and down the coast. Our citizens are breathing a lot easier. We probably delivered, my assistants and I, about 450 sandbags the past couple of days, and I'm happy to say that most of them won't even get used.
And do you feel like people have heeded the warnings, though, especially west of US 19 as far as evacuating, because there's so many areas where we've seen extreme flooding in the past?
Yes, a lot of our neighborhoods, they've cleared out, which is good. We made it mandatory, but didn't enforce it, but a lot of people took heed. And for everybody right now, if you haven't, please take heed. This is a very serious hurricane. No matter where you are, you need to protect yourself.
How about in the hours to come tomorrow, as we assess what kind of damage is left behind? What does the county have in store?
Tomorrow's going to be kind of a wait and see what happens with the storm. Friday will be more of the cleanup day. That's when we'll go out there and go. But for tomorrow, from right now until Friday, I think everyone should stay in the house, stay protected, stay safe, protect your family.
Okay, Pasco County Commissioner Jack Mariano. We're one of the few left out here at Hudson Beach. Again, there were dozens of people that came to get a look at this phenomenon of the reverse surge, but now everybody is heading home as this weather starts to get a little more serious out here. But for now, live in Pasco County, I'm Eric Waxler, ABC Action News.
All right, Eric, thank you. And now we want to go out to Sarasota County, where our Mary O'Connell has been standing by covering the weather out there. I imagine the wind and the rain picking up there quickly. Mary?
Wendy, I would have loved to tell you since our last update, maybe an hour ago, that things have gotten better here, but honestly, things have stayed quite the same. The wind has just not let up at all, as you can see. It's pretty gusty out here, neither has this rain. It is pouring, and this wind is just blowing it around everywhere. I know it's a lot darker from when I last gave you an update, but I'll step out and maybe you can see in the trees behind here and the contrast with the light, just how much rain and wind we're dealing with here. I mean, these trees, we've been here at this shelter. This is an emergency shelter here in Sarasota County, Fruitville Elementary School. These trees, they were full of branches earlier today. I know it's dark out and hard to see, but man, there are no branches left on these trees. They've just been ripped off from these winds. At one point, we had an extreme wind advisory, and we know that because these winds are sustained over 45 miles an hour, emergency vehicles cannot be on the road right now. So one of the big points from county officials earlier tonight was that this storm is not over yet, and that people really need to stay sheltered in place until they get the all clear that it's safe enough to be outside and keep those roads clear, just stay inside. I know we've seen a couple people leave this shelter. There are about 330 people that are hunkering down here at this shelter here, including 60-some pets. But we have seen a couple people leave, and obviously it's getting dark out. These winds are not letting up, so the message from county officials is to stay indoors. Because we also don't know at this point about the power situation, at least at this shelter. We know Sarasota County as a whole is dealing with mass power outages. We've dealt with flickering lights on and off here. We don't have a generator at this shelter, so once the power is gone, it's gone until officials are able to get that back up. So we're continuing to monitor the conditions here from Sarasota County from this shelter here, and we will be here all night. Right now, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Mary, thank you. And you mentioned about the power. 1.3 million folks still without power in the state of Florida. Sarasota in particular, 232,000 people without any electricity. Pinellas has 142,000 without power, 90,000 without power in Manatee. So again, if you are listening to us on the radio or possibly on our app, you are not alone. A lot of folks don't have electricity, but the most important thing is to stay safe, stay indoors, especially with those down power lines.
And I really think the message is here, if you are one of the lucky ones who does have power, charge everything you can right now and make sure you're prepared, because we've got a long night ahead of us, unfortunately, in most of the Bay Area.
That's so true.
And we do want to go to our Paul Lagrone now. He is in Lakeland. He was getting whipped around earlier. I got a text saying, your anchor who's out there, tell him to be careful.
Yeah, and he said earlier, there he is, and he said, Dennis, I think it's going to get worse. And Dennis said, yes, it is. And it looks like, indeed, it has gotten worse. Those winds are even stronger now than they were the last time we checked in with you, Paul.
Yeah, it's raining sheets, and it's coming off the street at this point. And so the rain is really coming from every direction, from literally water's blowing off the street, hitting me in the face. And then it's raining from above, obviously. Lake Mirror in the background here, guys, and I can tell you, I mean, it almost looks like Tampa Bay on a choppy day on Lake Mirror right now. The water, even in the darkness here, I can see the light that's still working. You can see how choppy it is out there, and of course the waterfalls are blowing all over the place. So wind is definitely starting to pick up. It comes and goes in these waves. There goes the hat. So you got to be ready for it when it happens. The power is still on, at least in the city grid. So the lights have been flickering on and off. That's kind of impressive that the power is still on, but I know in other parts in Polk County that is very much not the case at all, and my family can attest to that. It's been on and off. I think they're on a generator now, but the street lights are working, and you know, surprisingly enough, people are still, even at this hour, I've seen people drive through, I guess getting cruising around to see what's what. I would not want to drive in this kind of weather, because see, it gets calm like this. I say relatively calm. This is calm right now, and then boom, here we go, another gust. So it's these gusts. I haven't measured it of late, guys. I'm going to put a number on it. I'm ballparking it right now. I'm going to walk back 60 miles an hour, I would say, maybe 60 plus. The water's starting to pond up a little bit on the streets here, but the drainage is pretty good. I mean, obviously they've got the benefit of a pretty good system here in the city, but people are inside and they've come from all parts, and they're riding it out here in the hotel. We had a little bit of excitement earlier. The fire department showed up here because there was a smell of smoke. It ended up being nothing. It was just an electrical thing. But I can tell you, people, you want to talk about, you know, the human element of this. People from all different kind of situations. There are elderly folks here that are, you know, they need each other to take care of each other. They're on. You know, there's people that have needs that are in this hotel here. There's a young mother with a young baby that I was talking to as she was trying to get down the stairs. So all different kind of situations from all different parts of our area. And I got to tell you, you know, what's interesting in these situations, how total strangers communicate with each other. And I've seen that in there today, throughout the day, how they've been nothing but nice, nothing but caring. And I'm sure, you know, they've kind of made temporary friends as they make it through this one bad night together. So that's the story here in Polk County, guys. It's going to get worse. And you know, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock through midnight, that's what we're kind of expecting. And then after midnight, you know, fingers crossed we get out of this thing and it's not too bad. But right now I'm thinking about those folks in the mobile homes that maybe decided to stay. And I'm thinking about people in shelters that aren't as secure as these buildings in downtown Lakeland or along the Peace River Basin where there's probably flooding. So thoughts are with them. And, you know, this is Mother Nature on full display here. Ian has arrived.
Yes, Paul,
We'll
and you are right.
You.
Yeah.
Any questions? I can hear you.
Yeah, and those winds, in fact, are so strong. The National Weather Service has issued an extreme wind warning for not just Polk County, where Paul was, but also for DeSoto, Hardee, and Highlands County. All of them are now under an extreme wind warning. And as we saw, Paul's winds, you know, certainly hurricane force winds, and will continue to intensify. So please stay indoors if you're in any of those counties, because as we talked about the flying debris, so many things can go wrong if you go out into the elements. So please stay inside and stay safe. We also just got an update from Sarasota County. Their school districts, the public schools, will be closed through Friday. I believe Pinellas County and Hillsborough County also will remain closed through Friday. I don't believe we heard from Polk County schools just yet, but of course we'll check on that and some of our other public school systems to see. But I believe, if it makes sense, probably all of them should be closed this week until they can assess the damage.
Honestly, because they have to, you know, all the emergency crews have to get out. They have to take care of everything before, I mean, you even think about getting buses back on the road.
Right, and so many folks are in shelters in those schools.
Which is a whole nother issue to contend with.
100%, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. We now want to go to our Robert Boyd. He is in the Tampa Bay area. He is right on our porch, really. So you can see Ray J in the background, really giving you a picture of what we're seeing in the Tampa area. Robert, what's it like out there?
Well, Wendy and Lauren, I've been reporting from this second-story balcony overlooking Raymond James Stadium throughout the day, since really about 8 a.m. this morning. And I got to tell you, this is by far the worst conditions I have seen. The wind has really picked up here. I talked to one of our meteorologists, and he said close to 75 miles per hour. That's hurricane gusts. And we are looking at trees and stop signs, and it'll stop for a little bit, as far as like it'll just be a regular stop sign, and then all of a sudden the gust will pick up and you'll see an actual stop sign, road signs kind of bend back and forth like they're almost about to fall over. So you have to take this wind very serious. And then on top of that, the rain is really coming down, and I feel it's coming from all directions because the wind is so strong. We're going to pan out over here, and you can also see Hines Avenue right here behind me. The water just being blown right down the street. So definitely not safe to drive in. Definitely, if you don't have to drive, please do not go on the roadway driveways tonight. It's nothing but dangerous. And also, this is just the rain being pushed down the street. We know there's flooding places, and we've already heard that there's trees down in a lot of areas. And I got to mention at least Raymond James Stadium, the Bucks, because I'm standing right here looking at it. Now, there's supposed to be a game this Sunday against the Chiefs, a big football game. And we just saw some flashing lights over there. That might be police cars. I'm not sure what that is. But as for the Bucks game, that I wouldn't say it's in jeopardy. There's still probably a good chance they play here. However, the NFL has already put in contingency plans just in case they can't play. So even the NFL is looking at this storm very, very seriously. And once again, be very careful out there. The one good thing I can say right now about the roads, hardly any cars driving by in the last half an hour or so. So that's good news. Hopefully people are watching us and saying, you know what, let's not go anywhere. Let's stay home. So please be safe and shelter with your families. Back to you, Wendy and Lauren.
Yeah, definitely. They're heeding the warning to stay indoors. And getting back to that Bucks game, we did hear earlier that the NFL had announced that if they can't play at Raymond James, that they have already decided they'll play in Minneapolis. And the Bucks, of course, have been practicing all week long in Miami, so they're still getting in their practices. They haven't.
Don't you worry.
Yeah, they're not off the hook on getting ready for the game. We also want to talk about Polk County schools. You found that.
Yeah, so Polk County schools are going to be closed on Friday. We wanted to update you on that because we were talking about school closures before, so it seems like most of our schools are.
Yeah, Pinellas, Hillsborough, Pasco, Sarasota, and Polk as well. So all the kids, you're off the rest of the week. So just stay safe. We now want to go down to down south, Sarasota, Bradenton area. Adam Walser has been covering the storm out there. Adam, I know you've been hit with a lot of pretty intense winds. It looks like it's subtle, a little much more less intense as we've seen you the last couple of hours.
Well, we're covered up right now under an awning for about the first time all day, but if you're out here last night, you would think this was pretty bad, but if you're out here about 4 or 5 hours ago, it's looking a lot better. You can see there's still some lights. It looks like Christmas time there, really. They've got all those lights there in downtown Bradenton. So there are still some businesses on the left-hand side still have lights. We're seeing a tower with the lights flicking on and off. Even a few of the boats have people on them right now. We saw a couple of TV sets. They're sitting here watching the coverage as we're telling them about the storm that's right at their door. But luckily, we didn't have that storm surge that they were predicting 24 hours ago. We didn't have a lot of the things, but we have had quite a bit of rain, quite a bit of water. I can only imagine how much rain has fallen because it's been really going since we got up this morning, and it hasn't stopped yet. But the wind is starting to die down and change direction a little bit. It's not nearly as intense as it was a little while ago, but you can still hear the howling. You can hear some of these masts clinking around on the boats. But all in all, starting to get a lot better here in Bradenton, guys.
All right. Thank you, Adam. And we want to get now to Polk County because that's where our Rebecca Petit is. And I remember sitting at my desk watching her last live shot, and it looked like conditions were definitely getting worse out there. And we just saw Paul and Lakeland as well. So definitely a good image that she can bring to us. Rebecca, what are you seeing right now?
The winds are picking up. They're getting stronger and stronger. I'm barely able to keep my balance while I'm out here, and the rain is pretty much slapping me right now. It's hitting so hard. And there have been reports of power outages. I'm just off of US Highway 98. None of the traffic lights are on, but we do see the street lights on right now. The wind, like I said, is picking up. You see the traffic signs just blowing in the wind, trees swaying back and forth. Now, the conditions will continue to deteriorate. At this point, if you haven't evacuated, the best advice is to stay home and ride out the storm. Seek shelter indoors because it's only going to get worse. Emergency management says there are 20 shelters here in Polk County. They are not at capacity just yet, but the hotel I'm staying at right now, they tell me every room has been booked with people who have evacuated. As conditions continue to change, I'll keep you updated here in North Lakeland. Live in North Lakeland, Rebecca Petit, ABC Action News.
All right, Rebecca, thank you. And staying in Polk County, we want to talk about, so many folks from the Bay Area went to Orlando in particular because we thought it was safe, right? 24, 48 hours ago, this storm was coming really into the Bay Area. We were ground zero. And then over the last 24 to 48 hours, it shifted further and further and further south. But as so many folks made reservations in Orlando and said it's a great time. We'll have the kids there, and we won't be hit by the storm. But guess
it's
what?
important, though, not to second guess yourself, because
Of
you still have
course.
those mandatory evacuation zones. You evacuated to a place where, we're all just kind of riding out this storm together.
Yeah, and this path was literally exactly what Charlie did. As Dennis has said, it's Charlie, 2.0 on steroids, right? So we took our Katie Lagrone out of Tampa and put her in Orlando, and she's been covering the storm out there. Katie, what's it like now?
Yeah, guys, it's definitely starting to pick up. We're going through that sort of periodic, times where there's a lot of rain and then it stops, and then a lot of wind and then it stops. But you mentioned about people in Tampa moving up to Orlando, right, just to ride out the storm. Well, literally about 30 minutes ago, as we were walking outside of our hotel room, I met a woman from Tampa. She was in the lobby with her dog. I said, "Where are you coming from?" She said, "Tampa." I said, "Oh, really? What was your story?" In her case, she lives in downtown Tampa. Her elevator in their condo was being shut off, and so she and her boyfriend and their dog went ahead and packed up the car and made their way up to Orlando. I said, "Well, do you feel like you've escaped the storm?" And she said, "Yeah, it does feel a little better up here." But as you can see out here, things are starting to worsen a bit. Not that bad right now. Here in Central Florida, this is an overnight into tomorrow type of storm. So that's the big issue. That's what we're waiting for. We're obviously, north of you guys in Tampa, and so things are starting to get a little heftier out here all day today. If you've seen, some of my coverage earlier, it took a while for people to get inside, guys. I mean, we had people outside walking their dogs, exercising. There were a lot of cars all day on the roads here in Orlando, but finally you can see clearly that the roads are pretty desolate. The big story here out of Central Florida, what they are watching and what they are really, really concerned about, guys, is that rain and flooding. I mean, we are talking about potentially historic flooding that could occur in Central Florida, specifically the Orlando area. They're looking at possibly 2 feet, which would be unprecedented. There's also a lot of concern, just as we've seen really across the Gulf Coast, just toppled over trees. We know the mayor, during a press conference earlier today, he said that there are already some power outages across Orange County, but really the big issue on everybody's mind here in Central Florida is that flooding from that rain, and what's it going to look like, and what is it going to do to, not just everything here in terms of trees and just, the ability to sort of move on once Ian moves out, which is expected not for, this is another 24 hours that we're going to be, dealing with this up here in Central Florida, guys.
All right. Thank you, Katie, for that report. And we just want to mention, if you've lost power, or maybe you're on our app and your phone is about to die, like so many folks, or computers, we charge them and then all of a sudden they're not charged anymore. We want to mention that we have 6 local radio stations that we've been simulcasting all this time, and I just want to put them out there in case you can get into your car, at least start your car, make sure your garage door's up. That's a very good safety reminder.
Yes.
But the partners that we have, 99.5 WQYK, we're simulcasting on 98.7 The Shark, 92.5 Maxima, Q105, Wild 94.1, and Talk 1010 AM. So again, you see them on your screen there. If you're listening to us, all those radio partners are simulcasting as we speak, and will continue until this Hurricane Ian is out of our state and we are no longer broadcasting continuous coverage.
And if you still have power at this point, I definitely want you to download the ABC Action News app. You can actually open up your phone right now. I'm sure everyone's phone is in your hand. Open up the camera and scan this QR code, because it's going to connect you to our apps in the App Store and on Google Play. There you'll be able to find the interactive radar, and you'll be able to watch us live 24/7. So if you have this on your phone or tablet and your power does go out, you'll be able to watch our newscast and, just be able to keep up with all the latest information, as well as the track and any emergency orders. A really good thing to do right now if you can.
Absolutely. We now want to go to Pasco County. Our Eric Waxler has been in Hudson Beach riding out the storm there. I know he's been experiencing some pretty strong winds the last time we checked in with him. Eric, how is it now?
Yeah, Wendy, it is still going strong here at Hudson Beach in Pasco County. And while there was a major sense of relief with the path Hurricane Ian took, things are not totally clear up here, and people don't feel they are out of the woods just yet. There are expected to be tropical storm force winds throughout the night, and those winds are picking up right now. We've felt them coming through here right now. And take a look here. This, as I mentioned, is Hudson Beach, where there is normally water there, and this is still high tide here. I'm told the water is normally right up to the wall, sometimes even going over the wall during a normal high tide, and you see there is nothing but rocks there. In fact, it goes about 40 feet before you start seeing any water. It's hard to see now, but that is straight to the Gulf of Mexico, so you are seeing that reverse surge, just like in Tampa Bay. It is happening here, and throughout the afternoon, dozens and dozens of people came out here. They were walking out there, taking pictures, really marveling at the sight. But the sheriff's office is out here now telling people to go home, that they should not be out here any longer, although I do see some people right out there taking pictures. And I don't know what they could see at this point because it is black out here, but people in Pasco County prepared for this storm, expecting the worst. We are west of US 19, where there have been so many flooding issues over the years, and people are still worried about what might happen, even though it appears that the storm surge is not going to have a major effect here. But things are expected to get worse here as the night goes on and we get later on into the evening. But for now, live in Pasco County, Eric Waxler, ABC Action News.
Eric, thank you. And we do want to get on over to Dennis now because we have a lot of changes that are happening while we're getting all these live shots in.
Yeah, we have a flash flood emergency for the area. It's right there, the area in red. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to actually go ahead and just stop this from moving. And this area right here, and let's see, let's describe it as, Shay, how would you describe that geographically? I want to do that for the folks who are listening and not watching. So go ahead and give us an update on exactly where and the exact verbiage of the warning, because I think it's worth sharing. It's until 10:45 for Charlotte, DeSoto, Hardy, Highlands, Manatee, and Sarasota. And when you see threat catastrophic, I mean, those are the words that obviously will get your attention. So Shay, what exactly are they saying from the Weather Service on that?
Is that it's southern Sarasota County, so where I-75 starts to turn to the east. It's all of that area and the southern part of of Manatee County, and then on into the northwestern part of Hardy County. So what they're saying is that this flash flood warning is associated with Hurricane Ivan, of course. Between 12 and 19 inches of rain have fallen. An additional amount of 3 to 8 are possible in the warned area through 10:45 tonight. Flash flooding is ongoing. This is a flash flood emergency, and they are saying this is a particularly dangerous situation to seek higher ground now. It's the hazard is life-threatening flash flooding. Mm-hmm. Heavy rain due to Hurricane Ian is producing flash flooding.
So they will have had 2 feet of rain in this area. So again, highlighting the red area, Shay kind of described exactly where it is. And I have no doubt what's happening. The reason that this advisory was issued is because there are probably cars underwater and there are probably serious rises. This isn't necessarily, and be very clear, this isn't because of surge. This isn't water being pushed. This is just rainfall. And probably what's going on here is in this area, there is an onshore flow now, all right? In other words, the winds are blowing in, okay? So when you get all of this rain, it cannot drain. And that's what concerns me down the road about some other areas. But this was that worst case scenario that we had talked about for the last couple of days, that when you get an onshore flow, that doesn't just create surge, it also means that all of the rain that falls cannot drain into the Gulf. So it floods, and floods significantly, especially when you have this much rain. So the area from Port Charlotte north to, say, the Manatee, Hardy, DeSoto area, county lines, that little tri-state area or tri-county area right there, extending back into Sarasota County. So again, it's kind of challenging to describe this on a radio, which is why I hoped desperately that you downloaded our app so you could see it, because this is the exact reason why it's so important. Because when we have something like this, where people are being flooded out of their homes, and that can happen with this kind of a situation, When the Weather Service throws out the word catastrophic, that will get your attention. And then you still have the extreme wind advisories, extreme wind warnings going on for Hardy, DeSoto, in through Charlotte, and also in through most of Highlands County now. It does include Sebring. It does include Lake Placid. And that's for a couple of hours because the eye of the storm continues to move off to the east and drift to the north at the same time. So there's a little sliver of southern Polk County as well. But the bulk of the issues right here is right around what was or is still left of the eye of Ian. I mean, that's what it is. Along that left eye wall, that's where the heaviest rain has been falling for hours now, and it continues to heavily fall. So we have that flash flood warning. Still looking at the extreme wind advisories as well for those areas. And for the rest of our viewing area, again, we are still looking at extremely heavy rains from Hillsborough County, from Polk County, and it's all rotating back to the southwest. That is what you would expect for the next several hours. So there will be other areas. Now, remember, these areas, the winds are still offshore, okay? Because wherever the center or the eye of the storm is, north of that, the winds blow offshore. South of it, the winds blow onshore. So those onshore winds make it impossible for the water to drain in the Gulf, and you get significant flooding. But from Fort Meade, well, pretty much all of Polk County, all of Hillsborough County, and maybe the southern half of Pinellas County, not so much from Clearwater to Tarpon Springs, although eventually this will all rotate back. But I really believe if you live in maybe northern Pinellas, most of Pasco, Citrus, and Hernando, it's just not going to be nearly the event for you that it will be for areas central and south. But that's not to say you're not going to get winds gusting from 60 to 70 miles an hour. You will. You're just not going to get quite the rainfall, the monumental rainfall totals that these areas are showing. I mean, again, extreme wind warning, flash flood warning, and it's called a flash flood emergency. We got an advisory on that as well. And then you see all of the heavy rains from Polk County, Hillsborough County, Manatee County, Sarasota, and in the Bay. The one thing we are not seeing are tornado warnings. Because remember, tornadoes develop east of the center of circulation, which is down there. So most of the tornado concerns would be over on the East Coast, which is one good thing. And that's where those tornado watches are in effect. So we'll continue to track this. Flood warning remains in effect. Well, the flash flood warning remains in effect until 9 o'clock. I believe the other one was in effect maybe even longer than that. And the extreme wind warnings also continue. Winds are now down to 115. So there's some more good news. The storm is doing what it's supposed to in terms of weakening over land. And at that rate, the Hurricane Center believes it will be Category 1 by 2 a.m. and it will be a tropical storm, downgraded to a tropical storm by 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, maybe even sooner than that. My experience kind of tells me that usually these fizzle a little faster than what the Hurricane Center is showing. Let's hope that is the case this go around. But at the end of the day, through this evening, through the overnight, you're going to continue to have a lot of winds gusting between 60 and 70 miles an hour. The rainfall will be ridiculously high, and that is why that flooding continues. There's where the center of the storm is right now. It is in eastern, well, probably I would say eastern or northeastern Sarasota County as it continues to move, or that's where the forecast track is going to be by later on. With hurricane warnings remaining in effect, it'll be interesting to see if that continues after the 11 o'clock advisory for places like Pinellas County. And one last thing, the surge is still an issue. We knew we would get through high tide today because the winds were all offshore. There was never a doubt in my mind. There's no way you're going to flood and have surge if you have an offshore flow. And matter of fact, it was the opposite. The waters were in some cases 8 to 10 feet below normal. They were dry in many cases. But when the center of the storm passes the east-west line of Tampa Bay, the bay itself, then at that point the winds will start to change. And it doesn't happen instantly. It takes a while, several hours. The winds will start to change. So if by 2 a.m. it's past the latitude of Tampa Bay, again, the bay itself or the Hillsborough Bay, and then it starts to lift more north, the winds will come around. And by that 4 or 4:30 high tide, there's the chance of a surge. It's not going to be anything close to what they're seeing in Fort Myers. And I tell you, when we share the video that's coming out of Fort Myers, you will not believe it. I mean, to me, it brings back memories of Katrina, when water comes in and people are on their roofs because the houses are underwater. That is what's happened and happening in Fort Myers right now. We were so incredibly fortunate in the Bay Area. It's so challenging and difficult. It's a fine line because you're devastated for the folks down south, but at the same time, we all know there's a lot of sigh of relief in our area that we did not see the kind of damage that they're experiencing down south. And while we still have flooding right now, it is not a surge flood. It is a rainfall flood with, as Shay said, another 3 to 6 inches of rain expected before this begins to wind down later on tonight. Guys?
With you in just a bit. We now want to go to some video and pictures that folks around the Bay Area have been sending into our news station. First, I think it's in Venice, and we're going to show the Venice.
Yeah,
Yes.
This is actually from, you can see downtown Venice, and this is taken from a surveillance camera. This is obviously a few hours old because this is in the daylight, and you can see the wind and rain just tear through the area. Again, this is the downtown Venice area. And I want to start to show you video from Fort Myers, because what we're starting to see on social is just, like Dennis just said, absolutely devastating. This right here is a shot off a balcony. And if you look closely, you can see that the water is up to the roofs of those houses and those buildings if you look down. That is just, oh my gosh.
And the wind is really whipping, as you can see. Again, this was earlier, but the video shot by Lonnie Architects, again, down in Fort Myers, the water near their roof lines. And we were showing, even earlier I saw online a couple of second, third story balconies of condos also where the water was up to their balcony, which is really unbelievable. Just the devastation, so much underwater there. And as Hurricane Ian rages, the Bradenton Police Department has been quite busy. This again earlier today, posting on their Facebook page this video, trying to clean up after a tree came down at 50th Street West and Cortez Road West. Officers chained that tree, as you can see, to one of their vehicles and then pulled it out of the way so they could clear that street there. So they've been busy even in the middle of this storm. The department also posting dash cam video, and it warns officers finding trees and power lines down all over the area, they say, with winds whipping around. Again, reiterating, folks, please stay inside. Do not drive through water. Never approach a down power line. And especially when you're driving at night, you can't see how deep the flood is. I did it myself on Bayshore Boulevard 2 years ago with Ada, and I lost my car. I had to be rescued through the window because I just had no idea how deep the water was, because when it floods and there are no lights on the street, you just can't tell. So again, we want to remind you, stay indoors. Do not drive on the streets. Wait until the sun comes up, and I would even wait probably till it's clear and this storm is out of our state before you go outside and try to look at the damage and see what's out there.
Yeah, it's the flood and also the trees that are down too. We're even seeing trees down in Tampa already. Our Kyla McGivern was showing us a large tree earlier, and that you definitely can't see in the dark. So
Absolutely, and that was in South Tampa.
Yeah, got to be careful.
Also want to remind you to download our ABC Action News app. Grab your phone and open your camera if you still have electricity and your phone is working and your TV's working. There's our QR code. It can connect you to our apps in the App Store and on Google Play. And there you can find, again, the live interactive radar in your own neighborhood. And of course, the best part, you can watch ABC Action News and ABC Action Weather 24/7. Again, even if you lose power at your house, which probably a lot of folks already have. As we mentioned, 1.3 million people in Florida already have lost power, and that includes in all of our counties. We've had thousands and thousands of outages, and I know folks waiting for the power to come back on, but as we've heard, they're not going to go out there until winds are below 45 miles per hour, and of course we have several hours before that's going to happen. So really hunker down and stay safe.
And they're ready. We've seen the trucks ready, but it's just going to take some time. And I know it kind of sounds like we're a broken record here, but this is super important, especially when your power goes out, when it's likely to happen. We want to make sure you can get that up-to-date information as we are bringing it to you, whether it's on the track or emergency orders. So we partnered with these 6 local radio stations. They're right here on your screen. They simulcast our coverage so you can hear us using a battery-powered radio if your power goes out. So our radio partners are 99.5 QYK, 98.7 The Shark, 92.5 Maxima, Q105, Wild 94.1, and Talk 1010 AM.
And I think we're going to go to our Anthony Hill, who has filed this report earlier today. He was in Ellington and took a look at the damage in that area. Take a look.
And a good evening to you guys, this time from Ellington. We moved our location from Apollo Beach to Ellington because we felt like the conditions next to the water were no longer safe. Ellington is in the Bradenton Palmetto region. It's about 30 minutes from where we were before in Apollo Beach. And what we can say is that on the way here, on the highway, we saw virtually no cars out. And that's a good thing, no doubt about it. That means that people are heeding to what emergency management is saying, which is to stay home because it's not safe out here. And to be honest with you, we saw, as we've been reporting before, we were expecting a lot of downed trees, and that's exactly what we saw on our way down here, specifically trees coming down on power lines, starting what looked to be like the beginning of an electrical fire. We saw several of those cases. Upon getting to Ellington, we went to a neighborhood here, a trailer park specifically, and we noticed that some people's homes, their roofs were like coming off and were disfigured. A true testament to how strong these winds are as Hurricane Ian makes its way from Southwest Florida into our region. Again, out here, I don't have to tell you much. I think you can see how windy it is and how rainy it is. And we expect for it to be like this into tonight and tomorrow morning. So again, remember to stay inside and stay safe. For now, I'm reporting in Ellington. Anthony Hill, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thank you, Anthony. And now we want to go to Sarasota County Shelter, where our Mary O'Connell is.
That's right. Mary O'Connell standing by live with the latest conditions. Mary, we've been checking in on you throughout the last several hours. You've had some pretty strong hurricane force winds out there. How is it now?
Yeah, I don't know if you just saw that. It actually felt like it might have been letting up a little bit, but we just had a huge gust right there. So a note to everyone here in Sarasota County, this storm is not over yet. It may, you know, the rain at least may be letting up a little bit, but you can still see it in the light blowing sideways. And that wind, it is crazy. It is relentless. It hasn't stopped at all. I'll step out. It is really dark right now, but you may still be able to see. I mean, this is much of what we've seen all day for probably the last 5 hours or so, and it hasn't really changed all that much. So the folks here at this shelter at Fruitville Elementary School, they are hunkering down. They are here for the long haul, though I will say, in the last hour, we have seen some people decide to leave the shelter and go home, which, you know, probably wouldn't be the best idea, especially since it is really dark out. And as we've seen across Sarasota County, there are mass power outages right now. We've even had the lights here at the shelter flicker on and off. They're still holding strong, so we still have power. But we are seeing some folks decide to go home and, you know, venture out on the streets. You don't know what you're going to see out there, and it is really dark. And these conditions, they have not let up yet here in Sarasota County, but for the most part, people are staying, they're hunkering down. We're hunkering down with them. We will be here all night. Back to you.
All right, Mary, thank you. We now want to go to Polk County, where our Paul Lagrone has been really fighting the high winds in that area for some time. He's been there for a couple hours now, and he checked in with Dennis, and he said, Dennis, I think it's going to get worse. And sure enough, Dennis said, oh, yes, it is. And it has gotten worse out there in Lakeland.
Yeah, Paul's live for us in Lakeland. He was in Clearwater last night. He's really kind of touring the area. And Paul, you went to Lakeland because we expected this as of yesterday.
Yeah, we did, and it's delivered. Ian is making his presence felt here, and it sort of comes and goes. Right now, this is calm. This is as calm as it gets. And I'm sure in 5 seconds, it's going to go, you know, whoosh. So during my last hit, or right after, this tree behind me, this limb kind of snapped and went down. And then on the other side of Lake Mirror, which is right behind me, we heard a loud pop and a flash, and of course that's a transformer that exploded. Here we go with the wind again. And so it's dark on the other side of Lake Mirror. Those folks lost power on the other side there here in downtown Lakeland. I'm off of Massachusetts Avenue, and the water, you know, the one thing about Lakeland when it comes to the drainage, at least in the city, that's good is that there are hills in Lakeland, and the water's got a place to go, and there's pretty good drainage here, but the water's coming up off the streets in sheets, so it's like hitting you from all sides as the wind is blowing, and there's an extreme wind warning in effect right now for the city of Lakeland. A lot of folks are inside the hotel where we're at right now, which is the Hilton, the Terrace Hotel here. They came from all over to take shelter. And it's interesting when you see the relationships that start to build and how people, talk to each other in times like these as they all make it through what really is one bad night together here in Lakeland. And they couldn't be nicer. And I'll tell you, I was actually born in Lakeland. I grew up in Plant City, but I was actually born in Lakeland. And I tell you, the people are so nice here. People were watching us. I hesitate to call them total strangers. I guess, everyone feels like family at this point, but they saw us, and these two lovely ladies came up and said, "We saw you on TV. We baked you some, we baked you some cookies." So that tells you who you're dealing with here in Lakeland. Not only are they a hearty bunch, but they're heartfelt. And, I will say, not to preach, but, we know that we go through these things together. And my thoughts are, I lived in Fort Myers twice. I worked there. I know a lot of the people there that are dealing with this, and my thoughts are with them. And I don't mean to minimize what's happening here, but we've all seen the pictures that have started to emerge out of Southwest Florida, and it's bad. And my thoughts are with those folks, the families there. And you really come together in the days and the weeks and the months after a storm like this. That's when your help really matters, because they're going to need it for days and weeks and months to come. Right now, Lakeland, the biggest concern doesn't appear to be right here downtown. Thankfully, this is a safe spot for people to seek shelter in these good structures, these solid buildings. But the concern was always in the mobile homes and the less secure structures, the Peace River Basin, where they're expecting flooding to happen, if it hasn't already. It's picking back up. I'm trying not to yell into the mic because it's very tempting to do that when the wind picks back up. This is some of the strongest wind we've seen yet, and this is not the strongest that we're going to see. So it's a 15-round fight, and if I had to put a number on that, I'd say we're in round 10, round 11. But people here are strong. They're strong in the ways that matter. They're nice to each other, and they're good people. We've got some people that are arriving now. They just came in. Hi, guys. So the best people, and they're going to get through it. Everyone's going to get through it. But that's the situation here in Polk County. The wind's definitely a factor, probably more so right now than the rain even. But it's impressive in all the wrong ways, right? We knew what we were in for, and it's on our way. I'll toss it back to you guys. This is the physics of the storm that we're going through. These are the atmospherics right now.
Oh, yeah. We can see it. We're watching you, Paul. Stay safe out there. And one lucky thing for us here at ABC Action News is we are right across the street from Raymond James Stadium where the Bucks play. And we saw Robert Boyd getting pushed around a little bit over the last couple hours of the rain in Tampa. But now our own Sean Daly has taken over for Robert, and he is on the balcony over Tampa near Ray J. And Sean, he takes everything with ease, right? He's like, yeah, it's a little rain, a little wind.
Look at him,
no big deal.
On the corner right
smiling,
there.
No big deal.
Yeah, I'm a little sturdier than Robert Boyd, so that's good. I'm just kidding, Robert. Guys, it feels like old times. About 5 years ago, for Hurricane Irma, I was stationed on the ABC Action News parking deck with my photographer, Frank. A lot of you guys remember Frank out there. And we were out there for like 9 hours watching this weather pour in, and this feels very similar, right? Tampa's kind of feeling it right now. This is our time. You're seeing that sideways rain. The wind is cooking pretty good, but at least we're not seeing people on the streets, I mean, that's good. People are being smart. This is no time to be outside right now. Like me, don't be a Sean Daly. Stay inside. Don't be a Sean Daly. It's good life advice almost all the time. Just checking out Raymond James Stadium, so beautiful and sturdy behind us. It's hard to believe that on Sunday night, the Bucks will play the Kansas City Chiefs at 8:25, and so far the game is a go. The stadium's doing pretty well in all this rain. You see that rain right now cutting through that light. That's something else. I mean, the trees are bending, but we're hanging in there in Tampa. I know a lot of people have it a lot worse than we do. So, I guess we're fortunate here. But again, stay off the streets, be good. I'll be out here all night doing this again 5 years later. I can't believe it. But guys, I'm going to throw it back to you. We'll check it out in a little bit.
Yeah, thank you.
Hopefully it's a lot longer until we see him again.
Right, yes.
Any part of our building like that.
But he made a good point, which is, you know, in Tampa, Hillsborough County has not gotten hit like we thought we would. And so, you know, there are a lot of other areas, many of our other counties like Polk and Charlotte Lee, we've talked about, that are getting hit a lot harder, yes, than Hillsborough. And speaking of one of those counties, our Adam Walser has been knocked around quite a bit. In Sarasota County, he's near Bradenton. The storm has been moving ashore. And, you know, I have to say, though, Adam, you look much sturdier than you did a few hours ago.
Right, no longer on the sea deck, don't have those waves lapping up, and don't have that 100-mile-an-hour wind. Although this wind has been pretty steady, and the rain's been pretty steady throughout the evening. We saw a couple of green flashes over behind us, likely some transformers blowing up. You can see it's pretty dark over that way, but if you look towards downtown, you can still see some lights. Now, a few of those are hotels that are operating on generator power, but some of the lights are still on in some of the buildings, and some of the lights are on in some of these boats out here. Their owners came and sat on board and rode out the storm just to make sure everything, you know, went okay, and they didn't have any major damage to their vessels. Some of these boats out here, 50, 60, 70 feet long. Some of them have a price tag of $1 million or more. So the big fear last night was that there was going to be a huge storm surge. There were going to be a lot of problems here, and it was going to be a much closer hit to the Bradenton area. Luckily, that didn't come to pass, but Bradenton did get a whole lot of rain, a whole lot of wind, and we'll probably see a whole bunch of damage with fallen trees. We've already seen a lot of power outages here in Manatee County, and of course, it'll be tomorrow before we know exactly how much damage was done here, but it is starting to move out of the area and dissipate somewhat here tonight, guys.
All right, thank you, Adam. And we do want to do a little tour of Tampa Bay area. We're going to go to our Eric Waxler. He's in Pasco County. Eric, what are you seeing out there?
Yeah, we're here at Hudson Beach in Pasco County along the water, looking right out at the Gulf of Mexico, which of course you can't see right now because of the darkness. And we are feeling a lot of wind, some of those tropical storm level winds that Pasco is expected to get from Hurricane Ian. Not getting the hard stuff, not getting the hurricane force winds, but still something to be concerned about up here. And looking behind me, at where normally there is water, there is not. We're seeing that reverse surge here at Hudson Beach right now. In fact, as we take a look at some of the video from before the sun went down, dozens of people came out here to get a look because this is so unusual. I'm told that when Hurricane Irma came through, the same thing happened then. But I mean, you're talking about 40 feet where there is not any water. Normally the water is all the way up to the wall. And this is high tide. What you're seeing there is actually high tide here at Hudson Beach, but no water as it's receded back. In that reverse surge phenomenon that so many people find fascinating, and they've been out here and are constantly being chased off by the Pasco Sheriff's Office because this is an evacuation zone. And even though there might not be hurricane force winds here in Pasco County, there are still very strong winds. And what we saw during Hurricane Irma the day after, so many trees down that led to power outages. So there could still be a cleanup coming tomorrow in a lot of areas, and there's always concern of flooding. People don't know exactly what to expect, and that could come in the eastern part of the county as well, more towards Dade City and Zephyr Hills. So there are definitely some things to watch out for there. But basically the message here is it's time to hang at home. Don't come out here because the sheriff's office is out in force making sure that everyone goes home and stays safe through the night. And then we see what happens tomorrow when the sun comes up. Live in Pasco County and Hudson Beach, Eric Waxler, ABC Action News.
All right, Eric, thank you. And now we want to move further inland and go back to Polk County where we saw Paul, but this time in Lakeland, we've got Rebecca Petit standing by live for us. And I know the storm is continuing to head through Polk County. So Rebecca, how is it for you? Are the winds picking up?
The winds are as powerful as ever. I can barely keep my hood on, and the rain continues to pour down. It's slamming down in North Lakeland. The wind and the rain is just continuous. People here are not outside. I haven't really seen anyone walking out or driving on the roads as conditions continue to worsen. People have taken shelter. They have evacuated to higher ground if they do live in flood-prone areas. This hotel I'm staying here now tells me that they are at capacity with people who have evacuated. They have no more room. However, there are 20 shelters here in Polk County that continue to allow people to come in. And as the weather continues to change, I'll keep you all posted about what's going on here in North Lakeland. Live in Lakeland, off to you, Dennis.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Yeah, I mean, the winds obviously in Polk County have been fluctuating, but, you know, we've got a serious weather situation going on right now. And it's a combination of extreme winds. They're getting hurricane-force winds in Sebring. They're getting hurricane-force winds in Hardee and DeSoto County. And they have seen over 16 inches of rain in the area there with the flash flood warning, with another 3 to 6 inches of rain. I mean, that is the eye wall. By the way, that's the same eye wall that Michael Paluska was in earlier on when the winds were gusting to 100 miles an hour. Now, the winds are beginning to come down slightly. We're obviously not seeing the 130s, the 140s, the 150s, but we're still seeing the 80s and the 90s, and the flash flood warning remains in effect until 10:45 for Charlotte, for DeSoto, for Hardee, for Highlands, for Manatee, and for Sarasota counties. Portions of those counties, and that is an extreme flash flood warning in a sense that they are seeing significant flooding right now. That is not like we get in the summertime, our afternoon storms. No, it's not a storm surge either. And I'm telling you, when you see the video that we're beginning to see coming out of Fort Myers, it does. It reminds me of Katrina. It reminds me of when people were stuck on their roofs and could not get off. Now, not to the extent of Katrina, because obviously New Orleans is in a bowl, and that flooding was probably unlike anything. And not to mention Harvey in Texas a few years ago, where they had 45 to 50 inches of rain. But we've still in this area had a good 20 inches of rain, and it is still pouring, and we're going to see quite a bit of water lingering in that area. And that is not a river flood. All that's happening right there is the winds are trying to blow offshore, but they can't. They're blowing onshore. So what that does is that blocks the rainwater from draining into the Gulf. It has nowhere to go. So it just floods. And when you talk about 16 to 20 inches of rain, these are some really serious flooding situations in that Burgundy area right there. Or I guess I could say garnet, because Jason made this map and he's an FSU grad, so that's probably why he chose that color. But regardless, you have the purple area over here, the extreme wind, and in this area you have 80 to 90 mile an hour wind gusts. Now here is the positive side of this. They're coming down. It's still very windy. And by the way, if you remember in Irma, when we had the extreme wind warnings for Polk County, I don't know if you remember, but it was 5 years ago. And I'll remember it because it was the first time I had ever seen an extreme wind warning. And there were about 100 mile an hour winds from Lakeland down to Bartow. So it's the same kind of setup that we had with Irma, but the winds right now are a little bit lower than they were then. But there is the extreme area of the flash flood warning, of the extreme wind warning, and there is what's left of the eye, and that's really all it is. There's not really an eye anymore, but there is still the remnants of that eye wall, and that's where the heaviest rain and the strongest winds continue. Now, across the rest of the area, we are still looking at heavy rain in Hillsborough County, heavy rain in Pinellas County, but the worst of it is to the south, and over the next few hours, the winds will continue to kind of cave in, because what often happens with a hurricane is once it starts to degrade and fizzle, it kind of snowballs in, caves in on itself. It's down to 115. I suspect in the next hour, at the top of the hour, it would be closer to 110. And by 11 o'clock when the next advisory, probably down to a Category 1 hurricane again, maybe minimal Category 2. But right now, we still have winds of 115. The track has not moved. The pressure is rising, meaning the storm is weakening. But I'll say this again. In spite of the rain and the flooding that we're experiencing, in spite of the power outages, in spite of the trees down, I mean, this is very, very reminiscent of Irma for the entire area. But what's going on in Fort Myers is probably something that the west side of Florida has never seen. Michael was a different storm because Michael went into the Panhandle in a more rural part of that area. This, unfortunately, went right into Fort Myers, obviously a much bigger area, much more urban, and we are going to see houses underwater. I have already seen houses underwater. And the question is, we are hopeful that those folks evacuated as they were supposed to, because you cannot get away from a storm surge that comes in that quickly. So we still have hurricane warnings in the red color. We have tropical storm warnings in the blue. What was a hurricane watch still is, but I'm kind of surprised if there's warnings all around it that they wouldn't just turn this into a hurricane warning as well. But that hurricane warning extends up to Daytona and offshore as well. So here's a look at the current wind gusts. So now the sensors have been fixed because Bradenton last hour reporting a wind gust of 78. So these are numbers that are borderline hurricane force in a few spots, but they are not sustained winds. They're just gusts. This is what I think we are going to see more of from now on. There will be a few spots that might be a little heavier, but I think if you live anywhere from Hardy, DeSoto, Highlands, Manatee, and Sarasota, you're still seeing the strongest winds. If you live in Polk County, southern Polk, still picking up winds gusting to 60 to 75. But I'm starting to think now, as soon as this continues to weaken and the track going in the direction that it will, I think the southern third of Polk County will pick up the heaviest rain and, for that matter, the strongest winds around Bartow, maybe a little less around Lakeland. Certainly it's blowing out there, but not even close to what's going on in our southern counties and not even in the same conversation that what's going on in Fort Myers. And if you live in northern and central Pinellas County, a lot of folks there still have power. The winds are only 36 miles an hour, although Newport Richey, a few miles up the road, gusting to 60. Again, on the water, you're going to see the winds blowing a little bit faster than inland because the air literally travels over the water. It doesn't weaken because there's no friction, and it stays pretty solid, whereas as that air moves inland and goes over the land, it'll create a little bit of friction and cause those areas of wind to weaken a little bit. So here's a look at the European model. This takes us through the overnight. Certainly some gusts of about 60 to 70 miles an hour. But by tomorrow and into Friday, things should begin to wind down. The surge issue is another story entirely, and I'll touch on that coming up in a couple of minutes, because the next high tide between 4 o'clock and 6 o'clock a.m. is, in my mind, really the best opportunity for us to see any kind of surge. So that's when you really need to be careful. If you live on the water around the bay, whether it's the Hillsborough Bay, whether it's the old Tampa Bay, I would set your alarm for about 3 o'clock if you're still there, if you're still at home, because if there is going to be water coming in and a surge, that's about the time. And we'll talk more about that coming up in a couple of minutes. But first, let's go over to Shay, talk a little bit more about all the rainfall we've been experiencing, because these totals are pretty much unlike anything we've seen in a very long time, and maybe even ever. Shay?
Yeah, without a doubt. And also a reminder that these areas, although they did see some light rain, it really wasn't until this afternoon that the heavy rain, where really the numbers started climbing up, began in these areas. So right now, as we're looking here at Sarasota County down toward Port Charlotte, I-75 in the Fort Myers, in the direction of Fort Myers, we are looking at anything above a foot of rain. In fact, we're looking at almost 20 inches of rain here around Port Charlotte. And then as you're going up the I-75 corridor in the direction of Sarasota, we're seeing 16 and a half. And then as you move inland across northwestern parts of DeSoto County and then southern Hardee County and even parts of Manatee County, we're seeing anywhere from about just under a foot to over a foot. And so this is a pretty good swath, a pretty good geographic area that is getting above a foot of rainfall, and it's not quite coming to an end just yet. As we look a little closer to see those harder hit areas, again, we've got Englewood in the mix here, Port Charlotte and Venice, and then down to the south, Bokeelia. So again, I don't think I'm pronouncing that right, but you know where I'm talking about. You just saw it on the map. Take a look here at where we're looking at what we're looking at with the rain. we do still have those heavy bands of rain that are moving through some of this same area, especially Hardee and DeSoto counties and also part of Manatee. But things are starting to let up a bit along the coast of Sarasota County and Manatee counties. But there will be a few more bands that come through, just not quite as heavy as what they've seen so far. So improvement for sure, but not quite done just yet. And as we look to the north, this is where the rain has been the lightest all along and will continue to be the lightest. So really, if you're in that Sumter County, Citrus, Hernando, most of Pasco County, with the exception of right around Zephyr Hills, that's where a few of those heavier bands are coming through here shortly. Most of this rain is going to remain moderate with an occasional heavy rain band coming through, and that's when you'll also notice those gustier winds. As far as Hillsborough and Pinellas counties go, Pinellas County is going to start to see more of the light to moderate rain here over the next couple of hours with just occasional heavy bands, and we're going to continue to see more of the moderate to heavy rain on eastern Hillsborough County, and then continuing through to Polk County and south of I-4, where some of the heaviest rain is still yet to move into this area. Because remember, anything that's down around Wauchula right now in those dark red tones is going to be headed up around Lake Wales and then off into the Kissimmee and Orlando areas. So as we look south across Manatee County, again, this is where we're starting to see some improvement. This is one band of moderate to heavy rain from Ruskin on through Parrish and heading south along I-75. But behind it, we've got more of that light to moderate rain that will be coming in. And we can even see where we might get some drier areas from time to time that are offshore. And taking a look here at Punta Gorda right now, you can see that we do have winds just blowing that rain sideways there across the street, and there is a gust just picking up. Are we going to a reporter out in the field there? Okay, just looking at the live pictures right now. And you can. Okay, so this is, do we have wind speeds for the Punta Gorda area right now? Let me see if I can pull something up to see if we can tell what the winds are in that area. Clearly, sideways rainfall, and those palms certainly are bending in the wind there. As we take a look, let's see. So we're looking right now, Naples just south of there, around 38-mile-per-hour winds. The gusts are coming in right now in the 50 to 60-mile-per-hour range, anywhere between. So I would say we're looking most likely at something around 60 miles per hour there as those gusts are starting to pick up. So certainly you can see that with winds at that speed, you don't want to be outside in the midst of that. It does look like we've got some small limbs down there in the foreground. And of course, certainly we've got some of those palm trees starting to bend. But again, this is where we're seeing some of that heavier rain starting to wind down some. It's not even as gusty of winds as what we have seen so far in that area, very close to the Fort Myers area where we're talking about also seeing those very significant flooding rains that have been moving through. Back to you guys.
Shay. And as soon as we get some of those videos in, we're starting to get them. So we're going to show it to you because it's video that's hard to see at this point.
Yeah, some of the pictures and some of the stuff on social media. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they got the worst of it so far. Absolutely. And probably will be.
All right, so a little bit of musical chairs here. Jameson back. Wendy is going to rest her voice for a little bit. And we want to head now down south to Sarasota.
Yeah, ABC Action News reporter Mary O'Connell's been there for us all day long. She's live right now with the latest conditions in Sarasota.
It's still mighty gusty out here, still raining. I mean, we've been here since 10 a.m. I want to say around 3:30 is when things really started to get bad. And it feels like it really hasn't let up all that much. We're still getting whipping winds. We're getting large wind gusts. We're getting the rain that's just blowing sideways. I can't imagine road conditions are terrible right now. Hopefully nobody's out on the road right now because you can't see anything. It's super dark out. It's windy. It's rainy. It's not a good sight out here. We are at the Fruitville Elementary School, one of the county's shelters here in Sarasota County, about 330 people here. I want to say people that are strangers now, some of our closest friends, people who are coming from Charlotte County, Lee County, Sarasota County here that are sheltering, hunkering down. Actually, we've heard from a lot of people who they wanted to make sure that they were safe from the storm, and now they're asking and inquiring about different areas of Sarasota County, Charlotte County, and what it might look like when they go back tomorrow or the next day, whenever that may be, what their homes may look like. It's really dark out right now at this hour. I can kind of step out of the way and see if you can see again past here these trees that have no branches on them, the small branches. They've just been blown off, ripped off from the winds here. It hasn't let up at all. One of the things that we have seen, it was a full house. They've spread people out between the cafeteria and the classrooms, and we have seen people who had decided to leave the shelters here, these emergency shelters here, and go home rather than stick out the storm, which obviously is not a good idea because of the conditions. The emergency, or the county officials, when they held a presser earlier in the afternoon, later in the evening rather, they told people that the storm is not over yet. I mean, we're still having pretty bad conditions here, and they are asking people to shelter in place, to ride out the storm where they are, keep those roads clear, and wait for the all clear to go back out when it is safe. We know emergency vehicles can't be on the roads right now because of how high these winds are. So the safest place to be is indoors. We know that Sarasota County is also dealing with mass power outages. Hopefully those power will be restored to people as quickly as possible. One thing we've heard over and over again is hopefully people are prepared to deal without consistent power for however long that takes. But of course here, at least for this shelter, people are hunkering down. They've got their pillows, they've got their blankets, they've got their mattresses, and they're here, most of these folks here for the long haul, and we'll be here with them, until this storm passes. We'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you, Mary. And at this point, she was talking about the power outages. We're learning 1.8 million customers in Florida are without power right now.
Yeah, and well into the hundreds of thousands there in Sarasota County as well. So they're certainly getting it the worst when it comes to power outages throughout our entire area. In Tampa, well over 50,000 power outages at last check. Our Sean Daly is live right now, right outside of our studios, right across the street from Raymond James Stadium. Sean, you've been getting wind gusts throughout the day at about 75 miles an hour, the worst of it, I guess I should say at this point. In some ways, you're protected up there, and certainly, doing okay where you are. But step out a little bit further, and it gets a little bit worse because Tampa's still getting it real good here.
Yes, Tampa is definitely feeling it right now. You got to go to the GOAT, the Hurricane GOAT, Dennis Phillips, the greatest of all time, and he could probably explain this better than I could, but it's really cyclical. It's those bands you're talking about, right? You kind of get lulled into this false sense of security. It looks like the rain's stopping, the wind cuts, it gets balmy, and then whoosh, everything starts happening again, But I guess it's going to be like this for a little while, like right now. And then it starts up again. So again, stay inside, everybody. Stay inside. Don't get on the road. Keep watching us on TV if you can. Tampa's getting it, but a lot of people got a lot worse than we did. Speaking of the GOAT, it's hard to believe that on Sunday at 8:45 or 8:25, the Bucs will play the Kansas City Chiefs in Raymond James Stadium. But it's looking good so far. That game is still on. And guys, about a half hour ago, I told you that 5 years ago, I was pretty much right in the same space covering Irma and watching Raymond James Stadium with a photographer named Frank Barrera. A lot of people on ABC remember Frank Barrera. Well, he texted me after I mentioned him, and he is in the Caribbean on a cruise sipping margaritas. But he said he misses me and he wishes he could be here, but I don't quite believe him. Anyway, guys, we'll keep monitoring it out here in Tampa. But again, it feels like sooner or later it's going to shut down, but I think we got a little bit more of this.
Yeah, hey, Sean, by the way, the NFL came out just a little while ago talking about that game on Sunday night. I know we still, we're talking storms here, but a lot of people thinking about what's coming after this. The NFL mentioning that if for some reason they cannot play this game at Raymond James Stadium on Sunday night, they will play the game in Minneapolis at US Bank Stadium. Yeah, so
Minneapolis.
yeah, the Vikings are in London on Sunday against the Saints, so
wow.
the stadium's wide open. But they still said that they weren't sure, the time frame as to when they're going to make that decision, if they have to make that decision. I'm sure the field conditions, once Ian passes here, are going to be the determining factor.
Well, I have tickets to the game, but you know what? We have more important things to worry about than that. So we'll have to monitor that situation. Thanks, Jameson.
No problem. No, I think, even Sean got a little bit lucky, too, because I remember during Irma where he was talking about when he looked out into the street, one of the street lights actually just ended up falling to the ground while he was on live TV.
Nope.
Right outside the stadium. Yeah, he was like, okay.
Time to go inside.
Yeah, I'm
When
good.
you see stuff like that, you just got to go inside.
Yeah, and there's going to be lots of, you're going to have power lines and you're going to have some traffic signals down. The one thing to mention, and our emergency personnel have been mentioning this, is that it's going to be after the storm when traffic lights are out, when people are using generators, things along those lines, cutting down limbs and moving trees and things of that nature. That's when everybody runs into the most trouble. And that's where you start to have, unfortunately, death. And you're going to have issues post-storm. Everything looks like you're good. You're looking at the totals and you go, okay, we made out okay. And then all of a sudden, you have some unfortunate things happen.
It's almost like you're running on adrenaline and you're not really thinking through everything. So that's why it's super important to just stay in place, let the emergency crews take care of everything, and then go out when you get the all clear.
That's right.
All right, we want to move now to another part of the Bay Area. Our Rochelle Aline is live for us in Dunedin. Rochelle, talk us through what you're seeing there.
Yeah, the rain has let up. Earlier today, you guys saw us. We were actually out near the pier, but you guys can tell we're underneath kind of an overhang because even though the rain has let up, those wind gusts, some of them almost felt like they were going to knock me off of my feet earlier today, and that wind is kind of picking up. So we took some shelter underneath an overhang here. Earlier today, we also saw a lot of people out here at the pier and at the marina. They were taking pictures, taking selfies, some people walking their dogs. We even saw some people on jet skis in the water earlier today. All of those folks have gone home for the night. But there is at least one man who is still out here at the marina because he lives on his boat out here. He says he's been on his boat for 7 years in the marina. He rode out Tropical Storm Ada, and he plans to ride out this hurricane, and he says he feels lucky considering what he's seeing down in Southwest Florida.
Been pretty good in the marina, protected, been pretty calm. This is the worst of it, which isn't bad compared to down south. So we dodged a bullet.
That said, he's still taking precautions, and we know that Dennis has been saying that morning tide around 4 or 5 a.m. this morning could bring in some extra water. So that man, Eric, says he's going to keep his eye on the tide, and if it gets above the dock, he says if the water is covering the dock, he will leave his boat and head to some higher and drier land. For now, in Dunedin, Rochelle Aline, ABC Action News.
All right, thank you, Rochelle. And we want to get out to our Paul Lagrone now. He's been in the Lakeland area, really. He was in Clearwater last night. He's really just kind of giving us a tour around the Bay Area.
Yeah, he is. He's live in, like you said, in Lakeland. Paul, you were in Clearwater last night, kind of sitting around, waiting for the storm. It looked like you were going to get something there last night, but you wisely moved right to where the buzzsaw is coming.
Yeah, right. You got to go where the story is, right? And the story right now, increasingly by the hour, will be Polk County and the Lakeland area. I've got family that live in Lakeland and the Polk County area, and they're probably wondering when are we going to be out of the woods. And these are the hours that matter as we get into 9, 10, 11, midnight, even to 1 a.m. The wind is picking up, though. This is pretty strong. Comes and goes still in these sort of mini waves. But off in the distance, as we push in, photographer Tim Jones pushing into a tree that went down shortly before my last live shot. And then Lake Mirror in the background is dark because a transformer exploded. Hey guys, how you doing? Exploded and saw the white flash, heard the boom, and the power went out. So they're in the dark on the other side of Lake Mirror. But the lights, the street lights, traffic lights are still working here in downtown Lakeland as I walk out into Massachusetts Avenue, which is where this hotel is. You even still have some people driving, which is sort of unbelievable, but I think people are curious. And as I make my way across, this has kind of been our vista for the day here. This is Allen Krieger Park, and everything holding up here so far. And the thing is, it's this isn't the worst of it, obviously. So the winds are around 60 miles an hour. That's the gusts. Sustained. I couldn't put a number on that for you. I know that there are power outages throughout Polk County, probably in the thousands at this point. And the concern being those parts of Polk County where people are in mobile homes or they're in low-lying areas, and they were strongly encouraged to evacuate. They opened up virtually every school in Polk County as a shelter. And I think a lot of people took them up on that offer, but I know a lot of people stayed behind as well. So right now, guys, we're kind of in a waiting mode because we know that this isn't supposed to be the strongest part. Even though at times the rain really does pick up and the wind certainly does gust, it's the hours ahead that are going to be the ones that are going to be the tougher part of the storm. So Lakeland, hold tight. We'll get through it, but that's the story right now, guys. Lake Mirror, though, dark. The transformers that are, I'm sure this is the situation in a lot of places with the downed trees and transformers that have exploded is the big culprit behind the power outages. So that's the toughest part about this, I think, especially the morning after the storm, when you know you don't have power and you don't know when you're getting it back on. But let's just trust that the guys, the men and women who are dedicated to the power, they're in place, they're ready to go, and as soon as it's safe, they're going to get out there and get working. They seem to be pretty organized. So that's the story. From Clearwater to Lakeland, you're right. We span the whole Bay Area today.
Yeah, you sure did. I'll tell you, you're getting some frequent flyer miles there. But like you said, you got to go where the story is. You got to go where the storm is. That's right.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And, Paul was talking about how they were going to work quickly to get the power back on. Governor Ron DeSantis said multiple times in his press conferences how many people with FPL, et cetera, are ready to get that power back on.
Yeah, you're going to see them out there over the next course of the week, really. Just kind of stay out of their way, let them do their thing, and take care of them when you see them out there, because they're certainly working hard. They're pulling like 18-hour days for real.
It's insane.
Yeah,
it's absolutely
and
insane.
so they're just trying the best to make us feel comfortable again after we felt some discomfort here for the last few days.
So thank you to all of those linemen. Absolutely. Now we want to get out to our Kylie McGivern. She's in South Tampa for us, has been out there all day. Kylie, what are you seeing right now?
So we were outside earlier, just to give you an idea where we're at. The skyline behind me, we are in Tampa. Bayshore Boulevard is just right outside. We're about a block back, not even. And I don't know if you guys can hear, but the wind is just pushing against the windows. We're up on the 8th floor. Our original plan, okay, we'll bring you outside, show you what's going on. We just don't feel safe. And as you've been hearing all night, the priority is keeping you and your family safe. We want to keep our crew safe as well. So we are inside. Thankfully, we still have power, unlike a lot of our neighbors. But earlier today, we were driving through downtown Tampa, and there were no cars on the road, a good sign that people are heeding these warnings to stay inside, because just after that, we saw Tampa Police Department. They were posting video that one of the traffic lights was falling down. We saw downed trees all over more Ybor area. Earlier today outside of Bayshore, you could see the water just all sucked back. And now the real story, at least from our experience here, is the wind. We were unloading our gear, coming inside to get to a safe shelter, especially now that it is dark out. And we could barely even open our car doors getting out to get inside. So that just shows you how much these winds are picking up. I don't have specifics. We can only tell you how we felt and just trying to get our bearings. So we are going to be bringing you more as the night goes on, of course, from a safe location with our crews, describing what we are feeling and the people that we have spoken with throughout the day as the storm continues. We are live. Kylie McGivern, ABC Action News.
Kylie, thank you. And so important that our crews go inside when it's not time. We saw Michael do that earlier as well.
Yeah, we were just telling Sean, too. I mean, Kylie's there in South Tampa. We were just telling Sean Tampa has experienced wind gusts of about 75 miles an hour, so certainly understand that. Plus, being right near Bayshore, you know that area notoriously floods. So it's just kind of a situation where, all right, go ahead, Ian. You just go by, and we'll walk back outside in a couple hours.
We'll check in with you in a few minutes. All right. Now we want to go to our Adam Walser. He's north of Sarasota County, where the storm is moving ashore right now.
Yeah, he's in Bradenton. Adam, how's it looking near you? Because, man, you've gotten a ton of action there today.
Gotten a lot of rain, gotten pretty wet and have been so all day. In fact, it's been blowing like this since I woke up, and in fact, it's quite a bit less than it was about 5 or 6 hours ago. But we've definitely gotten our share of rain here in the Bradenton area, and the wind is not completely let up. We're seeing some strong gusts, probably still hurricane force, or at least a main tropical storm force constantly. So it is definitely still howling here. Rain is still falling. Believe it or not, it's not piling up on the roadways, at least in front of us. It's kind of hard to believe that it has anywhere to go at this point. But it has definitely been raining all day and lots of wind. We've seen some power outages behind us on the far side. Transformers have blown. Some of the other lights behind us are still there, but throughout Manatee County, they've had extensive outages throughout the night, and of course, it's gonna look pretty different tomorrow. We're gonna figure out how many trees are down, how much damage this storm really caused. But right now, it's kind of a ghost town, and we're just kind of waiting for this to keep moving out along.
Adam Walser joining us live from Bradenton. There at Pier 22 earlier today, and boy, he was getting it at one point. I think one of our sensors had put a wind gust down there about 97 miles an hour.
Yikes.
Yeah, and Jason, it got so bad there that I think that monitor got stuck for a while. Yeah, just a little froze. Yep, that happens from time to time, especially in a storm of this size as well. We want to check in now with our Michael Paluska. We had stationed him when all this was happening. Yesterday we thought, okay, let's go to Venice. That's where it was supposed to be landfall.
Yep.
11 o'clock advisory last night comes around, shifts it a little bit south. He stayed in Venice. Smart move, but certainly been busy there today.
Yeah, he's been in Venice all day and is showing us the latest conditions there right now.
Well, this was a terrifying day for a lot of people in Sarasota and Lee and Collier counties. We've been here in South Venice for the entirety of this event, and we're still getting hurricane force gusts. It has been an unbelievable day as
I mean, if that video doesn't prove exactly what it was like in Venice today, we don't have anything else better, you know?
It's something to point out here because I know everybody kind of drifts in and out of coverage here. When Michael started the day, it was extremely windy and raining, and he was there in a neighborhood. They have some shelter and a home there, so they were going out into the driveway in the front yard. And then they were, there was no rain behind him on the street at all. Now you saw in that picture that you just saw there, the street behind him is flooded and he's practically standing in water just a few hours later. So that's what they're dealing with in Venice.
And at some point, it was just not safe for him to be outside. He had to be inside that home that he was stationed in.
He stepped inside, went back outside for a little bit, and that's what you saw there. So
absolutely. All right, now we want to go to our Eric Waxler. He's in Pasco County near Hudson Beach. Waxler, what are you seeing right now?
Yeah, this is probably the worst weather that we've seen up here at Hudson Beach so far since we've been here. Another one of those bands coming through, whipping some wind and rain. A lot of people have been coming out here all day, especially before the sun went down, to check out the scenery and just kind of look at the storm, because unlike some other places where there are channels and bayous that maybe you got to navigate out to get to the Gulf of Mexico is right out there. So people were getting a great view of the clouds and the bands coming in, and also the reverse surge that took place here like it did down in Tampa Bay, where you could really walk out. And as you might see behind me, the Pasco Sheriff's Office has been also active here, telling everybody to go home, to get out of here, especially now that the weather has gotten worse. But we did talk to one of the people earlier today who lives here, has lived here a long time, and just really thankful that things aren't worse here in Pasco County. You're very familiar with Hudson Beach here. When you look out there now, what do you see?
Oh, there's a lot of land exposed. It's extremely low right now, and it's not even low tide yet.
Yeah, and you boat in this area too, so I mean, this has got to be strange for you to see it like this, for sure.
Oh, very strange, and it's very educational because you can see all the rocks and the high points are. But it's interesting. I can't wait to see what it is at low tide.
Were you relieved to see the track of the storm kind of trend south?
Oh, absolutely. Feel sorry for the people south of us, but we've been hit in the past, so this is our chance to avoid it.
Yeah, and Melanie's doing okay. This is your dog, Melanie?
Yeah, usually she's very much afraid of storms. She's been pretty good now. I'm a little surprised.
Yeah, good to know that Melanie is doing well. That was Larry, by the way, and everything's closed here. The restaurant, the hotel, this is normally an active place, but Larry went home, took Melanie, and a shout out to all the dogs out there and the pets, because while us humans are having a challenging day dealing with this storm, I know people's pets are also feeling the anxiety, and hopefully everybody's taking comfort in having their dogs and cats with them tonight on this rough evening in the Bay Area. But right now, things picking up here. The wind is whipping around as we watch in Pasco County what's only expected to be tropical storm strength winds, as Pasco County kind of dodges a bullet of Hurricane Ian. Live at Hudson Beach, I'm Eric Waxler, ABC Action News.
I'll tell you, Pasco County, just a couple of days ago, it looked like it was going to make landfall up in that area. So as they're getting some of these conditions tonight, they're certainly feeling lucky.
You know, they're breathing a sigh of relief right now.
They really are. They really are. Moving our coverage now to Lakeland, where Rebecca Petit joins us live from there. Rebecca, we know this storm is heading through Polk County. How are the conditions there behind you?
The wind is howling right now. I'm pretty sure you can hear it, and it's whipping me around. I'm trying to stay on my feet right now. And as it has gotten dark, you can see just the rain going at a slant, how hard it's raining right now. I'm off of US 98, and this road is usually a very high traveled road. Right now, it's pretty empty. I would even call it a ghost town. People are hunkered down right now, staying out, staying under shelter, riding out the storm, because conditions will only worsen. Emergency management says that they can't help you right now if you're out in the storm, so the best bet for you is to stay indoors and shelter in place. As conditions worsen, I will bring you more here in North Lakeland. Rebecca Petit, ABC Action News.
Yeah, Rebecca, I mean, Lakeland obviously, as is Polk County, picking up some pretty decent wind and rain. But, I mean, obviously compared to what was going on earlier down south, if you live in Polk County, you are not going to experience the same kind of wind that they had down south. As a matter of fact, the storm is now down to Category 2. It continues to weaken, winds of 105 miles an hour, and that is well to the south. That's where the eye is, and it's not in Polk County. It's not around Lakeland. It's actually more around northern Hardee, into DeSoto, and moving into Highlands County. But what there is in Lakeland is a lot of rain, very heavy rain and gusty winds. Matter of fact, Irma, 5 years ago, had winds gusting with an extreme wind warning of about 100 to 105 miles an hour. We have not seen that increased into Polk County. Most of the heaviest wind is well to the south. We're talking Hardee, DeSoto, Highlands, Sebring had a wind gust near hurricane force over the last hour. And the bulk of the strong winds continue, or the heaviest winds, dare I say the dangerous winds, are pushing into those eastern counties. But at the end of the day, the problem here is there's so much rain, and there's been so much rain across Polk County for weeks, that ground is very soft. So then you get a wind of about 60, 65 miles an hour on a typical day. That's an afternoon thunderstorm with a severe thunderstorm warning. Literally, a severe thunderstorm warning that we get on a daily basis has winds of 60 miles an hour. We don't think twice about it. But what we do with this, when all the rain we've seen, with the ground soft, you are going to have trees go down. And the difference is it's not a 20-minute storm. It's a 3-hour storm. So the heaviest rains by far are going to be over the next hour from northern Hardee in through Polk County, and there is still that flash flood warning in the area in red. Now that is a region that has already seen about 18 inches of rain, and most of that in the last 6 hours. And again, because the wind had been onshore, all right, the winds anywhere from where the center of Ian is south are going onshore. So what happens is the rain falls and it can't drain because the wind is pushing the water in from the Gulf. So it has nowhere to go but up, and it floods. Now, when the winds are offshore, like they have been north of where the center is, then there's no issues, at least in terms of the surge, because whatever does rain, granted, it can still flood, but whatever rains will eventually drain. My concern is for areas around Tampa Bay itself, the water. When we get to the next high tide, it's going to be a really close call. I mean, look at all the heavy rain. I mean, there's wind, there's rain from Fort Meade over to Bartow to Lakeland to downtown Tampa. Jason and I were just talking. I think we had a wind gust at the airport of 75 miles an hour over the last 90 minutes in Tampa. So there's packing a punch, there is. But these are gusts. The sustained winds are about 40, 45, 50 in those spots. And a lot of northern Pinellas has not seen this. And remember, as the center's pulling away, it's going to take a lot of the rain with it. A lot of folks still have power in Pinellas County, in Pasco County, in Hernando and Citrus. I was talking to Jason. He says, is it your Ring doorbell that's doing it? He's getting
Simply Safe. It keeps going on and off.
It's getting notifications that the power is flickering in Brandon. So, and it makes a lot of sense, obviously, because look at all the heavy rain and the wind there. So what we're saying is things will be improving over the next few hours. But before we get there, we've got some really heavy rain and flooding rains, and that's the biggest concern. But we've been talking about this for a few hours now, and I think upon tomorrow morning, when everything has pushed through, by then, a lot of the water will have drained, and we'll have a chance to see the damage, because Fort Myers, pretty much ground zero. That was not where the eye went on. The eye went on shore north. But as we've been saying all along, the bulk of surge, and it's something we don't have to deal with very often in the Bay Area. We didn't have much surge at all with Charlie. We had some surge with Ada, but that was kind of unexpected. So typically, hurricanes we don't have, at least this strong, we don't have a lot of experience with. And even with the surge, usually it's just to the right and north of as that eye is coming across. It's the little quadrant off to the north. The water is pushed in, and we're pretty much assured that we had about a 16-foot storm surge in Fort Myers. And it isn't just a rise of water 16 feet. You then have the waves on top of the rise of water, which is why tomorrow I think we are going to see some damage. Granted, I was referencing and comparing it to Katrina. Katrina was another animal entirely because, again, New Orleans is in a bowl. But I remember in Katrina seeing people struggling to get out of their homes and being on their roof. And some of the video that we are seeing are homes with the water up to the roof. So that is something that was going on in Fort Myers. That has ended in the sense that now the winds will eventually turn offshore and the water will have a chance to drain. But for our area, Sebring, the northern half of Highlands County, all of Hardee County, most of DeSoto County, the southern third of Polk County, picking up some really gusty winds and some heavy rain, and it's all rotating back. So our next event, if you will, is the concern about storm surge. And it is certainly a big concern simply because the flooding is something you just can't do much about. You know, you get a tree down, you pick it up. But when there are other problems, obviously, when you get something, when the water rises, at that point, you're just kind of no way to go. There's really nothing to do. Winds continue to drop now at 105 miles an hour. But when the center passes the east-west line, the latitude of Tampa Bay, that's when eventually the winds are going to come around. And that's right around high tide between 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. So I'll say this again before we go to Jason. If you live along the bay, if you live on the water, I'd set my alarm for around 3:30 and just make sure that that water is not rising, because you do not want to get caught off guard in a water rise situation. It will not be like Fort Myers. Maybe we're looking at a 2 or 3 foot surge, but regardless, that's something you got to watch out, because a 2 or 3 or 4 foot surge hit with Theta and caught a lot of folks by surprise and did do some damage. So that's something we're going to continue to watch. At this point, let's go over to Jason and talk more about the radar.
My mouth, because I was about to refer to Ada's surge, and that's likely what we're going to see. Now, of course, when the track was back up toward Tampa Bay the last couple of days, the surge potential was a lot higher, but I think we're going to be closer to what we saw with Ada once we start to get the wraparound winds coming back in off of the Gulf of Mexico. So overall, things are looking a lot better for us here from Tampa north, but unfortunately down south, like Dennis said, especially in and around Fort Myers, but even closer to home, the Sarasota County area was in the eye wall, the western eye wall wall for 6 hours today. And that, of course, is why we did see, and so far have measured up to 18.5, 19 inches of rain in places like Northport. And you remember last summer when Elsa came by, Northport had a foot of rain at that point, and they had days of significant flooding. And unfortunately, I think we're going to see even worse scenes down there after this moves out, compared to what we saw back again when Elsa had moved through last summer. Looking at power outages here across the Sunshine State, 1.9 million. So we're now just under 2 million without power. The bulk of them, of course, in and around Fort Myers. So from Lee County to Charlotte County, Sarasota, and then back into our counties east of Sarasota, where the eye or the center of the storm continues to move off to the north and east. So that, of course, is Hardy, DeSoto counties, and now Highlands County seeing some significant power outages. In and around Hillsborough County, we have almost 200,000 people without power now. That's about 30% of the county's population as far as customers go for the houses. In Pinellas County, these numbers actually were a lot higher before Hillsborough County today, because we had some gusts that were already pushing 80 miles per hour before we finally got into those hurricane force gusts in Tampa. We're up to 184,000 currently without power in the Pinellas County area. Polk County, your numbers are now rising as the center is getting closer and closer to you. It's now moving into the south part of the county, but we are seeing those 65 to 70 mile per hour gusts showing up now in Lakeland, also over toward Winter Haven. We've had those gusts picking up here as well. We've got 111,000 customers without power in the Lakeland County area, or the Polk County area in and around Lakeland. In Manatee County, 160,000 customers without power. That is over 60% of the county here for Manatee County. And in Sarasota County, I actually thought it would be a little more. We're at 253,000. However, that's 88% of the county. I was expecting it to be a lot higher because, again, the eye wall sat overhead for so long. So, again, we got more than 500,000 people here in Tampa Bay without power right now. And if you know of those people, you've been able to contact them still with texting. Let them know. Our ABC Action News app, that's where you can continue to watch our live coverage all the way through tomorrow morning, as we're going to stay on top of this storm system. Even though things are starting to improve in certain areas, they unfortunately are getting a little worse in others. And, of course, we're talking about where the center of circulation is currently overhead. It's just now moved into the Sebring area, Avon Park as well. Unfortunately, I have some friends down there that when Irma went through, they lost their jewelry store, and he decided to retire after that. And it looks like Avon Park, we're stuck right back in it once again. Sebring, we've had gusts already up to 75 to 77 miles per hour. So not to the 105 that the National Hurricane Center is saying are still the sustained winds, but we're certainly into those gusts a lot higher than we were just a couple of hours ago. So along 17 and 27, and then heading south into the Sylvan Shores area and Lake Placid. Still to the west of Lake Istapoga here. We're not seeing the rain, but we do have those winds that are really strong here, even to the south in and around Sylvan Shores and Lake Placid. Back further to the west in Manatee and Sarasota County, again, we're looking at that flash flood emergency that Dennis had talked about, and it goes until 10:45. We'll likely see the flood warning reissued after that because we're not seeing the rain tapering off at all. And these areas in yellow, that's more than 7 inches of rain, but look at the totals now that are showing up here in the southern part of Sarasota County. That's 19 inches, 16 inches in and around Venice. We're at 15 here in southeastern Manatee County, and we're already starting to see those double-digit numbers now in places like Hardy and DeSoto counties as well. And that flash flood emergency says that we could see another 3 to 8 inches of rain just through 10:45. That is how extremely heavy the rain is, still concentrated around what was the very powerful eye that came in and around Cape Coral and Fort Myers. In Tampa, we've had gusts to hurricane force, and we've just now had the latest gust of 65 miles per hour. So we're not seeing the winds lax just yet, and the center is pulling farther and farther away from Tampa. In St. Petersburg, we're still getting gusts up to 72 miles per hour, and even in Sarasota, the center is well removed from you. We just had a gust to 84 miles per hour. So we're still getting those hurricane force gusts here along I-75. Of course, the rain not nearly as heavy as what we're looking at to the east. And remember earlier today, if you're watching, we were showing a stripe of white that was a little more to the west as far as that heavy rain threat. Well, it moved a little bit more to the east, and unfortunately that seems to be verifying because that stripe of white was the potential for more than 15 inches of rain, and that's exactly what we're seeing now. Also in Polk Polk County. Now, we are looking at the northern edge of what's left of the eye wall, now starting to move into southern sections here of Polk County. So I imagine that we'll likely continue to see these winds increasing here for Frostproof to Fort Meade, Lake Wales, and then continuing to move north-northeast. The center is, so places further to the north-northeast are going to watch these winds really ramp up here as we go through the next couple of hours. The rain potential also picking up for you all here in Polk County. We haven't had more than 2 inches of rain in the northern part along I-4. We're really going to start to see those storm totals ramping up as we see the heavy rain that's down south near Avon Park and then back west over to Wauchula. This is what's heading north into Polk County, and it's going to be a long night here for you in Polk County. We do expect to see the potential for wind gusts up to 100 miles per hour. But like Dennis was saying, as the storm weakens, the eye contracts, we start to see those winds lowering quite a bit. More likely we'll see those gusts, hurricane force gusts, not the sustained winds, but those gusts like we've been seeing here in Tampa. And even earlier tonight, if you saw, we had our power knocked out here at the station temporarily. Those gusts could easily do that as well. So make sure, we've been saying it all day, if you are still with power, charge your phone. We are here at the station, and mine is attached to the cord right now too, just in case we get knocked out again, because the worsening conditions are happening here over the next few hours, especially east of Lakeland. We're talking about more Highway 27, not to say Lakeland won't see those hurricane force gusts, but where the center is, that's going to be more concentrated here in the eastern sections of Polk County. And we've been saying all day to Nature Coast, we love you. We haven't forgot about you. We're not talking about you a lot. We have a couple of our reporters, though, that have been in and around Crystal River south to Hudson, but you all have been so far so good. You haven't seen hurricane force gusts. You have seen tropical storm force gusts, especially in Pasco County, but the rain has been less than an inch in a lot of areas today. Great news, because the models here thinking that that band that's setting up further south was going to be a little more west for you all, and you all have picked up a ton of rain here, especially during the month of September. So it's nice to see some spots, not talking about bad situations here, just a little bit of rain, some gusty winds. I did see Pasco County has less than 10% of the county without power right now, so that's good news too, compared to the, of course, 70-80% that we're seeing in Manatee and in Sarasota County. So some of the winds, the latest reports that I've been seeing here from the National Weather Service, of course, the peak wind from Cape Coral, 140 miles per hour. Remember when it made landfall, sustained winds are at 150. We had a 104 mile per hour gust in Venice earlier today. Michael Paluska, our reporter, was there as it was happening, and he can certainly confirm that with all the debris that was flying around everywhere. In Ruskin, 85. Sarasota, we've had around 85 to 86 mile per hour gusts in the city. The southern part of the county, though, was where that eye wall was stationary for a while, and that's where we did have those 100+ mile per hour wind gusts. And here in Tampa, 75 mile per hour gust. I mentioned a few minutes ago that we are looking at winds still around 65 miles per hour in some of those stronger gusts. Grateful to see the power still on in most of Tampa and also Harbor Island and Davis Islands. But notice the camera still wobbling quite a bit, and the movement of the rain on the lens moving from left to right too, signaling that we are still looking at some pretty strong winds. That's also continuing to be the case here for us in St. Petersburg as well. So when does this all wrap up? Over the next 6 to 8 hour period, we're really going to start to see conditions significantly improving. This is 11 o'clock. The center's still moving through eastern Polk County into Orange and Osceola counties, moving into the Orlando metro area, where they are under hurricane warning as well, as this is likely to sustain that Category 1 status through at least Orlando. But notice back toward the coast, especially where we had the eye wall today. In and around Sarasota and Venice, by 11 o'clock, we're really going to start to wind down the rain. And as the rain tapers off, the winds will slowly start to calm down too. We're going to hold on to some tropical storm force gusts here in Sarasota through midnight tonight, but by 2 a.m. we should start to fall significantly with the wind as the center begins to now approach areas from Cape Canaveral north up to Daytona and continue along I-4 heading up toward the Space Coast as it moves offshore heading into tomorrow, and actually may re-strengthen too, by the way, as a hurricane. And this is a live look, speaking of Daytona Beach right now. You can certainly see it definitely looks like we've got a hurricane out there right now, still looking at more so in the way of tropical storm force conditions, but once that center gets to them, it could still be a Category 1, and there will be re-strengthening of this once it gets back out over the Gulf Stream and here just off the Florida East Coast. By the way, there are hurricane watches up. I'll have to check and see if they've been upgraded to warnings for the Georgia and South Carolina coast, because Ian may make another landfall at that area in the southeast. We're not done talking about Ian, even though it will leave Florida here soon. By 4 to 5 a.m., leftover showers still out there. Still some gusty winds, but more so on the order of about 40 miles per hour hour inland, 20 to 30 miles per hour at the coast. And then we go 10 to noon, and then by 6:30, Ian's out of here for us. We are done talking about it as far as direct impacts at that time. Unfortunately, though, we're going to have to continue to talk about the flooding. That's going to be our big weather concern here over the next couple of days as all these water levels continue to rise. The river flooding is going to be very, very significant here in those areas that have picked up 18 to 24 inches of rain. Sarasota, Southern Manatee, DeSoto, Hardee, and Highlands counties. Polk County, I think you may be added into that with the center coming in later on tonight. Okay, some good news now. After we get rid of Ian tomorrow, look at the forecast moving forward. Great news for the cleanup. That'll start to happen here across West Central Florida, but we get a taste of fall, believe it or not. Normally we don't see this so early in the September and early October timeframe. It's more mid to late October we get a first front, but that's one thing that Ian's going to do. It's going to pull a front down south. We saw this with Wilma. If you remember that, Wilma drew a front down and it actually got kind of chilly behind that one. We've got temperatures only in the low to mid 80s, and the rain risk is pretty much wrapped up here once we get beyond today and tomorrow. So great news for the cleanup, great news for the water levels to really start to slowly recede, and it's something that we're going to be following all the way through the weekend. Even though the storm's out of here, we're still with you, and we're still going to cover all the damage in your neighborhoods and make sure that you guys are getting the help that will likely be needed. Guys, back over to you.
All right, Jason, thank you. And one of the things Jason was mentioning there was the power outages. We certainly have a lot of them here in the Bay Area. One of the things we kept pushing all along was, hey, don't forget, you can download the ABC Action News app. If you lose power, you can still watch us on your phone or your tablet, whatever you might have. Didn't even think about this, is that if you lose your cable, but you still keep your power. Remarkably, a lot of people have kept their power during the storm, but they've lost their cable. Same
really
exact situation.
Yeah.
You put the app on your phone, you can still watch and make sure you're up to date and watching the radar with us and letting us guide you through this until Ian takes off.
And at this point, it's nearly and probably more now. It was 1.8 million people in Florida do not have power, and that was probably about a half hour ago. So I can only imagine that number has jumped up.
Yeah, and they're going to get working on that as soon as it's safe to get out there and get that stuff kicked back on, especially since a lot of it was just a precautionary measure. A lot of it doesn't necessarily have to be damaged, and once everything goes by and takes off, then they can flip the switch again and everybody can be comfortable once again.
Absolutely.
Our Paul Lagrone has been making his way across the Bay Area, checking out the conditions for us.
Yes, so right now he's in Lakeland, and Paul, we've seen a lot of wind where you are, so describe the conditions right now.
Yeah, it's definitely picking up. In fact, you hit me at a good time because it's starting to come through here. It's one of these interesting phenomenons. We're in downtown Lakeland. I'm right along Massachusetts Avenue at the corner of Massachusetts and Maine, and you've got the building, the hotel building that we're at, and a parking garage across the street, and it almost like funnels the wind. It's almost like a wind tunnel, essentially. It funnels the rain and the wind, and then it spills back out here onto Massachusetts Avenue. It comes right off the street, and so the last measurement I had showed 74-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That's not sustained, that's gusts. I know that Dennis had said it might max out around 75 in the hours to come. So it's been a pretty steady up and down with the wind flow here. I can tell you the rain is heavier. Even the raindrops themselves feel heavier, more substantial at this point as it's coming down. And so the rain's coming from all different directions. And by the way, the wind is blowing in that northeast to southwest direction. But the rain feels heavier, with more volume. The wind is definitely stronger than it was a few hours ago, and kind of at a constant level almost. The power, though, you can see behind me, has stayed on, at least in the city. The traffic lights are working, the street lights are working, and there have been times where they flickered and have gone on and off. But Lake Mirror behind me, there was a transformer that blew up and exploded, and all those folks on the other side of Lake Mirror, I don't know how residential that area is, to be honest with you, but it is dark. And I know that's probably the main culprit for a lot of the power outages. I spoke to a couple of folks here who are taking up residence here at the hotel that we're at, the Hilton in downtown Lakeland, who are part of the relief crews that will be hitting the ground tomorrow, from T-Mobile to some of the internet folks to I think some of the power guys, the relief crews that are in place that are going to get out there and try to get things back to working. And I wanted to put one of them on television, and he didn't want any credit. He didn't want any attention. These are salt of the earth type of folks who they don't want the credit for the job they do. They're stoic. They're good people, and they know that. But I think they know that people count on them, and I think they know that they're kind of the MVPs at this point, along with all the emergency personnel who have been working around the clock. And we've seen patrol cars come up and down to make sure that people are safe. And you don't see people out on the streets anymore. You rarely see a car come through here. You do every now and then. And the story in Polk County is still unfolding, because as these winds are howling and getting stronger and the rain is coming down, it's how much rain are we going to get? That the projection had been up to 24 inches in some spots, and that's not good news for folks who live in low-lying areas. I can tell you that right now, it's already pulling up, and this is at a place that's got really good drainage. It's pulling up on the street here in this location. So I'll walk your way as I come back to home base, as you might say. But wind, rain, it's those two physics of the storm, of Hurricane Ian, and how bad is it going to be? And I think the more you're in a low-lying area and the more you're in a structure that's not safe, the bigger the toll is going to be. And the rain, this is another good example as we pan off on the street here. Look at this. Just listen. I won't talk. Listen. That's Ian. I mean, yep. And that's what life is going to be like for the next couple of hours at least. So I'll send it back to you.
They're going to have a tough night's sleep in there, probably. I'd say in Polk County, it's not good. It's going to be a little loud out there.
Yeah, winds are going to continue for some time, and staying in that area, a little bit north of that, Orlando, of course, an area many local folks evacuated to, including your family.
Yep.
I know Dennis had made reservations up there too. But when this storm was heading towards that area, or not that area, it was a good decision to make. But now, of course, over the last 24, 48 hours, changed course, and now, that's where the winds and the rain is headed.
Yeah, and that's where we find Paul's wife, reporter Katie Lagrone, joining us live in Orlando. You guys just going down I-4, I see.
We are indeed, yeah. I heard Paul talk about the wind and the rain, and that's basically the case here in Orlando. And you mentioned about people coming up from the Tampa area up to Orlando. We've actually met now two families who did exactly that. One of them, they live in downtown Tampa. Their elevator was being shut off, and they said, okay, you know what, it's time to book it. And so they came up here thinking that they were going to go ahead and get refuge. We've met another family up from Bradenton, the Bradenton area, also again thinking, okay, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and ride out the storm in Orlando. And look, the reality is here in Orlando, it's going to be lighter, right? It's starting to dissipate. It's going to be weaker than it by the time it gets here. But I will say right now, this is the hardest rain, the heaviest rain we've seen thus far since we've been here. And of course, it's only getting started. It's only going to get worse, of course. In Orlando, in the Central Florida area, this is really sort of an overnight into tomorrow morning, afternoon type of scenario. The big issue, the big concern is that rain flooding. And I've been listening to, different news reports from across the state, and that's the problem everywhere, right? It's how much rain, how much flooding is that going to cause? And so here in Orlando, we're looking at the potential, worst case, the potential about 2 feet, which would be historic. At this point, we are looking, there's some, I'm hearing 10, 15 inches in some parts, but that rain flood issue is going to be an issue, of course, here in Orlando, much like it is around the state that is feeling Ian. The other issue, of course, we've seen around the state as well as Orlando is tornadoes. There's always going to be that tornado risk. That's only going to increase until this storm gets out of this way. But right now, conditions are definitely deteriorating. They're definitely getting worse. We expect that. We expect it to only get worse throughout the night and into tomorrow morning. And certainly by, hopefully 2 p.m., 3 p.m., this thing is sort of out of at least the Central Florida area, the Orlando central part of the area. We do know, that it's still sort of working its way kind of southeast, I believe, of Orlando. But, that's what we're dealing with here. And, people are not going to rest until this thing is out. So back to you guys.
All right, Katie, you stay safe out there. Thank you. And now we want to head over to Pasco County, and that's where our Eric Waxler has been at Hudson Beach really all day, all night long. I know things got a little intense over there. It looks like things have sort of simmered down for you, Eric.
Yeah, it's like we're seeing all over with those bands coming through. We'll have major gusts of wind, and the best way to really visualize it is to show you the palm tree with the light, and you can sort of see there's a gust right now that's coming. But, you know, overall, compared to what we've seen in other parts of the state, Pasco County, I know people here are feeling very fortunate. Meteorologist Jason Adams mentioned a short while ago about the lack of heavy rain in Pasco County, which is going to go a long way in preventing the flooding that so many people worry about with the Anclote River and the Cody River. We've seen in the west part of Pasco County in past storms, not even hurricanes or tropical storms, but those rivers have overflowed, and there's certain neighborhoods, you know it if you live there, even when there's just a heavy afternoon thunderstorm, we've seen neighborhoods flood, and it's something that people have had to deal with so long. So hopefully the lack of heavy rain that we have seen here today will prevent that flooding. Now, meanwhile, here at Hudson Beach, it is quiet now. The Pasco Sheriff's Office has been here to keep people from showing up, because people really have been fascinated seeing the reverse surge here at Hudson Beach. And we have some video from earlier before the sun went down to show just what it looks like, because it really is fascinating when you're so used to seeing water and then all of a sudden it's just not there. Just like in Tampa Bay, it's a very similar sight on a smaller scale, but about 40 feet out, there was just no water. So people were walking along, taking pictures, and people were coming here with their families. It was a little event, and earlier especially, the wind was a lot tamer, so it was easier for people to come out. But as the conditions have deteriorated, the Sheriff's Office wanted to make sure that people stayed away, and they're out here right now. They are keeping people from driving into this area. And as everyone is recommending, just stay home, watch your TV, and wait for tomorrow, where hopefully things will have cleared out. And before we send it back, on a lighter note, something you got to love the internet, right? Well, I saw somebody post this. I'm still trying to figure out who it was, but he said he went to a store to get some lumber, you know, to secure his home, but he couldn't find any, so he hung a jersey belonging to Andre Vasilevsky, the Lightning goalie, on his front door, because he said he can save everything else. He's going to save his home too. So I love that. It's a great way to show your Lightning love. And hey, Vasilevsky can save everything, even your home during a hurricane. Back to you.
Yeah, Eric, I will say this is that just a couple of days ago, I mean, you're our Pasco County reporter. You live up there. You know that area well. You know, just a couple of days ago, it looked as though this was going to make landfall in Pinellas County, cutting maybe even into Pasco. You know, 48 hours later, here we are. I mean, there was a scramble going on up there just a couple of days ago, and now tonight, everybody's just kind of sitting back there in Pasco County and going, wow, we dodged a bullet, but unfortunately, our neighbors down south did not.
Yeah, for sure, and it's one of those things, you know, so many people, my neighbors, everybody was putting up storm shutters the last couple days, and it's one of those things, you know, you do it and you feel the security that you put those up, but now you probably didn't need to, but you're glad that you did, because you just don't know with these last second shifts that these storms can make. And so a lot of people, they took the precautions. A lot of people evacuated. They left. They went to Orlando or to South Florida to get away from what could have been a direct path of Hurricane Ian here in Pasco County. But as always, it's better to be prepared and take those kinds of precautions, and just be thankful that the worst of it is not coming here. And that appears to be the case. So, you know, a lot of people feeling very fortunate in Pasco County tonight.
Oh, no doubt, Eric. Thank you. That's so true. Not just in Pasco County, but I would say Hillsborough County as well, Pinellas. Yeah. I mean, so many folks like us thinking this, you know, we were going to be ground zero, Hillsborough County especially. Yeah. And when we saw that track initially 2 days ago, it was headed, you know, we were ground zero. And so we, of course, prepared. And then those folks, you know, in Fort Myers, Lee County, Collier County, I'm sure they underprepared, thinking never would this storm turn like Charlie did. But it did, and so a lot of those folks, our hearts go out to them, because I'm sure they were underprepared. Yeah, I don't know, you know, everybody's on social media kind of, you know, monitoring what's going on down in that Fort Myers area. They're just devastated, and I'm going to tell you, even if it's for our area or down there,
once the sun comes up tomorrow, we're going to see a much different picture than what is just outside of our front door. As you've been kind of monitoring the storm all day long, you think, oh, okay, not too bad, just some palm fronds down here and there. But I think tomorrow when you wake up, we're going to see some surprises.
Yeah,
especially further down south.
Especially with the damage. And speaking of right outside our front door, Sean Daly is right across Raymond James Stadium. We are at our station, and he's up on the balcony. And I'll tell you, Robert Boyd got pushed around a little bit from the winds, but Sean Daly, he just, he's like a statue. He just doesn't move. He's like, I'm good. Even if the wind is strong, you still hold it together as if, you can handle it.
I'm a lot sturdier than Robert Boyd. He's flimsy. No, actually, he's right inside the door right now. I see him laughing at me. Hey, Jameson and Wendy, I don't know if you remember this. 5 years ago, I was almost pretty much in the same spot covering Hurricane Irma. And we were out here. We had Ray J behind us. And for some reason, they gave me a super mega powerful flashlight. Do you remember this?
I do. Yes.
It was like the bat signal. And I was shining it everywhere. And Jameson on air reprimanded me for shining it in people's homes. And people still remind me, he's like, Sean, you're waking everybody up with a bat light.
Yeah, I was thinking that same thing. I was like, I don't know they're going to love that one, Sean. But
keeping everybody up at night. Nice going, Sean.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, you're getting some winds howling out there. I mean, I can definitely still hear them a little bit behind you.
And I did see a little bit of flooding on Himes. Am I right?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, it's still that same cycle, guys. I mean, you get a little bit of calm, and then at Gust, you got the sideways rain, the wind going pretty good still. I mean, you got a little rain out there on there, not too bad of flooding. It's doing a pretty good job, but it's steady. It's really steady, and when it stops, it feels really, really good. I wanted to say one thing. You guys were talking about tomorrow when we see all these images that are going to be heartbreaking, right? Another story I'm working on today is ways people can help. And we got a lot of our viewers are reaching out and they want to help. And so there are lots of different ways. We'll put them online. The United Way just started their disaster fund. Volunteer Florida is a great thing. Metropolitan Ministries is about to send down like 30,000 meals to our southern counties. So if you want to help right now, stay inside. It's not the time to volunteer, but you can donate money and then donate your time in a couple days. But a lot of our viewers really, really want to help. It's heartbreaking.
Yeah.
So I'm going to send it back to you guys.
That's so true, Sean. Thank you. And we pair up with Feeding Tampa Bay, and I know they always need help. They need help with volunteers, and of course, right now is a good time also to help them out because we've paired up with them all fall and into summer, and then into the fall again. So it's they're a great organization as well.
Yeah, things still dicey here in Tampa, and still, I know the folks that are kind of getting ready to kind of white knuckle it there in Polk County as well as the storm is about to pass through. I will tell you, no matter where you put Sean, he's always just going to be as steady as it goes, even though it's not as easy out there as he makes it look.
And lighten the mood, right?
Exactly.
Even when it's serious, he somehow makes you smile. Which
but
is
we're
nice.
we're right here with you. Sarasota County, everybody else, Hillsborough County, Polk County, as you guys are getting ready for this. We're staying right here with you and trying to stay as calm as Sean Daly seems to make it look. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of Sarasota, we've got ABC Action News reporter Mary O'Connell standing by. I believe she's still outside of a shelter nearby, and it looks like things are a little bit calmer. How have the winds been, and has the rain picked up at all in Sarasota? Mary?
I'd be interested to know exactly how windy and gusty, like what the wind gusts are right now, because, I mean, just looking, it is still pretty gusty out here. I would say maybe the rain is letting up a little bit more, but it's still pretty gusty. I know the big thing are the power outages. There are thousands of people across Sarasota County right now without power. And since we've been at this shelter here, this is Fruitville Elementary, we've been here since 10 a.m. There were families here before we got here, and now they've been here for hours upon hours as this storm passed, just devastating over Sarasota County, Charlotte County, Lee County, and as it passed over, and now hours later, many people are wondering, can we go back to our homes? Can we go back? I only live a mile and a half away from home. I'm really close to my house. Can I just go home? We've seen so many families, even some just a couple minutes ago, pack up their stuff and head out. That's not advised from county officials because power's out. You don't know what the road conditions are like. It is still really windy. I mean, it's still raining as well. I'd show you behind me, but we can step out of the way for you to see, but it's really dark right now. Maybe to show you just that, you know, there's a lot of power out in the area, but you might be able to tell from the light in the distance that it is still really windy out here, and the rain is still coming down, maybe a little bit lighter than it was before, but man, it really hasn't let up much. So county officials and staff even here at the shelter are not advising people to leave just because you don't know if there are going to be trees down in the roads. You don't know if you're going to go home to power. You don't know what you're driving out into. So it's not advised, you know, until it gets lighter outside and we can see in the daylight what the damage is to certain areas. It's not advised for folks to go home. The county officials really want people to stay placed, ride out the storm, wait till the sun comes up, wait for the all clear to leave shelters so you know it's safe to go home. Because since, you know, winds are really high still, emergency response, they can't go out, those vehicles can't go out and respond if there was an emergency at this point. So we still have many families here, children, families, pets that are still here right now, people hunkering down until daylight comes and we can see, you know, what this storm really has done to Sarasota County. We'll be here. We've been here all day. We'll be here all night. Right now, we'll send it back to you.
Prime example, you just see Mary kind of standing there and it seems okay, and then they pan off there and you can see, you know, all that rain and the wind is still going on there in Sarasota County. We know it's happening throughout the Bay Area as well. This is video coming in from Naples showing severe flooding. If you take a look here at your screen, just unbelievable stuff coming out of there from Southwest Florida.
And more clips showing down power lines in Naples. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has requested that President Biden approve a major disaster declaration for the entire state. He wants the Federal Emergency Management Agency to match funds for 2 months worth of cleanup. That's 60 days, and we will certainly need it. And again, this video posted around 6:45 this evening. It's from the Port Charlotte area. Ian took out this person's shed. As you can see, all of the debris just piled up in the storm, and we've been hearing about flying debris. US 19 earlier shut down because of the flying debris from the construction all up and down US 19. I also want to mention this because it was just handed to me. All the power outages that are still in effect right now. Polk County over 112,000 out of power right now. Pinellas County 186,000. Pasco County 29,000 people still without electricity. Highlands, you're at 43,000. 164,000 folks in Manatee County still don't have power, and 254,000 in Sarasota still don't have power. So if you are listening to us on your app or on the radio, you are not alone. So I hope that you can stay with us and we're helping you feel a little bit more secure, a little bit safer, because I know when you're in the dark, it can be so very scary, and then you still hear that storm coming through, and it's just, it can be a very frightening situation. So we're here with you. We're not going anywhere. We'll be here all night long into the morning and into Thursday afternoon until this storm leaves our state. And I know Chief Meteorologist Dennis Phillips is standing by to kind of guide us through the rest of where Ian is now. Yeah, Wendy, I mean, you just hit the nail on the head. We're now getting into the time of the night when the power is out and it's pitch black out, that a lot of folks really start to have the most difficult time with all this, because trying to sleep with how loud, I mean, so many of our reporters have been talking for hours about how incredibly loud and ferocious the winds sound. Well, try sleeping in that with absolutely no power. So that's why we're here. We're here to get you through that, to be a voice to kind of guide you through the evening and the overnight hours, to at least let you know what's on the way. I mean, we obviously can't change anything, but maybe we can prepare you a little bit better. And right now, we are still looking at a very dangerous flood situation across parts of Hardee and DeSoto County. Now, the extreme wind warning, at least right now, has expired. Now, the National Weather Service in Ruskin can reissue it, and I believe last time they waited about 5 or 10 minutes to do so, but that's a big thing, because when you have the extreme wind warning, which had winds of about 85 to 100 miles an hour, when that ends, then that's a telltale sign that the worst of the wind is over. Now, there is still a ton of heavy rain, gusty winds in Pinellas, or rather in Polk County, but the area right here, all of Hardee, the northern half or the northwestern half of DeSoto, and extending back into eastern Charlotte and Sarasota County,
That is a flash flood warning. And when you see the Weather Service come out and say the words catastrophic flooding, that's a scary thing. They've had over 16 inches of rain, and this was issued 2 hours ago, so that number is easily up to 20. And the reason they're seeing so much rain is because they are in the area that was the west eye wall. Now, there is no eye anymore, and this is really starting to collapse, and we're hoping that the winds will collapse along with it. But at least until 10:45, you have this flash flood warning for Charlotte, for DeSoto, Hardee, Highlands, Manatee, and Sarasota County. And by the way, speaking of Sarasota, even though obviously, and there's what's left of the eye, you can see the circulation. It's across the southern third of Polk County, Hardee, Highlands, and DeSoto, and its motion is kind of to the north-northeast. But again, if there is no additional extreme wind warning issued, that is a big step for us to getting through with this. But that said, Jason was just showing me on the backside of this storm, there was just an 87-mile-an-hour wind gust in Sarasota. And that's common when you get the winds coming in around over the water. They are going to be stronger when they hit the coast than they will be inland, because the friction of land usually causes that wind to start to fizzle out a little bit. So there is the latest, now down to winds of 105 miles an hour. So we're down to Category 2, and it's very clear this is collapsing. I mean, if you're listening on the radio and not able to watch, you take my word for it, which was a powerful buzzsaw kind of a look as it made landfall, is now just a shell of itself. The northwestern side appears to be collapsing. And as we go through the next several hours, we expect that will continue. The new advisory comes out from the Hurricane Center in about an hour. The track doesn't really matter anymore. But what we're hoping is every hour we get an update on the winds, and they've been steadily coming down. The forecast for 2 a.m., in other words, 4 hours from now, down to a Category 1 hurricane with 85 miles an hour. There's a look from Ybor City. Look at the middle. Boom. You see that? I mean, the middle stoplight came down, and that was the end result. So even though Hillsborough County never actually had any kind of extreme wind warning in that area, we still can have trees down, as you see right here. And that is really one of the big problems when the ground was so saturated, so wet after months of rain, and then up to 12 to 16 inches of rain across parts of Hillsborough County as well. Not as much in Hillsborough as it was in inland areas and down south, but regardless, that ground is so soft that when you get a wind gust of 60 or 65 miles an hour, and by the way, the airport had one of 75. So when you get that kind of wind and the ground is soft, it's a lot tougher for the roots to handle it, and those trees can just fall. And for days, we've been saying that's the biggest issue. This is a look from Daytona Beach, and you can see the flags in the foreground kind of ripped apart a little bit. I'm guessing this is over on the beach, the pier, over the boardwalk area, and they're having winds. Daytona is an interesting situation because the center of Ian is going to exit near Daytona tomorrow, and there is a chance that it will redevelop once it goes into the Atlantic. It'll have no impact on us per se, but it just goes to show you that these storms can last longer and then redevelop right there, and then we'll see where it goes from there. But like I said, right now, winds of 105, expected to be down to 85, and that is exactly what we want to hear. We want to continue to see these winds go down because the next several hours, especially in Polk, in Hillsborough, the northern half of Pinellas, not a lot going on out there. Winds have gusted to about 45 to 50. Pasco, eastern Pasco, Wesley Chapel, over toward Thonotosassa, Zephyr Hills, Land O'Lakes. You've had your fair share of very heavy wind over the last hour to 90 minutes. Winds gusting 50 to 55 miles an hour. Not a lot in Hernando or in Citrus County, but still, hurricane warnings remain in effect. We will see if these start to be discontinued at the 11 o'clock hour. I think probably they'll linger at 11, but then tomorrow morning at 5 is when they'll be dropped to probably tropical storm warning. Here are the latest wind gusts over the last hour. Again, 60 in Apollo Beach, 60 in Sarasota, 78 in Bradenton, 56 in St. Pete. These are gusts, all right? 33 in Clearwater. Newport Richey, I think there was a couple hours ago because I don't think they've had another 64-mile-an-hour gust, but Spring Hill did. So you see anywhere from 50 to 70, and these are numbers, as we've been saying for a while, kind of reminiscent of Irma. We had that same kind of wind field. So overnight tonight, expect winds between maybe 50 and 65 miles an hour. This takes you through tomorrow morning. Gusts a little bit higher, and then things begin to improve in the afternoon. Big improvements by later on into the weekend. Power outages, well, obviously, there's a lot of power outages. I think Wendy and Jamison said those numbers were what, close to 2 million people?
It's, 1.9 million in the whole state of Florida, and so many in our viewing area, Dennis.
Yeah, well, it makes a lot of sense. Anywhere from Sarasota and Manatee County and down south, again, into the Naples area. We're going to wake up tomorrow to see, unfortunately, just devastation in Fort Myers. And it's one of those situations where, much like Charlie, they really weren't expected to see much of this at all until last night at 11 o'clock. Well, no, I guess it would have been 2 nights ago, or was it last night? No, it was last night.
Yeah.
It's all a blur. What is today, Wednesday?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, last night at 11 o'clock, we saw the new Hurricane Center track, and all of a sudden, it went from what was in the morning off Pinellas County to Sarasota County to the border of Charlotte and Lee County down around Punta Gorda. And at that point, it went even further south in terms of the surge. So you've got to figure the folks in Fort Myers just weren't prepared for it. I mean, it's not anybody's fault. The storm changed. But you would think after Charlie, of course, where there was a dramatic change, which went to Punta Gorda, you got to hope and pray that folks in the Fort Myers area, damage, again, stuff can be replaced. People can't, so we are really hoping that most people that had all that water had a chance to get out safely. Speaking of water and rain, let's go on over to Jason with an update on what's popping right now. Jason?
Yeah, and I just checked the numbers. It's 1.958 million, so basically we're at 2 million, and we're up to 90 to 100% out in DeSoto County and Hardee County, and then we're about 70% out in Sarasota County. That's, of course, where that northern edge of the eye wall stayed on shore, and it just stalled in the same area over and over again. And not only did it produce those winds over 100 miles per hour in Venice, we had winds pushing 85 to 87 in Sarasota, and then we had, of course, a foot to a foot and a half of rain that has fallen in these areas as well. And a lot of people are saying, when's the power going to come back on? Well, they can't get out there and do anything yet because the storm hasn't left. So we've got to wait until we get this out of here when conditions can be safe for those utility workers to go out and take care of business. But a lot of them can't get to these zones even after the storm exits because of the flooding that will be ongoing here, not just for today, not just for tomorrow. This is going to be a problem through the weekend in Sarasota and Manatee counties, and also into Hardee, DeSoto, Highlands County, especially the northern part of Highlands County, and now southern Polk County, where the new flash flood warning has been issued. So in Sarasota, like I had mentioned a second ago, and Dennis said too, we are looking at a gust just within the last 20 minutes of 87 miles per hour. So even though the center is moving away, these bands that are still overhead, the wind that's stronger aloft is being pulled down by some of the heavier rain bands, and they're making it to the surface. That's what typically happens with our hurricane situations. So that's what we're looking at here in Sarasota, and we are looking at finally the western edge of the rain. It's basically lined up just offshore here, the beaches from Inglewood all the way north to Anna Maria Island. So hopefully soon we can get this far enough east to start cutting down on the rain, because I'll show you the rain totals here in just a second. They're pretty remarkable, even for a hurricane, even for Florida, because our hurricane situations, they typically give us a foot to a foot and a half of rain. There will be spots over 2 feet of rain in Florida, and we typically don't see that with our hurricanes here in our part of the world because they move. We're not used to them being so slow moving, and thankfully this isn't a setup like Harvey, but of course we know what happened with that over in Houston, where they had 5 feet of rain. We're seeing not that, but over 2 feet of rain, a good bet for a lot of areas. So let's talk about where the worst is right now. Wauchula, Avon Park, Sebring, these are the locations that are under what's left of that powerful eye wall. It's no longer an eye wall anymore, but of course we are looking at the northern edge of it, still serving as a focal point for very, very heavy rain. And where you see the red, yellow, and orange colors, especially here in northwestern sections of Highlands County, this is where we're looking at rain 4 to 5 inches per hour is a possibility. A, it's not moving, and B, we're just seeing it same place over and over again for the last 3 to 4 hour period, and we'll hold it here for another 3 to 4 hours, and that's why we have that extreme flooding concern here with those warnings that were also issued for the flash flood emergency back to the west. This also extends here into DeSoto County and Hardee County too. So in DeSoto County, we're looking at the rainfall just on the northwestern edge here in Arcadia Northwest. So we are seeing some relief in the southeastern part, but here in Hardee County, the entire county has been covered up with this leftover eye wall for about 4 hours now. This is where we've also seen most of the power out in the entire county. Of course, this is one of our less populated counties here in the Bay Area, but we are looking at nearly 100% without power right now here in places in and around Wauchula. You head north now into southern Polk County, the eastern section, especially here, Frostproof, Fort Meade, along 27, and then in the more rural areas as you head over to Osceola and Okeechobee counties. These are where we're looking at more of the rain, that band now beginning to move in, and that's why the National Weather Service has issued the new flash flood warning. It's not an emergency yet. I wouldn't be surprised if it turns into one, though, just like we saw to the southwest, because rainfall totals in this area, 4 to 10 inches, and we're adding another 3 to 8 just through 11 to 12 o'clock tonight into tomorrow morning. And that, of course, gives us a half a foot to a foot to a foot and a half of rain probabilities in these areas. And we were telling you the last couple of days that the rain amounts would be huge in some spots. It just depends on where exactly it sets up with the hurricane. And this is where it's setting up, unfortunately, from southeastern Polk County back west into Sarasota County. By the way, when you see the rainfall totals here in Northport coming up in a second, Northport was devastated by a foot to about 14 inches of rain from Hurricane Elsa last summer. And I remember it was weeks that we were covering the recovery down there because it took so long for the water levels to recede from a foot of rainfall. We've gotten almost 20 inches of rain in Northport right now. This could double what we saw back in Hurricane Elsa, and that was such a disaster back then. This is going to be an even worse disaster for our friends here in southern sections of Sarasota County, right along I-75 before it makes the turn down toward Port Charlotte. So up to 18 inches of rain in the middle part of the county. Notice the big drop off, but still a huge amount once you get back up towards Sarasota, where we're closer to the 10-inch mark. But notice now that yellow tongue kind of extending east, where we're seeing double-digit rainfalls here in northwestern DeSoto and Hardee counties, up to 15 inches of rain in DeSoto County showing up here just to the northwest of Arcadia. We're at 13 inches of rain in areas east of Wauchula and Hardee County, and we're now seeing over 10 inches of rain in those spots I was just showing you with the radar here in southern sections of Polk County. So that's what we're going to be looking at here as this band of rain continues to set up. Where that yellow area is, this is the zone that could see up to 2 feet of rain by the time we're done with this system. Ileana, what were you saying one more time? Gotcha. So speaking of the flooding, this was the storm surge flooding that happened earlier today in Naples. New video coming into the newsroom tonight. Looks like emergency workers out there helping somebody stranded in a car that got potentially caught in the storm surge. Thankfully, it sounds like these people were rescued and they are okay, but this is waist deep water, and that, I guarantee you, is salt water, because the surge in Naples easily up to about 10 feet. We saw single floor homes, ranch style homes on the beach that had water up to their roofs. So you know that rooftop is about 9 to 10 feet up, and that's if you don't have the higher ceilings in that home. So this is about half of that at this time, and thankfully those emergency workers there were able to get out and help. In Sarasota County earlier today, we got a notification that they were not going to send anybody out to help because it was getting so bad in Sarasota County. So at least after the storm probably moved by and rescue workers could get back out there, this was the scene, and not just in Naples. Again, like Dennis was saying, Fort Myers, and when we wake up tomorrow morning and we start to get the aerial views from the helicopters, this is what we're going to be looking at here tomorrow, unfortunately.
Jason, why don't we pop my mic up real quick?
Pop up Mike Dennis.
Yeah, talk a little bit about, we're showing flooding, and you know, the surge factor, that concerns us more than anything because it happens in the middle of the night in Tampa Bay. I mean, we're not expecting any kind of a dramatic surge, but it's a possibility, again, because as that storm moves north of the bay, the winds slowly come around, and high tide is one of the highest tides of the month at about 2.7 feet between 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. So
right. And you
that's a concern.
You did a really good job explaining, too, about how the latitude and where the center of the storm is kind of the focal point to when we start to see our surge concerns picking up here in Tampa. So if we come back off of that video, I'll show you what Dennis was saying. And if you missed this, I'll just recap it for you. So here's the center. The circulation around it, of course, as we know, spins like this. So right now, we still have northeast winds that is helping to draw water out of Tampa Bay. And earlier today, just like with Irma, we had that negative surge happening where the surge was pushed out into the Gulf of Mexico. Well, once we get this center up here, our winds around the circulation start to come back on shore again, and that coincides with the high tide that Dennis was talking about. And while the surge potential is not the 10-foot risk like we were looking at with the center coming up our way with the forecast over the last 2 days, we do have to watch to see if maybe we get up to the Eta levels back 2 years ago. Remember Tropical Storm Eta Did it get to a hurricane? Was Ada a hurricane?
It was a tropical storm.
Yeah, so that one, just a tropical storm. That's it. And it produced a 4.5-foot surge because it also came at a normally high tide, one that was already 2 feet above. And then we added to the surge threat, and that gave us 4.5 feet of water in places like Gulfport, especially southern Pinellas County. We were really stuck with those high surge values there. But even in Tampa, we had 3.7 at Port Tampa. Bayshore Boulevard got covered up by the storm surge in that scenario. So that's what we're looking at as the center continues to slide off to the north and east. Like Dennis said, we'll get the onshore flow back, and that onshore flow is what could potentially lead us to see some higher surge concerns as we go after the midnight time frame around 2:30 in the morning. And we're still going to be here at that time, and we're going to watch closely those numbers to see if we are starting to see some of those higher values. So if you are stuck under one of these bands, it's going to be quite some time before this rain sets up and moves off to the east, and that's why the flood concern is really, really high at this point. Dennis?
Yeah, Jason, and we've talked about this. I'll be totally honest. Surge is probably one of the most difficult things to predict because you're literally looking at what exact angle the wind comes in relationship to the land. I mean, think about it. If you have something in this direction right here, that's the only way you're going to get that perfect area of wind coming in for surge. If it's coming in like this, it's not going to happen. So that's why surge is never always the same. And in spite of the fact that there's still hurricane warnings and storm surge warnings, I mean, no, I don't think it's going to reach the levels even predicted up to 6 feet because by 4 a.m., this is going to be pushing away. But the thing is, Jason brought up the exact reason. Ada was not a big storm, but it had a pretty big reach. Well, so does this. As it's moving away, it'll be weaker, but the winds are still coming around. And the fact that Sarasota just had an 87-mile-an-hour wind along the coast on the backside of this goes to show just how strong that reach is. So my suggestion to folks who live on the water around Tampa Bay itself, probably around the bay more than anything, I would set my alarm for about 3 or 3:30. High tide varies on the exact spot, but it's between about 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. Because I remember getting messages like it was yesterday with Ada, and people were frantic because they didn't expect the water to rise the way that it did. And as Jason said, if that tide is at 2.7 feet, you're already 1.5 feet higher than you should be on any normal day anyway. So you're already at 1.5 feet. If you get a surge of a couple of feet, you're now up to 4 feet, 4.5 feet, and that puts you up toward Ada. And there were plenty of spots in Johns Pass that had water. But that is my reason. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be in the same places. It probably won't be. It all depends on the angle. And as I said, I'm the first to admit, it is, to me, the toughest thing to predict with the tropical system. As a matter of fact, in the Hurricane Center's page, they have a storm surge thing. It says experimental because we're still trying to get it down. So better safe than sorry. I would set an alarm if you live on the water, on the bay, or even offshore, although my gut is I don't think we're going to see it as much there. I think we would probably see it more there, but still, set your alarm just to make sure and take a glance at that water isn't coming up, or for that matter, watch us, whether it's on the streaming app, and if you don't have power, if you do have power, you can watch us on TV, but I just think it's something you should do because I just can't get out of my mind how frantic people were when they were reaching. And by the way, that was a 4 or 4.5 foot surge. And that kind of puts into perspective what happened today in Naples and in Fort Myers that had a 16-foot surge with 20-foot waves on top of it. So that is the bullet that we dodged here in the Bay Area when we were looking at a forecast of 6 to 10-foot surge. And that was when it was a Cat 3. It just became borderline Cat 5 last night and today. So the number that was in Naples would have been our number 2 because a stronger hurricane will produce more of a surge. So our thoughts and prayers go out to the folks down south. But at the end of the day, for the Bay Area, we clearly dodged another one because it could have been every bit as bad for our area. Still, though, we're tracking the rain and the storms. Well, not so much the storms, but the rain and the wind through the overnight. But the worst certainly over, and I would expect improvements as we go on through the next several hours. Guys?
And Dennis, I just want to reiterate, you talked about Ada, and I have to admit again that I lost my car in Ada, and it was because it was an area of Bayshore that does not flood. I mean, one part of Bayshore near Rome and those folks who live in that area near Howard, it always floods. But the other direction near MacDill Air Force Base, Gandy, Bay to Bay, that area further towards the bay south, that doesn't flood. And when I lost my car, again, high tide, 2 in the morning, the storm hadn't stopped. And by the way, the officers who didn't know how bad it was thought that the street was clear, and me along with several others, I think with at least a dozen cars, flooded in that storm. And because we simply didn't know, and like you talked about, Dennis, you can't see when it's dark, you can't see how bad the flooding is. And so I continued to drive, and by the time I realized the flooding was so bad, my car shut off and I was stuck, and then I had to be rescued through the window 2 hours later. Thank goodness for the Tampa Police Department, who had rescue folks out there, first responders, to help those of us who didn't know. But you talk about surge, and you're right. There was no way to know, and it was one of the scariest things I've ever been through. But it's another reason, like you said, Dennis, to stay off the roads, especially in the dark, because you just don't know what's out there.
Well, when the power's out, that makes it even more difficult, right? Because, I mean, you normally have street lights to at least give you an idea. I mean, if you're driving in relatively dark conditions and you know the area like the back of your hand, so, you don't really think much about it. And that possibility does exist, again, between 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, and then the tide thereafter, 12 hours later. There's even a chance, if the reach is broad enough, there could be a bit of surge for the following tide. But I really think if we're going to get surge, and we knew today, this afternoon, in spite of what a lot of folks had been saying, we knew this was not going to be a surge event because the winds were drying out the bay. I mean, it happened again. It happened with Irma, and it happened today. So today was never an issue. But tomorrow, now I will tell you, if that high tide was 6 hours later, I would be really concerned, because by then the winds absolutely would be more of a southwest or westerly direction. 4 a.m., they're going to be around northwest, so it's a close call. So hopefully it won't be quite enough of a turnaround where it can go in, but it's at least worth setting your alarm if you live there and checking it out. And as Wendy mentioned, driving around, make sure you're extra careful. I kind of doubt there's going to be a lot of people driving around at 4 a.m. tomorrow, but you never know.
Yeah, Dennis, as I'm looking at that radar there behind you, it's kind of like, you see it moving, across Polk County into Orlando, and you think, okay, we're getting a little bit better here, but so many folks are hearing so much stuff there. But we're looking at video right now.
This is Winter Haven,
yeah,
right?
Winter Haven.
Yeah, it is. And that's just the area, as we were looking at that video, they're seeing the same kind of wind at about 60. It looks like, is that a transformer that blew?
Yeah. It looks like it is.
Yeah,
unless it's a power line going down with it, too, because you're seeing a lot of
there's the arcing.
with it. Yep.
Yeah, so I mean, when you get 60 to 65 mile-an-hour wind gusts and you get torrential downpours, this kind of stuff can happen. And this will continue to happen overnight, especially in those inland spots, especially in eastern Hillsborough County, especially in Hardy, DeSoto, and in Polk County, and northern Highlands County. But at least in looking at this right now, there is not an extreme wind advisory or an extreme wind warning. So that's important. That's a big step for us, because we have seen that was issued, the first one, just before landfall at about 1 o'clock. And ever since then, we have had one in effect the entire time. So the fact that we are no longer looking, and by the way, well, no, I guess, Jason, do we still have the flash flood warning, or did that expire? Because it looked like it wasn't showing up on my map as well. But regardless, we're headed in the right direction. We're getting there, down to 100 now. We lost another 5 miles an hour. So with another 5 miles an hour after this, we'll be down to a Category 1 hurricane. So it is clearly collapsing quickly. The rain is still heavy. The winds are gusty. But the threat of any significant weather, significant wind, damaging wind, is pretty much winding down. Still could see some trees down, but you are not going to get structural damage with this. And honestly, the only areas that will get structural damage is what was going on down south, unless, of course, the tree comes down and falls on your home. But typically, strong Cat 3s, 4s, and 5s are when the foundation of a home actually can be damaged. And that happened today, but not in our area. That was mostly Charlotte and even Lee County, from Naples up to Fort Myers. Guys?
All right, thanks, Dennis. We now want to go to Adam Walser, is just north of Sarasota County, where, of course, the storm has been moving through right now, continuing to get those outer bands we've seen.
Yeah, he's been in Bradenton for us today, where you've seen a lot of wind. You saw a lot of rain earlier today. Things starting to wind down there, but still, whistling there behind you, Adam.
It sure is. These boats are still rocking up and down, not quite as much as they were a few hours ago. We went onto the county's website and it said that in Manatee County that it was a steady 40-mile-an-hour wind with gusts up to 60 miles an hour. That's at the airport. Of course, we're right here on the water, so we're getting occasionally some of those higher gusts. Right now, about 165,000 customers out of power here, so this is one of the few places in Manatee County where there is any power. That's because it's close to the critical infrastructure, including Manatee Memorial Hospital and the police department and City Hall and some of those facilities that are right here in downtown Bradenton. But more of Manatee County and those more rural areas, they're completely out of power right now, and because of this heavy rainfall and the heavy winds throughout the night, those power crews haven't been able to get out there and restore any of the power. And in fact, all the emergency crews have been kept in their stations. They're not responding to any emergencies because of this high level of wind and the rain. We haven't seen a lot of water piling up on the roads here in Bradenton. We haven't been out and about because of the conditions, so we don't know exactly what some of those rural areas look like. Occasionally we will see a car or two. We've seen 2 or 3 cars here in the last hour. People are starting to venture out more than they were at the height of the storm 3 or 4 hours ago, but it's still a long way to go before things are completely cleared out here in Bradenton. Back to you guys.
All right, Adam, thank you. And as things are starting to wind down just a little bit there in Bradenton, we want to move our coverage now to Lakeland. We know the storm is heading that way. Rebecca Petit joins us live from there. Rebecca, we know the storm is heading through Polk County. How are the conditions there behind you?
The wind is howling and the rain has been relentless. And as it has gotten dark, you can just see how hard the rain is falling. I'm here off of US 98 North. There are no traffic lights working right now. There have been reports of down power lines, down trees, and thousands of people without power right now. And US Highway 98 is usually a highly trafficked area. No one's out on the streets. Everyone is hunkered down, sheltered in place, waiting for the storm to pass. I'm told that disaster relief crews have already arrived from up north to help out with cleanup once the storm passes. For now, I'm live in Lakeland. Rebecca Petit, ABC Action News.
Thank you. We want to go to our Paul Lagrone. He's been riding out the storm in Polk County, also in Lakeland, and he's seen quite a bit of intense rain and wind over the last several hours.
Yeah, and Paul, the good news is, as Dennis was just saying, this storm is starting to kind of die in strength here, but unfortunately it's still pretty high up there, and unfortunately it's heading in your direction. How are things looking there?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we're expecting the next 2 hours, even 3 hours to be kind of the strongest part for us guys. I mean, right now we're seeing just the consistency really when it comes down to it, of the volume of rain, the intensity of the rain, and then now the intensity of the wind itself, right around that 70, 74 mile an hour tops for the gusts, but sort of at a more consistent rate. And the streets here in downtown Lakeland, this is overlooking Massachusetts Avenue here, right at the corner of Main Street, and it's almost funneling the wind and the rain and the water off the street and sort of in a tunnel-like fashion blowing it all around. And so you're seeing it come from a lot of different directions. That's Lake Mirror in the background there, and it's dark because a transformer blew up a few hours ago, so he saw the power go out. And there's another gust of wind coming through as I'm speaking here, and it's sort of being funneled through the downtown streets. It's sort of dispersed and distributed throughout this sort of heart of the city here in Lakeland. The good news is the power structure seems to be maintaining. You see the lights, the street lights are still on, the traffic lights are still working for thankfully no one to use them. Finally, we saw a lot of people driving around. We don't see that now. The only people that are driving are police officers patrolling the streets, making sure people are safe. You see the winds. I mean, it's really packing a punch right now here in Lakeland, and in the greater parts of Polk County beyond the city of Lakeland. We're talking Polk City, Four Corners, south of Lake Hancock, Peace River Basin. Those are the real trouble spots because of the flooding and in the low-lying areas, and depending on what kind of structures people are riding this storm out in. I can tell you where we are here in the hotel. You know, people came from all over Tampa Bay to ride it out. what is a Cat 1, essentially going to be a Cat 1 hurricane by the time the heart of it reaches here, it looks like, as it's dropping in pressure. So the story, and you know, the headline is, as Dennis had said, at least for Tampa Bay, that we sort of dodged another one. All things relative, right? It could have been worse. And the story that a lot of people had to make these last-minute switcheroo plans to come from Clearwater, St. Pete, perhaps Sarasota, inland here to Lakeland, and then they end up riding out maybe in some ways more of a severe weather situation than what they might have had before when 48 hours ago Ian was presenting itself in a different way than it is now. As this thing is now going to move north into Orlando, my wife is actually on air and covering all the Florida stations in Orlando, and it'll get bad there at 2 a.m., 3 a.m. I think another transformer blew, guys. As we were just speaking, I heard a rumble, and there seems to be some lights went out, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll have to monitor that. Yeah, it looks like we got something happen. So the power outages are going to be the problem. And in Polk County, they've been dealing with power outages since this afternoon, and it steadily grew from there. And obviously that makes all the difference in the world when you're trying to ride out a storm, no matter what the category is. So, you know, it's the consistency of the wind and the power of the rain is picking up. But, you know, and not to compare, because everyone's situation is different, but, you know, all thoughts, of course, with those folks in Southwest Florida who really found themselves, I would imagine, you know, unfortunately some folks fighting for their lives, really, to survive this storm. So we think about them, but we think about everyone who's in a vulnerable situation tonight. And just ride it out here in Lakeland and Polk County. 3, 4, 5 hours, we're on the better side of this thing. So stay strong. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, very true, Paul. And you mentioned about that transformer we just saw live on the air in Winter Haven. We saw another transformer go out. And then earlier today, we saw Naples had a huge transformer that literally caught on fire. It was quite an explosion. And I know Michael Palusko, who's been in Venice, has heard several explosions similarly, because there have been, and as we know, so many power outages across the state, 1.9 million folks without power as we speak. And, you know, unfortunately, you know, they just can't restore that power until it's safe. And until those mile-per-hour winds get below 45 miles an hour, which probably is not going to happen until tomorrow or even later, tomorrow afternoon, you know, it's just not safe for anyone to be out there.
Yeah, it would be great if everybody wakes up tomorrow and their power is back on right away. Some people unbelievably have kept their power through this thing, who have gotten a good portion of this storm. But, you know, at this point, we're over 2 million people in the state of Florida without power right now. Close to half of them right now are in our viewing area.
Absolutely.
So we know what you guys are going through there. We lost power here at the station.
We did.
Earlier tonight, and then all sorts of things started kind of going haywire.
Our internet went down,
yeah.
Our power went down, and then flickers in and out a couple times over the last several hours since we've been covering this storm. And it can be a little jarring, too, because you don't know if they're going to come back on. I mean, we lost internet, we lost everything. So, you know, so if you are just listening to us, whether it be on the app or on a radio station, you are certainly not alone. We will be here through this storm. We're not going anywhere. So if you're sitting in the dark right now and all you have is your phone or your computer, or, you know, or all you have is the radio, trust me that we will be holding your hand through this, and our whole team is not going anywhere. We will be here guiding you through this storm until it's out of our state, which hopefully will be sometime, as Dennis says, Thursday afternoon.
By the way, great job by our engineers getting us back on the air here so
fantastic.
We can still talk to you. So Dennis and Jason and Shay and Greg can all, you know, continue to give you the forecast here, because for a second there, we were a little bit nervous, but they did a great job. And here we are still talking to you folks tonight as you're getting through the storm.
Absolutely. Next, we want to go to our Rochelle Aline. She's live for us in Dunedin in Pinellas County. And I just want to say Dunedin is one of the most favorite spots for so many folks who come into town. It's such a quaint town, and so many tourists love it. It's a beautiful area. So I'm curious as to how things look now for you, Rochelle. How's the storm? How's the wind? How's the rain?
Yeah, we actually ended up having to move on, you guys. So we're in Tarpon Springs right now, and you see me holding on to my hood because the rain has been, you know, touch and go, but the wind down here, we've been seeing wind gusts that have blown my hood off. We've had to kind of refocus ourselves because they've almost knocked us down. They're coming in these bands and they're pretty strong at times. We're in Tarpon Springs again, and we're near the intersection of Spring Boulevard and MLK near the Whitcomb Bayou. This is an area that historically floods even in regular thunderstorms, and surprisingly right now it's pretty clear out here. That said, homeowners out here, they're not taking any chances. You can see there's a house across the street. It's a little bit dark, but this homeowner here, he says his house floods all the time. He's actually made kind of like a sand barrier with some tarp and sands and sandbags and some bricks to try to keep water from the front of his home. He tells me he's inside, he's hunkering down, and really people out here are waiting to see what the rain throughout the night and the tide in the morning will bring them. And they said, again, they're not taking any chances when it comes to flooding because it floods here so often. For now, in Tarpon Springs, Rochelle Aline, ABC Action News.
All right, Rochelle, thank you. And we want to go to South Tampa now to our reporter Kylie McGivern. She's been there for us, not too far off of Bayshore all day long, but you moved into safety just a little while ago. Just things were a little bit dicey there for a while.
Yeah, and Kylie, as we know, South Tampa often floods, even during a normal summertime downpour. And that whole area off of Bayshore and beyond has been under a mandatory evacuation because it is flood zone A, since you are right off the water. What are conditions like now?
It has gotten a lot more windy out, and I guess I'm just drawn to areas near the water. You just heard from Rochelle. I grew up in Tarpon Springs. My parents had to evacuate along the water. Now we're in South Tampa, both areas that even on just a typical day, typical rainstorm, you said it yourself, it floods. Now what we're seeing more of is just the wind. Earlier, when our photojournalist Matt McGlashan and I tried to get out of the car, get our gear in, thinking we can't be out on the roads anymore, especially with it now being dark, you cannot see the dangers ahead. We had to really push to even get out of our car, and this is in an area that's not even in the thick of it like some of our colleagues are seeing in other parts of our community in the state. So as we were out and about, there were some areas that this wind, even earlier today, brought down some serious trees. So take a look from earlier today. This is a bit further north from where we are. This was a massive tree that came down in the 300 block of West Francis Avenue. This is not far from downtown Tampa Heights area, to put that in perspective. And this, you can just see the power that this has between the rain and then seeing that the danger not only in that the tree came down, but it brought power lines down with it that you cannot always see easily. So these dangers we're talking about, all of that is just amplified when it's at night, and you may not realize it until you're basically right on top of it, already in a dangerous situation. We spoke with a neighbor right near there who said seeing that, they heard the tree crash and it made them think of their own tree in their backyard and the dangers.
That tree's big. We have about a 4-story tree in the backyard here that is over our roof and a garage in the house. And, as much as I love the trees, it's a danger.
And we want to bring you to a live look right now at Tampa Bay Boulevard, a bit further north. Just again, to give you an idea, if you're curious what some of the roads look like, this is what it looks like out there right now. And Tampa police, other law enforcement, first responders encouraging you not to let your curiosity, quite frankly, get the best of you and drive around in an area that could quickly become a danger, not realizing. I think earlier we showed some video of one of these street lights coming crashing down with the wind. You just don't know. Even when we were out, some of the tree branches kind of flying by, you think you're fine 1 minute, in a gust, it can create a whole different story. So we will continue to check in with you, but for now, we are live in South Tampa. Kylie McGivern, ABC Action News.
Some good advice. Thank you, Kylie. Our Eric Waxler joins us live now in Hudson Beach. That's in Pasco County, and they've also seen some severe weather, some pretty heavy gusts of wind and rain. Eric, I'm curious as to the conditions now at almost 10:20 at night, what it's like out there.
Yeah, I think we're in one of those patches where it's sort of relaxing a little bit, but every few minutes the wind picks up, the rain picks up, and I think that's going to be the pattern here for the next few hours here in Pasco County, where people are feeling very fortunate that Hurricane Ian took a more southern course and avoided any kind of direct hit that would have really impacted Pasco County, an area where there's been so many flooding issues over the last decade from various storms, the rivers overflowing, whether it's the Anclote or the Cody River, so many neighborhoods that I've been in where, I mean, we're talking about needing boats to go rescue people from their homes, elderly people trapped, and that has happened multiple times in the decade plus that I've been here covering Pasco County. So I know people did not want to deal with that this time around, but they were very prepared to do just that because of the path that it looked like Hurricane Ian was taking. People boarded up their homes. People put up the hurricane shutters. They got the sandbags. They evacuated many of the low-lying areas, especially west of US 19 where we are here in Hudson Beach. So a lot of people have taken heed, but it looks like, thankfully for the people here, the conditions will not be that bad. But that remains to be seen. People are not taking anything for granted. A lot of people have been coming around here to Hudson Beach all night, especially before the sun went down, just to kind of get a look at the awe and the amazing sights, looking out at the Gulf and to see the storm coming in. And the Pasco Sheriff's Office has also been here telling them to go home, that this is not a place to come take a look right now, that they need to be home safe for the night. Now, earlier I told you about the Andre Vasilevsky jersey that someone hung on their door because who needs lumber? Vazzy can save everything, right? So we found out who this guy is. His name is Philip Marks, and I think we have some video to show you the jersey. So yeah, he took his Vasilevsky jersey that he wore proudly to the Lightning games, and he hung it on his door. And he felt like that was going to protect him. That was going to save his house from any storm, any hurricane. And hopefully, at last check, his house is standing tall, and he's a big Lightning fan. So we give credit to Philip Marks for coming up with a very creative idea, a lighthearted moment in what's been a difficult day for so many people. Back to you.
Yeah,
it really has.
I think we all need a little extra prayer, and if you know that's what helps him, I say why not, right?
Right. We want to head to Sarasota now.
Yeah, ABC Action News reporter Mary O'Connell has been tracking the storm out there live for us near a shelter with the latest conditions. Mary, I'm also curious, is everybody still hunkering down in that shelter? Or have they come out to see the damage or anything else? Have you been able to keep them inside the shelter?
I think we're a little split at this point. There are folks who are definitely staying. They've got their blankets out. They've got their pillows. They're on their air mattresses. They are sleeping at this point and at this hour. But we've also had, families still kind of ready to leave and see what's out there. I will tell you, we're taking a look out here, and it seems like maybe the rain has died down a little bit. Maybe, as the storm passes, it comes and goes. But it's still pretty windy. I know that Dennis was talking about earlier, there was a gust in Sarasota upwards of 80 plus miles an hour. Of course, that's just one place in Sarasota, but these winds are still really gusty out here. I could step out for a second and see it. Of course, it's dark and you might not be able to see the rain, but man, is it windy. And I don't know if you can hear that, but it is really windy. I mean, you can really hear it howling and blowing right now. We did get an update from emergency services here in Sarasota County not too long ago, about 25 minutes ago, and they said they're actively monitoring weather conditions and reminded people that once winds have decreased under 45 miles an hour, the county's tactical first-in teams will begin clearing emergency routes, and then authorized county staff will start doing damage assessments. They also said they'll be evaluating things like the county's infrastructure and water and wastewater systems. They're really asking people to be patient with this process because they have no idea how long that will take. Until there's daylight, it's hard to tell just how much damage has been done countywide and in specific areas. I know we've had people asking us, what does it look like here? What does it look like here? But until that power, goes back on, because Sarasota County has been dealing with power outages, mass power outages, tens of thousands of people. And we've had a lot of people asking, well, can I go home? Can I go home? Everybody here is saying, no, stay put. Shelter in place. You don't know if you have power down. I know we saw a video in Ybor City in Tampa of a stoplight going down in the middle of the street. You don't know what you're going to deal with. It's so dark outside. It's still really windy, and if those rains pick up, you don't want to be caught on the roads with that. So for now, it is still mighty gusty here in Sarasota. We've been here, I think, hour 8. We'll send it back to you. We're going to continue to monitor it here in Sarasota.
Yeah, Mary, thank you. And you talked about the power outages. I know you were just pulling it up. I mean, we have heard that it's been over 2 million in the state of Florida, but in Sarasota County alone, what's the latest number?
255,000.
Yeah.
And just to the north, Manatee County is 135. That's according to Florida Power and Light. So, I mean, almost 400,000 just between those two counties alone, which we kind of expected here. Those were going to be the two counties here in our viewing area that were probably going to get hit the hardest right off the bat as soon as Ian came ashore further south down there by North Fort Myers. We knew Sarasota County was in for it, and we know they're going to wake up tomorrow and, as Mary said, doing some damage assessment, and that area is going to see it really well. I mean, if I don't necessarily know if it's going to be destructive, but you're going to see a lot of property damage down there for sure.
And the power outages, I just want to mention, are continuing because I keep getting emails from folks in Hillsborough County. They're still without power. And Pinellas, we got a number of almost 150,000 earlier, and I'm sure it's possible that number is higher as well. So if you are listening to us on our app or on the radio, you are not alone. As we mentioned, about 2 million folks in the state of Florida still without power. And truly, the linemen just can't get out there to fix it and bring back the power to you because it's simply too dangerous. This is Daytona Beach. You can see that wind, how it's picked up. It's very strong at this point. And the rain, as we always talk about, literally coming down sideways and just simply too dangerous for those linemen to get up and try to get that power back on, or for that matter, first responders to rescue anyone in the rising waters and the floods or the surges that we've seen all across the state. So it's very, very important that you stay in your home, even if you don't have power. It is truly the safest place right now for you to be. Hunker down until at least the morning sunlight, where we can see what the streets look like, and you can go out and make sure that you're not stepping on a live power line. And of course, as we talked about the streets, we've had so many trees completely destroyed and over lanais and in the middle of the streets because, as Dennis has mentioned, the water has come down so much. We've had so much rain and the ground is so saturated that it doesn't take a whole lot of wind, Dennis, right, for a tree to knock over when you already have the ground, which is just so saturated.
Yeah, Wendy, actually, let's get my mic, if we can get my mic real quick. There we go. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't just this storm either. I mean, think about the last 6 weeks. We've had an unusual amount of rain, even more so than normal for the rainy season. And then all of a sudden you throw in incredible rainfall totals, record-breaking rainfall totals, 16 to 20 inches of rain in this band right there from Sarasota County in through Hardy County and over towards southern Polk County. And there's just no place for it to go. And again, remember, at this point in time, you had what's known as an onshore flow. In other words, the wind was coming in from the Gulf, right, and pushing the water in. That's why the surge happened. That's why that devastating storm surge occurred, because when the eye of the storm went in, just to the right front quadrant of that, all that water got pushed in. And by the way, we're figuring that was about a 16-foot storm surge, and then you throw on top of that 10 to 20-foot waves. Just devastation. I mean, really, the stuff that I think we've never seen in Florida, at least on the west coast of Florida before. Maybe up in the Panhandle there have been times before with Opal back in '95 and then Michael a few years ago, but not on this side of the state. So what I was saying is, as that onshore flow was coming in, the rain falls. And we're not talking even an inch or two of rain. We're talking 16 inches of rain in about 6 hours. So the rain falls, and if things are going well, it drains out into the Gulf of Mexico. But when the winds are pushing it in, pushing the water in, there's no place for that rain to go except for up and flooding. And so we had some incredible rainfall totals. I have not had any reports of damage yet at this point in the area in red. And by the way, this is set to expire in about 15 minutes. So we'll see if that actually happens or if the Weather Service, the local Weather Service, decides to let that expire. But outside of that, we're still looking at some solid wind, gusts of about 50 to 65 miles an hour across Polk County and in through Highlands County. But the red box from all of Hardy, the northern half of DeSoto and Charlotte, as well as Sarasota, the eastern third of that, that's where that flash flood warning. And again, when you see a word, the threat level, and the Weather Service released the word catastrophic. You see that word, that's the same word that was released for catastrophic storm surge. Now, what happened down south in Naples, in Fort Myers, that was catastrophic. And when you see the videos tomorrow morning, when we actually can really fully grasp what happened, that is an accurate word. We'll see if the flooding was catastrophic in this area. My guess is nowhere close to what happened, because this wasn't a storm surge event. This was merely rainfall. I mean, I'm looking at some pictures and we're seeing boats going in, being pushed in to the shore, several boats just attached to each other because the surge was so strong this afternoon. But right now, still have flooding out there, but the extreme wind warning has expired and was not renewed. So that's great news, and I don't think it will be. I mean, the winds will continue to weaken, but the flash flood warning set to expire at 10:45, again for Charlotte, DeSoto, Hardee, Highlands, Manatee, and Sarasota counties. Heaviest rain right now in the eastern half of Polk County, the northwestern half of Highlands County, most of Hardee, most of DeSoto, and everything continues to blow counterclockwise. So you look at this and you think in the summer mindset, you're like, oh, okay, well, it's going to make it all the way back to the beach. No, no, no. This is different because there's spin. So this is going to come back and then spin right down here. So it's not going to make it all the way back to Pinellas County. There is definitely some winds out there, and decent winds at that. But compared to what we've had earlier, nothing. Winds of 100 miles an hour. The new track comes out in about 15 minutes. It's not going to be any different. At this point, the track doesn't matter. It is moving east. The only question we have is how quickly this will. I'm guessing it'll be a Cat 1 hurricane at 11 o'clock, and hopefully it'll be a tropical storm by tomorrow. That's the last the Hurricane Center was predicting, Cat 1 by 2 a.m. and tropical storm by 2 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. But even still, the winds are forecast to be pretty gusty across our area most of tomorrow. The rain chances drop down significantly. The wind, not damaging wind, but still kind of gusty throughout the day, maybe 40, 45 mile an hour wind gusts, which is still tropical storm force. New advisories, we'll see if any of these advisories are dropped at the 11 o'clock hour. I kind of think they won't be, but I do think by 5 a.m. tomorrow morning, that's when we will start to see those warnings dropped. Here's a look at current wind gusts. Right now, 40 mile an hour winds in Clearwater. That's 64 in Newport Richey's been a while, as is Spring Hill. So I'm not so sure those are current. 61 in St. Pete, that's current. Bradenton 78, that was last hour. Sarasota at 59, 60 in Avon Park, Lake Placid 73, Plant City 47. So Haines City 60. So again, the wind gusts in the purple area right there have been on average about 60 to 65 miles an hour. Not the kind that does a lot of damage. I mean, we're talking maybe a fence might go down, maybe a small tree or some branches will go down, maybe a pool cage, some screens, but that's really about it. And as we go through the rest of the overnight hours, the winds are going to be about the same, from around 50 to 65 miles an hour. Well, think about it. Our afternoon thunderstorms. When you get a severe thunderstorm warning, those winds are 60 miles an hour. Now, granted, they last 10, 15 minutes in the summer. They don't last 10 to 15 hours like they have been late over the last 12 hours or so. But my point is, you're not normally going to see a lot of damage. Every now and again, you could see a tree down because, as Wendy mentioned, the ground is just so wet after the last several days of rain, and especially the last 12 hours. Power outages through 1 a.m. Still some decent widespread coverage across the state. Last check, about 2 million people without power. But the weather is going to start to cooperate later tonight and into tomorrow morning as the winds start to subside. Speaking of winds, let's check out Jason over in the Weather Center. He'll have some pretty incredible wind gust numbers. Jason?
Yeah, so as we're seeing the storm beginning to move out, if we could pull my mic up, there we go. As we're seeing the storm moving out, we're still getting winds up to near 90 miles per hour in Sarasota. Now, these are the most recent wind gusts. We've obviously been posting those peak wind gusts, and we've been posting them to social media as well. These are the ones within the last 2 hours. So we're still seeing hurricane force gusts here along the coast at Sarasota with that 87 mile per hour gust. Tampa, St. Pete, both at 66 miles per hour. And we're hearing some noises on our roof over here in the Weather Center. So I think that's still the wind persisting at that 60+ mile/per-hour gust parameter. 75 in Fort Meade. Of course, we've had the center very close to Fort Meade, as this hurricane, of course, is still a hurricane. We'll see if it's a Category 1 coming up in the next advisory. In Sebring, right over top of us, we have what's left of the western eye wall as the system is now overhead. Here in Avon Park, we're pushing 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and we've had multiple 75 to 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts here near Frostproof and also down throughout the 27 corridor here in Avon Park and also in Sebring. So there's the latest radar. You saw it with Dennis, but we definitely got to talk about the center of circulation right now because it's well removed away from the coast by a good 80 miles or so, and we're looking at winds still pushing 90 in Sarasota. But I also want to show you, too, the back edge of the rainfall finally starting to move a little more inland in places where we've seen up to 20 inches of rain here along I-41 or I-75 and Highway 41 from Venice and Inglewood up to Northport. This is where our radar is estimating up to 20 inches of rain as we've looked at this over the last 6 to 10 hour period, because remember earlier today, the western eye wall was actually stalled here across this part of Tampa Bay. So we're going to see significant flood concerns. And like Dennis said, when we wake up tomorrow, we'll likely see these rivers that are slow to rise really begin to have flood warnings along any of them here in and around Northport as we go through the next couple of days. And remember, just a year ago, we had Hurricane Elsa that had one band of rain that's set up here from Northport up through eastern Manatee County. And that one also produced a foot of rain. We're doubling that amount potentially here in Northport with this go around. So it's going to be rough for us in the Northport area. We're going to watch this very closely for you guys, and we're going to send our reporters down there once it's safe for us to do so to make sure that we cover the story in these areas that are really, really hard hit. Now in Tampa, I mentioned a second ago, we have that 66-mile-per-hour gust within the last hour. Same deal in St. Pete, but notice the yellow colors are now confined to I-75 East, which is where the stronger winds are. Of course, where you see the red, yellow, and orange, that's over in eastern sections of Polk County and south central sections. That's where the eye wall, what's left of it, continues to shift east. But along the coast, we're seeing green indicating lighter rainfalls. We'll see if the winds start to taper down. I think it's going to take a little bit more of a push to this get out of in eastern Polk County, maybe over to Osceola and Orange counties for us to finally start to see these 60+ mile-per-hour gusts calm down, maybe down to the 40 to 50 mile-per-hour range. But in Lake Wales, this is where the center is currently, down just to your south in Avon Park and Sebring. But we have got a ton of rain that's setting up here. Remember, the new flash flood warning is in effect until midnight for areas from Fort Meade to Frostproof. So along 98 and 27, these are the locations that are picking up 4 to 10 inches of rain over the next 4 to 5 hour period, because same deal like we saw to the southwest, this is not moving. It's rotating and slowly moving east, but it seems to rotate that eye wall over the same spots for several hours before it finally gets nudged a little more to the east. Down south further, well, that's north. Also, we're starting to see the rain continuing here along the Nature Coast, but this is where we've seen the least amount of rain, believe it or not, in Citrus County. Some of you have not picked up even 1/4 of an inch of rain, while in Sarasota County, we've had up to 20 inches of rain. Just remarkable to see this huge difference in rain areas. And this is where that new flash flood warning is in the southern sections here again, from Frostproof, Fort Meade, and then getting into Sebring and Avon Park. That garnet color here, that's that flash flood emergency that is set to expire coming up at 10:45 that Dennis was talking about. But we still have the ongoing flood concerns even beyond this flash flood emergency. Now, I do believe, let me go back to one other radar. I want to get you set up here for those of you in Avon Park and Sebring. These are the areas where what's left of the eye wall really hanging tough. It just does not want to relent with the rainfall. So we've already picked up a good 6 inches of rain at least in Sebring, and we're going to add another 4 or 5 inches on top of that. And that also includes areas in and around Avon Park as well. And you can see the bands are just kind of sitting here, not moving at all. And our summer thunderstorms, when they stall, can produce 4 to 8 inches of rain in a short amount of time as well. It's kind of that similar setup, but these are, of course, adding in those 80+ mile-per-hour wind gusts that are still happening here in the Sebring and Avon Park area. So we will start to see this finally tapering down, quieting down here as we go into the overnight hours, but probably not until a good 3 to 5 a.m. for those of you in our eastern zones. Shortly after midnight, hopefully we can start to see the winds taper down a little bit on the backside of this system. So here we are coming up on 10:30, 10:45. Notice as we put this in motion to go to midnight, not much change. So a slow moving system. It's moving at 8 miles per hour as of the last advisory from the Hurricane Center. Notice that our coastal areas in Sarasota and Manatee counties Finally start to see the rain dropping down just a little bit in coverage. Fingers crossed that that is the case. Good news, I'll show you the 7-day coming up here in a second. And we're going to get rid of the rain for quite some time to allow us to dry out. We'll talk about that here shortly. This is 2 a.m. Finally, I think we'll see the center, which is stuck here in southeastern Polk and northern Highlands County, get pushed over into Osceola and Orange County, where they do have hurricane warnings up for Daytona, and also, of course, for Orlando, where they could see those gusts picking up like we've been seeing them here, 75 to 80 miles per hour. Still holding on to some light to moderate rain for the Nature Coast, but thankfully, again, the winds here well to the north of I-4 have not gusted much beyond 65 miles per hour. And this is where we have the minimum amount of power outages. By the way, I got the notice on my phone. Dennis and I were talking about my house. Power's out at my house now. I got the notification that it's gone. So we're seeing it become a little more problematic for us as the hours go on. But again, with the storm finally pulling away tomorrow morning, utility crews will be able to get out there and hopefully get these power situations taken care of pretty quickly. Of course, the biggest need will be in Manatee, Sarasota, Wauchula County, or Arcadia. These areas here, Hardy, DeSoto counties. These are the locations that have the most widespread power problems. So it'll take a little more time for these areas to get the power back. And remember, with Irma, we had power issues for up to 2.5 weeks where the center went through. And the center went through here, again, from Sarasota over to eastern Polk. So those areas could potentially be without power for the longest amount of time. So keep that in mind. If you are lucky and you didn't lose your power, a lot of our friends and family members here across the Sunshine State, not the same go. And as we go to 6 o'clock into the morning, I think that's when we'll finally see the system going far enough east that those rains and the winds will really taper down. Now let's talk about some good news. It's in the 7-day forecast. By the way, there is another tropical depression in the Atlantic. This will not be one for us to worry about. It's out in the middle of the Atlantic near the Cape Verde Islands off of Africa. It's moving north and it will weaken, not coming to the Gulf of Mexico. So notice temperatures. That's the first bit of good news that we have to look forward to here over the next few days. The system's so strong, it's actually pulling a cold front. We haven't had an opportunity to even talk about it because we've been so focused on Ian for the last week. But there is a cold front sneaking down south and it's going to eliminate the humidity for us. Great news for the power issues that we have because you won't be completely sweat and soaked in your house because your house is 95 degrees and the humidity is 100%. We'll actually get a break from the humidity here over the next couple of days. You'll notice it more by the weekend, but look at temperatures too, struggling to get past 80 degrees. Nobody complaining about that when your AC is out. I remember when I was younger, we got by Hurricane Ivan up in the Panhandle and we were without power for 3.5, 4 days. Luckily, only that amount of time. But we had 100-degree temperatures behind Ivan. So that will not be the case for us, thankfully, behind Ian. And notice as we go into next week even, rain chances just aren't there. 10 to 20% max. The humidity is gone. We get rid of our rainy season pattern. I'm not expecting to see those widespread summer thunderstorms return. So if there's anything good about Ian, which there isn't, let's be honest, but at least the weather behind it is going to participate, allow us those without power to not have to worry about too much about 115-degree heat indices, but also finally a chance to dry out too, because we certainly need it in Sarasota County East. It's going to take quite some time for these areas that picked up that much rain, potentially even up to 2 feet by the time it's all said and done, for those river levels to get back to where they've been. So that's the latest from here. Again, the new advisory coming up here in about 18 minutes. Dennis will have that for you coming up in our 11 o'clock hour.
All right, Jason, thank you. And I just want to mention this because I had mentioned earlier that TECO, I'd been trying to get on their website for some time, and I know a lot of folks have been emailing and texting me who live in Hillsborough County who also haven't been able to get an update on what's going on there. But we just got an update. I'm on their site, TECO's site now. This is as of 10:30 this evening, so less than 15 minutes ago. 263,637 folks still without power. And on their website, it says that they will try to get to it first thing in the morning, obviously, if the weather permits. So if you're in Hillsborough County and you have TECO as your service agent, that, you just have to be patient because definitely it'll be through the night till they can restore power for you.
And we just, got those TECO numbers here a short time ago. And as we're sitting there crunching the numbers, we know that 2 million are without power here in the entire state of Florida. And as I'm sitting here running the numbers, almost half of those are in the Bay Area, in our viewing area here from north to south and out to the east, almost 1 million.
Right, Pinellas, Pasco, Sarasota, Polk, all of it right here in the Bay Area, so you're not alone. Okay, we want to go down to our Paul Lagrone. He's been riding out the storm in Polk County, and of course that's in Lakeland. Yeah, and Paul, the good news here is the storm is losing intensity, but it's still packing a punch as it comes through Polk County.
Yeah, it is, Jameson and Wendy. The wind is really howling right now, and it's in part where I'm at. It's almost this tunnel effect where it sort of channels through the buildings here in downtown Lakeland, and it's almost like a river of wind and rain, almost in a sleet-like fashion that comes. Look at that. Right off the street here on Massachusetts Avenue in downtown. A couple of observations. You can see the lights are still on here in the city. The grid is held up nicely. There's a residential building behind me there that people live on right off of Lake Mirror, which is in the background there, and their lights are still on. I talked to a lot of folks that live there, and it's an older historical building, and it looks like their power is on. We have seen a couple of transformers blow in the Lake Mirror back there in that area, and then darkness soon followed, obviously. So, the transformer situation is what it is. We expected that. And we expected this. I mean, these wind gusts right now probably topping out, as Dennis had said earlier, 70, 75. Yeah, there you go. Thanks, Ivan. Thanks, Ian. I said Ivan, sorry. But, this is the force of the storm, of the hurricane. And so we're still talking about a Cat 1 hurricane as it's swirling around and making its way up the spine of Florida here. And as Jason was saying, and I wish I could show you this. I've been watching this sign just drop. The Main Street sign had been dangling by a thread for the last 8 hours. It had been blown and just hanging there, and it just fell to the ground. But it's at an angle where I can't show you, but I just heard it drop. And those things are a lot bigger when you see them in person. They're huge. So I'm keeping my eye on that thing so it doesn't fly up and become a projectile, but I'm pretty sure that it's too heavy to do that. But that's like the first big piece of damage that I've seen so far. We've been watching a couple of other things, like there's a couple of parking signs that could easily become projectiles if they get uprooted. We've seen a couple of huge tree branches fall. But other than that, the good part about being in downtown is that the buildings isolate, or rather insulate some of that wind impact. I'm keeping my eye on that thing because I don't want that thing to come flying toward my way. But the wind is obviously a factor. There's no doubt about it. This is why you hunker down in this situation. This is why I'm really hoping people went into the shelters and took advantage of that warning that Polk County EMS had put out earlier today, especially in the Peace River basin area. If you're in a mobile home, this is no place to ride it out, because these winds are pretty powerful and the gusts really do pack a punch. I think that when the light of day comes, guys, you're going to see in Polk County a lot of downed trees. I know when my family in Plant City, some of my family lives in Walden Lake, and they've had at least one big tree down that's blocked an entire residential neighborhood. I imagine that's the story throughout Polk County, a lot of downed trees. Which is probably contributing to the power situation. These winds they're really picking up. And so you really feel it. And the wind's coming down pretty heavy, or rather the rain is coming down pretty heavy. So that is the measurement of Hurricane Ian at the moment. And, if you stay safe, that is the definition of success. I said it at the beginning of our journey, and as we make our way through tonight and tomorrow, if you made this thing out of this thing safe, uninjured, your family's safe, then you beat Hurricane Ian, hands down. You won. We'll replace property. We'll figure that out another day. And I'll tell you something. I'm thinking too far ahead, but Tampa Bay will come together. They always do. These are the best people in the world, and we've seen it in full display here. How they behave, how they treat each other with kindness in this time, and that'll play out in the days and weeks ahead as well. And for us here, and then for the folks down in Southwest Florida as well, because they're going to need it. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, Paul, the neighbor's going to need some neighbors over the course of the next day or two, if not more than that. And Paul was mentioning there in Lakeland being kind of insulated with some of the buildings there. Don't forget Polk County, such a huge area of rural area, I should say. So not so insulated. So we know as Ian is moving through Polk County right now, and as I was looking just here on Jason's map behind me, a lot of kind of yellow-red kind of turning in that area, so we know that this is going to be a little bit of a restless night for folks there.
Yeah, still several hours for this storm to pass through our state, so it's not going to be over, until the morning, probably into Thursday afternoon, until it's actually out of our state. But as you mentioned, a lot of folks, because locally we did think we were ground zero. Now they're saying, how can we help, since we have sort of dodged a bullet, and there are so many folks that will need our help. And of course, we will bring you every opportunity if you want to participate to help those in need. And of course, we'll keep in touch with ways that you can help. Of course, Salvation Army, Feeding Tampa Bay, Metropolitan Ministries. There's so many wonderful organizations that will help.
Yeah, and let's keep our coverage there in Lakeland if we can. We want to go to Rebecca Petit, who joins us live from there. Rebecca, we know this storm is heading through Polk County right now. Paul just showed that to us. How are the conditions? Well, it sounds like it's getting a little windy and loud over there where you are too, I guess you'd say.
I'm not too far from where Paul is. I'm in North Lakeland. The wind is still howling. It's become very powerful. The rain, it has been relentless. It's just coming down so hard. You can see it coming down at an angle just with the wind and the rain. People are staying inside. They have heed the warnings to not come outside. This area is usually pretty well traveled, but right now it is a dead zone. Everyone is hunkered down, sheltering in place. Polk County did have a flash flood warning, and you can start to see some of that water pulling up over here in North Lakeland. U.S. Highway 98, as I mentioned, is very busy and very highly traveled. You see cars in this parking lot. They have evacuated to this hotel where I'm at, and I'm told there are disaster workers also here in this hotel. They have come from up north, ready to help out with cleanup efforts once the storm passes. I'll have more on that on our next live hit. Live in Lakeland, Rebecca Petit, ABC Action News.
All right, Rebecca, thank you. We want to now bring it back to Hillsborough County. Our Sean Daly is live in Tampa with what's happening across the street near Raymond James Stadium. Sean, how's it look?
Yeah, guys, so we're kind of dancing to a weird beat right now in Tampa. It feels hopeful. There's a gust now. We got our sideways rain, but then what'll happen, there'll be a lull. There'll be a lull where it feels like nothing's going on at all. And so it feels hopeful. It feels like we're fortunate that we're at the tail end of things. But I wanted to say one thing. A lot of people who watch me on ABC Action News, I do the good news stories. And Wendy and Jameson, you said it so beautifully just a couple minutes ago. The stories I'm going to be doing for the next 2 weeks are going to be people helping people through this trying, awful time. I love it that we have so many resources for you on abcactionnews.com if you want to help financially, if you want to help with your time. So I love that, Wendy and James, that you were just talking about that we're going to see a lot of hard images tomorrow down south, but we're also going to see the helpers, right? It's the Mr. Rogers line. When you're feeling blue about something, you look for the helpers, It sounds a little cheesy, but it's true, and you're going to see a lot of people helping. And I'm going to be doing those stories too. Getting back to the weather here in Tampa, we're getting this gust again, and in about 5 minutes it'll be a lull. So hopefully we're kind of coming out of it here. But again, guys, I just want to urge everybody, whether you're listening to us on our app or on the radio, or you still have power on TV, we have a lot of good resources for you if you need help or if you'd like to help. So make sure to go to abcactionnews.com when you can. Guys, back to you.
All right, Sean, thank you. We want to check in now with ABC Action News reporter Kylie McGivern, who's in South Tampa.
Yeah, and Kylie, I understand that you're not far from Tampa General Hospital off of Bayshore, but you actually went over there earlier today. I'm wondering what you learned about how they prepared. Obviously, they're on the water, so I imagine they did a lot of things before the storm hit.
Absolutely, you guys. I mean, we're less than 10 minutes. Some of the lights behind me are from Tampa General Hospital. And the reason why we want to bring this up is there's a lot of folks that have loved ones at the hospital that just cannot evacuate, even though it is surrounded by an area that's in a mandatory evacuation zone. Of course, there are vulnerable patients where it's not that simple. And if we're thinking outside of the patients, I mean, there are thousands of employees who are over at Tampa General. So earlier today, we went out there and talked with folks about what goes into securing a massive, important building and resource in our community like this. And so what we really learned more about is what's called an aqua fence. This surrounds the whole perimeter of the hospital. It's put this in perspective, this took about 30 employees 3 days to put up. But you know what? They said that it's worth every bit of effort for just even a little bit more peace of mind. Also, when you can't really get the perspective in our video, but what they told us is that this is meant to help prevent and protect against, I should say, a 15-foot storm surge. And at one point, we weren't sure if that would be the case here. I mean, now things have changed some, but they are so glad that they put in that effort. Also, when we talk about how many actual patients are over there, as of this afternoon, there were 858 patients. Here's what we learned.
We're too big and too critical to evacuate. Our patients are too sick, and there's so many that there's nowhere else for them to go in a lot of cases. So we defend in place, and this is just one piece of that.
And what Dustin, who you just heard from, was telling us about is when you consider kind of the downtown South Tampa area, that because of the resources they have in place, the generators, the aqua fence, moving some of those critical resources to those higher levels, in some ways, he says it's one of the safest places that you can be. We were speaking with someone in the building that we're in earlier tonight. She said, look, I'm still worried about my mom. My mom is in the hospital right now, and you probably can't hear it fully behind us. We are inside to protect ourselves because we're up on the 8th floor. We want to be safe, but the winds are howling. And even though we are not in the direct line of the storm, so to speak, again, it raises those concerns when you have loved ones in those situations. So we were sharing what we learned from TGH, again, about all the resources that they have in place. So we want to put that out to the community for anyone knowing. And again, how kind of incredible that aqua fence is as we were learning more about it. So we're going to send it back to you guys for now. We'll continue to check in.
Kylie, thank you. That's really amazing. I'd never seen that before, so I definitely learned from that. And I think a lot of medical facilities in the Bay Area and really around the state have generators because so many of those critical patients need electricity, whether it be, you know, for their heart monitors or what have you, especially when you're in the hospital. So it's wonderful that just in our own backyard, they have something so advanced as well with that whole thing that goes around the hospital. Really great.
And we know our state and our local counties have, you know, emergency operation centers. One thing that we can also tell you is that that is such a vital, important thing at TGH that they have going on there. That whole operation, they actually have their own command center to make sure that if they need to move some pieces around pretty quickly, they can do that. And they're monitoring the storm right now, sitting in there as if they were with county officials, kind of watching the whole thing. And we know, as a matter of fact, from some messages that they're watching us tonight. So if you're still watching us and listening, we certainly say hats off to you guys as you're kind of getting through this storm as well, and keeping all those patients and staff safe.
Right. All those folks. I mean, employees everywhere that still have to, like us, have to work through the storm. We thank you for doing a great job. All the first responders out there as well. We want to go now to our Rochelle Aline. She is live in Dunedin in Pinellas County. She's been riding out the storm there for several hours now. And it looks like the wind has dissipated just a bit, but I think I'm still hearing some rain. Rochelle, how is it?
Yeah, we're still in Tarpon Springs. We've been moving around all night. We're still in Tarpon Springs. The rain, again, as you said, is really touch and go. I think earlier in my last hit, you saw a little bit more rain. It has lightened up. It's coming in bands. The same thing with the wind, and it's actually making it a little bit chilly out here. It's a little bit cold out here every time we get a big gust of wind. We're at the corner of Spring Boulevard and MLK near the Whitcomb Bayou. This is an area, you heard Kylie say it earlier, that floods naturally, even with just regular thunderstorms. And so it's kind of surprising to see that right now, this intersection right here is pretty empty. Earlier this year in the spring, actually, some local leaders got together and they actually pitched some ideas as to how to prevent flooding. They were talking about raising the road here, putting up a wall here. So again, just really surprising to see that so far right now, the roadway here is empty. That said, homeowners out here, they're not taking any chances. We've seen sandbags in front of doors. We're seeing one homeowner here has kind of like a sand wall, if you will, blocking off the front of his house. We're seeing some plywood on homes out here. People are inside, they're hunkered down. They're not taking any chances. And again, they told us earlier that they're waiting to see what the rest of the night brings and the tide in the morning brings them. They're expecting a little bit of flooding. And so that's why everybody's pretty much inside for tonight. For now in Tarpon Springs, Rochelle Aline, ABC Action News.
Rochelle, thank you. We want to talk about Orlando for a moment. A lot of folks, including your family, I know a lot of folks made reservations in hotels in Orlando because, of course, we thought 24, 48 hours ago this storm was headed for the Bay Area. We thought we were going to be ground zero. So we dodged a bullet there. But, of course, our hearts go out to the folks south of us in Fort Myers that got hit very, very hard in Sarasota. But we do have our Katie Lagrone standing by in Orlando to give us an update of what the weather is like out there, since we do have so many locals out in Orlando riding out the storm. Katie?
Yeah, I've been listening to the other reporters as you've gone to them, and there's still very much the same sentiment here. It's been a very long day, of course, for our friends in Southwest Florida. In Tampa, it's going to be a long couple more hours. Here in Orlando, it's going to be a long night, just altogether a long night. Really, the grunt of this is really not going to come into at least the Orlando proper area, downtown Orlando, where we're at, until maybe 2, 3 o'clock in the morning is what at least is expected at this point. But right now you can see we're kind of in a little bit of a lighter rain, I guess. I was on, I guess about an hour or so ago, and there was just this sort of squall of rain that I got caught in, and now that's basically what it is. It's a bit of a break, and then it goes down, and then it comes down, then there's a break. So at this point, things are pretty steady, but we also know that the night is going to be very long here in Orlando, and people are ready for it. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Katie. Yeah, the rain is going to continue, but the new track has just come out, and it just looks even better. By 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, no longer a hurricane, tropical storm force winds, 65 miles an hour, and then it moves back into the Atlantic and probably goes back and makes landfall again in the Carolinas. We are now looking at a Category 1 hurricane, winds of 90 miles an hour, and all of the observations that we're seeing, pretty much winds are about 50, gusting winds to about 50 to 60. I have not seen any sustained winds of hurricane force over the last couple of hours in looking at the obs. And what we often say is usually when you see this number, that's maximum sustained, and it's usually in a very small area. In fact, sometimes the Hurricane Center even says, you know what, we're just going to keep it at this, even though we can't find that kind of wind. The reason, and Jason and I were just talking about this, I think the reason they keep this as a hurricane, and it might very well be, but I still think we're looking at that one storm surge window of opportunity that the Hurricane Center wants to see go by. And from 4 o'clock a.m. to 6 o'clock a.m. tomorrow morning, in 5 hours from now, I think at that point, you're probably going to see this move north of the Bay Area, north of the Bay itself, and the winds start to come around. But honestly, I'm not so sure at high tide it's going to be far enough north that those winds will really have a chance to come around. They might be more northeasterly or north, and that's still not going to create a surge issue. So by the time we see it far enough north, it's too far out, and it's a tropical storm. So for the second straight storm, because Irma did the exact same thing. Remember with Irma, we did not flood a lot because all of the wind was pushing out all of the water. So what happened is we had all that rain come down, but because the bay had drained, we did not see a lot of flooding. Now, today we did, because we did see an onshore flow in Hardy, DeSoto, and Highlands County. And that was why we had that flash flood warning. I mean, that emergency warning with what will end up being about 20 inches of rain. And it is still raining across those areas. But as we said, we are now quickly down. Just, 8 hours ago, we had a category, well, I guess more like 9 hours ago, we had a category borderline Cat 5 hurricane accelerating and barreling into the coast. And within 9 hours, it's now down to barely being a hurricane. And in a couple of hours, it will become a tropical storm. That, fortunately for the state of Florida, is what happens quite often, more often than not, when a storm goes inland. It loses its energy, which is the warm water of either the Atlantic or the Gulf. This time it was the Gulf. And the storm just can't keep itself going. Clearwater, just not a lot of wind right now at 26 miles an hour, yet 60 in St. Pete, 64. That was a few hours ago in Newport Richey and Spring Hill, not lately. 48 in Plant City. So Katie had mentioned the wind and the rain in Orlando. First of all, if you have family or friends in Orlando and you're worried about it, don't. It's not going to be that bad. The worst is over. The numbers are dropping quickly. There will be some gusts of about 50 to 60 miles an hour, maybe some spotty power outages like we had in Orlando, but there is nothing to worry about for that area if you have family or friends that are staying there who evacuated from our area. Certainly nothing like Charlie 1.0 back in 2004 when folks in Pinellas County and a lot of our coastal areas did evacuate to Orlando and evacuated to 130-mile-an-hour winds. The storm kept its strength from Punta Gorda, went right through Orlando. Clearly right now that is not the case. The European model, probably a little bullish on this, but at the end of the day tomorrow, winds probably 30 to 40. So tomorrow a very breezy day, but the squally weather should be over, and that will give us an opportunity to just see how much damage has occurred. And as Sean said a few minutes ago, it also gives us an opportunity to go lend a hand for the folks in need, and there will be a lot of them in southern Sarasota and in Charlotte County, as well as down around Naples as well. Let's go on over to Jason with an update on the radar and see what's going on, because there's still some heavy rain and some gusty winds out there, none of which, though, are really causing any kind of damage. But that flood warning, while it's not extreme, still remains in effect, right, Jason?
Yeah, that's right. And I love the way that you were talking about Charlie and how this is so much different compared to that, even though it had a similar track. And it just goes to show you that not every storm is the same, because it did come into the same area, a little stronger than Charlie, but the effects and impacts in Orlando will not be what we saw back in 2004. Again, that storm was racing across the peninsula. I kind of wish this one was moving a little faster, because, of course, that would lower our flood threat. But I also want to let you know that with the 11 o'clock advisory, there have been no changes to the warnings. We're still all under a hurricane warning from Tampa and St. Pete and also Lakeland South. We still have the tropical storm warning for those of you along the Nature Coast from Hernando and Citrus counties south to Pasco County. Locally, still the same. So in red, that's the hurricane warning. We'll likely see this potentially dropped by our 5 a.m. advisory if they don't do it a little sooner than that, with us now not seeing the sustained hurricane force winds anymore. But we'll still hold on to the gusts, and the storm surge warning is still in place for the entire coast. So like Dennis said, while we're not expecting those high values that we've been forecasting the last couple of days based on the National Hurricane Center forecast track, we are still potentially, as we're seeing our winds now coming back in more off of the Gulf of Mexico with this circulation center moving a bit further north and coming up on high tide in a couple of hours, we're still going to run the risk for a little bit of surge out there. So like Dennis said, the radar is still very active, especially east of I-75, where the eye wall, the western eye wall, has been a focal point for very, very heavy rain for the last several hours. And of course, we don't have that circular eye anymore like we did earlier in the day when it was moving onshore, but the western eye wall is still continuing to produce some very heavy rain. So earlier tonight, you saw it. We had that flash flood emergency from Venice and also in and around Northport all the way up through Wauchula. That has been dropped. It is now a flash flood warning. So we're still looking at the potential for rapidly rising waters as we're seeing the heavy rain slowly moving off to the east-northeast. This goes until 1 a.m. and the threat is considerable. The last threat with that flash flood emergency was catastrophic. That's when we were looking at the 15 to 20 inches of rain. And check this out, about a foot of that fell within a 4 to 6 hour period. That is an incredible rainfall rate, even for us in Florida, where we get 2 to 4 inches of rain per hour from our normal thunderstorms in the summertime. And even here in Florida, for a hurricane to produce that rainfall rate, that's something you don't hear about too often. You hear about 2 to 3 inches of rain per hour with the eye wall. This was potentially producing up to 6 inches of rain in less than an hour's time. Incredible rainfall rates, so no surprise we had that flash flood emergency issued. But I'm so happy to tell you that right now in Northport, Venice, Nokomis, Inglewood, and then areas that are moving off to the northeast, notice that we're finally seeing the back edge of the rain shifting a bit farther inland. So that will potentially cut down on any rainfall, excessive rainfall here for the rest of the night. Still some light showers, but as the center pulls farther and farther away from Sarasota County, we're going to get a break from the rain. The wind gusts are still up into the 50 to 60 mile per hour range, though. So we're now looking at tropical storm force conditions more than hurricane conditions here along the coast, but at least we're finally getting a chance to dry out and see the heaviest of the rain shift east. Now in Tampa, we've got some lighter rain until you get to the I-75, I-4 interchange through Plant City, Valrico, Brandon, Seffner. We've got the heavy rain continues, and where you see the yellow colors, that has a chance to still produce those winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. So like I was telling you a second ago, I live over on the east side, and I now have no power at my house. I got the alert on my phone. So we're still seeing some of those stronger gusts, even though the storm is much weaker than what it was just a couple of hours ago. And of course, we're still seeing the extremely heavy rain that is here in southern Polk County. Now we're not looking at a flash flood or a flood emergency, but we do have that flash flood warning from Fort Meade to Frostproof, as we've seen 4 to 10 inches of rain fall in just about a 3-hour time. So the rainfall rate is lowering just a little bit, which is good news for our friends in Polk County. Bad news, though, 65 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts are still happening because, of course, we're at that center of circulation where we see the strongest winds and the lower pressure continuing. And for the Nature Coast, like I said, and we've been saying it all day, we love you. We're not forgetting you, but we're so thankful to talk about how this is not turning into a major system for you. We still have the rain, gusts over 40 miles per hour, but some spots haven't even picked up an inch of rain here. So the flood threat exponentially lower than what we're seeing for our inland locations and also for our spots a little farther south. So that's the latest from the National Hurricane Center. Again, no significant changes to any of the advisories. And then we'll have to wait now. The next thing that we're going to be looking for, aside from, of course, the flood threat that still continues inland, is what happens during high tide. Because now, as we go to midnight to 2 a.m., the circulation center is now here, so the winds around it are starting to come back in onshore versus them being offshore like they have been for the bulk of the day. And that onshore wind persists right through high tide, 2 to 4 a.m. The center of circulation continues to slide to the east. When do we finally get finished with the system? It looks like from 6 a.m. to noon, we're really going to start to quiet down. Of course, it'll still be breezy, but notice the rain coverage is almost out of here by 8 a.m. completely. And then by noon, we're really going to see the system go off the east coast. It could actually re-strengthen back into a hurricane, where they have hurricane watches now posted, believe it or not, for the South Carolina and Georgia coast. So we'll keep you posted. Again, the next thing that we're going to be looking for is, will we see a significant storm surge return to Tampa Bay? That we'll be watching for the next few hours. Guys?
All right. Thank you, Jason. And you see that storm moving away and you start to think, okay, it's moving away, things are okay. But then Jason talks about the winds whipping back around again, and you're like, okay. Yeah,
another area of the country going to face Hurricane Ian yet again.
Yeah, right? So here we go. Well, we're still not done yet, and we're going to be here for a while. Dennis is getting some Diet Dr. Peppers and gearing up and caffeinating up for the night, I guess. So.
Right. And I think, are we still going to Sean Daly again for another update? Yes, we are. He is. We are across the street from Raymond James Stadium, of course. The Bucks are supposed to play Sunday. We are. Everything we've heard, the game is still on. So, Sean, talk about maybe what you're seeing from across the street. How does the stadium look, and how's the weather out there?
Well, Wendy Ryan, you must have some magic power, because it was very calm, and then you started talking, and the gusts started swirling again. You know, Tampa, by and large, relatively got very, very lucky with this hurricane, right? The weather now is kind of this weird cha-cha where we'll get a little wind like that, we'll get a little rain, and it'll be calm again. It feels like this is the end of things, right? The weather now kind of feels like a welcome to Tampa starter pack, you know? So we got very, very, very lucky, and I think the best way that we can kind of show our thanks for being lucky is to help all those people that you guys have been so good about talking about, is that to really show compassion for all these people that did not have the luck that we had with Hurricane Ian, you know? I mean, Tampa we do get lucky, you know, and I know there was probably some flooding, and there's still some question marks out there, but we got pretty lucky. So, you know, I say we all give back. These next 2 weeks, some people are really going to need our help. Yeah. Guys, back to you.
And talking about getting lucky, 101 years since we've taken a direct hit in Tampa, right. and that record still stands. So.
And I remember I remember when Charlie was you know, out in the tropics, and we thought it was going to hit us, and then it took that sharp turn, and it's very similar. Hurricane Ian, same thing. It was the same thing, headed right for the Bay Area, and that took that turn. And of course, our hearts and prayers go to those south of us in Sarasota and Fort Myers. But it is strange that our area somehow seems to, you know, stay protected
like this
in
hedge
that
of protection
way.
around it all of a sudden, it seems like. And
but as Sean said, you know, there'll be opportunities for us to give back and you know, to give to those who are definitely going to need our help in the next several weeks, months. You know.
There's going to be a lot of volunteer groups out there, you know, and you mentioned some of the you know, the food pantries as well for some folks who are going to need that stuff too, and the cleanup efforts are going to start here when the sun comes up in the morning. Hopefully those winds die down enough and folks can kind of go out and do some damage assessment and see what's going on outside the front doors.
Right, but Sarasota, I think, is still probably experiencing some wind and rain as the night continues. At 11:14, our reporter Mary O'Connell joins us live from a shelter out there where hopefully folks are now staying in place. Mary, how's the weather holding up?
Actually, we were just checking to see what's going on with the rain and wind situation. We walked out just under the overhang here that we've been staying to stay safe under. And honestly, it seems like the rain has almost stopped, or it's very light at this point, but we're still dealing with, and you might be able to hear it, we're still dealing with some significant wind and some gusts here, but no rain. So at least for now, where we are, we have a little bit of a break. We still got folks who are hunkering down in these shelters here, who are taking their naps. They've got pillows and blankets, and they've got their mattresses out, and they're ready to stay for the night. For the folks who are here earlier tonight, we had a lot of people who were just packing up their stuff and leaving. But Sarasota County is still dealing with widespread power outages across the county. So you don't know if you go home, if you're going to have power, if you're going to run into a downed tree in the middle of the road, if you're going to deal with any low-lying areas that have any kind of flooding. So because it's so dark right now, emergency officials are asking people to stay where you're at, ride out the storm where you're at, and wait for the all clear. I might be able to step out of the way. I don't know if you're going to be able to see just how much this wind is still blowing. I will let you know, emergency officials here in Sarasota County about an hour ago, they said that they're still actively monitoring this weather. They said once winds have decreased to under 45 miles per hour, they will send the county's tactical first-in teams to begin clearing emergency routes and have their authorized staff start conducting damage assessments. And they're also going to be evaluating their county infrastructure, but they don't know how long that's going to last. So they're asking people to please be patient with them while that's happening. Again, wait for that all clear. You don't know what the roads look like right now, and they're going to need those roads clear for when they go out and do their damage assessments. But for now, at least it seems like the rain has slowed and it's not really picking up, so it'd be nice if that pushes out of our area. We are still dealing with wind at this point. I've lost my hat a couple times, but you know, for now, the rain seems like it's tapered off, and hopefully it stays that way. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah,
all right, Mary. Thank you.
People would use some sleep there tonight. I'm for sure they could use a quiet night if they can just get that wind to die down just a little bit.
Yeah, it's almost through. Eric Waxler joining us live in Hudson Beach in Pasco County, where I think things have settled down out there. Eric? Or maybe not. Can you hear us, Eric? You're live. If you can hear us, go ahead.
Hey there, we are live, on Hudson Beach, and the weather is, it's holding up. One thing I've just remarked is that we haven't seen much rain here tonight at all, which is obviously a fortunate thing for Pasco County. One of the things that people in Pasco County have to feel fortunate about, there just has not been a lot of rain, which bodes well when you talk about flooding possibilities in the next several hours to come. We also are fortunate here that there hasn't been any kind of major storm surge. In fact, you're seeing the opposite. You're seeing the reverse surge here at Hudson Beach, where the water is sucked out into the Gulf. And the interesting thing about Hudson Beach is, unlike some other places where you have to navigate your way to get out to the Gulf of Mexico, this is a straight shot. So you are looking straight out into the Gulf of Mexico here, and there is about 40 feet where there's no water, and people were here earlier today. We can take a look at some video we shot. They wanted to see it. This is just such a rare sight. I'm told during Hurricane Irma, this similar phenomenon happened, and people today were just coming out here taking pictures, bringing their families. It was an event. I think people have been cooped up inside, so they wanted to get a little feel for what Hurricane Ian is like while it was still safe. And while conditions by no means are perfect out here, they are not the violent kind of hurricane conditions that so many feared could be coming to Pasco County the way it looked just 24, 48 hours ago. So, as we are here tonight, I just talked with some officials in the county, and there really have been no flooding issues, no major power outages. There are some power lines down, but I'm told those are mostly in rural areas. So right now, the concern can, of course, be a lot of trees maybe down, some screens broken out, but that will be evaluated tomorrow. Really, the main thing the sheriff's office was busy doing tonight was just keeping people from hanging out here, because this is an evacuation zone and they want people to stay safe and stay indoors. And right now, we're about the only ones out here, so it seems like everyone is taking heed to that. For now, I'm Eric Waxler, live on Hudson Beach. Back to you.
All right, Eric, thank you. And as you mentioned, the storm is moving east continuously, and it looked like from that last 11 o'clock update that it could be out of our state by tomorrow morning instead of afternoon, which is pretty amazing. Paul Lagrone has been standing by, writing out the storm in Polk County in Lakeland.
Yeah, and that's where he's live for us tonight. Paul, what are the conditions like you're seeing out there? Improving, or do you kind of still the same?
It's actually stronger, I would argue. Water everywhere, basically blowing down the streets here on Massachusetts Avenue. These gusts are at times as strong or stronger than they have been since we've been here today. Just now, and water just blowing off the street into the air up against the buildings when this gust hit north of 70 miles an hour. And the tree branches are starting to fall and come down. So still quite a punch here for Hurricane Ian here in Polk County. And, you know, not to think too far ahead, but I was just, you know, reading up before I got out here. Their officials are wanting people to limit their water use. We're talking outdoor irrigation, even flushing toilets, using dishwashers in the days after Hurricane Ian, because apparently sewer backups were a big problem for Hurricane Irma in Polk County back in 2017, and so they're anticipating the same thing, and so they want people to limit their water use in order to prevent sewer backups from those lift stations in the days ahead. So just something to keep in mind. Even if you have power, they're asking that you limit that. So I know that's a story for another day, perhaps for tomorrow, but as we get through the night, you know, I said earlier it's a 15-round fight. Maybe we're in round 13 right now. And you know, the only way you define victory, of course, is if you are safe at home with your family and there you go. That's what I was talking about earlier. When that gust comes through the streets here, it really blows you back. And so these winds, you know, imagine if you were in a structure that's not as solid as a concrete building, and you're having to deal with that. And that's the reality for a lot of folks throughout Polk County in the dead of night, is they're having to, no one's sleeping through this, I would imagine. They're waiting for it to pass through. But I've been telling family in Plant City and Lakeland, listen, just get through the next 90 minutes, 2 hours, 3 hours. And I think we're feeling a lot better. But I'm looking at sheets of water right now just spilling off the buildings. Some of this you can't see from my vantage point, but the rain is just coming from all different directions. And so, you know, flooding is obviously part of this, as is the wind. So that's the story here, guys. Ian is not done yet. The wind is still going. Wow. Look at that. It's like one of those water slides where the water's always like pumping. It's basically pumping down the streets here. And flooding's going to be a concern along with those downed trees. Send it back to you.
Definitely see it kicking up there. And Jason Adams, if you can see this, where Paul is in Lakeland, how long will these winds continue to kick up like this?
It's going to be several more hours if you can, guys. I know we're kind of hot punching and doing things off the cuff, but the radar shows that these bands are still associated with the western eye wall, what's left of it, and that moisture, of course, with the circulation around the center is pinwheeling some of this deeper moisture back in. And Dennis and I were talking about this earlier, and this actually is probably some moisture being pulled in back off of the Atlantic now. It's close enough over to the Atlantic side of the peninsula that some of this moisture continues. And of course, what we've been talking about, why we get these strong winds and hurricanes, is when we see the heavier rain bands, that heavier rain band tends to pull down some of the stronger winds aloft. So that's why when the bands come through, you see the winds really accelerate and pick up. And that's exactly what they're seeing right now here in Lakeland, and also over through Auburndale, Dundee, over to the Poinciana area. All these locations here close enough to the eye wall that these winds are going to continue roughly 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts. We could see them a little higher. I haven't gotten any more reports from the National Weather Service here over the last couple of hours, or hour and a half or so, since I last posted, showing anything in excess of 75 miles per hour here in Polk County. But of course, the National Hurricane Center, that 11 o'clock advisory, had winds at 90 miles per hour, so that chance is still there that we can at least get some gusts up to hurricane force. And the flood threat, definitely highest right now in Polk County out of all of our counties in the area as the center continues to slide northeast.
Right, and as we stay in Lakeland, Rebecca Petit actually joining us live on the ground there as the storm continues to head through there. And as Jason just mentioned, Rebecca, you're probably going to see those winds for several more hours now. How is it right now?
Right, you all just caught me when the gusts of wind have become super, super powerful. You can just see the rain just going in circles as the night comes. And I'm just gonna step out of the shot and have you take a look at just how powerful the winds are. Trees are blowing in the wind. And you can hear the howling. The rain has just been relentless. I'm starting to see some of that water starting to pool over. It's supposed to be a potential flash flood here in Lakeland, and so I'm pretty sure once the day turns, we will start seeing some of that flooding and some of the impacts that all this rain is having in the area. Everyone is hunkered down. They are sheltered in place. Emergency crews here at this hotel have come as far as Colorado and Virginia and Maryland to help out with those recovery efforts tomorrow, with those cleanup efforts tomorrow. And we'll just see just how much impact this storm will have in Lakeland. Live in North Lakeland, Rebecca Petit, ABC Action News.
All right, Rebecca, thank you. When we want to stay along I-4, we head to Orlando now, where many folks locally evacuated too, where Ian is continuing to blow through there.
Yeah, it seemed like that was probably the best way to go just a few days ago. Everybody had to kind of figure out a way they were going to juke out this this hurricane, but this hurricane was as big as the state of Florida, so nobody was going to beat this thing unless they took a plane out of town at this point. So going down a little bit further onto I-4, we find our reporter Katie Lagrone joining us live for what she's experiencing there in Orlando. Katie.
Yeah, and you know, you guys mentioned about people coming up here. We've actually met two families this evening who came from the Tampa Bay area up to Orlando thinking they were going to seek refuge. And certainly they're going to get a weaker storm up here, but they are certainly not getting away from all the effects of it. Take a look. We're giving you a little bit of a different vantage point. We actually decided to get up on the balcony of one of the hotel rooms here. You can see this is the cityscape of Orlando, really fainted by the rain. You can see the rain is coming down some of the trees. This palm tree right in front of this balcony. I mean, we have been watching this thing sway back and forth, back and forth. It almost looks like sort of like a rubber tree at times, like it's going to fall at any point. And fortunately, it hasn't. I know a big issue here in the Orlando area is basically that rain flood issue. We are looking at potentially historic flooding across the whole central Florida regions and including Orlando. They're expecting some 10, 15 inches in some parts, possibly even up to 2 feet in some parts. The other big issue is all of that flooding and of course the wind and what it's going to do to trees. I mean, this is sort of a tree city. A lot of streets, especially around downtown Orlando, are just covered. They're lined with these beautiful trees, some live oak trees that are, you know, over 100 years old. There is concern about whether or not these trees are going to survive the night. It's going to be a very long night. That is what we're hearing. We know in Tampa you guys have had a couple long hours. You've got a couple more hours ahead of you. Here in Orlando, it is really just getting started. These are some of the hardest falls of rain that we've seen throughout the evening. It's only going to get worse as the night wears on. We're looking at potentially the worst of hurricane conditions here, at least in the Orlando area, around that 2 a.m., 3 a.m. mark. We will see. But again, people are, you know, hunkered down. Obviously, you can see nobody's on the streets. They are going to wait this thing out and see what the morning brings here in City Beautiful. Back to you guys.
All right, Katie, thank you. And now we want to get you an update on power outages So far, over 2 million people here in Florida are without power all across the state.
Yeah, and right now in our area, Florida Power and Light is reporting over 257,000 people without power in Sarasota. The last update here from this was at 11 p.m., so just about 28 minutes ago. Of course, we'll keep you updated as this number changes.
And that really tells you where we're going to probably see the most damage when the sun comes up tomorrow. Over 135,000 people in Manatee County are reported to be without power. Florida Power and Light last updated that number about a half an hour ago. We'll keep you updated as soon as that number changes.
And Duke Energy also reporting 186,000 are without power in Pinellas County. That's a big jump from what we had earlier. Again, this update just coming out at 11 p.m. as well.
And right now, TECO is reporting over 208,000 customers without power in Hillsborough County. The last update, again, about a half an hour ago. And we will continue to update those numbers for you as well.
And finally, Polk County reporting about 131,000 people still without electricity. Again, the number will change, I'm sure, but that last update came in 29 minutes ago. And now we want to head to, I believe, Daytona Beach, where we have some new video. Eliana, yes, live pictures from Daytona Beach. As we can see, the wind continuing to kick up there as well, and the rain still coming down.
Yeah, we've been seeing this this video. It's live video, but we've been seeing this now for the last several hours, and that's right around the area. If I'm pretty certain, Dennis, this is where the storm is eventually going to exit the state, head back out into the Atlantic, and then be somebody else's problem. And we'll gladly pass this off to somebody else, but. Yeah, Daytona is already seeing the effects of this wind. They've been dealing with this for the last couple of hours.
And Dennis, I think from the last update from 11 o'clock, it looked like this storm was exiting by 8 a.m. tomorrow. Is that right?
Yeah.
Thursday.
Yeah. At that point, it's going to be a tropical storm. And that right there, you can see in the foreground the flags that are kind of tattered from all of the wind. But let's be really clear. The East Coast has not seen anything close to what the West Coast did. And as the storm has moved east, it is clearly weakened, and it'll continue to do so. So I understand a lot of folks locally very concerned about Orlando. I mean, I cannot tell you how many messages I saw on Facebook because people evacuated from Pinellas County, from Pasco County, from Hillsborough, and also Manatee and Sarasota into the Orlando area. You figure, all right, you're landlocked there, you're not as close. And for that matter, remember, when people were evacuating, our coastal areas had mandatory evacuation orders. A, B, and C flood zone areas were told to evacuate, as well as mobile homes. But clearly in the last 36 hours, and boy, this can happen a lot in Florida, and the European model never, ever moved from its original forecast, which was the west coast of Florida. The GFS, the American model, was all over the place. And remember, it seems like weeks ago, how the models could not decide amongst themselves where this was going to go. The Euro had it West Florida, the GFS had it Panhandle, had it New Orleans, had it Texas, and the Euro stuck to its guns and was absolutely right. Talked about a week ago the potential of a Charlie track only because it was so, I mean, again, weeks ago it seems like, but eventually, way back when, this was way south, like 10 degrees latitude, down near South America, remember? I mean, there was a chance it wasn't even going to make it through South America, but it moved into the Caribbean, and historically, that is not a place that we want to see a tropical system come in late September and October, because almost always it goes through what is often the warmest water on Earth, or one of the warmest places of water on Earth in the Northern Caribbean. And I mean, that's exactly what this did. It was pretty ragged until it moved into that warm water. Once it did, literally exploded. I've likened it to jet fuel for weeks and weeks. And once that really got cranking, the only question was, where was it going to go? We knew it was going to be powerful. Now, our hope was it was going to continue north and then run into some shear, which is pretty common because it's something we often talk about. So a storm that develops, right, in the Caribbean and makes it through the straits, whether it just misses Cuba or the Yucatan, these storms, the stronger they go, they want to go north. They're designed to go north toward the poles. And if you remember Hurricane Michael several years ago, that's exactly what it did. It wasn't all that impressive of a storm. It hit that same water, it accelerated, and it continued to intensify right up until landfall in the Mexico Beach area. And I remember Jason and I, as we are right now, were sitting in the exact same spots talking about Michael as it got close. And Jason knew that area very, very well because he grew up in that area. So again, when you had Michael, you had a storm that wanted to go north and was allowed to, in a sense, because there was nothing to push it toward Florida, right? Well, think about it. A storm that comes in from the south, 9 times out of 10, you'd think, it feels that way, goes north in July and August and September, or at least early September. Because what causes a storm to go into Florida? A front, all right, or a trough of low pressure. Well, how many of those do we get in Florida in July and August and September? Not too many. So the odds are always higher for our, excuse me, for our area. Too much talking today. For our area in September into October, you're far more likely to get a front, right? So as it moved into our area, it ran into that trough and kicked it, excuse me, to the right. Jason, take over. I need a lozenge. Somebody get me a lozenge.
I was about to run over and get you your Diet Dr. Pepper and just hand it over to you.
Well, that cures everything. That's another story entirely. But no, I'm okay now. Okay. So anyway, my point is that's exactly what happened here. And it did so in the exact same path that Charlie did back in 2004. And my point was, so many people went over to Orlando, and in Charlie, that was the last place they wanted to be. I mean, who knew? You had a storm that was supposed to go to Tampa. I mean, if you remember back in 2004, Charlie we had a Cat 4, 6 hours before landfall. 6 hours, not a day and a half like this go around. 6 hours before landfall, we had a Category 4 hurricane supposed to go right into the mouth of Tampa Bay. Now, what happened today? We had a Category 4 hurricane, went right into the Fort Myers area, and we have already seen video. Now, by the way, we are getting some early reports from the Hurricane Center and from the National Weather Service, and I found this fascinating because, excuse me, because they are saying that Naples had a 6-foot surge and Fort Myers had a 7-foot surge. Now, the forecast was 12 to 16 feet, and I don't know if that's actually official yet, but if that was only the video that, again, we've been showing, if Fort Myers was only a 7-foot surge and the forecast was for 12 to 16 feet, I can't even fathom what a surge like that would have done to our area. Because remember, originally, we were supposed to have a surge of up to 10 feet based on the track of this storm. So we're still looking at heavy rain, but that's about it. And I don't want to minimize that because that green box right there, we have seen 20 inches of rain in this area since about 4 o'clock this afternoon. That is almost, and by the end of tonight it will be, that'll be 1/2 our yearly rainfall average in about 12 hours. So, I mean, that shows you just how much rain we've seen. And I think with the winds that continue to blow, they're not excessively strong. I mean, I say 50, 60, 65 gusts. It's the kind of stuff we get with our afternoon storms, but they're persistent. So as you got all that water out there, the ground has got to be softened. And because of that, you have trees that are falling. But there's still, as we saw with Rebecca's live shot and with Katie's and with Paul's, there's still a lot of heavy rain out there. Is it severe? No, not by our definition in the summertime storms, but it's relentless. I mean, I think that's a good way to describe it. It is relentless. It has not stopped. The rain continues. And even into eastern Hillsborough County, the rain continues as well. Everything will continue to move east. So the ultimate question that I tried to answer after 5 minutes of talking was, is everybody in Orlando going to be okay? Is it going to be a problem? It's not going to be a problem. It's not. I mean, are they going to have some scattered power outages? Maybe, but so did we. And locally in our area, haven't had any reports of injuries, haven't had any reports of major damage. I will be interested to see that flooding that went on across Hardy and eastern Charlotte and eastern Sarasota County, what that actually ended up doing. But at the end of the day, as Paul said a few minutes ago, we dodged another one. And no, it isn't over, but the severe threat is over. The winds gusting of 60 to 75. Yes, we are still in a hurricane warning, but let's be honest. This part of it, we're okay. The only part that remains unresolved, and this is still something that we've been concerned about for a while, is whether or not the water rises in Tampa Bay at high tide between 4 o'clock and 6 o'clock in about 4.5 hours from now. And I think the reason everybody's a little nervous about it is because of Eta, because that was just a tropical storm a couple of years ago and a late season one. Eta was when we got into the Greek alphabet. Remember? We had so many storms that we blew through the regular list and we had to go into the Greek alphabet. So it was that late in the season. Another system that comes into Florida late in the season because a trough kicked it this way. So that's kind of the recurring theme here. For the Bay Area to have this kind of rain, this kind of storm, an October hurricane is not unusual. Well, maybe it's unusual, but it's the time that we have to be most concerned about. The last major hurricane, and we can still say this, barely, but the last major hurricane to hit the Bay Area directly, 1921, and that was the Tarpon Springs hurricane. So over 100 years ago, and a lot of people say, so are we overdue? I don't really know how to answer that. I mean, statistically, maybe we're overdue, but maybe we're also just in an area that is not tremendously prone to be hit head on. And I honestly think that's one of the biggest things, because as we often say, when a storm comes in from the south, just a little change in track in one spot makes a much larger change in track down the road. And I use the steering wheel example that I have, because I mean, it makes sense. You're driving down the road, just like a storm is coming in from the south, and you turn your steering wheel just a little bit. Well, maybe 15 feet in front of you, you don't move much. But a half a mile, you'd be way off course, right? So all it takes is a subtle little wobble or a little change down near Cuba, and then it makes a big change in the angle. Heck, I mean, with Irma, we were going back and forth constantly with, is it going to be an East Coast or a West Coast storm? Literally, the models kept flip-flopping. And it wasn't that they were that far off base in the thinking, it's that there was just a little bit of a change down around Cuba, and then you make a little change here, it goes all the way here. You make a little change that way, it goes all the way over there. So I repeat, when we're forecasting these in September and October, it's very common for a storm to try to come into Florida, but for it to just make the right angle to impact the Bay Area at a worst case scenario, that is obviously exceptionally rare. You know, unfortunately for Fort Myers, and by the way, if you think about it, remember Wilma many years ago? Wilma came into Naples, a little farther south than Fort Myers. Naples was landfall, but that storm, before it made Naples, was actually one of the strongest hurricanes ever recorded in history, with the barometric pressure down below 890 millibars. So at the end of the day, it was a very powerful storm that formed the W storm, Wilma, obviously, so very, very late in the season. Was that 2005 or no? That was but yeah, that was the year we had Katrina and everything else. So yeah, that was 2005. And I'll never forget that storm because it made landfall in Naples, and the first storm report was in Miami. It was 125-mile-an-hour wind in Miami, not on the West Coast, but on the East Coast. And people were fighting over ice. I remember that, too. I mean, because nobody expected that storm to come in at that angle so quickly. So the moral of my story is simply a hurricane moving into Florida late September and October is not incredibly rare, but one like today that was as powerful as it was. And by the way, there's still that flash flood warning going on in this green area right there. But again, one as powerful as it was today is exceptionally rare. I mean, think back of the number of ones that we've had over the years. We had Wilma, we had Charlie, and that was in August. We had Irma, that was in September. We don't get a lot of storms in the west coast of Florida. The Panhandle, we do. And I say it again, it's because they go north, they want to go north, and something's got to kick them right, and that would be a trough or a front. And we just don't see a lot of those until later September or into October. But after tonight into tomorrow, we're going to be looking at a lot of water damage Too early to tell because I've not heard. By the way, we're down to 90 miles an hour now, as we said. So we're down to a Category 1 hurricane. But I have not really heard a lot about what kind of damage outside of the water damage was in Fort Myers and Naples. We'll hear that tomorrow. But Jason, I do find it fascinating that I'm getting the report that it was a 6-foot surge in Naples and a 7-foot surge in Fort Myers. And if that's true, that shocks me that that water is so high as it was and the damage that it was with a 7-foot surge, especially when we had a 5 to 10-foot surge predicted, and in some cases even higher than that. It seems low to me. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, maybe because that was not at the Barrier Island. More so it was inland because, of course, you have the Barrier Islands out there, and then it goes into the bay and then up the Caloosahatchee River. That could have something to do with it. So maybe there was a little bit of a higher surge at the coast. But yeah, the National Hurricane Center, it'll take them months of doing surveys and going down here and doing research to figure out exactly the height of that. But what's astonishing, too, is that it was only a 7-foot surge in Fort Myers, but that's a record high surge, beating all other tropical systems for the city of Fort Myers, up to 7 feet high. Absolutely incredible. And again, you think about 7 feet high, it's just a couple of feet taller than we are. And well, not Dennis, he's a lot taller than I am. It's like half a foot. But yeah, I mean, that's what I think it is. I think it's just, it's incredible to think that we could potentially had a 10-foot surge here. That was when it was forecast to be a Category 3 as well, by the way. If it would have been at that Category 4, 155 miles per hour, we could have seen a surge maybe over 15 feet in Tampa. So it's something to really think about and use these examples of the what ifs, what ifs, what ifs, and it could potentially be us one day. And like you said, as grateful as we are that the forecast changed, this is just a massive disaster down south. And we're going to be talking about the recovery from this for several months. And by the way, this is one of the strongest landfalling tropical systems in the state of Florida. It is also one of the strongest landfalling tropical systems in the United States. So we're going to be talking about Ian for a long time.
Yeah, and Jason, I mean, going back to me, the one thing I do want to remind folks, because we've got some time, because fortunately things are actually winding down. I mean, there's still a lot of wind and rain, and I know if you're watching us in Polk County, you know, there's no warnings. You're good. There's gusts of 50 to 65 miles an hour. There's still a lot of people without power, but at least in terms of what's happening now, it's to the point, all right, the weather isn't making it that much worse, except for in Polk County. But I want to say it again, our only concern right now is the potential water rise, at least in terms of what could be a risk to life and limb if you're just not going to go out and do something. I mean, if you decide I want to go out and drive around in all this, that's on you. I mean, it's just the way it is. There's no need to go out in the middle of the night and go try to see what it's like out there in Polk County with winds gusting 60, 65, 70 miles an hour. But in terms of water rise in and around the bay itself, that's one of those things that is so incredibly tricky to predict because it's all about the way that the wind comes in after the center of this storm moved through. And some of our reporters, and I've been seeing it a lot, people say, oh, we were kind of surprised that the water went out as much as we did. No, we're not, because it did exactly what it's supposed to do. When you get an onshore flow, the water comes in. When you get an offshore flow, the water pushes out. And an offshore flow will always happen until the center of that storm passes that location. So as long as this was south of Tampa Bay, the body of water, there was an offshore flow, and that water was going to be pushed out. And not only that, that really helped us a lot in terms of flooding in Hillsborough County, because even with all that rain, we didn't have quite as much as we did in other areas, because all the water being pushed out allowed the rainfall to drain. If you have an onshore flow and you try to have all that water drain, it has no place to go. So that's probably one of the reasons, I believe, that we had all the flooding issues in the southern counties, because by then the winds had already changed and we had more of an onshore flow, and it made it very difficult to come in. I mean, it's kind of a close call either way. And of course, when you have 16 or 17 inches of rain in 4 hours, it really doesn't matter in many cases. It's going to flood. I mean, that is rainfall. Like I said, you're talking close to half a year's rain in 6 hours. So there's just not a lot to do. But there is the latest on still Hurricane Ian, with winds of 90 miles an hour, now down to Category 1. So yes, it is still raining very heavily. Yes, there are gusty winds. But honestly, if you're watching us in Polk County, there's no need to worry about evacuating. The winds aren't that strong. And at this point, you just ride it out. Now, are you going to lose power? Absolutely. Some have, which is why, we'll say it again before you do, you charge your phone so you can keep an eye on what's going on if there was a quick little tornado warning that popped up or something of that nature. And by the way, we didn't have nearly as many tornado warnings. We started the day with 3 right off the bat. But then after that, the track remained so far south. Remember, east of the center, that's where the majority, and the northeast side, for that matter, is the majority of where the tornadoes were. And we were never in that side because the storm was so far south and so far east. That kept at least the tornado threat well to our east and to our south. So we'll continue with all of our warnings. We have hurricane warnings remain in effect. Pretty sure those will get dropped at 7 or at 5 a.m. Yeah, I think they should at 5. If not 5, definitely 11. But I really think the Weather Service, the Hurricane Center, is kind of waiting to see how that water plays out with the possible surge. And I'll say this again, if you're having a tough time sleeping and you want to finally go to bed, if you live on the water, I really would set your alarm. I mean, not to be alarming or whatever, but, you know, that water could rise. And we knew it wasn't going to this afternoon. We've been saying it all day. There's no surge issue. I don't care if it's high tide, nothing to worry about. But 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, when the winds by then have come around a little bit, that's something a little different. I still think you're probably not going to see it, but there is at least a chance. So set your alarm, you know, if you're on the water, not obviously if you're nowhere around the water, don't worry about it, it won't impact you. But you go and look out and see if you're getting a water rise because high tide's at about 4 to 4:30. But obviously, the big issue right now is, and the heaviest rain is in Polk County, and I believe Wendy and Jameson are going to toss it to some of our Polk County reporters to see how things are popping out there right now.
Yeah, we're gonna check in with Paul Lagrone. He's been riding out there in Lakeland for us tonight.
In Polk County. And Paul, every time we have seen you over the last several hours, you've been experiencing some strong winds and rain. What's it like now?
Yeah, it's just as strong as last time. I mean, because this thing is moving so slow, right? 8 miles an hour, and so these winds are so sustained that you're still getting the full effect here. And part of it is where I'm at. It's this tunnel effect that channels the wind and the water down the street here on Massachusetts Avenue in downtown Lakeland, and it just blasts the water everywhere. It's like a water blaster. I mean, Massachusetts Avenue looks like a slide at Adventure Island right now, only the water's being blown uphill, and obviously you can't ride the slide, but you can ride the storm, and that's what people are doing. I will say we've seen a couple of things fly loose over the last 10 minutes, a couple of signs, a couple of street signs. We've heard some loud bangs in the background and this residential building behind me where people are living. The good news is, I don't know if you can see this, guys, but the lights are still on. And people are home. That's where they live, in this one of the historical building in downtown Lakeland. I've talked to several people there that are riding out the storm there. They felt confident about that because one thing about living downtown, you're in a concrete structure. That's good, and the power has stayed on. Now, that has not been the case everywhere. As we know, in Polk County, thousands of people are without power tonight. And so we've seen transformers explode, 2 of them on the other side of Lake Mirror here, which is in the background there. Normally that far side of the lake would be lit up. It's not, because the transformer exploded a few hours ago, and then another one when I was on the air a couple of live shots back. I was talking to a gentleman here who's part of the crews, relief crews that are going to be into place starting tomorrow. They're here at the hotel, and he told me that he saw a generator blow up on the other side of the building where we're at now, the Terrace Hotel, kind of like a blue lightning flash. And so the wind is causing damage, and the water is obviously flying everywhere. And I've got family that live through, in Lakeland and Plant City, and they've told me about downed trees. And I would suspect that that's going to be a common thread: is the tree damage, the limbs flying off, obviously, but the trees being down themselves, either blocking residential streets altogether, or hopefully, you got to be realistic. I mean, there's probably going to be some homes that are damaged because of trees and cars and that kind of thing. But right now, not being out on the street obviously is a good idea, because you just don't know what can break loose and fly your way with these winds that are still packing a pretty powerful punch. And so that's the story right now in Lakeland, guys. And I just go back to the warning earlier that if you were in that river basin of the Peace River, flooding is going to be a concern there. The wind's still going, so just hang on. I keep saying hang on, but I mean, what else can you do, right? You've made your decision on where you're going to be. Don't go out and get through the next. I can't really call an exact time on this, but I know you guys have been talking about that back there. 2 hours, and we're looking better. 3 hours tops. So just ride it out. Stay safe. I mean, at this point, that's all that matters. It's all that ever has mattered. But the break of day is going to reveal what we need to work on. But right now, let's get through one really bad night in Florida and Lakeland specifically, where we are. But this has been a heck of a day, that's for sure.
Yeah, Paul, no, that's so true. They said, Dennis had mentioned a couple more hours you have as you still get knocked around there. I know those winds are still pretty strong coming through. But the good news is this storm, as of the 11 o'clock update, will be out of our state by 8 a.m. in the morning. So that's some good news, that it's much quicker than we thought. Initially, we thought it was going to last till Friday, then it was going to be Thursday night. Now it looks like Thursday morning, which is really good news for the state of Florida.
Yeah, now 5 minutes to midnight, or should we say at the start of a new day. We know a lot of you are still awake here with us tonight. It's kind of hard to sleep with all that wind whistling around outside. Not sure what's going on out there, and you always hate that these storms come through in the dark. Hopefully the worst of it is past you here. We're staying up with you. We're not going anywhere here. Dennis is still crunching numbers over there with Jason in the Weather Center as this storm moves out of our area and off to Orlando, and then hopefully out of the state. And like we said, it's going to be somebody else's problem at that point as we clean up around here. We want to check in now with ABC Action News reporter Kylie McGivern in South Tampa.
She is off of Bayshore near Tampa General Hospital in an area that often floods, but I'm curious as to what the conditions are now as we're heading almost to midnight. Kylie?
Yes, well, it continues to be so windy. We're just hearing it pound against the window. And I just want to take a moment as we're talking about the storm moving through. All of our families are here as well. And I just want to say thank you, as a person, as a journalist, to Dennis, to Jason, to our whole weather team. I mean, my sister lives in Orlando. My dad, I was encouraging, please evacuate out of Tarpon Springs on the water, get to Orlando. And just to hear these calming words from our whole team of, okay, look, they are going to be okay. They're in the clear. We're people as well outside of our jobs. And anyway, it was just nice to kind of breathe a little bit of sigh of relief as we think about people in other parts of our state. And as we also are talking about people having a peace of mind and what they think of next in terms of protecting their loved ones, back to Tampa General Hospital, this is an area that was in a mandatory evacuation zone. I mean, we are right near Bayshore Boulevard. No secret that this area floods on its own. So earlier today, we went over there and checked out what's called an aqua fence. And some of you guys reached out to us earlier when we mentioned this, saying, I've never even heard of that. I didn't realize they did this. How incredible the effort that goes in. So there was about 30 people, 3 days, that created this whole perimeter around the whole campus of Tampa General Hospital, which we all realize is no small task. Everything that makes it such a beautiful location, the fact that you have to go over a bridge to get to it over water also makes it dangerous. So we want to bring in someone that we spoke with earlier. He's really kind of the mastermind behind making this happen. He said that this is a barrier that is meant to withstand 15 feet of those surges if we were to see that kind of flooding. Here's what he shared.
A lot of work to erect, but the result is a substantial improvement in our flood protection. And flood, as we know, is one of the biggest risks of a hurricane. And so to be able to mitigate that to the level that we have with this makes us all feel a lot better about the operation of the hospital and be able to continue to serve patients throughout a storm.
And that's not only for people who have loved ones where it is just not possible for them to leave the hospital, but also when you consider the thousands of employees over at TGH, more than 8,000. And as of earlier this evening, when we're talking about the patients, more than 850 patients. So again, we're hearing a lot of wind still, but thankfully we are just as grateful as everyone to hear that this storm is making its way through as we continue to stay safe, continue to stay off the roads when it's tough to see what those conditions are out there. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Kylie, thank you. And now we want to go to our Eric Waxler. He joins us live in Hudson Beach in Pasco County, where there has been some rain and wind. I can see behind you the trees are still shaking, so it looks like you're still in it. Eric?
Yeah, Wendy, the rain has not been really much of a factor at all here in the western part of Pasco County, especially here in Hudson Beach. Very little rain, but plenty of wind, and it's been steady for the last few hours for sure. And I was just on the second floor of the hotel we're staying in. It's amazing how you just go a little bit up in the air and how it really picks up. You could barely open the door to the hotel room there. But yeah, you see the palm trees, they tell the story. The wind is strong here, but again, people in Pasco County feeling so fortunate that the path that Ian took did not come up this way, because as we've talked about over and over, it would have been so devastating, especially here in Pasco County. They have dealt with so much flooding in years past, and who can only imagine what all that excessive rain would have done to not only a storm surge here, but all the rivers that feed into the Gulf, and we've seen them overflow and spill into the streets and just really do a number on some neighborhoods. So a lot of people feeling fortunate, although I'm sure they're still holding their breath until this is all over and they can wake up tomorrow and see if any trees are down or any other damage to their homes. But I know they're feeling fortunate. There were a lot of people out here earlier today just kind of taking it all in, and we talked with one man who's lived here a long time and is feeling pretty good about what did not happen in this area. You're very familiar with Hudson Beach here. When you look out there now, what do you see?
Oh, there's a lot of land exposed. It's extremely low right now, and it's not even low tide yet.
Yeah, and you boat in this area too, so I mean, this has got to be strange for you to see it like this, for sure.
Oh, very strange, and it's very educational because you can see where the rocks and the high points are. But it's interesting. I can't wait to see what it is at low tide.
Were you relieved to see the track of the storm kind of trend south?
Oh, absolutely. Feel sorry for the people south of us, but we've been hit in the past, so this is our chance to avoid it.
Yeah, and Melanie's doing okay. This is your dog, Melanie?
Yeah, usually she's very much afraid of storms. She's been pretty good now. I'm a little surprised.
Yeah, and hopefully people are taking comfort in having their pets with them tonight as they stay indoors and out of all this mess. The pets can always comfort you, right? And that dog seemed to be doing well, and hopefully everybody's pets are doing well, and everybody will wake up tomorrow and start a new day and know that this could have been a lot worse up in this part of Florida for sure. Live on Hudson Beach in Pasco County, Eric Waxler, ABC Action News.
Eric, thank you. Now we want to head about 100 miles south to Sarasota.
Yeah, and ABC Action News reporter Mary O'Connell joins us live now from a shelter there with the latest conditions out there. Mary, how's the wind holding up?
Still windy. I would say it feels like it's dying down a little bit. I say that, and then we get a gust of wind that almost blows your hat off. But overall, comparatively to what we've seen all day, it feels like it's tapering off for the folks here in Sarasota County. The rain has completely stopped at this point. That's a blessing to the folks here who've been inundated with rain all day long. That started earlier in the day. We've been here since 10 o'clock and it was raining when we got here. And the wind, it's still gusty here and there, but it seems like it's getting a lot better even from what we saw an hour ago. So that's great. I'm not going to step out of the shot for you because there's nothing to see. It's really hard to see when there's no rain, and we lost our light over there that we've been referencing all night, so you can't really see much here. But crews here in Sarasota County, emergency crews, they're going to wait for those winds to die down under 45 miles an hour, and then they can go out and start doing damage assessments, seeing what's out there. We've heard from folks that they've heard of trees down. They've seen flooding in streets, things along those lines. It's really hard to tell until you get that power back on, but also have daylight so you can see what you're dealing with here countywide. I know we're still dealing with massive power outages here in Sarasota County, so that's something that, you know, crews are going to work to restore the power, get people back with power throughout the day, tomorrow, and as quickly as possible. But right now, at least here at this shelter, you know, conditions seem not too bad. Things are tapering off, and of course we'll deal with whatever is the aftermath of Hurricane Ian when there's daylight tomorrow. We'll send it back to you for now.
All right, Mary, thank you. And we want to actually now go to some video that was just sent into our station of massive flooding in other parts of the state. This is actually in Naples. Take a look at all that water.
Yeah, it looks like a parking garage there, like a river with flowing water. You can see several cars almost underwater. And that is what they've been seeing all day long, from Naples to Marco Island to Fort Myers, which seem to really get the worst of it too. Some of the video and the pictures that you're seeing on social media resemble this throughout the entire day, and you just got some information.
Yeah, this came from the city of Punta Gorda, and they're saying that the city water system is empty. They're pumping it at a rate of over 13 million gallons per day, cannot keep up. So a boil water notice is now in effect, and at this point, there will be a fill station set up for residents at the water plant. When the damaged pipes are repaired, the system, of course, will be restarted. But Punta Gorda really, really hard hit. I'm sorry, what did you say? Oh, this is in Jacksonville. This is more video that was taken. And again, you can just see the massive amounts of water and flooding along the coast there. And this is the St. John's River, which often floods and filled with water, and it's just devastating. And as the sun comes up in the morning, I'm sure we'll see so much more damage, and it will be very apparent as how big and strong and horrific this storm has really hit the folks south of us.
Yeah, and Governor DeSantis earlier today in one of his press conferences said he would not be surprised if at the end of this, you know, we mention Ian in the same breath as we mention Michael, as we mention
Hurricane Andrew, that it will be one of the three. Yeah, it's been
like
a long,
brain fog all
day.
Of a sudden. Sorry, I apologize.
Yeah, it would be one of the top three worst hurricanes to hit this state of Florida. And we also want to mention FEMA, because they are still ramping up their response to Hurricane Ian, and they're actually ready to go at it when the sun comes up tomorrow. They've established multiple search and rescue teams in Miami, and they will then send those teams out to areas hardest hit here in our state, and those teams will be ready to conduct search and rescue efforts in water and also on land. Yeah, state officials really here promising immediate medical, financial, and other aid as soon as it is safe to move into the hardest hit areas during daylight there. FEMA says it will deploy about 600 people to search for and aid survivors there. Taking Action reporter Jackie Calloway has more details about that.
This morning, Florida's CFO Jimmy Petronas said there was an army of help on standby to start search and rescue efforts.
We have 5 FEMA teams that are out-of-state teams that are here to create a total complement of 600 boots on the ground, pairs of boots on the ground. That includes trauma surgeons, engineers, and also canine units, in addition to shallow water boat vehicles. These groups will enter into those neighborhoods of the affected, devastated areas.
And the state plans to set up local centers for those who need to file property insurance claims.
Our office will be setting up insurance villages in those affected areas where the insurance carriers will set up. They will be taking claims.
The Department of Economic Opportunity says it's allocated $1.4 million to help those hardest hit with everything from shelter to utility payments. And he said the state would work with local officials to identify and assist victims after the storm.
To ensure that resources are being mobilized to serve our most vulnerable Floridians in the aftermath of the hurricane and impacted communities, including shelter and temporary housing, electrical repairs, debris removal, transportation, fuel, utility deposit, utility payments.
And you'll find more information about the state's recovery plan and resources at floridadisaster.biz. Let's send it over to Chief Meteorologist Dennis Phillips now with the latest on radar there, Dennis.
Jameson, I was interested a couple of minutes ago. You guys ran video in Jacksonville, right? and there was flooding in Jacksonville. And you're thinking, now wait a minute, why in the world are we having flooding all the way in Jacksonville when we haven't had any flooding at all around Pinellas County or in Tampa? It's the onshore flow, counterclockwise circulation, right? So the reach of the storm comes out over the water and ends up right in Jacksonville. So that is what is going on the East Coast. They are seeing flooding going on from Daytona up to Jacksonville. So even though the storm has weakened, it's still got a reach, right? And think about Irma. Irma had started to weaken as well when it moved onshore. Granted, it was still a strong storm, but my point was that drained all the water out of the bay, even though it had not been as strong. Now, my point is we still worry about that wind, because as we go through the overnight hours and we see what is an onshore flow from the East Coast, the winds come around, and then we start to worry about the possibility of water coming into the bay. The angle probably isn't all that great, which is what we want, because high tide tonight is between 4 a.m. and 6 a.m., depending on the exact spot, whether you're talking about the Hillsborough Bay or Old Tampa Bay or anywhere around Pinellas County, right? But so my point is, you would expect probably winds to have to be kind of about right here for them to really drive into the bay itself. And they're certainly not going to be that way. But it might be a few spots that still could see a surge. And the reason I say that is because, as we said, the tide is one of the highest tides of the month. It's not quite the king tide. I think that's the next tide. And the king tide is just the highest astronomical tide of that month. In general terms, when you have a mean average high tide of maybe 1 foot or maybe 1.2 feet or whatever, tonight's tide at 4 a.m. is 2.7 feet. So you're already starting a 1.5 feet higher than you would at a normal level. And we talk about Tropical Storm Eta from a couple of years ago, because that was a system that clearly wasn't very strong, but it came in at just the right angle to drive that water into the bay and into Johns Pass. I'm not necessarily sold that those ingredients are the same, but they're close enough that it's worth noting. And I think that's really the main reason why the Hurricane Center and the local office has not dropped the possibility of a storm surge. In fact, there's really a storm surge warning in effect from Citrus County all the way down because of the backside of this system. Yes, it is weakening, but it still covers the entire state, right? From east to west. And it's still, you can clearly see, it still has that track that could bring some of that water into the bay at high tide. I wouldn't necessarily put the chances all that high, but I do think there is that possibility. And I suspect that's why the Hurricane Center and again, the local office has said, you know what, let's wait until the high tide passes. That'll be about 6 o'clock. And then the next advisory comes out at 11. And I was just telling Wendy, I wouldn't be surprised if they keep warnings in effect by the 5 a.m. advisory, but I would think by the 11 a.m. advisory, at that point, you have a tropical storm moving offshore, and I would expect they would drop most of the advisories relating to our area. Still a flood warning in effect. Man, this is crazy. They've had 20 to 24 inches of rain in about an 8-hour stretch. The average amount of rain we get any given year, about 50. So that's half of our yearly rainfall in about 8 hours. So no wonder we were looking at severe flooding, flash flooding. But I have not had any reports at all from these areas talking about homes being flooded out. I'm not saying it hasn't happened, and we're hopeful that it hasn't, but you would think kind of by now, maybe we would have started to hearing some reports of that being the case. I guess, again, we'll find out tomorrow, as I think we'll find out a lot of things tomorrow, especially regarding maybe the Port Charlotte area, the Naples area, the Fort Myers area, as we continue to track what was not officially, but we're getting the reports that it was a 6-foot surge in Naples and a 7-foot surge in Fort Myers. I mean, we'll see how that plays out, because the forecast was 12 to 16 feet. Just before landfall, when that storm was just about Cat 5, I mean, you can argue it was. I mean, Cat 5 is 156. This was 155. So, I mean, really. So it was borderline Cat 5. And that once you get to a certain level, there's a criteria set for surge, and it kind of corresponds to that. So there was a 12 to 16 foot surge potential, and it sounds like we may have had 6 or 7 from Naples to Fort Myers. And even still, when you see the video of the flooding, especially some of the houses, pretty incredible for a storm that 2 days earlier wasn't supposed to be anywhere near Fort Myers. Flood warning remains in effect until, is that 1 a.m.? Yep. Yeah, until 1 a.m. And we'll see by then the rain should be subsiding somewhat. Hopefully the flooding potential will wind down, but still, there's still some decent rains out there. And Kylie mentioned this a couple of minutes ago, and our goal is to try to let people know that their loved ones are or aren't facing severe weather. And in this case, fortunately, even though Orlando is getting some heavy rain, and they're going to get some more heavy rain, they're really not facing any kind of significant dangerous rain or dangerous wind. I mean, right now the winds are down to 90 miles an hour, and that is in a very, very small spot. So I think Orlando will probably get 55, 65 mile an hour gusts, as we've had most of the night. And there have been no reports of damage outside of some trees and, you know, some bird cages, some pool enclosures and whatnot, right? So as we go through the overnight, this will continue to weaken. And by 5 o'clock, the next advisory, it's actually expected to be a tropical storm or very close to a tropical storm. So by 8 a.m., that brings it to 65 miles an hour, and then it moves offshore. And then the question is, will it redevelop and then possibly make a second landfall into the Carolinas? So that is certainly a possibility. There are the official warnings and advisories, still hurricane warnings in effect. I think the Weather Service and the Hurricane Center is just pretty much saying, let's go status quo until this thing moves offshore, and then they can drop all of the warnings. So winds right now, currently gusting. Again, some of these are dated. There's no way I think we're seeing some of that 78 mile an hour. That was a Bradenton report a couple of hours ago. Same thing in Mayaca City. But Haines City, I buy a 60 gust. Same thing in Wauchula and Avon Park and Zephyr Hills. So again, there's some very heavy rain. There's still a lot of power outages. It's still a scary thing, because if you're stuck at 12:15 at night in a house that has no power and you're hearing that wind roar like it often does, that is enough to scare anybody. So I get it. But in terms of what we want to tell you and reassure you is, yes, it is gusty, but you're not going to see any kind of a structural damage to your home with a 60 mile an hour wind. You could have a tree down, and that is the one thing that we always have to keep our eyes on, especially after we've seen so much rain and the ground is so soft. So officially, there are still those storm warnings, storm surge warnings in effect from Citrus County all the way down to Sarasota County. But I do think if we do see any kind of a surge, probably the next high tide would be the best opportunity. I think by the one that follows that, which would be 12 hours later, so around 5 o'clock on Thursday afternoon. By then, this storm should be so far away that I don't really think it would have enough power to actually create that kind of an onshore flow. So we'll be getting some new numbers from the Euro shortly. Winds 30, 40, 50, even up to 60 miles an hour, not sustained winds, gusts, and that will be overnight and into the morning hour. A live look at radar? Sure. Let's go to Jason and see what's up.
Yeah, so we still have the very heavy rainfall setting up, especially in Polk County tonight as the center continues to move off to the east. The National Hurricane Center, they issue hourly advisories with tropical systems moving across the state. However, they said at 11 o'clock that it's become so degraded that they're not going to issue those hourly updates anymore. So the next one will come in at 2 o'clock, and like Dennis said, likely closing in on that Category 1 or a strong tropical storm. But we're looking at this all continuing to slide off to the Atlantic coast as we head into the next several hours. But we are still closest to the center of circulation right here in the Lakeland area, also through Winter Haven. We're looking at Auburndale, still seeing some rain. Bartow, Frostproof, Fort Meade. Some of these spots in southern portions of Polk County continue to be under that flash flood warning for a couple of more hours, and that's because we picked up 4 to 10 inches of rain in southern Polk County, and of course where you see the red, the yellow, and orange colors, which basically encompasses the entire part of the county. We're looking at those rainfall rates upwards of an inch per hour on top of some of the heavier rainfall that we have been seeing here as of late. So from Fort Meade up to Lakeland, Oakland along 17. This is where we're still looking at the potential for us to see wind gusts over 50 miles per hour. I've been looking at the observations. I've been looking at the National Weather Service reports. We're not getting them as widespread as what we had been seeing earlier, of course, and that also bodes well for places farther west, where we're looking at, of course, less of those winds as the center continues to slide off toward the east. So speaking of farther west, let's head on I-4 toward the west and notice this. In Hillsborough County, we've really started to see those yellow colors, which indicate the moderate rainfall, and where the heavier rain bands are, that's where, of course, you also see the stronger winds as well. Those are starting to really fall apart as they're trying to inch back toward the west. Look at Pinellas County. How beautiful is this of a radar site, especially compared to the forecast, what it was just 24 to 36 hours ago. We're really, really looking good here in Pinellas County. Again, watching for the surge risk as we see those winds shifting back on shore here over the next couple of hours. And in Tampa, I think we've seen maybe 2 inches of rain. 2.5 inches of rain, much better than the forecast that we're showing. It could have been a lot higher here. So that flood risk, freshwater flooding, not there. Hopefully we avoid the storm surge flooding here coming up here as we go to around 4 o'clock. Of course, that when we reach high tide. So again, the most widespread heavy rain really confined to Polk County. And as we go a bit farther south, we are looking at the flash flood warning continuing. But thankfully at this time, we're not adding to the heavy rain amounts. Notice the green, the yellow, the orange colors. That indicates the light to moderate rain versus the extreme rainfall rates that we had just a couple of hours ago. And like Dennis said, between 6 to 9 hour period, we picked up half of what we would pick up in a year in some parts of the Bay Area tonight. And that, of course, would be our southernmost locations here. Central and southern Sarasota County, you guys had the worst with the wind and also the rain. Some spots picking up over 20 inches of rain. And we're really, really interested to see the flood threat and what the reports are showing as we go into the day tomorrow, as we get back to daylight, because this was that flash flood emergency, which is the highest verbiage when it comes from the National Weather Service as far as to let you know how extreme the flood situation is. When you get a flash flood emergency, it doesn't get any more higher up than that. And that was our big concern there. That also extended over into Highlands County. And notice we're also seeing the heaviest rainfall shifting out of Highlands County too. You know what? I'm going to go back a bit farther south again and talk about Highlands County. I had some friends that were over in, looks like a flood warning now issued over in Osceola County as well with this going east. But I was talking about this earlier tonight, and if you missed it, I have some friends at Avon Park, and Irma wiped out their jewelry store, ended up going into retirement after that because they're like, you know what, let's just not try and fix this situation. And then tonight happened. Once again, the center of circulation from a powerful hurricane went right over top of the Avon Park and Sebring area. You guys had some pretty strong thunderstorms just a couple of months ago in Sebring too. I remember covering those that wiped out fences, ripped off roofs from a couple of homes and some businesses. And then of course you go back 5 years and we had it really, really bad here in the Sebring area as well. So I was really sad to see that for a lot of you there tonight. And thankfully the worst of it certainly out of here as far as the rain goes. Wind gusts, of course, being close to the center of circulation. We're still looking at those 50-mile-per-hour gusts that Dennis showed you, but thankfully not to the extreme rain and wind rates that we were looking at here just a little while ago. All right, let's go back to the north. I keep hitting the wrong button, going to the wrong graphic. I want to show you the Nature Coast because jokingly and lovingly, we've been saying that we aren't forgetting about you, Nature Coast, and we really do love you just as much as the rest of the area. But this is the spot that has really avoided the worst of this system with it diving back south and going from Fort Myers and then northeast from there. So light to moderate rain here, gusts over 40 miles per hour, but we haven't really seen a lot of those gusts exceed that, and not too many, maybe a handful, 1 or 2, maybe 3 that we've seen up to around that 60-mile-per-hour mark. But since then, it's really been pretty quiet for you. The coast also not seeing much more than an inch of rain, if that. So it's been really, really good to see at least some parts of Tampa Bay avoiding the system really completely compared to areas that have been farther and farther to the south. So that's where we're at right now. Dennis showed you the wind gusts. We're looking at the sustained winds, not too much different from those gusts, with the highest being in and around Winter Haven and Haines City, 52-mile-per-hour sustained winds. Wauchula still looking at 50-mile-per-hour sustained winds with gusts slightly higher than that. So the winds at the center are still up to around the 90-mile-per-hour mark, at least with the latest advisory from the Hurricane Center. Thankfully, we're not seeing anything remotely close to that in gusts or sustained winds. So while power outages are still possible in these areas, the strength of the system certainly nowhere near what it was about 10, 12 hours ago. So now let's talk about a little bit of good news. This system slowly moving off to the east-northeast. If By the time you wake up tomorrow morning, if you are going to bed here over the next couple of hours, we're done with Ian as far as strong winds, the high flood threat, the storm surge risk. By 8, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, we could actually see some of these advisories being tapered down, more likely toward 11, as we see these winds kind of staying tough a little bit behind the system. But again, overall, we're not looking for anything substantial beyond this point now that the center is almost moving out of Polk County. So by tomorrow afternoon, check this out. We're done with this system. We got a couple of scattered clouds left over. Breezes on the order of 20 to 25 miles per hour, perhaps up to 30, but this will move offshore somewhere over toward Daytona Beach or Cape Canaveral, and then it's going to move back up, believe it or not, toward Georgia and South Carolina, where they have a hurricane watch and a tropical storm warning in place right now. So that means that Ian no longer in the forecast, and in the 7-day, check this out. This is amazing. Look at what we're looking at here as we head toward the end of the week and into the weekend. Temperature struggling to get to 80. Ian is actually drawing a cold front south, and that's going to lower the humidity and keep our temperatures only into the low to mid 80s, not for just the weekend, but for the next 7 days. So as far as cleanup is concerned, the 7-day forecast doesn't get much better than this. For those of you without power for a few days or longer, at least we're not into the mid to upper 90s with those heat index values over 100 degrees. And overnight low temperatures, by the way, falling back into the 60s, and that will also help cool houses down that don't have the AC running here over the next couple of days. And one final thing to talk about, look at the rain chance. Rainy season, maybe taking a break. It's not officially over until mid to late October, but we may be getting an early start to it, and we need it after all the rain, especially again from Sarasota County east over to Highlands and Polk counties. Where are we heading next, guys?
Jason, I think you're going to toss it back to us,
Wendy,
and we're
take it
going to,
away.
yeah, and I just want to take a moment to introduce James Tully, who's gotten a little bit of sleep.
It's been
Not
a while
much.
since you and I have been on desk here.
Yes, yes. It's been, I think, a couple years.
Years,
Welcome
yeah.
back to continuous Hurricane Ian coverage.
I guess we can officially say good morning, right? And hopefully
Yes.
it is that. All good reports from my friends in the Bay Area, Southwest Florida, a much different story. But we've got our crew still spread out, and we're going to keep bringing you looks as long as we possibly can.
That's right, we do. We have folks all over, including in Dunedin. Our Rochelle Aline actually has been shifting to different locations. She was in Tarpon, but I believe she went back to Dunedin. Rochelle, am I right about that? You're back in Dunedin now.
You are right. We've been ping-ponging all night, just kind of checking to see if there's any damage, any, down power lines. We are back in Dunedin, back at the marina. I don't know if you guys can hear it as you were coming to me, Wendy. The wind out here is literally howling. We're underneath a little bit of an overhang, and it is howling. You can see some of the boats over here just shifting in that wind. We were actually here last night as those folks who own the boats out here were tying their boats down to make sure they didn't float away during this possible storm surge and the heavy winds. We actually caught up with a man we spoke to last night. His name is Captain John. We watched him run out to the pier earlier today to see if his boat that's anchored out here on the water was still there. Thankfully, he says it's still there, and he says he's going to come back tomorrow morning, or later on this morning, I should say. It's now the next day, to check to see that the boat is still there because we're seeing such gusty winds. Another big story out here, you guys have been talking about this all night, are those power outages. As we were driving back here from Tarpon Springs, we actually happened upon a crew that was restoring power to a neighborhood that had a significant power loss. And so we're seeing those reports coming and going between Tarpon Springs and Dunedin. And we're going to be continuing to monitor the situation out here. But again, the wind and those power outages are really the big story out here at the marina. For now, in Dunedin, Rochelle Aline, ABC Action News.
Rochelle, that's nice to hear, because we've been hearing that a lot of the power outages would not be fixed until the morning because it's simply been too dangerous with miles per hour above 45 miles per hour. And so they were saying the linemen just won't go out when it's too dangerous for them to fix the power outages. So it's nice that at least maybe some folks are getting their power turned back on. Thank you, Rochelle. All right, we want to go now to Sarasota, further south. ABC Action News reporter Mary O'Connell joining us live. She's been at a shelter there pretty much all night long, and she's had some wind and some rain. How's it going out there now, Mary?
Well, the rain has stopped. It hasn't rained for a little bit now, which is a great thing because we've just been inundated with rain all day long since early this morning until now. It's still breezy. It's not nearly what it's been throughout the day today. we're still seeing some folks who are hunkering down here at the shelter, but I will say we're slowly seeing, and even just now, folks are starting to leave the shelter here. And that's something that we've been talking about throughout the day, where people have been leaving the shelter even during the storm. But I will say, you know, we were chatting with people about, they were wondering whether they should see a little bit windy or light goes down a little bit. But we were talking with people who were, you know, saying, should I go? Should I stay? What does it look like? And power outages in Sarasota County wide. I mean, it's just terrible right now. Tens of thousands of people without power. We were talking with one woman who did leave the shelter. Well, she came back to the shelter. She told us that she was driving. She's with her mother, and they were hitting flooded roads. They were hitting areas that they didn't want to drive into, just walls of water, and they didn't want to drive into it, down trees, and they ended up turning around because they didn't want to walk through it, and they're staying here until it's daylight and they can safely navigate things. So that's kind of the story here in Sarasota County until it's daylight, until we can see the damage that is around us and in neighborhoods. People are still here, but the good thing is the rain has stopped and the wind is dying down a little bit, but that's the scene here from Sarasota County. For now, we'll send it back to you.
Good to wake up and see that conditions are improving out there where Mary is. You know, Florida, though, Southwest Florida especially. My father has a home in Punta Gorda. I had a contact down there describe it as a war zone this morning, which is not good to hear. So we're going to be reeling for some catastrophic effects here, especially as day breaks, of what Hurricane Ian left behind. Already a lot of people, though, ready to spring into action, and you can actually be one of them out there.
That's right. In fact, ABC Action News reporter Sean Daly is here in studio with us with a few ways that you can help with the recovery efforts. Sean, I know you got a lot of ideas.
Oh, man, we were hearing from our viewers, and they're just fantastic out there. And they're seeing these images of the devastation and the storm's destruction, and they want to do something. They want to help. And the best way that you guys can help is with your time or money donations. And always make sure you're dealing with reputable charities. Some great local groups. Metropolitan Ministries, we love them here. They are mobilizing a relief effort, sending 15,000 hot meals and 10,000 cold meals to our southern counties. Metro Min, as we call them, they always need help, and they're really great people. Also, you've heard Governor DeSantis talk about Volunteer Florida. That nonprofit has thousands of volunteer openings to fill. They work with the Red Cross, with Salvation Army, and various local and national organizations. Whatever your skill is, they will find a role for you. And finally, the United Way has officially launched its Disaster Recovery Fund, and 100% of donations raised go to the victims of Hurricane Ian. If you'd like to donate time or money to any of these organizations, we have great resources for you on abcactionnews.com. Guys, back to you.
All right. Thank you, Sean. Some great ideas there. And now, you know, South Tampa often floods. We've had our Kylie McGivern down there for the last 2 days, I think. And she's not far from Tampa General Hospital off of Bayshore. It's an area I know you know well as well. And Kylie, I'm curious as to, we talked about maybe by 5 a.m. is high tide is when Dennis, I think, is most concerned about storm surge there. But right now it's pretty clear, right? Or am I wrong?
Right. I mean, really, the story has been since this morning, some of those images that really, I think, made it real for people. This storm is coming. When we're talking about the early hours of today, when we first checked in with you guys, of how the water had receded out of the bay all along Bayshore, just nothing like you would typically imagine. And for people who haven't seen that, it was so striking that they then walked out into the bay. We want to be very clear, that's not what you do. It's very dangerous because you don't know when that high tide could come in. There was law enforcement, if you look at video from earlier, that was going up and down Bayshore telling people to get out of where would typically be the water. And the reason why we bring this up now, hours later, is, as you mentioned, coming up into the early morning hours is when we will see the water come back in from what we understand. I've been getting some questions on social media. When are we going to see that change? And thankfully, from what Dennis and our whole weather team has been telling us, it will be nothing like what we originally thought thankfully, in this area in terms of those storm surge, of these images that we're seeing come in from our friends and family further south in Florida. So just a reminder to please continue to stay safe. In terms of the flooding that could still come in, while it's not what we originally predicted, it doesn't mean that you should not make the decisions for you and your family to protect yourself. And going out, taking a selfie in an area that could be very dangerous, just please don't do it. That's what law enforcement is saying. That's what we're saying. Look at it, remember it, take a picture, but from a safe distance as we see those tides shift in the coming hours. We're live in South Tampa. Kylie McGivern, ABC Action News.
All right, Kylie, thank you so much. And no, we do not quite know the toll that Ian has taken on Florida. We do know that places in the southwest part of our state experienced devastating storm surge, among other things.
Yeah, the images we've seen today are really unbelievable. And Governor Ron DeSantis has himself mentioned earlier this evening that this will be one of the top 5 hurricanes this state has ever seen in history. Our Capitol reporter Forrest Saunders is at the Emergency Operations Center with the very latest out there.
A lot of eyes here at the EOC glued to monitors, televisions as Ian is making landfall. We did just get a press conference a little bit ago. One of the big takeaways is there are no reported fatalities at this time, but it is still early, and this is a very, very dangerous storm.
We will make sure that all available resources are used to help you through this difficult time. Please do everything you can right now to stay safe.
Florida Emergency Management Director Kevin Guthrie there reminding those sheltering in place to stay put until the storm is over. He's also warning that emergency crews may not be able to reach you until conditions improve. Those under evac who've decided to ride the storm out, they're asked to take an online survey. That'll help state officials better understand where aid may be needed when rescue work begins. About 2.5 million Floridians were in evacuation zones, and officials believe most heeded warnings to get out. Still, when they return home, catastrophic damage from wind, rain, and storm surge is possible. The governor saying this afternoon recovery won't be quick.
This is a really, really significant storm. It will be one of the storms people always remember when they think about Southwest Florida, probably be the big one.
State officials consider this one of the largest disaster preps in state history. More than 40,000 people are on standby. That includes about 30,000 linemen. They are ready to move in as soon as it's safe and help restore power to potentially millions of people who might lose it. That is the latest out here at the state EOC. I'm Forrest Saunders reporting.
All right, Forrest, thank you. And we're actually starting to get in damage reports from the east side of the state.
It'll be good to check in over there and see what things look like. That's where we find reporter Jessica Bruno. She is from our sister station in West Palm.
There are downed trees and debris scattered throughout this Delray Beach neighborhood. Some people I spoke with tell me they were up almost 24 hours cleaning up.
All of a sudden, I'm hearing what sounds like a train. And I says, oh my God, we're getting a tornado.
Moments later, Marcia Hayot realized her ceiling was caving in.
And it just went whoosh. It took, 5-10 seconds. It had passed and did all the destruction.
The roof to her screened-in porch is gone too, and debris is scattered throughout the room.
It's been a hard night, 24 hours up. We're both sick to our stomachs.
Down the street at Les Spruce's home, it's a similar scene.
My dog literally leapt off the couch into my arms, nearly knocked me back onto the sofa, and we were scrambling to get into the closet. And then, because the whole house was shaking.
He says his roof is destroyed and there's a ton of debris piled up in his yard.
Luckily, I had impact windows, which I've just put in. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have much of a house left at all.
It was like literally coming towards me.
Michael Yalagol, who also lives in Cocowood Lakes, believes he saw a tornado fly right over his home. His roof is also damaged. A crew is now working on the repairs.
It's crazy. It was like 2 minutes. And then you look around everywhere else, and it's like just like a regular storm came through.
Meantime, we want to get to our Eric Waxler now. He's been live in Hudson Beach in Pasco County all night long. So, Eric, is the wind still kicking up out there?
Yeah, it really is, Wendy. I would say this is the strongest wind that we've seen up here so far today. In fact, it just hasn't stopped, too. It is a sustained wind. But again, it's nothing compared to what other parts of the state have seen. And other than some downed branches around here, some bushes and things knocked over. There hasn't been a whole lot of damage. Countywide, all I've heard so far is maybe a couple power lines down, but those were in some rural areas. Of course, we'll find out about more in the morning. But people in Pasco County feeling very fortunate. You can see the wind, and look here at Hudson Beach where it is very quiet right now other than the sound of the wind. The Pasco Sheriff's Office, they do have some deputies out here to make sure that people don't loiter around here, because it has been a place that people have wanted to come check out throughout the day to just get a look, because it does look right out into the Gulf of Mexico. So you had a good view of the bands, the clouds that were really low as the storm started to kick up in this area. And then we had the reverse surge where there's just no water here at Hudson Beach still. It's remained like that since we've been out here. So it was a kind of a place where people were coming and just really looking at awe, and I guess thankful too that the storm hasn't been any worse in Pasco County, because 24 hours ago, 48 hours ago, it did not look that way. People feeling very fortunate. Now, if you haven't seen this yet, we wanted to show you something a little more lighthearted as well. We found a lightning fan. His name is Philip Marks, who needs hurricane shutters when you can put an Andre Vasilevsky jersey on your front door, because as you know, he saves everything, including homes. So this fan put up the jersey on his front door and posted it, and it's going a little bit viral. I'm sure the Lightning fans out there will really enjoy seeing that, because Vazzy, he's unstoppable, and he has saved everything, including apparently this guy's house, Philip Marks. So we're having a lot of fun seeing that. A little lightheartedness on what's been a tough day for a lot of people around the state. For now, from a windy Hudson Beach, I'm Eric Waxler, ABC Action News. Back to you.
All right, Eric, thank you. We want to go to Daytona Beach now. These are actually live pictures. I feel like every time we take this shot, it looks the same, which is strong, strong winds and the rain, literally what looks like, coming down sideways.
Yeah, whipping things up pretty good there in Daytona Beach. And I think we're going to take a look at some major flooding here next, as it continues to be just an unbelievable issue in Fort Myers. Wendy showing me some pictures there while we sent things out to Eric. A viewer sent us this video of water flowing down Estero Boulevard to the north end where the bridge connects the island to Fort Myers. The Collier County Sheriff's Office says East Naples deputies completed 30 rescue missions yesterday, and it's 12:40, so that would be just yesterday encompassing that time. They are still collecting numbers from other areas. Wendy, your reflection on this? I mean, that is
the flooding has been very, very bad. We've seen second floor condos having the flood all the way up to their balconies, and we've seen entire homes underwater. Literally, you can see just the roof. So it is just devastating out in Fort Myers. And of course, as the sun rises, we'll be able to get a better idea of just how bad the damage is in that area. We want to take some other video now. I believe our photojournalist Tim Jones sent in. Again, these are strong winds. This is in Lakeland, where a lot of folks went out. Of course, Orlando also. Polk County is where a lot of folks thought that they would be safe, but the storm went right through Polk County as well. The wind, again, the rain still kicking up in that area.
We've got all hands on deck here. Manatee County crews already starting to make plans for recovery efforts. Fuel being delivered to 3 different shelters, to power stations at Braden River High School, Lee Middle School, Bayshore Elementary. Over 170,000 customers left without power. More than 200 lift stations were offline across the county due to power outages. In response, crews are going to deploy generators to get those lift stations operational again, starting with master lift stations. And more video tonight of the mass floodings in other parts of the state. We're seeing video out of Naples. If we have that, there was a parking garage that was literally underwater. It was just looked like a river of water flowing through that garage. Several cars underwater there. I think we have, these are just some numbers, I think, in Manatee County, but you already read that. These are more pictures we're seeing. And where is this, guys? Is that,
this is still Fort Myers. And as you can see, just devastation. We know that they had really, really strong hurricane force winds and flooding and storm surge. Chief Meteorologist Dennis Phillips is here now. Dennis, any thoughts on how quickly this storm is finally going to leave us and the aftermath that we will see once the sun comes up?
I think across the actual Bay Area, our viewing area from Citrus County down through Manatee County, I don't think we're going to see a lot. You know, a couple of trees down in neighborhoods, that sort of thing. Kind of reminiscent in some cases of what we had with Irma, but I actually think Irma probably maybe a little more widespread damage in some spots. The biggest issue continues to be the very heavy rain. I mean, we already had 20 inches of rain in sections of Hardee County where that flood warning remains in effect. But now we have new flood warnings from Osceola and Orange County, so areas from Orlando down south. And that rain is really, really coming down, and it's going to be a while before it stops. So over the next several hours, we'll probably see another 4 to 6 inches of rain. And now those are areas that have not seen as much rain. But Polk County right now, I mean, that's just an absolute downpour. There's wind, no doubt, winds gusting between about maybe 50-ish, 55 up to 60. So it isn't really overly what I would call volatile or severe, but you don't want to be out in that. And it's certainly enough to create more power outages. And we've been updating the power outage numbers for a while. So the rains at long last are winding down in the areas that had about 21, 22 inches of rain. But unfortunately, they're ramping up across Polk County and Osceola and Orange. Now, what is left of the center of the storm is actually right about here. So we still continue to look at what I guess you could say at one point was the western eye wall. That's where most of the rain, most of the wind has been all day long, actually ever since landfall when it went through Venice, where Mike Paluska was live there. But if you live in Polk County, I mean, it's not a nice night. You've got power outages, you have winds, which I wouldn't necessarily call overly dangerous if you're at home, because 50, 55, the bigger concern, of course, is the trees, because as wet as the ground is, and with that wind blowing pretty steady, you could and probably will see some trees down. And obviously, if one of those trees were to fall in a house, then it is certainly dangerous. The farther west you go, the winds, as Eric mentioned in his live shot, I mean, it's still blowing. And in a larger sense, we often see the backside of a storm create some additional wind right along the coast. It happened in Tropical Storm Jean back in 2004. I remember the storm had gone through, and on the backside, all of a sudden, the wind started to really come in. And we had about a 90-mile-an-hour wind gust near Fred Howard Park in Tarpon Springs. And again, that was 18 years ago, but I remember it well because when I went to work, living very close to that, when I went to work, everything was fine. When I came home and went into the kitchen and looked up at the ceiling, I saw stars, which really didn't work well because we had no sunroof in the ceiling. So we had a big old hole in the roof from that wind and rain that came in on the back side of the storm. So stressing it again, there's going to be some more wind out there. And as a matter of fact, I think Eric said in his live shot, it was actually more of a sustained wind than they had seen yet. And still, with that flash flood warning remaining in effect for another 15 minutes, that area there, we'll see if it's extended. I kind of think it won't be because we're no longer looking at heavy rain, but I do think we could see that flash flooding warning extended into Polk County and certainly the Osceola, as that's really, really coming down with winds of about 45 to maybe gusting up to 60 at times. So there it is. Where's the hurricane? I mean, look at how much of a difference we're seeing now over the last 12 hours. Literally 12 hours ago, we had a monster storm, 1 mile an hour shy of Cat 5, one of the strongest hurricanes to ever hit the west coast of Florida. And now that's all that's left right there. There's not much. The center is here. Almost all the convection or the storms are off to the east. But again, while you're not getting a ton of rain on the backside, you are still getting some wind. 8 o'clock on Thursday morning, winds down to tropical storm force. So there is the chance they could even downgrade this to a tropical storm at the 5 o'clock advisory, depending on just how much it collapses over the next 4 or 5 hours. But then as it moves back over the water, there is a chance it could redevelop before going into the Carolinas over the weekend. So in terms of locally, we still have the same warnings. None of them have been dropped. I mean, you could argue they probably should be in many areas, but I think the Hurricane Center is going to wait until this is actually offshore. And then at that point, they're more than likely to drop it. And I also think they don't want to drop things because there is still that surge possibility. I think more of a surge possibility over the next few hours than we had this afternoon. I mean, we've been saying this all along. You get a flow that blows everything out back into the Gulf, in other words, an offshore flow, there is no way you're going to get surge in our area. Now, down around Naples and Fort Myers, they had an onshore flow, and that's what added to the difficulties with the surge. But as this center passes the waters east-west, the latitude of Tampa Bay, the bay itself, the winds will begin to shift in the other direction. It's going to take a while, though. High tide's around 4 o'clock. It is a very high tide at 2.7 feet. So there is the chance we're going to see some water rise and see some issues between 4 and 6 o'clock in the usual places around Bayshore and in other areas in Pinellas County and in Hillsborough County. So that's one we'll watch closely. We'll have some reporters out there. I said this throughout the afternoon. It wouldn't be a bad idea to set your alarm just in case you do see some flooding and you need to get out. But that's only if you live immediately on the water. Otherwise, that's not an issue. Winds gusting between 40 and about 60. On any given day, a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust would be a severe thunderstorm warning. The difference is this is 60-mile-an-hour winds for several hours at a time, and that's why we've been seeing more issues with trees down and branches down and pool cages and lanais and whatnot, with winds gusting up to about 75 miles an hour, even a few higher spots. That storm surge warning remains in effect. I think if we don't see the surge between 4 and 6, my guess is they'll probably drop that warning in the early morning hours. New Euro is about to come out. Again, winds of 40 to 50 miles an hour through the day on Thursday. So there's still going to be some lingering wind, even if the storm is offshore. But I really think those numbers are going to come down pretty quickly. So as we mentioned, there's still some very, very heavy pockets of rain, and not in the same areas that we had over the last couple of hours. Let's check out Jason with the latest on that.
And the good news is that we're looking at most of the area that picked up the 20 inches of rain. They're finally starting to clear out from those widespread heavier downpours. So as we look at it right now on the radar, you can see the center moving to the north-northeast. Still what's left of the center. It's very ragged, and we are looking at it basically sitting over top of the same areas for hours and hours on end, like we did earlier today, from Nokomis and Venice through Northport, up through Wauchula and Arcadia, and even over to Frostproof, where we're seeing reports of over 10 inches of rain in Frostproof, and a lot of that fell actually just within the last couple of hours. So we'll start here in Polk County, Lakeland, Lake Wales. We're still socked in with a heavy rain. Wind gusts on the order of 50 to 60 miles per hour, still in some of the stronger bands that are rolling through, but we're not looking at those hurricane force gusts like we were expecting and what we saw earlier in the day, as of course the center was a lot stronger. It still shows 90 miles per hour from the hurricane center, but that was at 11 o'clock almost 2 hours ago. It's still weakening. It may be down to 80 to 75 at the new advisory that comes out here at 2 o'clock, but overall we're not looking for those hurricane force sustained winds or gusts. We're looking mainly for tropical storm force conditions with some of these heavier rain areas. But we are picking up widespread rains along the more populated areas here along the Polk Parkway, in and around Lakeland, over to Auburndale and Winter Haven. So for whatever reason, if you had to be out tonight, you will likely encounter the ponding on the roads and even some flooded roadways, but especially in the southern part of the county, especially over Lake Wales and Frostproof. This was the area that the northern part of the eye wall rolled through, what was left of it before it really fell apart. But unfortunately, it was kind of stationary here in these areas as well. But we are beginning to see some signs of movement back off toward the east, and that's why we've had that flood warning now issued east of Polk County. We still have it in Polk County. I'll show you that here in a second. But we are looking at the flood warnings that have been extended, like Dennis said, over to Osceola and Orange counties, the Orlando metro area, now under a flood warning as well. So I put the green polygon up here for you. You can see that flood warning does not extend beyond Frostproof and Fort Meade. We do not have a flood warning here in the northern part of Polk County, but it was really here in the southern part, again, when that northern eye wall was still intact. That's where it was earlier tonight, and that's where we've seen reports of over 10 inches of rain in a very, very short amount of time. So a little farther to the west, check out Tampa, St. Pete. Hardly any rain out there now. We were looking at projections earlier today that we could pick up 12 inches of rain in and around the city of Tampa, maybe 3 inches max. That's great news because, of course, we do not need the rain. We picked up so much rain just here in the month of September. I remember back in August here in Tampa, in my place, I have a retention pond in the backyard. It was completely dried up, and I couldn't believe it because it was August. Fast forward 2 weeks into September, it was completely full. And then we had a hurricane coming, and I was like, oh boy, what's going to happen here? So thankfully, we didn't get that foot of rain that was projected into the area, but we can still see some heavier rain on the east side of town over toward Brandon and Thonotosassa, Plant City, Seffner, Mango. Those yellow colors are moderate rain, and sometimes those moderate bands, when you're dealing with a tropical system, can pull down some gustier winds from aloft, pull that rain down to the surface, and pull those gusty winds down to the surface. So we still could see gusts over 50 miles per hour, but the 75 mile per hour gusts we had here in Tampa earlier, they're done. And also in St. Pete, we had 77 mile per hour wind gusts here in the city of St. Pete. Like Dennis said, perhaps some gusty winds on the backside of this system. We had earlier tonight, still as the eye was well east of Sarasota, we did get almost a 90 mile per hour wind gust, and it was well east of Sarasota at that time. But this just makes me so happy to see, and I'm really, really concerned here for southern Sarasota County. Northport, we have not escaped the flooding risks from these tropical systems for a good 5 years now. Of course, we had flood problems back with Irma, and then last year we had Hurricane Elsa, and we were one of the spots that got stuck under a band of rain that dropped 11.5 to 12.5 inches of rain right over Northport, and then it was days that we were dealing with the river flooding in Northport. Today, potentially up to 20 inches of rain falling in the city of Northport, and that's why we had that flood emergency, that flash flood emergency that was issued earlier. Notice, though, now just a little bit of light green left over. Thankfully, we're not adding to that 20-inch total that we had earlier tonight, and the winds are starting to calm down here as well. Perhaps some gusts still at around the 40 to 45 mile per hour mark. So these are those totals, and again, some spots picking up nearly 19 to 20 inches of rain. Let me see if I can plot some spots here a little further south toward the, there we go. We got 17 near Englewood, 18 near Englewood showing up. And then again, right in around Northport, it's showing up 18, but I did see 19 earlier in some of the spots here. So now removing all of these areas, these plots that I put on here for you, you can clearly see where the eye came on shore and where it did not produce a lot of rain, basically along and north of I-4, the exception northern Polk County picking up on the rain now, but it was really confined to areas here from Sarasota County over to eastern Polk and now western Osceola counties. That was the target for this eye wall that just developed, and it would not break down until just within the last hour or so. We're finally seeing it break down enough to where we're getting rid of those excessive rain totals. But this is going to create those flood problems for us again going into the next couple of days in these areas, as the rivers, of course, all this water has to flow into the tributaries, the creeks that eventually go into the rivers, that eventually go into the bay and the Gulf, and that takes time. So we're going to see water levels on the high side, and also we're seeing water levels on the high side along the Hillsborough River. The Hillsborough River State Park has a flood warning for that excessive rainfall that was just to the east and northeast of Tampa. The Nature Coast, we've got Eric Waxler here. He's up north, and we're looking at him talking about the winds picking up tonight. So that's some of that backside of the tropical system wind that we could see, but we're more concerned about the direction here of the wind now that we're heading toward high tide. And just to repeat what Dennis has said, we're beginning to see the winds turn. So all day today, north of I-4, north of the I, we had the winds coming out of the east to the west. Now they're shifting more out of the north. Look at St. Pete starting to get more northwesterly, and eventually we'll get this a little more toward the west or out of the west. And that's what's going to aid in the surge potential, where we could see perhaps closer to Eta levels. Of course, the last couple of days when the center was projected to be farther north, we were looking at the potential for up to 10 feet of surge. We're no longer concerned about that, of course, with the storm being well south and well east now. But as these winds come around, perhaps Eta levels, which were 2 to 4 foot, maybe 4.5 feet in some places like Gulfport and St. Pete. So that's what we're going to be looking for over the next couple of hours. That's why we're still on air for you tonight, because that surge risk is there. And of course, you could still see the sustained winds of 45 to 50 for Wauchula over to Avon Park and Haines City, where that what's left of the center is still intact enough to give us that rain risk and that wind risk here in our eastern zones. This is the outlook for tomorrow. We're talking about a much better forecast here heading out through the day. We'll still be stuck with the clouds, some scattered showers at times, but we're not looking for flooding rains. And thankfully, believe it or not, our rainy season is turning off, thanks to Hurricane Ian. It's drawing in significantly cooler and drier air. And when you see the 7-day here in a second, this is going to be something that we're really going to be excited about, especially for recovery and also for, of course, a lot of us without power and the air conditioning. We've been into the mid-90s here through most of the month of September, and we're all barely going to get to 80 degrees here as we head into the next couple of days. But your hour by hour for tomorrow, we'll still see the gusty winds gusting as high as 35 to 40 miles per hour in the morning, dropping to 20 to 25 miles per hour into the afternoon. The shower threat, even though it shows up here all day long, it's not the all-day rain like we had today. We're just looking at a few leftover showers as the system continues to move off of the Atlantic coast and slide out over toward Daytona Beach. Eventually, it could actually reorganize a little bit before heading up to Georgia and South Carolina. We'll also see mostly cloudy skies. That's going to work with the cooler and drier air coming south to allow us to finally see temperatures not into the mid-90s and heat index values not up to 100, 115 degrees. Futurecast shows as we go from 2 o'clock into the morning, just an hour away or so, to 4 a.m. We're really seeing the system pull off toward the Atlantic side of the state. It may come offshore somewhere in and around Cape Canaveral or Daytona, and these areas have seen the winds really picking up tonight with that wind coming in off of the Atlantic. No friction, so we're seeing stronger winds out there on the Atlantic side of the coast, even though the system is a little weaker. But then as we go from 8 to noon, really starting to see that system pull out to the east. We could even see some sunshine trying to return on our southwest spots that got hit so hard today as we go to tomorrow afternoon. But with this northwesterly wind, the cooler, drier air coming in from the system from the north, and also the added cloud cover, that's really going to work to keep our temperatures down only into the low to mid 70s here as we go into the next 24 hours. Now, look at this map. I haven't showed it in a long time because we've been stuck into the low to mid 90s. This is the average map where we're going to be over the next 10 days versus cooler than average or above average. And check this out, all the way through the next 7 to 10 day forecast, we're going to be below that average high, which is 89 to 90 degrees this time of year. And we're going to get a significant break from the humidity coming up as we go into the next 7 days. So we've talked a lot about the bad news tonight. Let me end here with some better news for you. Temperatures are going to be below average, not only for the first 3 days of the 7-day forecast, but all the way through Florida's most accurate 7-day. We may get back up into the mid 80s by the middle and end of the week, but the humidity, it's going to be gone. We're not really going to notice it as we go into the next 7 days compared to how humid we've been this summer and certainly here for the month of September. That will allow overnight lows also to get a lot more comfortable, and this is great news for the power outage situation. We've been stuck with hurricanes before where we've had temperatures exceeding 90 degrees and heat index values exceeding 100 for days after hurricanes with no air conditioning help. So at least this one, at least Ian, was strong enough to get this front to come far enough south that we're going to see a huge drop in temperatures and humidity. So if you're without power for a few days, yes, your house is still going to be warm, but thankfully we're not going to be just dreading hot like it was. I was back in one of the stronger ones, Hurricane Ivan, up in the Panhandle back in 2004. And we had heat index values over 100 for a week after Ivan, and there were people without power for like 3 weeks, so no help from the air conditioning. So I'm really, really happy to report that that's the forecast moving forward. I wish we didn't have to talk about no AC and the hurricane situation, but it is what it is, and this is what we're looking at here 7-day forecast-wise. Big improvements, no threat for any tropical systems here over the next 7 days. Of course, hurricane season not over for another month and a half, 2 months or so. So we're here all the way through the end of hurricane season, but at least right now, we're looking pretty good for the next 7. Rain chances also significantly lower, as you would expect, with the huge drop in humidity and a cold front passing by. So we may be turning on the dry season. Of course, officially the dry season doesn't show up for a couple of more weeks, but it looks like we're going to get an early start to it. And this is really, really important because those river levels, again, they don't need any more water added to them as they're going to be rising here over the next couple of days. So we're going to see a huge drop in those temperatures, a huge drop in the humidity, and a huge drop in those water levels. But it's going to take several more days for that to happen. But again, we're not going to be adding to that with the flooding thunderstorm rains that we've been seeing. Remember, it's just yesterday and the day before the hurricane, we had massive summer thunderstorms that were producing 4 to 8 inches of rain prior to the arrival of this storm. So it's really good to see the 7-day forecast with a much better forecast in it, and thankfully not one that has another tropical system in there. There's a new tropical depression. It's off the coast of Africa. It is not one that we're going to be worried about. And the Gulf of Mexico and the Caribbean are not showing development for at least another week or so. But again, we really aren't out of the woods yet, but hopefully this is the only one we have, not just for this hurricane season, but for many more to come, because this one, a record breaker. It will be one of the strongest to hit the state of Florida. It will be one of the strongest, perhaps a top 5 to hit the United States based on wind. It had winds up to 155. Remember, Michael was 160. Andrew, I believe, was 175. So we're talking about this being up to those levels of storms. And Ivan, the one I was talking about up in the Panhandle, it was 130, as bad as that one was. So this one, again, it's going to be a record breaker. And the National Hurricane Center over the next several months, They're going to do a lot of research. They're going to go down to the Fort Myers area from Miami, and they're going to figure out exactly how high the surge levels were, how strong the winds were at landfall. They're going to check all these observation points, and here in a couple of months, we'll know if this did make it to Cat 5 prior to landfall, because it was only a couple of miles per hour shy of that, or if it stays at a Category 4. But regardless, even if it's a 4, it's still going to be a record breaker for the Sunshine State. So our hearts go out to our friends down south and in Sarasota County. We love you guys, and we know you're going to get through this, and we're here for you, and we're here to help you out, and we're going to get a lot of help sent your way over the next couple of weeks here from ABC Action News. Guys, take it away.
All right, Jason. Couldn't have said it better myself. We have now completed a full shift change on desk. We'll say good morning to Dia in just a moment. I want to remind you all to download, if you haven't already, the ABC Action News app. And this is new this year. We have this QR code that you can open up your camera right now and scan, and it will connect you directly to our apps in an App Store, Google Play, and there you can find everything you need, live, active radar in your neighborhood. Also, you can watch us, maybe the most important thing, simply by scanning that code. It'll take you to a link to watch us. If you have lost power at your home and you're doing that right now, good on you. It's the best way to do it.
Absolutely. I want to show you some video now from Daytona Beach. I saw this when I was preparing actually this is live. I saw this morning when I was preparing to come in for the shift change. Wendy said that it really hadn't changed. It looks like it's getting a little bit better, like the wind is beginning to die down a little bit, and that's certainly good news. The Daytona Beach area has been hit pretty hard as well. Again, our thoughts just go out to everybody impacted by this storm. We went to bed, for the two of us, we went to bed earlier yesterday anticipating what was going to happen. And this is one of those storms where you'll never forget where you were. You'll never forget where you were when it came through.
You certainly won't. And just like Jason said, our hearts go out to all the people in Southwest Florida impacted by this.
You mentioned your dad.
Yeah, my dad has a house in Punta Gorda.
But he wasn't there. That's a good thing.
He wasn't there, and we're just waiting to see what daylight brings in that case. I was able to talk to a couple of neighbors of his down there, describing it to me, Dia, as a war zone at this point. We saw the catastrophic flooding and everything else. This morning, turning our attention to the Bay Area. We're in pretty good shape. Dennis saying a few minutes ago, Jason the same thing. We've got gusts right now equivalent to a strong afternoon thunderstorm. Those last 15 minutes, this is going to last a couple of hours. We're hoping later this morning, 8 a.m., 9 a.m., that area. This is exiting our state. Conditions improve dramatically, and linemen can get out there and start repairing and getting power back to so many people that have lost it.
That is such a big deal. The number of power outages right now is staggering. Lee County, 442,000 customers don't have power. In Polk County, 148,000. Pinellas, 189,000. Pasco, 36,000. Highlands, 52,000. Manatee, 170,000. And in Sarasota, 257,000 customers without power. As James mentioned, the line crews can get out there, start restoring power today. And I think once people get the power back, they can begin to at least start to kind of, put their lives back together. At sunlight, we'll be able to see the extent of the damage. But power for so many people, that's a big thing. If you can get the power turned back on, then at least they can feel like they can kind of get started.
I think that's the first step towards normalcy, right? And you mentioned the power outage is staggering. We heard the governor say it yesterday that widespread power outages expected here. And if you look at the ratio to number of customers served and number of customers out, it is 90-95% in some of our counties right now. So again, hopefully you are watching us, you are staying up with us, rubbing your eyes, maybe you are waking up, whatever sleep schedule you are on, we are here for you, and we're going to continue here throughout the night and into the morning.
As we were preparing for our shift change, saw so many of our colleagues, some talking about good morning, some saying good night.
Yeah, it was kind of strange.
We're all a little discombobulated right now.
Yeah, I want to say thanks to our sports team. That's where I camped out in the sports office back there. Whatever works. We do have it's all hands on deck right here at our station.
Yeah, so. It is. But that's what we do. That's what we do.
We signed up for it.
Yeah, we keep saying that we are committed to making sure that you have information that you need to keep you and your family safe. And we've been here all night. We will be here, through the duration of this storm. I did hear Jason and Dennis saying this morning that by the time most of you wake up, the storm will have passed our area. We'll still deal with some rain and some wind, but for the most part, the threat will have passed our area. And I think it's a, goes without saying, it's been a long night for so many people in the Bay Area, and they're just waiting for, for sunlight at this point.
Absolutely. And a hat tip here from the desk to our crews in the field, enduring some of the worst of this storm, bringing you coverage, giving us looks all throughout the evening. Our crews also doing a shift change there. They are getting spread out all up and down the west coast of Florida. We'll be checking in with them periodically also throughout the morning here. So we have a lot to get to. Jason, Dennis, they're still here. Greg, he'll be joining us soon. So again, a lot more to talk about. Let's keep you updated on conditions as this moves through, and we still experience a lot of rain and some heavy gusting, some sustained winds in some parts south of us here. So we want to keep you posted on that as best we possibly can, and we will.
Well, happening right now, emergency vehicles no longer responding to calls in Sarasota County. We told you that this was going to happen once those winds reached a certain speed. But again, at this point, they're just waiting to see if there's any debris or anything down in the roads, but they're not responding to emergency calls right now.
That's right. And the City Utilities Department has discontinued water service to the island of Venice at this time. The City of Venice posting this picture to Facebook here, showing us exactly how much damage Hurricane Ian has caused, and with strong winds and rain. The Venice Theater here, take a look at this shot, seeing a very forceful impact. I'm not sure if that's the theater, but that is a section of course, a section. I mean, I'm still waking up here. That is a part of Venice, and you're taking a look at just severe gusts of wind here.
Just incredible. And then earlier we showed you downtown Venice being battered by the rain, the wind, and debris that was blowing through the streets. That's one of the reasons that, first responders always tell you to stay off the streets, because, that wind can be strong and it can pick up trash bins, those big garbage bins, and just push them right down the street. And you don't want to be anywhere near that. The streets in Venice empty. That's a good sign. The Venice Theater is closed, of course, through Thursday. We'll let you know if we get any more updates on whether the theater will open on Friday. I did tell you that we got an advisory from Polk County Schools and also Hillsborough County Schools. They had been closed through Thursday, but they have now decided to close on Friday as well. Hillsborough County wanting to use those, clean those shelters. They activated 49 schools to serve as shelters, so they want that extra day to prepare those schools for the kids to come back on Monday. I suspect that's the same thing in Polk County, but again, Polk County and Hillsborough County at least closed on Friday. We'll check and see about the other school districts throughout the day, see if they put out advisories.
And we still have that scrolling at the bottom of the screen too, all the closings and the updates there, so that'll come through, and it'll be updated as soon as we get new info in.
Okay, now we want to head over to Sarasota. Of course, that, our county viewing area there really took a hard hit from this storm.
Especially areas south. Let's check in with Mary O'Connell. She is joining us live from a shelter in that area. Mary, I think we checked in with you about an hour ago. You were telling us the conditions were starting to improve. You hadn't seen, you weren't experiencing much rain. You said that the wind, though, was keeping up. How are things now?
Still no rain. We haven't seen rain in I'd say over an hour now. Still some wind. You'll get hit by a couple gusts, but overall I would say it is lightening up, which is a great thing for the folks here in Sarasota County. We've had wind and rain since early this morning, earlier than 8 a.m. I mean, goodness. It's just been going on all day for the folks here. I will say the one thing that I feel like we've noticed since we've been out here is almost a temperature drop. It feels a little bit chilly out. I know it is almost 2 in the morning, but feel a little bit of a temperature drop. I won't step out of the shot here because there's not much to see because the lights behind us are out at this point. But I will tell you, we've talked to people who have been kind of coming and going from the shelter. Some people decided to stay through the storm. Some people decided they wanted to go home. We've had some people trickling out, deciding to go home. We did talk to a couple people. One woman in particular, she decided to go home, when things got a little bit better, went home, ended up coming back to the shelter because when she got to her neighborhood, she saw downed trees. She ran into a wall of water, didn't want to drive through it, didn't feel safe enough walking through it in the dark, decided to come back here with her mom so they can tackle that in the morning. Hopefully some of that water in those low-lying areas has receded by them when it's daylight out. But that's just kind of the small pieces that we're hearing from people in this area. We've had a lot of people come up to us and say, oh my gosh, do you know how this area is? Do you know how this area is? And until there's daylight, it's really hard to tell how hard this county has been hit. I know southern Sarasota County, they've been inundated, but overall, we're dealing with power outages countywide, and until that daylight hits and we can see what we're really dealing with here. I know emergency crews, once the winds die down, they're going to get out and they're going to get to work to make sure that they can, clear everything, make sure everything's safe, and get everybody back home as safely as possible. But that's kind of what we're seeing right now here. No rain, still some wind, a little bit cooler, and we're going to be continuing to follow it here. We'll be here all day tomorrow as well as the aftermath. We're covering the aftermath of what Hurricane Ian left behind. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much. She said we'll be here all day tomorrow. Let's talk about it. I was talking about how we're all a little mixed up right here. They've been working so hard all throughout the night. Our crews, are just incredible. We do want to go to another hardworking crew, Rochelle Aline. She's live in Dunedin this morning. Good morning, Rochelle.
Hey, good morning, you guys. I was actually just listening to Mary's hit, and we're seeing more of the same here. It's chilly out here. The rain has stopped, but the wind, I don't know if you guys can hear it, but it's literally howling. We're underneath a little pavilion. It is howling, and we're at the Dunedin Marina. You can see it's really blowing the boats back here, and we've been watching folks coming out in the wee hours of the morning to check to make sure their boats are still okay. Actually, we were here last night and we spoke to a man named Captain John who was out here securing his boats. We actually have video of him from earlier today. He ran out during the storm to make sure his boats were still there. He ran out to the pier because he has a boat that's actually anchored out on the water. He said he put an extra anchor out there. Thankfully, it is still there, but that's the story for a lot of the boat owners out here. They're coming throughout the night, and they're going to be coming again in the morning, later on in the morning, to check to make sure that their boats are okay. Again, the wind, just a big problem for a lot of these boat owners, but thankfully so far we've been here on and off all day. The boats appear to be okay, and we're going to be out here monitoring this for quite some time, and then we have another crew coming out to relieve us, and they'll be out here as well, making sure everything's okay. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Rochelle. The Winter Haven Fire Department battling dangerous winds and rain yesterday, like most of the, first responders in the area.
Oh, no doubt they were not alone here. The crew came across some downed power lines about an hour ago in a neighborhood, and the power lines, as you see from this video, seem to, there it is, spark some fire along a white picket fence in the neighborhood. Crews warn if anybody doubts the danger of this storm, this is just one incident of so many. The fire rescue saying that right before this happened, a trampoline flew in front of their truck. Telecommunications giant Comcast says it's opened 200,000 Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspots in not just Florida, Alabama, Georgia, and South Carolina, too.
Yeah, that move is meant to help people stay connected during Hurricane Ian, which, of course, is so important. Want to make sure that you stay connected, not just to get emergency information, but also to let family know how you're doing. That's, the main thing that most people are so concerned about, just checking in on family and friends.
Another one of those things, Dia, you don't realize how much you miss it until you don't have it. These public hotspots that Comcast is putting up are available for free to everyone, including non-Xfinity customers. So that's a nice move on their part. Roughly 90,000 of the hotspots are in Florida, while 2 million people are without electricity. A map of public Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspots is available at xfinity.com/Wi-Fi.
Earlier, I saw Eric Waxler in Hudson Beach in Pasco County. The wind was blowing. He said, for the most part, that's what he was experiencing. No rain, but we want to check in with him now. Eric, is that still the case out there? Just mainly wind?
Yeah, it really is, Dee. I can't remember the last time it rained. I mean, it's been several hours, but this wind we're experiencing right now is by far the most severe wind that we've had since we've been here. It has been steady. We're talking about at least 2 hours straight with no break in the wind. In the beginning, you felt just the bands where there'd be breaks in between some big gusts, but now it has been a steady, consistent wind that you can see just by looking at the tree there. It is nonstop, and it is it's strong, but this is Jason and Dennis both explained it. I'll let them revisit it again. The backside of the storm, they said this is not uncommon to have this kind of wind back on the coast. I'm sure they'll go into more detail about that. But yeah, you're looking at Hudson Beach where they've experienced the reverse surge, which is also expected with this kind of storm, the path it took, but the water is not there, at least for about 40 feet looking out to the Gulf of Mexico here in Hudson Beach, and that made for a little bit of a tourist attraction for a good chunk of the afternoon. When we first got here, there was dozens of people that came out and were taking pictures and bringing their family out to see what was going on and to get a look at the storm as it was coming in. And then the sheriff's office came in and said, hey, this is an evacuation zone, not a place to hang out. So they kept telling everyone to leave, but then people would come back. But of course, now that it's the middle of the night, it's been pretty quiet here. But there's still occasionally people that will drive through just to see what's going on and get a little bit of taste of this storm, because when it's so dark, there's really not much that you can see. But people have still been coming here to check things out. But Pasco County residents, I'm sure, feeling very fortunate with what could have been when you see the devastation down in Fort Myers if that storm had taken a different path up here. With all the flooding that Pasco's experienced in the last decade, that was really a scary thought for a lot of people, because I've been in neighborhoods in past years during Tropical Storm Debbie. I remember several years back where, you're talking about a storm that just stood over Pasco County and dumped so much rain. And along the Anclote River, for example, it would overflow into all the neighborhoods, and people were having to be rescued by boat in some of those neighborhoods. So people had visions of that and did not want to experience that again. And it seems like that is going to be the case, other than maybe some downed trees and down power lines. It looks like Pasco is going to escape the worst of what Hurricane Ian is bringing this year. Live on Hudson Beach, I'm Eric Waxler, ABC Action News. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you. I want to show you this video, and then I think Dennis wants to
I was going to talk to Eric. I had a couple of questions, doing a little Q&A compared to, because Eric's been in Pasco for a long time, and he knows that area. But we'll get him back in the next time.
Okay, yeah, we'll get him back. Dennis, take a look at this right here. That's a rescue that happened in Naples. Look at that car there.
Yeah.
Lucky to get that door open. Yeah, I don't know exactly where where this was, or where these people were going.
Looks like Naples.
It's incredible. Again, that's in Naples. Mm-hmm. That car almost underwater there. It is hard because of that pressure trying to get that door open, but that's why first responders were telling everybody to stay off the streets. I hope that people in that car, weren't trying to get to at the last minute, get to a shelter, but that's why, they tell you that you need to be where you're going by a certain period, because that water can come rushing in fast.
Yeah, and this isn't confirmed, but I've been hearing through the grapevine that Naples had a storm surge of 6 feet and Fort Myers had a storm surge of 7 feet. And some of the video that we've been seeing, especially out of Fort Myers, has been unbelievable. And the forecast for the Bay Area was 10 feet. And actually the forecast for Fort Myers was 12 to 16 feet. So I can't even fathom. 7 to me just doesn't seem reasonable based on some of the pictures that we've been seeing. And we'll get more across the area over the next 6 to 12 hours. We do want to go back to Eric Waxler. And Eric has been out in the Pasco County area for quite a while now. He lives in that area, and he's been working here at ABC Action News for quite a while as well. Eric, I'm curious if you're still out there. So I remember, and this was definitely before you were here, but I wonder if you've had a chance to talk to any folks in Pasco County, because I remember specifically back in the mid-90s, there was a tropical storm named Josephine, and it was just a tropical storm, and the water from the Gulf made it all the way to US 19, and it was waist deep. So I'm kind of curious, and the folks that in that area, when they see a storm coming, do they expect that water to go as far inland as it has? Usually. It clearly didn't do this go around.
Yeah, well, just in the time that I've been here, which is now about 12, 13 years, US 19 definitely has flooded, maybe not waist deep from various storms, but definitely in spots where they have to shut it down. And I can just when you said that, I can picture seeing, deputies parked on US 19 to keep people from driving because of areas where the water is just too high. So yes, it has reached US 19 more recently than even the storm you're referring to. So everything west of US 19 is in a flood zone, and people have to be so careful and are so cognizant of that. And I hope people took all the evacuation warnings seriously, although as it turned out, maybe it wasn't necessary in this part of our viewing area. But there's also areas on the other side of US 19 that have flooded consistently, and along the Anclote River, Elfers comes to mind. I believe it was Tropical Storm Debbie that I had referred to.
Yeah,
I just remember it being like, looking at Venice, where you have to go from down the streets in boats. There were people that had to be rescued from their homes, and I can remember that, where the sheriff's office had to bring in big vehicles to go in there and rescue people. And so it's a very dangerous situation, and I know people did not want to deal with that. I can only imagine with this storm especially what it would have done to certain areas like that we're talking about. It would have been devastating.
And I do remember with Debbie, the flooding that you talked about on the river lasted for weeks. I mean, it wasn't just a short-term thing. It stayed around for a long time.
Yeah, it was one of those situations. I think it's been a while, so you start to forget all the details. But yeah, I mean, it's not something that you just the rain comes and it automatically floods. It takes a little while for that water to work its way back down the river, and then for the river to crest. And yeah, it was days after. And I remember FEMA coming in there and assessing all the damage, and that was a rough time. And I think that my memory of that storm was it just hovered over us for an extended period of time and just dumped so much rain that these rivers couldn't handle it.
Yeah, we got a pretty decent high tide coming up in about 2.5, 3 hours in that area. I do think the winds will still probably be more of a northerly direction, but there is a chance you could still see some of that surge. But as you said, I mean, 36 hours ago, we had a track that was pretty much worst case scenario that was going to give anywhere from a 5 to a 10-foot surge, and it changed just like that. So in the folks that you talked to, I'm curious, was it the mindset from the beginning, it's going to miss us, it always misses us, or was it more of the thankful, man, this was a close one, we were pretty lucky, or was it both?
Yeah, I mean, you have the people that are always optimistic, and they're gonna stay in their homes and not heed all the warnings. But no, I think many people took this seriously. I know my neighborhood, people were working hours and hours putting up the storm shutters and protecting their homes. And you see, in a lot of the areas in Newport Richey, people getting sandbags. I mean, I felt so bad. I was at one of the sandbag sites a couple days ago. I guess that would have been Monday. I mean, people were waiting for 2 hours in a line of cars at Mitchell Park in Newport Richey just to get 20 sandbags to protect their home. And, it's hard work out in the heat. And I talked to a grandmother who had just retired down here from New York, and here she is filling up sandbags. And I said, sadly, welcome to Florida,
right,
because that's not what you want to have when you first retired down here. But hopefully everyone's doing well and has avoided the worst of what Hurricane Ian could have brought here.
Absolutely. Thanks again, Eric Waxler, live in Pasco County, where the winds are blowing. Doesn't look like there's much rain going on out there. Pretty light, but there is still plenty of rain going on in Polk County. As a matter of fact, a new flood warning was just issued. This is not as heavy as it was in Hardee and DeSoto County and eastern Sarasota, but I'll tell you, it is really coming down. More rain than wind. I mean, there's definitely wind, maybe sustained winds of 35 miles an hour, gusts up to 55 or 60. But you've got this whole area right here in Polk County with these warnings, and they've already seen, I'm sure, 5-6 inches of rain, maybe more than that. And because it's kind of a slow-moving system out of the picture, it's going to linger for at least a few more hours. Now, the actual storm itself is just a shell of itself. It's hardly recognizable anymore. But if anywhere from Lakeland to Fort Meade over to Bartow, back east to Lake Wales, Haines City, Davenport, Kathleen, back toward Frostproof. I mean, just a large area of moderate rain and a steady area of wind. It isn't the kind of wind that usually produces any kind of damage, although because the ground is so wet and the soil is so soft with all the rain that we've seen, that's what can allow trees to fall. And it can be some of those big oak trees that sometimes when the roots sprawl, but when you've got such soft soil after rain, and by the way, not just rain here, but there's been rain over the last couple of months in inland areas with the summer pattern that we've had that has been above average anyway. And something that's pretty amazing to think of. So the yearly rain totals range anywhere from 50 to 55 inches of rain. Areas down across Hardee and DeSoto County and eastern Sarasota, they have literally picked up half a year's rain total in about 8 hours. So that's just how much rain we're talking about. Now you go west into Hillsborough County, and where Eric was in Pasco County, there's not a lot. I mean, I called my family in Palm Harbor. They've had power the entire time. They haven't had a lot of rain. It's as though the rain kind of hit a wall around Oldsmar and eastward. I mean, there's still some wind, and I'm telling you, and Jason and I have been talking about this, The wind isn't over, and the surge threat, and you're not going to hear me hype anything. That's against my DNA in general. But at the end of the day, we have a very high tide coming up in about 3 hours. And there is the possibility that some of that water could rise because it all boils down to where this is located, the position of the area of low pressure. And by the way, if I were to step out of this picture and show you this right there and say, oh, by the way, 12 hours ago, that was pretty much a Cat 5 hurricane about to just rip into the west coast of Florida, would you say I'm crazy? Look at that. That's all that's left of it. Winds of 90, and I'm sure the Hurricane Center is being a little generous in saying that 90-mile-an-hour current wind. I doubt it is, and I think you're looking at a tropical storm by 5 a.m., and if not by 5 a.m., definitely by 11 a.m. But regardless of whether or not it's producing a lot of high winds, there's still tropical storm force winds, 35, 40, 45 across most of the state. And again, it all boils down to the location of where that is. And as you draw an east to west line, it's pretty much dead even with the bay itself, with Tampa Bay. So that means what we have had all day is offshore winds, as long as it's south. But once this goes north of the bay, the winds start to come around and you get an onshore flow. Now, it's not like Mother Nature flips a switch and then boom, the minute you pass the latitude, the winds just come in. It takes a while. They veer back out of the other direction and eventually go out of the northwest. I doubt they even make it due west, but I do believe it is going to give a better opportunity for some of that water, at least in some spots, to build up a bit. And then you throw in the fact that it's the highest tide pretty much of the month anyway. So then all of a sudden you're saying, yeah, there could be some buildup. Do I think it's going to be as noticeable as Eta? I kind of doubt it. But I'm the first to admit, predicting surge and the location of surge is a hard thing. And if you look at the Hurricane Center's page, they actually even have a surge information area that says experimental, because it is by no means an exact science. We know when an onshore flow comes in, it's going to push water in. We know when there's an offshore flow, it'll push water out. And that's why a lot of times when you get flooding in our area during a tropical system, it's because there was an onshore flow. Because think about it. If the storm is pushing water in, right? Pushing water into this area, and you're getting all this rain. Well, where's the rain going to go? It can't drain out into the Gulf because you're having an onshore flow, a pushed flow, so you get major flooding. That's what happened tonight in Hardee and DeSoto and eastern Sarasota and Charlotte County, and also Polk and Highlands for that matter. But once again, you get the center past whatever east-west line we're referring to, the winds start to veer out of a more onshore flow instead of an offshore flow, and we see a buildup of water. Now, there have been no changes in warnings whatsoever. We are still under a hurricane warning. I mean, come on. I mean, we should not be under a hurricane warning anymore. There aren't even hurricane force winds anymore, but the Hurricane Center will keep it under the better safe than sorry mantra, I suppose. But regardless, and remember, when we're talking about hurricane winds, we're not talking about gusts. We're talking about sustained winds, steady winds for 60 seconds of 75 miles an hour or higher. And that's just not going to happen, nor is it going to happen, or it hasn't over the last several hours. But at the end of the day, it's still very, very heavy rain and still some gusty winds, and it's not something you want to be out in. So at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter that there's still a warning in effect. But I will tell you, if you look at the current wind gusts, I mean, you see, there's been a gust in Arcadia a couple hours ago at 79, but most areas are reporting winds of 30 to 40, 50, maybe even as high as 60. That was several hours ago right there, as was Bradenton. So good news. Doesn't matter if we have any warnings or not. All that really matters is that the winds are beginning to come down and doing so pretty quickly because the storm is weakening. So in the overnight, and this is the key, look at the wind field, look at the barbs, all right? Around the bay, it looks like the winds are maybe going a little bit northwest. That's about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. It says 2. I actually think the model's a little bit too quick on this. But with that being said, there is a chance you could see water buildup, maybe on the east side of the bay here over by Apollo Beach in that general area. Now, I kind of doubt the winds will come in and be able to make it in this way, but you see, it's all about the direction that the wind can travel in where it's going. It's a very, very tricky forecast. But at the very least, between 4 o'clock and 6 o'clock, you're going to have the opportunity for a buildup of water. I don't think it's going to be a huge deal, but we will watch it because we all know there are some areas in the Bay Area that flood pretty easily, even when there's not what was a major hurricane move through the area. And then you notice by the morning, 8 o'clock, you'll have a solid northwesterly flow, and that will bring some water right in here to coastal Citrus, coastal Hernando. However, at that point, the tide begins to drop. Still, I think you're going to have water pushing in. So I do believe we will have an increase in water and an increase in some shear over to the northeast, but for some surge along those coastal areas. Do I think it's going to be enough to cause significant issues? Probably not, but it doesn't take much water to cause major problems, and I don't think there's a better example than Tropical Storm Eta a couple years ago when it really came out of left field. I mean, I think most of us in the Bay Area, when we hear tropical storm, the first words out of our mouth are, oh, it's just a tropical storm. It's just what we do, because we fear the storms like today. Those are the ones that can really get you. So, oh, it's just a tropical storm. Well, those days, in a lot of ways, I think are just about gone, because just a tropical storm in the new age can provide some serious water rise. And a lot of times, an increase in water is way more devastating than a wind field. You might have a 75 or 80 mile an hour wind, and that might do some damage to a pool cage or bring a tree down. You get an extra 2 feet of water rise, and your first floor of your home is underwater. So this is my point. We just can't belittle or minimize the threat of water. There is still a storm surge warning in effect. I mean, and I think for that very reason, because of the direction of the winds at high tide today, if you don't get any water today, I doubt you'll see any tomorrow, because at that point, the storm is pulling away, and I think a lot of the fetch and a lot of the strength of that field out to the west probably won't have any impact on the water. So lastly, here's a look at futurecast for wind gusts. Again, through the overnight, wind gusts of 59, 60. So very windy, enough to create more power outages and to make it kind of scary if you hear the trees rustling and you wonder if you've got a tree that's kind of leaning over, if it's going to go over completely with all the rain. I mean, I get it. It makes it very nerve-wracking. But it isn't the kind of wind that you're going to see structural damage in your home, certainly not unless a tree were to fall on it. And then you notice by midday, the winds come down to about 49 to 50, but those are still tropical storm force winds. So might not be talking about hurricane force or damaging winds, but you get a steady area of about 50 mile an hour winds across the whole area. It's going to be a windy day, and there could again be some water issues before things finally begin to taper off. You know, why don't we go ahead and go over to Jason, because we've been talking a lot about the wind and the surge. But the rain still really an issue for Polk County and areas up toward Orlando, right, Jason?
Yeah, you had mentioned the new flood warning that's in effect for areas in and around Winter Haven down south to Frostproof. This is a new warning, not what we've already been seeing here tonight, but this one in addition to those warnings that we had earlier. So fast forward, zooming in here to Lakeland, Lake Wales, along 27, along 17. This is where that flash flood warning is. In fact, let's put the warning up for you so you can see it does not technically include most of Lakeland, the east side, especially on the eastern side of the Polk Parkway heading back up to Polk City. This is where we do see that flash flood warning. So over the last couple of hours, 6 to 12 inches of rain has fallen within this warned area. So, of course, that is the green polygon here. That's kind of hard to see. But you know what? Let me do this. I could show it to you a little easier as we're looking at it. There's the polygon. So this is the area encompassed in that new flash flood warning. It goes until 3:30. And again, we've had 6 to 12 inches of rain noted by the National Weather Service within this polygon. And we're also looking at an additional 1 to 3, perhaps up to 4 inches of rain as we're finally, slowly beginning to see this area of rain moving out toward the east. Some of that moisture is trying to spin back to the west, but it's not making it to the coast. So we still have the gusty winds here at the coast, but thankfully we're not adding to some of the rain totals that we picked up here earlier today, which from Pinellas County north were not that significant at all. The heaviest of the rain certainly staying inland, especially from Polk County south through Manatee and Sarasota County. So flood warning, that flash flood warning again until 3:30. A few towns here. We're talking about Lake Alfred, Winter Haven. We've also got Poinciana also included in this flood warning as it goes over into Osceola County. We've got Lake Wales, Winter Haven, Dundee. These locations also picking up a couple of more inches of rain where you see the red and yellow color showing up. This is not going to let up for at least another hour. So that's why we do expect to see 1 to perhaps 3, maybe an isolated 4-inch in addition to the 6 to 12 that has shown up. In fact, I'm going to show you here in just a second some of the rainfall totals that have been in this area. And this is on the cuff, so it's going to be a little messy here for a second. But we'll show you the rainfall totals here farther south and west, where, of course, that's where we were looking at some of the highest rain and surge potential earlier today as the eye made landfall. But this in Polk County in particular, where you see that yellow shade, that's 7+ inches of rain. So most of the county, the exception the northwestern half of it, this is where we've seen over 7 inches of rain already. And looking at some of the spots here in and around Fort Meade, 10 inches showing up, frost-proof, 12 inches. So again, that 6 to 12 inch mark with another 1 to 4 possible could put us up close to 1.5 feet in some of these areas. And that, of course, has led to the flash flooding. It's also going to lead to river flooding in this area over the next 2 to 4 days. 7 inches up toward Haines City, a little farther south and east. Areas in and around Dundee, we're up to 9 inches. And then east of frost-proof here in the more rural spots of Polk County, 11 inches of rain showing up. So that's why, again, that flash flood warning is new, and it's in addition to some of the other flash flood warnings we've had throughout the day today, and this will continue to be a concern for us here as we go through the rest of tonight. Now, where we had the flash flood warning earlier, it looks like it has come to an end here. It was set to expire around 1:30, and as I stop this motion for you here, you can see that we're no longer seeing that green box for Hardy, DeSoto, and Highlands County back southwest toward Manatee and Sarasota County. In fact, most of the rain has wrapped up completely here. We do have some light rain still moving through Bradenton and Ellington, also over toward the east side along 64 and 70 heading south. This is where we're looking at some light rain showing up, but certainly to the extent of that widespread eye wall rain that we had earlier today that just stalled across central and southern Sarasota County, and then the heavier rain to the north. We're not looking at that any longer. Your rain is wrapped up, and not only, I'll say this, the significant rain, the flood concerning rain, it's gone, and we're only looking at just a few scattered showers here for the next couple of days. A big chance to dry out here and allow some of these river levels that are going to go up pretty quickly here over the next 12 hours to slowly start to come back down as we see a 3 to 4 day drying stretch over the next 4 or 5 day period. That's what's going to allow these river levels to get back to normal, but it's going to take some time. So if you do live on a river and you're closer to the coast, we've got all these inland rivers that are going to start to flood here with all this rain over the last 12 hours, and it's going to slowly take its time. So places like the Alafia, the Manatee River, the Little Manatee River, if you live on some of those areas away from where it starts to turn into the brackish saltwater, you're looking at the potential to see those water rises happening for you here slowly but surely over the next couple of days. So that's where we're at right now. And then earlier we showed you, of course, what it looked like with the rainfall totals in Polk County. Look at this, 18 inches of rain setting up just to the south and west of Nokomis. So some spots picking up nearly 20 inches of rain over the last couple of hours. And you can see how that yellow stripe kind of stayed south of I-4 and to the northwest of I-4. I'm going to move the map up here. Can you believe it? We're talking about being under a hurricane warning and a tropical storm warning, but some of these areas have not picked up more than, we'll say, maybe a half an inch. So Crystal River, you're one of the spots. 0.6, so just over a half an inch of rain. Let's talk about Spring Hill and Weeki Wachee, not even an inch here. And then down toward Newport Richey, we had some gusts earlier today up toward tropical storm force in Newport Richey. We got an inch of rain. So again, if there is any good news for parts of Tampa Bay, it's our northernmost spots where you avoided picking up the very, very heavy rainfall and the flood threat. It's just not there for you the way it is farther south. We're still, again, contending with some of those gusty tropical storm force winds that Dennis was just letting you know about a second ago. But that is all out of here for now. And the light rain continues. It's heaviest east of I-75. Some of this may try and sneak into eastern Citrus, Hernando, and Pasco counties, but it looks like the bulk of the heavy rain from Orlando back west to Sumter County. That's what we're looking at it here for the remainder of the night. Now, good news. Florida's most accurate 7-day. We've got a lot of cleanup happening here. And this forecast is very similar in southwest Florida, where, of course, it was a lot worse for them as the eye wall made landfall in and around Captiva Island up toward Cayo Costa and also back over toward the Cape Coral area. 140-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Those were recorded. Those are actually observed measurements, not estimates, in the Cape Coral area. So a ton of cleanup needs to happen over the next week. There's also a lot of recovery that's going to take place, and that flood risk is going to be very high as all that water goes into the rivers. And look at this dry forecast. And again, this is also the case for southwest Florida. Just add a couple of degrees to the temperatures compared to the low to mid 90s that we've been seeing. And those heat index values over 100 for those that are going to be without power for an extended period of time. This is what you want to see. You don't want to see another 95-degree temperature here on the map. So while the houses will be warm, it's not going to be as bad as it could be here in Florida, where we know we could see those mid 90-degree temperatures after many of the hurricanes. So low to mid 80s for the rest of the 7-day forecast, and we're looking at rain chances less than 20% after tomorrow or today, since it's 1:45 in the morning. That's where we're going to see our drying trend, and that will help those water levels slowly start to come down over the next few days. Over to you.
Hey, Jason, I did want to ask you, high tide here is around 4:30-ish.
Correct.
What should we expect?
So that's the thing. And what Dennis was saying is that high tide is so hard to kind of figure out because of the wind direction and the topography of the coast, also the bathymetry. We're talking about the depth of the water of the continental shelf as it goes offshore. So what we're going to watch, and Dennis was telling people earlier, if you're going to go to bed and you live on the water, to set your alarm for around 3 so you can monitor what's happening with the water levels, because we're not going to get a southwest wind. We're not going to get a direct wind coming in off of the Gulf of Mexico. It's going to be more of a northwesterly wind. So that may help keep those water levels down. But because we already have such elevated water levels in the Gulf of Mexico, we've had those pushing offshore all day north of I-4. Now we're going to see them coming back out of the west-northwest. That should pick up the waters just enough on top of our already abnormally higher tide, which is around 2.5 feet. You add all this together, we are thinking potentially we could see something on the order of the Eta surge, which is around 3 to 4 feet with a few 4.5-foot measurements in and around southern Pinellas County. But we don't expect it to be the 10-foot surge that was a really, really concern for us. Big concern when we were looking at that track much farther north than what it ended up making landfall today. So we don't think it's going to be extreme. We're not calling for anything like we saw, unfortunately, for our friends down south that picked up those 6 to 7-foot surges and maybe even higher. But we could see a little bit of a water rise setting up for us through about 6 o'clock into the morning. Tides start to go down after that. The winds will also lighten up throughout the rest of the day, going through today into the afternoon hours, and that will also work in our favor to keep those water levels in check.
So, Jason, just to tack on to that, you want people to set an alarm if you live near the coast here, around the bay. Or around the bay, I should say, because it's just an unpredictable thing, right? I mean, we're not exactly sure how elevated levels are going to be when the tide goes up.
And Dennis said it, that it's the hardest thing to predict when you're forecasting hurricanes and tropical systems. And we even see that in the wintertime, too, with some of our stronger cold fronts and, of course, the no-name storm. That was something incredible with record surges, too. So we just don't know exactly how the Gulf of Mexico is going to act. It's a big body of water, and then you have the atmosphere that's massive as well. All this working together with the shape of our coastline. It's very, very tricky, but we're pretty confident that it's not going to be anything excessive or extreme. That threat has definitely passed.
All right, thank you, Jason. Still so many unknowns at this point. Again, he said set the alarm. We've got a few more nervous hours, to go still, but we are making our way out of the woods here.
And we'll have a couple crews around there, Dia, too, to watch that and give you guys a firsthand look at it.
I want to take you back to that live look at Daytona Beach. Those winds they do not seem to have died down at all. I thought they were beginning to subside, but looks like they picked up again as the storm, of course, is moving towards the Treasure Coast area.
Yeah, you see it there in the thumbnail right there in the bottom left-hand side of your screen. You see the direction the storm is going, and this is kicking things up pretty good around Daytona Beach. Again, if you're just joining us here, it's about 1:45. Thursday morning, we are expecting this storm to exit the state around 8 a.m. this morning. But right now, Dia, as you can see, Daytona Beach probably experiencing some of their worst conditions so far.
Lots of power outages in that area as well, about 190,000 so far. Again, as that storm makes its way towards the Treasure Coast and the Space Coast, those numbers are expected to go up. Jason was saying the blessing in that is we know that it's going to be tough without power, but the temperatures are going to be a little bit cooler. Line crews will go out as soon as it's safe. They'll begin to start to repair power lines. That's their number one priority, but of course they want to try to keep their crews safe as well. We also got a message from the city of Fort Myers. Government officials there writing, our first responders are doing their best to assess current conditions and assist urgent life-threatening situations. We have portions of the city under 3 to 4 feet of water, and there are emergencies underway. They ask that you have patience. They're doing their best to reach all the residents in need. They do encourage you to continue to call 911 because they want to make sure that your level of emergency is documented properly. But again, they are urging everyone to just please be patient because they're trying to get to as many people as possible, but they're also dealing with 3 to 4 feet of water in that area.
Just a mess down there right now. The city also asking its residents to conserve water, talking about Fort Myers. The video you see right here is posted on the city's Facebook page. They're saying first responders currently trying to get to structure fires, extensive flooding, and other life-threatening conditions happening right now in the city of Fort Myers.
I want to move now to Lakeland as that storm moved through Polk County. I want to show you some of the damage that folks there saw. Lots of rain. We had Paul Lagrone and our photojournalist Tim Jones set up there all night long. Look there, that water just moving in sheets there. Over 128,000 customers are without power in the Lakeland area. Strong gusts of wind and tree limbs down as well.
Yeah, Paul was really feeling the effects there when we went to him about an hour and a half or so ago. And as you see, as we take a look here, the latest video sent in to us, they're getting those strong tropical storm force gusts of wind going through Lakeland. And as Dia mentioned, the power outage numbers are they're extensive, right? They're widespread. If you go to abcactionnews.com, if you still have power or you're able to access that on your phone or mobile device or what have you, all you have to do, that little search bar at the top, type in outage, and it'll take you right, and we'll get you the latest numbers there, and also how to report an outage if you haven't done so already.
Okay, we want to go to Rochelle Aline. She's live in Dunedin. She was telling us earlier that the wind had picked up there. The wind was howling. Rochelle, looks like it's still pretty windy out there.
It's pretty bad. I mean, that's really the big story out here. I want to just show you guys the scene behind me. It's blowing the trees behind us, and just before you guys came to us, it was really rocking the boats out here at the Dunedin Marina. But we heard Dennis say earlier, with these strong winds are going to come more power outages. And that's what you guys were just talking about earlier, that we're seeing, you know, astronomical numbers. Like, we looked at the Duke Energy website, and just in the area, the immediate area around Dunedin alone, we saw about 6,000 or 7,000 outages. I want to show you guys some video. As we were driving here from Tarpon Springs, we happened upon a crew that was actually working to restore power to what looks like a local neighborhood or apartment complex that was without power. So again, with these strong winds we've been reporting on all morning, we're going to see at least some more power outages, and crews are going to be obviously mobilizing once day breaks to try to return power to people. But it looks like we're going to definitely be seeing more of those outages as this heavy wind continues. Back to you guys.
Rochelle, I want to ask you, did you lose power at all where you're stationed?
I will say the lights flickered a little bit, so we're in Dunedin, pretty close to the marina here. The lights flickered, but we're okay. But I honestly was shocked. Like I said, we hopped on the Duke Energy website, and to see the immediate area around Dunedin was shocking to see the outages, but thankfully we've been okay so far.
What was the worst of the storm like there?
Say that one more time. I couldn't hear you over the wind.
Yeah, I totally understand that. If you could describe what was the worst of the storm like where you were last night?
I gotta tell you guys, you know, the rain has stopped now, and that's been pretty much a story. I heard Eric say it, I heard Mary say it earlier, but we got some heavy rain earlier today. We saw some rain and very heavy wind, so that mixture was pretty heavy to be in. And frankly, we saw people outside in that weather. Even overnight, we saw people outside kind of braving those conditions, coming out here to the marina to check on their boats, make sure their boats were tied up. So that was pretty hard to weather, was the wind and that rain combined together. But we survived, and again, we're seeing some boat owners coming out here in the wee hours of the morning again to check on their boats. They were so concerned last night with that wind, with that rain. But so far, as I've reported before, it looks like their boats are okay. We'll see again in a few hours if that remains to be true.
Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Rochelle. Stay safe out there. A lot of folks waiting for the sun to rise to be able to get out and assess the damage and, to see how bad it was. But for the most part, that area where she was looks like it escaped, pretty serious.
Sure does.
Pretty serious damage.
Yeah, maybe another area that did too is we head over to Sarasota. Right now, we've got Mary O'Connell there. And Mary, you haven't seen rain there in quite some time. And last time we checked in, some wind, but improving.
Yeah, there's not been rain here for a couple hours, I'd say at this point. What we have definitely noticed is a temperature drop. I want to say, is a little chilly right now. It's not that bad. What's been nice for the folks here in Sarasota County is that rain and that wind, it's died down a lot. We haven't had rain in a while, and the wind is actually not nearly as gusty as we had even seen in the last hour. So that is great for the folks here, because when I tell you, when we were up early this morning, it was downpouring, and then it lasted through late yesterday evening, because it is now almost 2 in the morning the next day. It never stopped here. It was pretty relentless. But now at this point, it's a waiting game. The folks here who are still hunkering down at the shelter that we're at one of the 12 county-run shelters here in Sarasota County. We've been here all day. We'll still be here. And the folks here, it's just waiting to see what it looks like when there is daylight. We've talked to some folks who left the shelter, came back from the shelter. Now we've run into a second family that left, and they came back promptly within a half hour because they said there are flooded roads and we're not going to drive through that when it's dark out. We can't see what we're driving through. It's not worth ruining a car, and it's not worth putting anyone's lives at risk. So that's kind of the scene here. People are just waiting. We've heard of downed trees. We've heard of power lines that are down, and walls of water where people want to drive to get to their homes, and then they end up turning around and coming right back to the shelter. So thankfully, the conditions have significantly decreased here for the folks in Sarasota County, and now we wait until it's daylight and we can see what Hurricane Ian left behind. Back to you.
Mary, are there lots of people in the shelter there? Did it seem like most people decided to take cover and to get to a safer place?
So as of yesterday afternoon, there were 330 people that were staying at this shelter here, and they had them spread out between the school cafeteria, and then there are several classrooms that people were able to stay in as well. Actually, during what was a very rough part of the storm, some people were leaving, and we were like, "Ooh, probably don't want to do that because those are some rough conditions on the road. You wouldn't want to get in your car right now," but some people were leaving. And then as things were turning into a light rain and still really windy, people were leaving. It's been more now in this period where it's a little bit better that we have noticed people are leaving, but we still have a good amount of people who are camped out here. They've got their pillows, they've got their mattresses, they've got their blankets. Some people are snoring in there, and they're gonna stay here until there's daylight, and then they end up leaving. But we did, like I said, we've had a couple families who left, and then they turned around because they said, "We can't see, power's out, we're gonna come back when we can actually see what's going on."
Some snoring here at the station too, Mary, but I won't spoil anybody. I had a quick question. I like the question that Dia asked actually a little bit earlier. Can you describe to us, it's nice to hear you're safely in the shelter and some people actually returned, didn't take any chances. Can you describe some of the worst conditions that you saw there?
Oh goodness, I would say right as the storm was making landfall, sorry, our light's flashing because we have been on at some point, so it might be because that battery on the light is dying. So it's not because the lights are flickering, it's just because we've been out here for 12 hours. But back to your question, we have had brutal wind here. We have had relentless rain here, and it went on for hours, and it didn't stop. There were points where the staff here who are fabulous at this shelter who have been helping the folks, be comforted while they're dealing with this storm. They didn't want people to go outside. They quote unquote locked it down to folks, just letting them know, hey, you really can't go outside right now because it's not safe for people to be wandering around. It's not safe for people to be out with their pets. We had an extreme wind warning that went out. Everybody's phones went off at the same time because it's one of those emergency alerts that went off. Everybody's phones went off at the same time, letting them know that we've got some extreme weather coming through this area. That was about yesterday afternoon as, that storm was passing the west coast of Florida, and then it lasted for a very long time. And it wasn't until, I would say, 10 o'clock this evening when things started to seem like it was getting a little bit better.
Well, that's good. Glad to hear that people are deciding to stay there and wait until at least sunrise to go back to their homes. Because again, as you mentioned, Mary, you never know what you're going to encounter on the road. So it's best to just stay safe and to wait at least until first responders tell you it's okay to get back on the roads again. Thank you, Mary. We'll check back in with you a little while later on.
Yeah, she painted a pretty interesting
Yeah,
picture there.
she did.
Yeah, especially as we look a little bit further south of us here in Sarasota and what they may have gone through. When light breaks, it'll be interesting to see what we're able to go out there and find. Of course, Florida, especially Southwest Florida right now, reeling from what we can only imagine are catastrophic effects now of Hurricane Ian. Already a lot of people ready to spring into action, though, and you can be one of them.
Yeah, a lot of folks can't just sit back and watch or listen to the stories of people who have lost everything and not feel like they want to help, but that's what Floridians do. ABC Action News reporter Sean Daly is in studio with us right now with a few ways that you could help with the recovery efforts. Good morning, Sean.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, our viewers are just tremendous. They've been with us every step of the way, and now that they're seeing the devastating images of the storm's destruction, they want to do something. They want to help, and the best way to help for any of you is with your time or money donations. And let's always make sure you're dealing with reputable charities. There's always some bad people out there after this happens, but some great local groups. Metropolitan Ministries right here in Tampa is mobilizing a relief effort, sending 15,000 hot meals and 10,000 cold meals to our southern counties. They always need good help, whether in person or if you can help financially. Also, they're letting me play with the machinery today at 2 in the morning. You've heard Governor DeSantis talk about Volunteer Florida. That nonprofit has thousands of volunteer openings to fill. All sorts of skill levels. They work with the Red Cross, Salvation Army, and various local and national organizations. They have great lists on there, too. Here's their website here. Anything you can do, any way you can help, lots of unique ways for you to help, too. And finally, hold on, I get to press more buttons here. There it is. The United Way has launched its Disaster Recovery Fund, and 100% of proceeds and donations raised go to the victims of Hurricane Ian. If you'd like to donate time or money to any of these organizations, head on over to abcactionnews.com. We have great resources for you. Guys, back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Sean. I tell you, when Sean talks about being able to donate time, that is huge. My daughters and I volunteer a lot with Feeding Tampa Bay and also the Community Food Pantry. They've been texting me all night long. They're going to need lots of help. So let's go ahead and make an appointment to make sure that we can get there. I know how we're going to spend the weekend. And again, money's tight for so many people, but your time is just as valuable. A lot of these nonprofits need your help right now. So if you can, and if you have power, if you're, in the comfort of your home, if you've got that time to come out and help, I'm sure that they would love you. We'll be there. My kids and I will be out there.
Two things here. Number one, they're definitely your daughters, okay? And the texts are real. You just showed them to me. But we say this a lot. It's hard to ask for money, right?
Right.
It's hard to ask for monetary
Especially
things.
right now, yeah.
And if you can't give money, give time.
Give your time.
Give
Just
your time.
as valuable.
And it's going to be needed in a lot of areas.
Absolutely.
That's for sure.
Want to go check in now with Chad Mills. He's been stationed in Polk County all throughout the day. He was monitoring the Peace River area. He joins us now with an update.
Well, the city of Lakeland, downtown especially, feeling the effects of Ian as we speak. I want to show you what's behind me right now. You see this street, that's Lake Mirror in the background there. But you see the rain and wind just kind of whipping down this street right here past the Terrace Hotel. Have to wipe the lens here, give you a better view of things. But you see the wind is still a factor. The rain obviously is a factor too. You see this sign here at the entrance of the hotel. it's still jiggling this morning because we are still feeling, as we speak, really strong winds here in the city of Lakeland. Driving down here today, saw a number of downed tree limbs, that sort of thing, over at Munn Park, which is kind of the central square of downtown Lakeland. A lot of aesthetic damage, limbs down, potted plants that have been knocked over in the street. The city has string lights around Munn Park. Some of those are hanging low as well. We hope to show you those a little later on, but for now, we're in Lakeland. Chad Mills, ABC Action News.
That wind out there howling in Polk County. We also have Kyle Berger. He's in Polk County as well. He's in Davenport right now.
Yeah, we understand they're getting a lot of rain. We're going to, yep, there you go. It's confirmed. Kyle Berger, tell us about it.
Yes, we are live in Davenport, about 15 to 20 miles away from the Disney World properties. But the rain just really picked up just a couple of hours ago. Hurricane Ian is here. The wind, the rain, you can kind of tell behind me in the parking lot here. We're pulled up in a condo here in Davenport. We're just kind of whipping around the wind and the rain. But like I said, this happened just a couple hours ago. Last night we were driving around looking for some gas. Talked to some people at gas stations. They were finally wrapping up the gas stations. And the gas pumps, they're all out of gas or they're closing, so they're getting prepared, getting everybody back home. We have a few neighbors that are still here. You can tell in the parking lot of the condo, people did not leave. They're staying in their homes. Some of them are popping their heads out, seeing what we're doing. But other than that, they're just, we all have power, so we're all still really good here in Davenport.
Kyle, I don't know if you can hear me. Kyle, you said you did not have power? You've lost power in that area? I'm sure you
yes, yeah, we all have power still. We're just really taking a lot of big gust of wind now. Like we said, it's just really starting the last couple hours. We took a quick break around 11 o'clock. You can hear the wind was whipping around 11 o'clock. Now at 2 o'clock, it's just increasingly picking up as this time comes by. It took a while for the storm to get to us, but it is fully here now in Davenport.
All right, thank you, Kyle. Get to safety as those bands come by. You see that wind just blowing sideways there. The good thing is they still have power in that area. We don't know how long that's going to last, of course, because as those winds begin to pick up, we'll hear about more power outages in that area.
Looking where they are, you know, probably 50, maybe 40, 50 miles east of Lakeland there, and where the track of the storm is, although it is deteriorating a bit, they're going to be dealing with those conditions for quite a bit longer here into the morning.
Energy analysts say Hurricane Ian should not impact gas prices. That's a good thing. President Biden warned that oil and gas companies warned them not to raise prices because of the storm. Oil industry experts say Florida is not an oil-producing state and accounts for just 6,000 barrels a day. Overall daily oil production in the U.S. is about 12 million barrels. Experts say oil companies briefly shut down operations in the Gulf of Mexico, but already started to return to offshore platforms on Tuesday. That's a good sign. Consumer advocates say Hurricane Ian could impact the price of grapefruit and oranges depending on the extent of the damage. Again, we'll learn a whole lot more as the sun rises.
I think right now we're going to go to Eric Waxler. He's joining us in Pasco County to report on conditions there. It looks like you're still dealing with some wind there, Eric.
Yeah, hey James. Yeah, this is really the strongest that we've experienced so far in the many hours that we've been out here at Hudson Beach, and this has been a sustained amount of wind for the last now 3 hours or so, where it's just been constant. There has been no let up. Earlier in the late afternoon and early evening, it was the bands where there would be some gusts that would come through, but now for a good 3 hours, this has just been constant. And with that, I can imagine a lot of people are going to wake up in the morning and find a lot of tree branches and hopefully not full trees that have come down, but this is fairly strong, so it could do some damage. Some screens, some patio screens might be blown out, so if you can get on the phone first thing in the morning and call those companies if you're going to need somebody to come out and replace a screen, because I remember from a previous storm when I called that the waiting list quickly fills up and you might be waiting several weeks to get those repaired. But that's the kind of damage that we're going to see in this area, which all things being considered is very fortunate, because we all know what could have happened if we had a different line with Hurricane Ian coming into this way. And people here in Pasco County feeling very fortunate. And we're here at Hudson Beach. It has been cleared out for quite some time now, but earlier tonight a lot of people were coming before sunset to just see the spectacle that it is a storm like this coming in. Yeah, and then people came out here and they basically were taking selfies. They were walking out on what is normally the water of the Gulf of Mexico that comes right up to the shore here, but it turned into another one of those reverse surges where the water had been pulled out, as is normal with a storm like this, and so people were really getting a kick out of seeing it like that, just as we've seen in Tampa Bay. It's happening here at Hudson Beach, and I also saw up north in Crystal River the same thing was happening there. So it's definitely a windy evening right now, and we're getting the brunt of it, and probably maybe the worst that we're going to see before things calm down. Back to you guys.
Hey, Eric, we've got Dennis with us right now. For people who are just waking up in the Pasco County area, really in the Bay Area, Dennis, can you kind of set the scene? What are we expecting, in the next couple of hours?
I'm curious, Eric, how far are you from the water?
Oh, we're just about 10. Well, normally where the water would be, we'd be about, 50 feet, but because of the reverse surge, probably another 50 feet before you actually get to water. And people who are familiar with this area told me that you could probably walk out a mile before you'd have any trouble standing, but the water is not far from us at all.
So you're not seeing it start to come back yet?
Honestly, where we're standing right now, it's so pitch black I can't see. I'd have to go take another look.
I think it's
But last time I looked, which wasn't that long ago, and that was the question some people had. Will they see, because under high tide circumstances and just even a normal time, the water sometimes spills over the wall. And so they were wondering, is there a point in this storm where we're going to actually see it come back in, but come back in with maybe a little more gusto and a surge that could do some flooding in this area?
Probably not. I was thinking that as a chance. The high tide comes up in the next couple of hours, but I am looking at the wind in this area, and it's more of a northerly wind. Matter of fact, where you are right now, can you tell what direction the wind is coming from?
It feels like it is still coming around. Let's see. It's coming from the north.
Yeah.
To the south?
Yeah, that's what I thought. So
yeah.
A northerly wind means the winds are coming around, and as it goes more northwest, which I think it will in the next hour, coming up on high tide, I do think you're going to see that water come back. Do I think it's actually going to make it over the wall? There is a chance, surprisingly, there is a chance in that area, but I don't think it's going to be anything dramatic. But as you said, the reverse tide, as you call it, that really saved a lot of things. If we didn't have that, although technically you're saying even you didn't have a ton of rain there. Right now it's pouring in Polk County. They've had 20 inches of rain in Hardee County, and you just haven't had too much, right?
I don't think it's rained here in at least 3 hours. So there was a time about 4 hours ago where we had a little bit of rain, but even then it wasn't, the sheets of rain that we've seen in other areas. So it's been dry here for a few hours, just this wind.
Well, I don't know how long you're going to be there, but I would say if you don't see rain by 4 o'clock, if you don't see water return with that surge in a couple of hours, that's probably good news for the rest of the area as well. Because based on the way the winds are, they're going to hit you first. The water would actually hit Pasco or maybe Hernando County first in terms of water coming back. So if you are out there, it'd be worth talking to and see if you see, I don't know if you can walk out and actually see how far out the water is, but I would think at high tide, there's a chance that could come up because it's a very high tide anyway, and there still is a storm surge warning. So somebody at the Hurricane Center still thinks there's a chance that you could see some water come up. Maybe not in Pasco, but honestly, I think the way the winds are shaping up, you might very well have a legitimate chance of picking up some water in the next few hours. But certainly nothing huge, just more than you've seen of late. So if you are around later on, we'll be sure to check in with you.
Yeah, we'll take another look the next time you come back to us, and it is you're looking out at pitch black in that Gulf, and it is hard to see where it actually. If it's making progress and starting to make its way back in.
Right. All right. Well, I appreciate it. Again, Eric Waxler live in Pasco County. Pretty quiet, and I have a feeling the folks in Polk County would probably trade places right now because it is really coming down. Now, The live shot that we did with Kyle, which, by the way, impressive. He was not wearing a baseball cap like everybody else has. But, I mean, there's some serious rain out there. And it's not the kind of rain that we were looking at down across Hardee and DeSoto and eastern Manatee and Sarasota County. I mean, that was as a matter of fact, when the flood warning came up, it came up as an emergency flood warning. And it said the status was catastrophic. So when any time the Weather Service sends out something that says catastrophic, that gets your attention, right? And that's what was going on in this area right there from around 6:30, 7 o'clock until about 9:30. Well, the rains aren't nearly as heavy right now as they were, but they're still, and by the way, this extends into Sumter County. It extends up toward Ocala. It extends up toward Daytona. And you have an onshore flow right there, and you can see it. And by the way, talking about what Eric was showing, remember when he said there was a northerly wind? You can see it. See how the wind and the rain is coming in from that direction? So as we get closer to high tide, if the winds can veer just a little bit more to the northwest, then all of a sudden areas in Pasco could begin to see some of that water return. I don't think it's going to be a dramatic thing either way. But how that could actually end up getting into the bay itself seems pretty unlikely because it's just not going to be at the right angle. It's what Jason and I were talking about earlier on, where simply put, you've got to have that air traveling in just the right direction to push the water in the right direction. Imagine if you had a surge coming in this way and it's pushed right there. There's no way it's going to make a U-turn and go back into the bay. It's a matter of where the openings are, the topography, the geography of that particular landmass. So, yes, there is still a surge warning in effect, and high tide is between 4 and 6 o'clock. I'm just not sold that the winds will have a chance to actually turn around to make it into the bay. But as I said, there could be some other spots that could see it, maybe over by Apollo Beach in that area as the winds come across and push water in on the east side of Hillsborough Bay. That's a possibility. Anywhere around coastal Pasco County, that's a possibility. Maybe even Pinellas County around Anclote, the Anclote River, that's a chance. But other than that, the big weather story right this second is all of the rain across Polk County. And you can see the little dot there showing some excessive rain, and a new flood warning was issued. Now, again, this is not one of those extreme warnings like we had earlier when we had just the numbers are mind-boggling because, like I said, usually historically for the entire year, most of the Bay Area gets, about 55 inches of rain, give or take a few inches here or there. 55 inches of rain. So half of that is 27 and a half, right? Well, there's been about 24 inches of rain in parts of DeSoto and Hardee County in the last 8 hours. So you literally have a half year's amount of rain in less than 12 hours. So it shows you just how incredibly unusual today's event was. And we were going back and look at history. Over history, there is not a lot of times that you have had a storm of this magnitude even hit Florida. You go to Michael, you go to Opal back in the mid-90s, Wilma, of course, Andrew. So you could probably say Charlie. This could easily be a top 5 storm all time for the state of Florida. And one that was expected to go in the opposite direction just 24 to 36 hours before. But if you've been watching us for the last 10 days to 2 weeks, even when this storm was way down in the Caribbean, there were a lot of the models, especially the Euro, that was hinting Charlie. And it just, we said it 10 days ago. I said, boy, this is in the same spot that Charlie started at. And then it went into the Caribbean, and it's the same spot as Charlie. And then it went into the western part of Cuba, the same place as Charlie. But then, again, the track was a little more to the north. The Euro was hinting a bit more north. The GFS was Texas to Louisiana, so it was useless. And then eventually it did move north and broke into the state today, as they often do, with a little bit of a hook to the right back toward the state of Florida at the end of September and into October. So it was definitely a challenging forecast. I don't think the folks in Fort Myers really had necessarily the warning that they needed. I mean, yes, they did get 24 hours. But I think at that point in time, you kind of think to yourself, well, it's going to hit somebody else. Of course, that part of the country probably should know better than any place, because Charlie hit back in 2004. And we were standing here in 2004, and it was literally 6 hours before that storm made a turn to Punta Gorda. The Hurricane Center had it right dead smack in the middle of the bay to the convention center as a landfalling Cat 4 hurricane. That was Charlie in 2004. And 6 hours before that happened is when we had the change, and it went down to the Punta Gorda area. And they were, while officially in the fan, the cone of uncertainty, I mean, nobody thought that was going to go to Punta Gorda. It turned early, and in doing so, completely caught the folks in that area by surprise. So unfortunately, this go around, we had a repeat performance, not to the degree of 6 hours, but still from Fort Myers to Naples and up to Punta Gorda, the end result was the same. Barely even a hurricane anymore. 5 o'clock, this is going to be a tropical storm. So right now, winds of 75 miles an hour. If it drops 1 mile an hour, this will be Tropical Storm Ian. It is literally collapsing on itself. So that is great news. But unfortunately, even with this, it's still showing a lot of rain right now across Polk County. But the concerns that there's going to be I just got a message on Facebook. I'm sure we just got a 100 mile an hour wind. Well, no, the winds are 75 miles an hour. But at night, it sounds like it, right? Because you're in there, the power can be out, you hear the roar, you hear the trees, there could be a tree fall because of all the rain, and it's scary. I mean, it will absolutely scare you and make it think that it's a lot more than it is. But the reality of it is these are winds of about 50 miles an hour. They're gusting up to maybe 60 or 65, and there's a ton of rain. It is a squally, ugly night, but really the threat of any kind of damaging weather, it's not going to happen with this, outside of the chance maybe that a tree would fall just because of so much rain of late. So officially, there are your warnings. I don't know. I think they should be dropped at 5 a.m. The Hurricane Center might not do it until 11 a.m., but I would kind of expect they're going to drop a hurricane warning if it's no longer a hurricane. And by 5 o'clock, it won't be. So maybe at 5 a.m. indeed, they will change all of these from hurricane warnings to tropical storm warnings. And that means the current wind gusts of anywhere between 40 and 60 miles an hour is what we can expect. And by the way, even though it's going to be moving away as a tropical storm, we're still going to be dealing with some tropical storm force winds a good portion of the day on Thursday. But that northwest wind is the one thing that we're concerned about. I don't know, concerned might even be a strong word, that we're keeping our eyes on for the possibility of a little bit of a water rise in the bay. And Larissa Scott is live right now. I believe she's in the Bayshore area. And at this point in time, is that where she is? Is she over? Yeah, Bayshore Boulevard. So we're obviously a little, at least keeping our eyes on the threat of any water rise. But at this point, that certainly hasn't been the case. So how's it shaping up right now, Larissa?
Hey, Dennis, as you said, yeah, the big thing here on Bayshore Boulevard continues to be, you know, that reverse surge. And I want to give you a look at how it's looking right now. I know it's hard to see because it's dark out, but we first told you about this yesterday morning when Hurricane Ian sucked water out of the bay. And all yesterday, people kept coming down here to get a look at this. So much so, the Tampa police, of course, had to patrol this area because people were walking out here. And that's dangerous because, you know, as you've been saying, the water will return. And that's expected to happen between 4 and 6 this morning with high tide, where we may see some of that surge. So we're just going to be out here monitoring the situation to see what happens later this morning. Dennis?
Yeah, Larissa, I'll tell you, if the winds had been a little bit more to the west, I would say I do think you would see that water come back in and the surge would rise. I just don't think we're going to have maybe enough of a wind turn by high tide, because you're right, high tide is between 4 and 6. I mean, it was hard for us to see on TV. Is it still dry in the bed right there, or is the water coming back?
Yeah, if we'll turn the camera one more time. It is still dry out here. We don't see any sign of the water coming back. From what I can see here in person, it looks almost exactly the same as it was all yesterday morning and throughout the evening. So we definitely don't have any water near us right now still.
Yeah, that's just crazy to see, right? I mean, do you look out there? Does it kind of freak you out? I mean, it just looks so wrong.
Of course. Yeah, it does. It's very eerie, and I think that's why we had so many people coming out here to get a look at this yesterday. I know, of course, we've been talking about it. This happened with Irma, and, you know, this is, of course, what saved this area. They were expecting some storm surge, as we were before we knew exactly what Hurricane Ian was going to do. But, I mean, you know, even out here at night, it's even extra eerie, you know, just seeing where the water usually is, you know, even not hearing it being out here this morning. It's definitely a weird feeling. And again, I think that's why we had so many people coming down here. But, you know, of course, we want to remind people one more time that they should not be walking out here, that this is very dangerous. I mean, we ourselves saw so many people coming down here yesterday to get photos. So once again, if you see this, if you come out here this morning and the water still isn't here, don't come walk out here, because the water will eventually return.
Yeah, how's the wind? I mean, it looks like the wind's really not a problem right there compared to what you were looking at earlier over in Pinellas.
No, not at all, actually. It was much worse yesterday. Of course, overnight, the wind isn't an issue at all. We've got some rain. It's drizzling a little bit, but honestly, pretty calm conditions right now compared to what this was like just a few hours ago.
Good. Yeah, I do think, like I said, the winds are going to come around a little bit. I just don't think they're going to make it far enough to push the water back in the bay at high tide, and that's a good thing, because we don't want to have any flooding. We've been fortunate in that area so far. Again, thank you, Larissa Scott, live over on Bayshore. We'll check back with her later on, see if anything changes as we get closer to the 4 or 5 o'clock hour. So again, guys, we continue to see the rain, the heavy rain, across parts of Polk County. And at this point, there are those northwest winds that I talked about that may bring a little water into Pasco, where Eric is. But I think by later on today, these tropical storm warnings will be, well, the hurricane warnings should be expired. Maybe they'll keep up some tropical storm warnings, since Ian now only has 75-mile-an-hour winds in a very small spot. So if you're in Polk County, I know the winds are gusting. I know the rains are heavy. And if your power's out, that is a scary thing. But trust me on this, you're okay. It's not going to get any heavier. As a matter of fact, it's going to continue to weaken. Now, we got Jason Adams over in the Weather Center. And Jason, I mean, looking at the radar, it's pretty mind-boggling to see something that looks so pathetic when after, and I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about the radar.
Thank you.
It's, you know, it's just mind-boggling that you look at that. Was so amazing in terms of how it was put together 12 hours ago, and now it's just nothing. It looks like a little blob of rain.
I waited for the 11 o'clock advisory last night for you to post it to our social media pages so I could say, okay, still at Cat 3, 120-mile-per-hour winds. I did not expect to wake up at 7:30 yesterday morning to see it at 155 mile per hour, on the verge of becoming a Category 5 storm. So it was incredible to see how rapidly it intensified, and just as remarkable to see how rapidly it has weakened. And we're thankful that it has weakened, because it did create a lot of headaches down to the south. The heaviest rainfall continues to be in Polk County right now. We have the flash flood warning in effect until 3:30. If you had any kind of travel plans over to Orlando or Kissimmee, those warnings have been extended until 4:30 this morning. They were set to expire, but they're continuing to see the very heavy rain here just to the east of our friends in Polk County. So where we have the heaviest rain, it's right now over Haines City. We've also got it over the Davenport area. We're looking at places down south, Dundee, Lake Wales, all included in this flash flood warning. And again, it goes until 3:30, so about another hour or so. It does include Auburndale, Bartow, Wanetta, and also Winter Haven, like I mentioned a second ago. So these locations have picked up 6 to 12 inches of rain with this, what was once the powerful eye wall. And then we saw the western edge of the eye wall while the rest of the eye completely collapsed. That western edge held together pretty significantly from Sarasota County all the way now over to the Orlando metro area. And that's the spot, that's the kind of the bullseye, that zone where we picked up well over 12 inches of rain in a lot of areas. And of course, back to the southwest toward Northport in Sarasota County, we picked up over 20 inches of rain from this system as it moved through. So again, if we go a little bit farther to the east, you can see it is still kind of an organized system. We switch over to the Melbourne radar because of course it's closer to the center, and you can see what's left. This very tiny swirl here in southern Osceola County. That's all that's left from that massive 30-mile wide, 155-mile-per-hour Category 4, on the verge of becoming Category 5 eye wall. This is it. but we still have the heavy rain, of course, circulating around this system. It's also drawing in a lot of moisture from the Atlantic, which is part of the reason why Polk County has seen the rain enhanced here. And notice as we go up north, up toward Daytona and Jacksonville, this is where the storm eventually is going to move offshore. And as that happens, as we go into the next 6 hours, it may actually intensify again. The forecast is for it to maintain tropical storm status, but in the anticipation over the Gulf Stream waters, where it could potentially turn back into a hurricane, there is a hurricane watch and a tropical storm warning up for the Georgia coast and South Carolina. It could be curving back up there over the next 24 hours and making a second landfall after making a landfall, of course, in southwest Florida. So that's kind of what we're looking at right now. We'll come back here to home. Again, Polk County, Lakeland East is where we're seeing the heaviest rain. Notice to the west over toward Tampa, St. Pete, and Clearwater, we've really seen it switch over to just light rain. And we've got the yellow polygon, or the green polygon, I should say, highlighted here for you. That's that new warning, the newest warning, and the only one that we currently have. That goes again until 3:30 in the morning. So another hour or so. And I don't think it will be extended further because this by 3:30 should be east, should be over to Orange and Osceola counties and in southern Lake County as well, moving away from us as that center, that what's left of it, is going to continue to slide off to the east-northeast. Here back toward the west, we still have some light rain in Tampa. We still are looking at some pretty strong gusty winds at times, but those sustained winds that were 60 miles per hour earlier today with gusts up to 75 and 85 miles per hour. We're not looking at that any longer, but we could see an occasional gust trying to sneak back up over that 50 mile per hour mark. But the good news about what we're seeing here on the radar is that the flood potential here in Tampa, Clearwater, St. Pete, and points north, it's just not here. We've missed out on that heavy rainfall that was just to the southeast, and in places where we had an emergency flood situation where we picked up those 20 inches of rain. Thankfully, the radar is much better than what it looked at that time, as we're seeing just light rain out there now. But the problem is all that water still has to collect, move into the creeks, the tributaries, and eventually into the rivers. So that means the river levels are going to rise, not fall, for at least 24 hours. We're going to see those water levels increasing in places like the Manatee River, the Alafaya River, also the Little Manatee River. These are spots that picked up those rains inland, and they have to make their way slowly back to the coast and into the bay, and that's what's going to allow those river levels to continue to climb here for us. So we're not out of the woods yet, even though the flood warnings and the flood emergencies have expired in these areas. The river flood warnings are there, and they're going to continue, and the National Weather Service will keep us posted on those over the next couple of days. Now, this yellow stripe, you can see that right here. Let me clear out some of these plots that I had with some of the rainfall totals. That was where the eye made landfall, just to the south. The north and west side of this is where the eye just continually stayed over these same areas for a 6 to 10 hour period. And within a 6 to 10 hour period, some of you picked up what you would pick up almost in half a year here in Sarasota County and also in Hardee and DeSoto counties as well. So now I'm going to plot some of these rainfall totals here for you. And again, in and around Northport, 17 to 18 inches. Earlier, it was even showing up to 20 inches. Here in eastern Manatee County, double-digit numbers for you. Near Arcadia, 15.9 showing up. And while we've been put under that flash flood warning here in eastern Polk County, you can see why. 8 to 12 inches of rain falling, and we're still adding on top of those numbers like we saw from Kyle's live shot here in the Davenport area. North of I-4, we haven't even picked up hardly an inch. To be honest, we were lucky to get an inch here in Newport Richey, but the rest of us, half an inch, 0.6 of an inch, that's been it. So certainly no flood concerns for y'all. And as that yellow area is trying to sneak in from Sumter and Lake counties, it's like it gets to I-75 and then it kind of falls apart. So now we're not looking for those heavy rains to move west. These heavy rains, while they're there, eventually are going to move more northeasterly, affecting places here from, we'll say, Ocala east over toward Daytona Beach. That's where we're looking at the best rain potential setting up for us. So Dennis was talking about the surge risk. These are the sustained winds, not the gusts. So notice the sustained winds have fallen below tropical storm force for most areas, the exception being over towards Haines City. These are locations that are continuing to see the sustained winds roughly tropical storm force, but the wind direction, notice the wind barbs kind of coming in out of the west-northwest now. That's that turn that Dennis was alluding to that we're watching to see if we see any water rises happening here along the coast. Thankfully, it doesn't look like it's going to be a concern. Honestly, I'm still surprised that Tampa Bay, at least here in Tampa, the water of Old Tampa Bay is not back in yet, or Hillsborough Bay. We're still seeing those low water levels. So with that being said, as we're approaching high tide within the next 2 hours, high tide running 2 feet above normal, but we're still looking at a negative surge, or those negative numbers where we're looking at below normal numbers right now for that water level. So I think we'll be okay. but we're not going to let our guard down completely until we get past high tide and we see no surge problems. Then we'll give the all clear for you, for those of you that live along the coast. As far as this system goes, like I'd mentioned, by 8, 9 o'clock tomorrow, the bulk of it's out of here. By 10, 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, we're still seeing some lingering rain in our easternmost zones, but it would be the light rain, not the heavy stuff we're seeing out there in Polk County right now. We're going to hold on to the clouds through the bulk of the day, get some sunshine to sneak in here mixed in with those clouds later into the afternoon, but those winds are going to be pretty strong throughout the day too. We're looking at those gusts still up to 30 to 40 miles per hour, perhaps beyond that in a few areas. But of course, as the system is pulling away, we're going to see some of those lower rain or lower wind threats coming in the afternoon and evening. What this map doesn't show is some really good news for those of us that need to dry out, which of course are those flooding areas that we're seeing right now and what we saw earlier tonight. But we're also looking at great news in the extended outlook as far as temperatures go, because we actually are going to get a big cool down behind Ian as it moves away. We're going to go almost into our dry season, it seems like, maybe a couple of weeks early, because of course by mid-October, late October is when we really shut down those rain chances. But we may actually be seeing the start of that. Hopefully we can extend this and not go back into a bit of a rainy season, because nobody needs the rain right now. But look at the 10-day temperature trend. It doesn't even get to our average here for the next 7 to 10 days, which is 89 degrees this time of year. As we end the month of September and head into October, it's still, of course, really hot and, of course, still pretty humid. But we're actually going to get a break from that for the next 7 to 10 days. So let's talk about it in Florida's most accurate 7-day. Notice we do have that slight shower chance continuing, of course, as Ian is pulling away. But look at temperatures. Struggling to get to the 80-degree mark here for the next couple of days. And then when we get more sunshine back in here and we're no longer talking about Ian and its impacts, look at how dry we stay with a 10 to 20% chance of rain heading through next week. This is great news, again, for all those river levels that are on the rise. We're not going to be adding water to them. So while we will still see flood warnings issued for a 3 or 4 or even 5-day period as those water levels stay high, eventually they will drop and we're not going to add more excessive rain to it. Just like yesterday, prior to arrival of Ian, I had 2.5 inches of rain at my house just yesterday from those thunderstorms the day before as well. That's taking a break and maybe giving us a break going into the dry season as well. The good news about this too is if you have lost power and you're in one of those spots down south that we could see this extending beyond a week, we're not looking at the hot temperatures, not the 90 to 95 that we would typically see this time of year. And thankfully, the humidity is also going to take a break as well. So while your interior temperatures in your house, of course, will still get on the warm side with the sunshine, at least it's not going to be 105 with the heat index, and then we see it getting hotter than that. Overnight low temperatures too, that's going to be something to look at. While we're not dropping into the 40s or 50s for that true fall-like feel, this will be a little bit of a preview, a taste of it, as we see the numbers dropping into the 60s away from the coast, around 70 degrees at the water. We haven't really dropped below 80 degrees for the last 4 months, so this is going to be a nice thing and a nice something to look forward to. And again, if you do not have power for the next week, this is a much better forecast than what we could see with some of our hurricanes that once they leave, we're stuck with 90-degree temperatures. We did have that happen with Irma. If you remember our inland spots with Irma back in 2017, we were looking at 90-degree temperatures, but 3 weeks of power outages for our inland spots where the center went through with those 100-mile-per-hour winds, places like Avon Park, up to Lakeland, and then eventually over to the northwest as it turned back toward the Nature Coast. So this is a much better outlook for us after a hurricane. I was also in Hurricane Ivan back in 2004 up in the Panhandle. Same deal. We had power for we were fortunate in my parents' house where we were without power for only 3 to 4 days, but it was 95 to 100 degrees. We kept our windows boarded up even after the storm went to try and prevent as much sunlight from getting into the house as possible. So it was dark 99% of that time. But thankfully, we're going to get a little bit of a break. Mother Nature saying, okay, got the rough storm out of here. Let me give you a hand. And we'll see these temperatures staying below average all the way through the next 7 days. Now, will we get back to the average high temperatures? Probably. And the humidity will probably come back. But at least for the next 7 days, we're looking pretty good.
Hey, Jason, just hold you there for a second, sure, if we can. Don't worry, I don't know what day it is either. But you're talking about when you say tomorrow morning, 8:30, yes, 9:30, 10:30, you do mean today.
Yes, thank you for correcting me.
And I got to ask you something else, too. As far as encouraging signs, the weather department here, you guys have to be really encouraged at how quickly this has deteriorated and is moving out of the state, because 24, 30 hours ago, that wasn't the case. That wasn't what was forecast.
I mean, by no means was this a perfect forecast. It was a very difficult one. I will say this, 7 days ago when we started seeing the possibility of something developing, Dennis already was putting it out on their Facebook saying, we need to watch this. So he called this out 7 days ago that now we would have something to watch. Of course, we didn't know exactly where it would be, but we knew it would be into the Eastern Gulf. Also, the last couple of days with the not perfect forecast, there was the potential that this could have stalled. And the models were really hinting at that yesterday and the day before, and that's where we got these excessive rainfall totals that not just were in that confined space north of the eye wall, but across a lot of the area. So with that being said, the system is moving. It's still going at 7-8 miles per hour, which is pretty slow, which is unfortunately why we have picked up 20 inches of rain in Sarasota County. But this could have been a much more widespread area of 20-inch rainfall totals had the system not been moving. So again, definitely a little bit more encouraging with it getting out of here faster. A lot of damage has been done, and specifically, of course, for our friends in Fort Myers, Cape Coral. They've got a big, long process, a cleanup process ahead of them that's going to take several months. It's not going to take a couple of days. It's going to take some months. So some encouraging news for us, not the encouraging news for our friends down south. But again, they're going to have a lot of support from us here in Tampa Bay. This is a great community, and we know that people will come up and aid us. They did when we had our problems with Irma. So we're going to continue to help our friends out down south down there. But yes, back here at home, definitely encouraging compared to what it looked like just 24 hours ago.
Yeah, thanks, Jason. We're already hearing from our viewers wanting to know how they can help. Sean Daly told us earlier, if you can't donate money, you can always volunteer your time. That's just as valuable as money, and a lot of these nonprofits are going to need your help over the next couple of days and couple of months, really, to make sure that our neighbors to the south have what they need to pick up the pieces and start their lives again. Want to pass this along to you. We just got a boil water notice that was issued for the entire Northport Utility Services area. For at least the next 3 days, you'll need to boil your water for at least 1 minute before you drink it, cook with it, or brush your teeth with it, or even wash your dishes with it. Just want to be safe.
That's right. So continue to do that until that order is rescinded. Okay, take that seriously. And speaking of which, we do have our Jada Williams still in Sarasota. Let's take a look at conditions. Let's go to her live and see what she's seeing. Jada?
Yeah, James Dia, this is definitely not like it was yesterday morning when I joined you guys live. There's no rain falling right now, and while the wind is whipping around, it is nothing compared to yesterday morning. But here's the other difference. There's now debris on the ground. So let's take a look. I'm here at Fruitville Elementary School. You can see that there is so much debris. There's going to be a lot of cleanup. But luckily, no big limbs, nothing big, no damage here at the school. This is one of the 12 shelters that Sarasota County opened up for people looking to evacuate from Hurricane Ian. Now, about 330 people ended up coming out to this school to seek shelter, and it was probably a good thing that they did, because as you can see, there is damage, but nothing substantial. Now, since then, most of those people have decided that they want to go home, but here's what I've noticed. There are people who are coming back. They say that they still need the shelter, but for various reasons. Some people say there's a tree down in the road, so they can't even get to their house. There are down power lines, so people say that that's not a safe condition for them to drive. And then there's still flooding. So even though right here where we are inside the campus of this school is fine, there are people who are coming back and saying that on the other side in this community, there's definitely damage, and they want to stay here where it's safe until those crews can get out, clean that and fix it up. And speaking of which, those crews will be out this morning. There will be emergency routes opening up, clearing way for that, as well as those crews who are going out and assessing the damage here in Sarasota County.
Jada, the Sarasota Bradenton International Airport sustained some heavy damage, heavy roof damage there. Considering that storm hit south of the Sarasota County area, it was aiming right for Sarasota County. What was the mood throughout the height of the storm? What was the mood from people in the shelter there?
You know, it was actually amazement. By the time that the winds were definitely picking up, you could look out the window and you could tell that this was not your regular rainstorm. There were people crowding the window. They had their phones out. They were getting videos, taking pictures of it. Now, while they said they were happy to be inside, out of it, and in a place that is a designated Cat 5 hurricane shelter, they still were amazed by it. They like the idea of just looking out of it and seeing it, because while it is scary, Mother Nature can still be something pretty cool to look at. And I definitely saw that on display with the crowds of people in this shelter getting up from their seats, their spots that they've been at all day, just to come out and watch it happen.
Jade, I'm sure that people there were communicating with family and friends outside. Were they telling you about any damage reports that they were hearing about?
Yeah, and not only were they communicating via phone, there were actually people who were stopping by. Now, this was before the worst of the storm hit Sarasota County. People stopping by to check on friends, neighbors, family members. They had shelter elsewhere, but just wanted to drop by before things kicked up and got really bad. But when it got really bad, there were also the people on their phones. They're calling their friends, their family, their loved ones, even people that I talked to who said that they were talking to their family and friends down south, some of them saying they were waiting to get in touch. Now, I haven't heard from anyone who said that they didn't get in touch with any of their family, friends, and loved ones down in South Florida, where Ian hit a lot harder. So that is good news that a lot of those people, there wasn't much concern about not being able to hear from the people that they were concerned about.
Jada, for the most part, are people going to stay there until sunlight? I know you mentioned that some people were anxious to get out. You know, they got out, realized, wait a minute, it's not safe. Are they telling you that they're going to wait until sunrise to finally get up and get back home, try to get back home?
Yeah, so the people that are here right now, they said that they want to wait until the sun up and maybe a little bit more. Some of them said, no, not chancing it. I'm going to stay here until I get the go-ahead from the county. Other people who did decide to chance it, and they saw it wasn't safe, so they decided that they want to come back. All of them are saying that, you know what, it's fine here. There's shelter here. There's food, there's power, so they say they want to stay. But here's the thing, like I mentioned earlier, 330 people ended up showing up during the worst of the storm. Nowhere near 330 people here now. So the majority of the people who decided to stay at the shelter, whether they went home or they found somewhere else to go, they're not here now. The ones that are here, they're not taking any chances. Either they said they weren't taking any chances from the get-go, or they tried to, it didn't work out. They have the plans to stay here as long as necessary and until they are told that they can go back to their homes.
Jada, where you are, the location where you are is on the north side of the eye. You picked up some pretty, heavy, strong winds, heavy rain. Describe what it was like during the height of the storm.
Yeah, you could definitely hear it from any part of the school. You could hear it. And I'm going to point to this tree right here, this big tree. To see it whipping around as if it's not as big as it is was truly a wild sight to see. And that, again, is all of the debris that you could see on the ground. So that just goes to show you that the winds were definitely strong. One of the things that I thought was kind of cute, kind of interesting, we're at an elementary school. Of course, kids like to play with the balls. They play a little too hard and they get stuck on the roof. Just walking by this morning, I have seen 3 different balls that have been blown off of the roofs. I saw one of them actually flying off at the earlier part of those winds picking up here. So, you can see that there is the life form outside of this being a hurricane shelter, because every other day it's an elementary school. So those little pieces of life outside of Hurricane Ian are coming to fruition today. And you're seeing that with the balls that are falling and things like that. But to watch that storm come through, it definitely put it into perspective. First, just how important it is to be able to go to a shelter that is safe, but also how scary it is to see the power of those winds to be able to whip this very large tree like it was nothing but a tiny twig.
Hey, Jade, I do have to ask you, it is a school and it's serving as a shelter right now. And with so many people in that Sarasota area without power, have you heard whether that shelter is going to stay open? And we're going to check and find out about schools, but have you heard anything about whether it's going to stay open to help some of those folks that are there?
Yeah, so it will stay open. Sarasota County schools will continue to shut down because, again, 12 of those shelters are for people who are their schools, those shelters. Now, some of those did end up losing power. At one point, I heard that this was the only shelter that didn't lose power during the storm. Of course, other than the ones that are generator backed for people with medical needs. they are going to stay open, so that means that the schools will remain closed and they will assess it. So there's nothing set in stone. It's really need-based. As long as there is somebody inside this building who needs that shelter and they have that need to stay here, it will remain open in this community.
Thank you, Jada. We have a feeling that there's going to be a lot of need in that area. We'll check in with you coming up a little bit later on. Hopefully, by the time we check in back with her, the sun will be rising and we'll be able to get a little bit more, a better sense of how bad the damage is in that area.
Exactly. She showed us a lot of debris down there, Dia. Nothing large and where she is, but, again, we'll see what daylight brings. Taking a look at Daytona Beach here, this is, as you see in the little thumbnail there in the left-hand corner of your screen, like I have to tell you it's there. I mean, you've been looking at it for a long time, I'm sure, but that is the direction that what's left of Ian is heading, and they're seeing it right now, the same things that, Jada was telling us about in Sarasota County where she is, the heavy winds, some rain bands whipping through there pretty good. Another area we'll be very curious about and what sunlight brings, Dia, and what we see there on the ground when we get some crews out there and get some light on things for sure. Also, we're going to talk about FEMA now. Obviously, they're ramping up its response to Hurricane Ian, and they will be ready when the sun comes up as well. They've posted up in Miami. They have several search and rescue teams there getting ready to send out to the areas hardest hit. Think Fort Myers, think southern Sarasota County, and those teams ready to conduct search and rescue efforts as well, both on land and on water if need be.
State officials also promising immediate financial aid as soon as it's safe to move into the hardest hit areas. FEMA says that it will deploy 600 people to search and help survivors in any way they can. Taking action, reporter Jackie Calloway has the details on that.
This morning, Florida's CFO Jimmy Petronas said there was an army of help on standby to start search and rescue efforts.
We have 5 FEMA teams that are out-of-state teams that are here to create a total complement of 600 boots on the ground, pairs of boots on the ground. That includes trauma surgeons, engineers, and also canine units, in addition to shallow water boat vehicles. These groups will enter into those neighborhoods of the affected, devastated areas.
And the state plans to set up local centers for those who need to file property insurance claims.
Our office will be setting up insurance villages in those affected areas where the insurance carriers will set up. They will be taking claims.
The Department of Economic Opportunity says it's allocated $1.4 million to help those hardest hit with everything from shelter to utility payments. And he said the state would work with local officials to identify and assist victims after the storm.
To ensure that resources are being mobilized to serve our most vulnerable Floridians in the aftermath of the hurricane and impacted communities, including shelter and temporary housing, electrical repairs, debris removal, transportation, fuel, utility deposit, utility payments.
It's Jackie Calloway reporting for us there.
Well, you'll find more information about the state's recovery plan and resources at floridadisaster.biz. I was just talking to Greg.
I was going to say, it's cold as we see. That's why I'm leaning over. Greg just got in
this morning. He described his drive in, talking about some of the power lines that he saw down, tree branches, trying to take detours to get in. So he's going to tell us a little bit about what he saw outside momentarily. We told you a little while ago that there was a boil water notice in effect for the city of Northport. We want to find out more about that now. So joining us on the phone is the communications manager for the city of Northport, Jason Bordelone. Good morning, Jason.
Good morning. Hi, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Hey, thank you for waking up with us. Describe the scene there. How bad is it in Northport? What are you hearing?
Well, we don't quite know yet. We've been without power here at City Hall and lost much of our communication, as many of our citizens did, for several hours now. So not too long ago, our crews were just able to get back out on the road. It was safe enough that the winds died down, that they could get out there and do their first assessment. Our tactical first-in teams began deploying, and they're out right now trying to clear the roadways of any hazards and debris and really get a sense of just how widespread the damage was. We know this storm was an unprecedented magnitude, something that we haven't seen here in years, if ever. And so our emergency personnel are out responding to calls, trying to get a sense of just how widespread, again, the damage was and just how bad the conditions are.
Jason, can you describe the calls that you're hearing, that you're getting from community members?
We know that there's serious, widespread flooding. And so that was a concern as we were getting ready, gearing up for the storm. We know that water levels were already high even before the storm got here. And so we're definitely hearing from lots of areas of our community that there is some serious flooding. So people that have been in danger. And so our crews are doing their best to get out there and get people in a safe position and help them as best we can.
Are you hearing of people being trapped by the floodwaters at all?
We have heard cases of that, yes. And so, again, we're trying to triage the calls that have been coming in to do our best to get to the people that need us the most.
I know Fort Myers the city of Fort Myers sent us an advisory letting people know to be patient because, of course, it's also dangerous for crews and they're trying to help as many people as possible, but they're trying to triage. They're trying to get to the people who are more in a more serious situation. Is that the same case in Northport?
Absolutely, yes. We know that there was a period where the winds were just too high and too dangerous that our crews could not go out there. We couldn't put our first responders in harm's way because they wouldn't be able to help anyone. And so we had to wait and prioritize the calls that have come in. And again, we're doing our best to help everybody that's in need, and we're working very hard to do that.
All right, Jason Bartolone joining us at the communications manager there in Northport. Jason, you're still on the line with us. I've been through there many times. My dad has a home very, very nearby. Any words of encouragement you want to pass along to our viewers about the kind of diligent work you look forward to doing here in the next couple of days, maybe weeks?
Well, absolutely. We know it's going to be a long recovery. And so as we've been getting ready and preparing for this storm, not only to respond, but we're also getting ready for the recovery phase. And so we know that, again, that's going to be a long process. We ask for everybody's patience. But we do know that we'll get through it. Despite whatever the challenges are, we know we're going to be a stronger community when we get to the end. So
absolutely.
That's the words of hope and that we can offer to our residents, that the city is here. We're doing everything to help them, and we'll do our best to be there for them.
Hope is a powerful thing. Jason, do you want to tell people again about the boil water notice that's in effect right now?
Yes, so we did issue a boil water notice. It is citywide, and so it will be in effect for the foreseeable future, for the next few days. People should not be drinking any water that isn't bottled. We know we had a serious major water main break somewhere in the city during the storm, and the crews were not even able to get out and find it and locate it and assess the damage and fix it. So we're asking everyone to please boil their water, any water that you consume, that you're going to brush your teeth with, and obviously that you're going to drink. It should be boiled for the next 3 days, and that's for everyone's safety.
Are you concerned at all? There may be people in shelters right now and thinking, okay, the storm has passed. It's safe for us to get out and try to get back home. Are you concerned about those folks getting on the road right now?
We're concerned about everyone, really. People should be staying indoors, staying put, until we can really assess the damage to the community and how safe it is for anybody to be out and about. They really should be safe. If they're in a shelter, we're working closely with our partners at Sarasota County that operate the county shelters. And so we're not going to let anyone go out there and put themselves in an unsafe condition. So really, people should be staying put. And if they have a roof over their heads and they're safe right now, they should stay there. They shouldn't be out in the community at this time.
I've got one more thing. I mean, we've got the radar here and we can see it. Jason, I don't know if we've asked you, what are conditions like? You guys ready to get rolling on this and get out and get moving and disperse?
Yeah, the crews were ready to go, and it was just a matter of waiting for those winds to die down. We had serious winds, and anything above 45 miles per hour is just unsafe for our vehicles and our first responders to be out there. So as soon as those wind speeds died down, it was several hours ago, the crews hit the road, got out there, and they're doing that now. Conditions have gotten a lot better than what they were earlier, at least here at City Hall. And so they're out there doing their job. That's what they do. And so they're there for the community, and they're there for our citizens.
Jason Bordelone, Communications Manager for the City of Northport. We thank you so much for your time. Thank you for waking up early with us. Stay safe. And of course, prayers for you and the entire city of Northport. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, guys.
We want to check in now with Sarah Hollenbach, our reporter. She is in Brandon this morning. Sarah, what do the conditions look like there?
Well, luckily, the good thing is that a lot of people are waking up to power this morning. They did not lose it overnight in most parts of this area, but this is the other concern. You can see large trees down. We noticed a lot of this as we were driving our way over here to the sanctuary at Highland Oaks in Brandon, and you can see that this tree fell, and it's a pretty large tree. And as we were making our way over, we found that in the roadways as well, that there were some downed trees, making it just a little bit tricky for people to try and get around as they wake up this morning. But luckily, that's pretty much the extent of the damage so far that we've noticed this morning, is trees like this that have fallen. And you know, we got a lot of rain in the area all over Tampa Bay yesterday, which really saturated the ground, making it so that these trees just toppled over in their place. And that it looks like this tree actually fell right on top of a picnic table, which maybe is a good thing because it kept it from crushing other things in this area. But there's definitely going to be a lot of cleanup for folks here in Brandon as they wake up to these downed trees and hopefully don't have too much damage to their homes as well. Back to you guys.
All right, Sarah, thanks so much. Yes, keep
we're
her on.
hoping,
Keep
we're
her on.
hoping that, Sarah, can you tell us if you've heard anything about power outages in that area?
I have not heard anything at this point, and as we were driving over here, we didn't see any outages at all.
Okay, that's
which is
good.
a great thing if that's the case.
Yes, and as you were driving over, did you see any kind of debris or anything, any hazards on your drive?
Just a few downed trees that were blocking some parts of roadways, but that was the main thing that we saw as we were driving over here.
Okay, great. All right, thank you, Sarah. Glad to know the conditions there have improved tremendously. Don't even see any wind, no rain. Yeah, Sarah's in a good position right now.
Yes, she's in good shape as far as places where conditions are still, you know, something you have to keep an eye on. That would be in Davenport, where we have Kyle Berger for us. Kyle, we don't. We don't have them right now.
Kyle.
Okay, no problem.
When we last talked to Kyle, it was windy. I mean, that rain was like whipping sideways. So I would imagine that they're trying to get, situated, and we'll try to go to him as soon as possible. But
no sweat.
That was an area we had Paul Lagrone in that area as well. We had Chad Mills in that area. Davenport and that whole Polk County area getting pounded. Even right now, I mean, as this storm is making its way through, they're still seeing some pretty strong bands, passing through.
They are, and we've been saying this ad nauseum for 12 plus hours now, but you have saturated ground from rainfall we've already had. We're worried about down trees. We're worried about down power lines and areas like that. As far as damage to structures and things of that nature, as Dennis Phillips said, not so much worried about that.
That's
but
good.
As it rolls up through, we've got to keep an eye on all that stuff. We'll get out to Kyle and Kevin. They're in Davenport. We have Kevin Lewis now in Davenport. You guys working together as a team, as you so often do. You want to tell us about conditions there, Kevin?
Well, the rain and the wind picked up a lot, let's say around 10:30 last night, so a couple of hours ago. We got here yesterday afternoon, and it was just kind of a rainy day and cloudy with a little bit of wind. And now you can see things have picked up. The wind is swirling, the rain. And it started probably 10 o'clock and hasn't slowed down since. There are still cars here. We're in a condominium. And the community here, there's still cars in the parking lot. Some businesses stayed open. The gas station shut down around 5 o'clock last night. A couple of them ran out of gas. One, we were lucky enough to be one of the last few cars to top off the tank. But some businesses were going to stay open into the night. We're not sure about what's going to be in the morning. But we are getting the tail end of Ian, no question, because the rain has been steady, the wind has been loud, and it's been going now for probably 4 or 5 hours. Thankfully, it's moved out of the Tampa Bay area comparatively, but Ian is still sticking around burning the midnight oil and then some here in Davenport.
Okay, Kevin, sorry about that. We're just changing out mic batteries and everything. We're going to be as transparent with you as we can. But now that we're reloaded, you're on the tail end of things. Can you talk about just any debris and things that you may have seen or you are seeing? It's still dark. It's hard for us to see, but things that you've observed.
There hasn't been widespread debris. Last night, we drove around in a couple of circles, Davenport, close to Disney, and Kissimmee. A couple of palm fronds on the ground, but maybe a few branches here and there, but nothing really widespread. No trees down, no power lines down. We haven't lost power. The neighborhood hasn't lost power. It didn't look like any local businesses lost power. So we've been in air quotes good shape in terms with any damage or anything because of the wind. Now we're still in this, but as of right now, nothing widespread and nothing. I don't want to say nothing major, but it doesn't look like any structural damage. There's a school across the street, a couple of buildings, and everything looks to be okay so far. A couple of businesses, a liquor store, a grocery store had wood paneling up, and they were definitely prepared for the worst, but it looks like they might have dodged a little bit of a bullet. I hear because there doesn't seem to be any damage to any businesses or any homes in this area.
Is this weather the worst that you've seen, Kevin? Is this the worst of it?
This so far is the worst. By the last 2 hours, we can kind of hear the howl of the wind, and it stayed consistent. Probably 8 or 9 o'clock last night, it started to rain, and then it would kind of calm down, and the wind would kind of go up and down. But that howl you hear, and kind of you look outside, and it's been a broken record of just the swirling you see on the street lights and the water and the wind. So yeah, the last couple hours have definitely been the worst since we got here yesterday around lunchtime.
Where are you? Where are you all set up?
We are in right outside, I think, Davenport proper, if you will. We're about 15, 20 minutes southwest of Disney. 25 minutes from Kissimmee, 15, 20 minutes west and a little south of the entrance to the Disney complex. So that's where we are, Davenport area.
Okay, are you in a shelter or hotel? We see the cars behind you. We're trying to figure out exactly where you are.
Say that one more time, I'm sorry?
I said, are you in a shelter or hotel? We see cars behind you, so we were all trying to figure out exactly where you are.
Yeah, we are actually in a condo, and this is it's a condominium, kind of a subdivision. And yeah, we have there are plenty of cars here. I mean, a couple probably took off last night. Somebody just pulled in across the street and a couple minutes ago, and they're there with their lights on. But there are, I want to speculate, maybe half full, half the spaces. A third of the spaces are taken up. We didn't see a lot of people driving around when we got back last night, so I think a lot of people got inside and stayed inside. There's not a lot of traffic on the road. We were driving around maybe close to like 8:30, 9 o'clock last night, and there wasn't that much traffic, and there doesn't seem to be anybody coming or going. I think they're going to stay inside, and they don't want to be the ones taking pictures and doing selfies and all that stuff while this is going on, believe me.
Yeah, very smart, very smart. Did it seem like maybe people stayed put, or did they leave that area? Do you think, I mean, was the parking lot empty at any point?
I'm sorry, one more time, I'm having a little trouble here.
Yeah, that's okay. You know, the wind is picking up. We're going to let you get out of that, and we will try to check in with you later on. Kevin, go ahead and get to safety. He told us that this is the worst that they've seen so far. Those bands are passing through. The wind is picking up. The rain is coming down. They're set up. I was trying to figure out. I couldn't tell. I saw, the cars in the background. I couldn't tell where they were. We've got a lot of our crews set up at shelters. Some are in hotels. But he said that they're in a condo complex, and I wanted to see if people had decided to stay, because so many people decided to evacuate toward the Orlando area and ended up running right into the storm.
I did a radio interview last night.
Storm.
I did a radio interview last night. I was asked the same question. How much danger are they in moving to the center of the state and everything like that?
Same thing happened with Hurricane Irma.
Exactly.
Everybody decided to move to Orlando and then ran right into, as the storm was heading that way. I think Greg D is set up now. He's been working some long hours. Well, Greg says he's ready. We'll go to Greg in just a second. Right now, we've got Sean Daly. He's back in the studio, not in the studio with us now. He's up on the rooftop.
Sean's up on the roof. Yeah, for sure. We'll go to him. He's probably looking right at Raymond James Stadium, where U.S. Bank Stadium in Minneapolis was picked as the contingency site for the Bucks. It doesn't appear that's going to have to be used. We got a Chiefs-Bucks game coming up Sunday night. But otherwise, Sean, what are conditions like outside our studio?
Yeah, guys, Tampa is pretty much Tampa again, isn't it? There's a little mist there. There's a little wind. We'll have to wait for the sun to come up to see tree damage or certain flooding. But for like 100 years in a row, Tampa has been extremely lucky when it comes to hurricanes, and it makes me kind of poignant and very, very thankful. And Dia was talking about it earlier, that when you're this lucky, and you're this blessed, that you should really pay it forward, right? And we're all about, I know we have there's a scroll at the bottom of our screen now talking about different places where you can donate money. And if, you came out of this really terrifying storm pretty lucky, think about maybe paying it back, right, guys? Dio was talking about places like Feeding Tampa Bay, which is fantastic. Metro Ministries, the Red Cross and United Way now both have funds to help hurricane victims. And, tomorrow, or I guess it would be today, later today when that sun comes up all over the Florida, there's going to be a lot of heartbreak and a lot of devastation. And so in Tampa, where we did pretty well with this, right? I think people should pay it forward and help out. But right now, it's trivial, but, if you want to play, I'm a big football fan, and it's very trivial, but, it's a diversion. I'm guessing maybe, James Tully, that they do have the game here on Sunday, and if I know the NFL, they'll probably do something to honor the people, the victims of Hurricane Ian, and probably do something to help out, too. So, but yeah, Raymond James Stadium, she looks ready. She looks ready to go. So we'll see about that. But think about what I said, everybody watching. Pay it forward, especially if you got through this storm pretty lucky.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Sean. That's your best guess is also my best guess. We'll probably get confirmation on that sometime today or tomorrow if the Bucs game is still going to be at Raymond James Stadium Sunday night.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
Well, Polk County currently experiencing the worst of Hurricane Ian. The storm is crossing central Florida, of course, as it makes its way toward the East Coast. We just saw Kevin Lewis talking about the rain just blowing sideways.
It was getting bad where he was,
Yeah, it was getting really bad.
Yeah.
He said it was the worst of it, though. But our Chad Mills has more now from Bartow.
In downtown Lakeland this morning. I have to talk loud to talk over the wind here because I'm going to walk out into it to show you just how intense it is. You might not hear me for a moment. This is Main Street right here. Make sure no one's coming, but the wind is just kind of tearing down this road, almost hard to stay upright. It's whipping just that hard in downtown Lakeland right now. Let's walk this way. This is the area of kind of Lakeland Central Square, Munn Park. You can see in the distance there are a number of trees in the middle of the road. We'll get a little closer in just a second, but driving here this morning slowly, carefully, we saw a lot of damage to trees. The street where I started from, there was a trampoline in the middle of the road. Brace for a strong gust of wind right there. But yeah, a lot of damage of that variety as we start to kind of see what Hurricane Ian is leaving behind here in Lakeland. You see this tree, small one, but bent over there. As we approach the corner here, this restaurant Harry's here at the corner of Kentucky and Main Street in downtown Lakeland. And yeah, there's Munn Park in the distance there, kind of a gathering place in downtown Lakeland. Look at it this morning. No significant damage that I can see, but you see just all the trees that normally line the sidewalks here. Part of what makes this area so beautiful, just kind of decimated by Ian. These string lights actually still on because, as we understand it, most of the power lines here in downtown are underground. You see they're still on, but they have been, some of them, affected by Ian. Just kind of walk around here, show you a little bit of the damage. You see just some of these aesthetic plants that are out here, just kind of blasted into a million pieces as we carefully cross the street here. Some big oak trees here in the middle of Munn Park, so we will be quick, we will be careful, find a good place to stand right next to this pillar where we have some shelter. But you see there in the park, a good number of branches have been felled by Ian. 1961 restaurant over there, some of the trees outside of that restaurant, other businesses down this stretch of Main Street also impacted by Ian this morning. Hearing from people in North Lakeland, one emailed in just a short time ago telling us that wind gusts there still strong even as Ian passes through Polk County. We will continue to monitor things here in downtown Lakeland, bring you more coverage throughout the morning, give you an idea of what Ian is leaving behind here. In Lakeland, Chad Mills, ABC Action News.
That wind is just howling out there, but Chad and Kevin Lewis and Kyle Berger, all in Polk County, they were talking about how this really is the worst of the storm that they're seeing so far, as of course Hurricane Ian makes its way towards the East Coast, cuts right through Polk County.
Yeah, tropical storm conditions there for sure. Chad Mills, that's actually where he calls home, Lakeland. So giving us a look through and doing it all himself, and we really, really appreciate that. We also appreciate Greg D. He's in and he's ready to go.
Greg, is that the worst for them? I mean, do you think, you talked about, down tree limbs, things like that, but in terms of structural damage, is that wind strong enough?
No, not in Lakeland, and it's past the Lakeland area, the worst of it right there. I think what Kevin was saying is probably the worst he's going to see there, and now the storm is going to continue to move up the coast. As you get up early in the morning, I do not want you to go outside to look at any kind of damage around your home. But if you can see something out the window, at Greg D Weather, Twitter and Instagram, we love seeing your reports. I suspect we've seen about 10% of what actually happened down in southern Sarasota County and Charlotte and Lee counties. I do expect some catastrophic damage south of, let's say, Sarasota. So from Englewood and Venice, south especially into Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, and Fort Myers. The surges that we were seeing in Naples, which was nowhere near where the center came ashore, were devastating. And that was some of the lower surge that we've seen. Places that got a heavier, higher surge, likely without power, without the means of communication. So this is going to be something that we'll be discovering as crews try to make their way down south and maybe even the portions of the interior of the state. Hardy, DeSoto, Highlands counties, maybe southern Manatee, that eastern part of Sarasota County. There could have been some serious flooding issues there. Dennis Phillips filling me in as we switched shifts here, letting me know there was a catastrophic flood advisory or flood warning for portions of the interior of the state. No reports from it, but that's very typical. I've been through some serious flash flood situations in my career, and you don't get reports immediately. Immediately what you're getting is people just trying to deal with the flood situation, and you hear about what actually happened much, much later. So all our thoughts are with our folks in the interior and down to the south. Of course, things are going to be improving a lot here, okay? Ian is no longer a real serious threat in terms of the wind. I know it's still officially a hurricane. It's up towards Orlando. Don't worry about your folks in Orlando. They're fine. If we still have power in many parts of the Bay Area, they're going to fare better. And that's because the storm is not as strong as it's heading up that way. The winds in Orlando are not sustained 75 miles an hour. They may gust. But even in the interior at the airport there, the storm coming just south of there, probably not even going to see a gust all that high as this thing is moving by. Hurricane warnings continue from Tampa, Fort Myers, north up towards Daytona Beach. At the 5 o'clock advisory, I no longer expect the Hurricane Center to classify this as a hurricane. I think it's going to be a tropical storm, and they will automatically drop these hurricane warnings. And that is going to be our first big step in trying to get out there and trying to clean up. I did try to go home last night. I lived only a couple miles from the station. I gotta tell you, it was a bit of a challenge. There's a lot of tree branches in some of the secondary streets. Larger streets, some are open. Power lines across streets, very likely. There's law enforcement present closing some of the streets. Remember, and you heard that in the phone report from Northport, the crews can't get out there unless the winds are below 45 miles an hour. So they're just being able to get out there in some places, especially towards the coast where the winds are dropping. They're just able to do that. But they still have to worry about the gusts. As long as the winds gust into the 40s, they're going to have to wait until Ian pulls away. And that's going to be for much of the afternoon. So this is going to be a slow return to cleanup, to recovery, to getting the power back on. So if you've lost power, I had people ask me last night, I didn't have it all day, where is it? You're not going to have it for a little while. You got to be patient with these crews. They're not going to be risking their lives out there with this storm, trying to put up power lines with the winds 40 to 50 miles an hour in gusts. That is not a safe situation. Their families wouldn't want them to do that, and they don't want to do it themselves. Looking at surge warnings still along the coast, I think this is just a precaution. Obviously, there was a devastating, catastrophic surge. Some of the highest numbers we've probably seen in this part of Florida in recorded history, in our history here, down to the south. There is still that advisory for Hillsborough Bay. I just checked the tide gauge in Port Manatee, which is the southern, it's a tide gauge on the southern part of the bay. And the reason I use that one is because the wind is going to be northwest behind Ian. So theoretically, if there were to be a surge, it would be the wind pushing the water from Old Hillsborough Bay toward the direction of eastern Hillsborough County. And right now, that tide gauge is running 2 feet below where it should be, which tells me there's not going to be a surge, okay? I think the National Hurricane Center and the Weather Service are going to keep these up just in case, but I don't think we're going to see that surge here in Hillsborough County. They obviously don't want to drop the warning either, because they want people to stay where they are. They want you to stay in your sheltered place, shelter still, at least through the morning hours, and maybe even into the afternoon before we actually start heading out there. So there's Ian, still looking at some light rain around Hillsborough County, especially right there around County Line Road. So this is going to be Plant City to Lakeland. Heavy rain. You saw where Chad was in Lakeland. He's kind of on the back edge, the very end of that eye wall. And Kevin Lewis was definitely in the thick of things as this thing is moving by. There's the track that it took, did some wobbles right across DeSoto, Hardy, and northern Highlands County. So that is a little better than maybe what the Hurricane Center was thinking earlier, which was a track more up towards the Davenport area. That is about a 25-mile difference there. It keeps taking these 25-mile jogs left and right, but that's really going to change. That really kind of pushed some of the heavier winds south of the I-4 corridor. They think it's going to go north-northeast towards Daytona on its current track. I don't think so. I think it's going to head up towards Titusville is the next stop. So if you're thinking about your friends in Orlando, your friends and family, they're in the worst of it now. They're in that northern strong section. I'm not going to call it an eye wall anymore because there's not really an eye. They're in that northern band of rain. This is where the winds are likely gusting 60 to maybe 65 miles an hour with the heavy rain in Orlando. That center will head over towards the Melbourne, Titusville area up towards Cape Canaveral and then head out to sea. And conditions behind Ian will improve. Now, the strong core of winds, the winds that are gusting into the 50s and 60s, that moves away pretty quickly. I do think we're going to be left over with a long period of gusts in that 30 to 45 mile an hour range. So today will be better, but it's still going to be windy. And this is where you really need to use caution. And that's because there's a lot of loose debris up in those trees around your house. Saw it outside my yard. I did not park on my driveway because there are trees, oaks growing over the driveway. They're beautiful. I live in an older part of Tampa, but they drop branches everywhere. And I know, even though my driveway basically is invisible from the debris, there's probably at least half as much still left in that tree waiting to fall with the wind. So just be careful. There's going to be a lot of things falling out of these trees throughout the day. Give the wind some time to kind of shake some of that out. Still looking at some flood advisories for Polk County. I'm going to show you some of the rainfall totals. The Orlando area under flood advisory. That's another reason you don't want to travel. Places like this that did see, it looks like the model data, not only did it perform well in terms of trying to gauge the overall character of the rainfall with that western eye wall, but we actually had some places overperform. Dennis Phillips let me know one location reported almost 20 inches of rain in that western eye wall. And you got to figure they were only in it probably for a few hours. The rain was likely falling at 3 to 4 to 5 inches per hour or more. Just think about that. 5 inches of rain, that is almost a month's worth of rain, about a month's worth of rain during the rainy season for some of you in 1 hour. This is where the flood threat really is. And don't let your guard down. Just because the river or the stream that's in your neighborhood is still at a manageable level doesn't mean it's going to stay that way. Some of these streams and rivers will continue to rise for hours after the rain ends. Just because you see blue skies at some point later today, and many of you will, that doesn't mean that the water has stopped rising. The water continues to travel, move down its channels, and smaller creeks and streams will feed into larger rivers throughout the day, and the larger rivers will be the last to finish rising as that water tries to make its way out towards the Atlantic, down towards Lake Okeechobee, over towards the Bay and the Gulf of Mexico. So you've got to be vigilant if you've got rivers around. If you do see flooded roadways, especially now, if you're trying to travel while it's still dark, first of all, I advise you do not do it. That is dangerous and frustrating because your preferred way of getting somewhere may not be accessible. You do not want to cross any kind of roadway that is covered by water. You do not know how deep the water is. You also do not know if there is a roadway to support your vehicle underneath. Many times, standing water over a roadway is what's left after the water was earlier, an hour earlier, rushing and washed the road away. So there may not be a road surface. You may be driving into a large hole filled with water, and that is a whole different situation you do not want to get into. So please, please, please wait this out until the system moves away. So the center is actually right there. So I don't think it's tracking towards Daytona. I think that track is going to be changed again. I think it's going to track over towards Melbourne, probably south of Titusville based on that track. The center is right there. So it went a little farther south. It jogged northwest as it was making landfall, so it came closer to Sarasota County. And then once it made landfall, the track went a little farther south as it turned east. So even though Melbourne is going to have the center passing over it, the worst weather is definitely Osceola and Orange counties right now, heading up towards Daytona, Deltona, Titusville, Cape Canaveral, and then back into northern Polk County. You're still getting some of these stronger wind gusts, but that's going to subside, and it's connected to the rain. So as the rain subsides, so will the wind. Still looking at some heavy rain up towards the villages. Looks like they're getting some stronger wind gusts, probably in that 40 to 55 mile an hour range. And then once you get west of 75, you're doing pretty good. I suspect, once you get north of the Hernando-Pasco County line, it's raining. There was some wind, but you're okay. I think driving north on 75, if you've got somebody coming in from the south today, from Gainesville, from Ocala, they're going to see conditions look worse, or more and more debris in the area as they head south on 75. And obviously, heading south of the bay on 75, that's a whole different story. They're going to have to probably do a lot of cleanup there and probably inspect some of the roadways, see how close the water got in some cases to some of those exit ramps, on ramps, and even the interstate itself, especially around Port Charlotte and over towards the Fort Myers area. There's a wider shot. You see the clouds here, the back edge of them. That's kind of headed over towards Clearwater now. Some additional clouds out in the Gulf of Mexico. Those are going to clear out pretty quickly. But overall, we're going to see some very quick improvements here this morning. So this is radar estimating the rain. You know what's amazing is I pull this up, and I thought I was pulling up the forecast rainfall from yesterday, because this is basically what it looked like. Now, the position may be off by about 20 miles because of that track shift. But Futurecast did really well here. Look at these rainfall amounts that are estimated, 10 to 15 inches. I mean, that is right where we were looking at yesterday. That is what the Hurricane Center was thinking as well, with those isolated higher amounts that we did get in a couple of spots. But really from Sarasota over towards Charlotte and Lee counties all the way up into the Davenport area, and then it looks like it's going to be downtown Orlando and just south is where some of the heaviest rain is. Lake Wales, south of Davenport, so it's going to be Wauchula, Avon Park, but Sebring gets less. And look at even the contrast across Highlands County. Avon Park probably got 15 inches of rain. You get down towards Sylvan Shores, and there was probably 3 or 4. That's it. Just incredible contrast. So if there's a river that's running down into southern Highlands County, for instance, just an example, some of the water that's in the northern part of the county will have to move down south along that river or stream. So in Sylvan Shores, you may think, oh, I didn't get much rain, there's not going to be any flooding, but here comes the flood water working its way down the river. So let's give these rivers a few hours, maybe 24 hours in some cases, for that water to move to where it needs to go before we call an all clear on that. Wind gusts right now, I just checked. I didn't realize this. Tampa Airport weather station went out last night, 8 o'clock. Some of the strongest winds were moving through the Tampa area. Tampa recorded a wind gust in the mid-60s yesterday before that weather station went offline. Could have been a power hit to the airport. More likely, maybe just to the weather station itself. Latest gusts in Zephyr Hills, 49, 62 Mayaca City. Still gusting around 60 in Bradenton. That's pretty impressive. Near the water there, 46 in St. Pete, and look at Orlando, latest gust right now, 31. But the heaviest core of winds, remember we talked about this yesterday, that's over here towards the western side of the storm. That's where the strongest winds are. Those are yet to move through the Orlando area. Just saw a little icon here pop up. All right, so this is a report out of the Meadowwoods area near Orlando. Several roads in the Buenaventura Lakes area were flooded with water entering at least one home located on Competition Drive. That is a public report to the National Weather Service. So this is the kind of thing that we're talking about. This is just a neighborhood, a subdivision in Orlando, and they're reporting water entering a home. This is not surge. This is 15 inches of rain in just several hours. And I think we're going to get a lot of reports like this in that area that saw the 15 inches of rain. As crews get out there, as we're able to access some of these communities, you're going to get more and more of reports like this. There's the latest track. Now we're going to get an update from this from the Hurricane Center. The United States is not done with Ian. I know we all are done with Ian, but Ian goes offshore. Now on a farther south track, Ian is going to probably exit Florida south of Cape Canaveral, honestly. This track is not right currently. They're going to adjust that. It's going to turn back towards the Carolinas, but now, as it's farther out, it's taking the wider turn. It's going to spend a lot more time over water. So it will have time to at least maintain its intensity, if not re-intensify a little bit. So we could still have a strong tropical storm coming ashore over towards Charleston. And lesson learned with Irma, even though it's a tropical storm, folks here in the low country of South Carolina really need to watch this because Ian has been moving a lot of water. And it's been moving that water over the Atlantic too. And now that water is going to get pushed up into the Carolinas. Now, they're obviously not going to get the kind of surge we are, but there's a chance that this overperforms in terms of its surge production in the Carolinas to what you would typically expect with a 70-mile-an-hour tropical storm, for instance, coming into South Carolina. That is very possible that may be the case. So they're getting ready for that, and then Ian heads up into the Appalachians, and then the issue here then will be places like Asheville and heading down towards eastern Tennessee is flooding from rain. West Virginia, western North Carolina, eastern Kentucky, very vulnerable to flash flooding. Of course, mountainous terrain, the water is channeled down valleys, and that is really going to be an issue for some of those folks as Ian continues up towards the north and east. Pressure continues to rise. That is certainly good news. Here are some of the winds right now. And you see they're kind of all over the place, but still, we're getting some winds in that 40-mile-an-hour range around Hillsborough and Pinellas County. Same deal, Citrus, Hernando, back over towards Pasco County, Polk down towards Hardy DeSoto County. You see the winds here right near that core, that western chunk of the storm, what's left of the eye wall. 50 to 60 miles an hour, Kevin Lewis was. That is a significant wind. That's going to down tree branches for sure. Probably not enough to down a tree unless the ground is oversaturated, but it could down a big tree branch, fall on the power line, you've got power outages. Much better down towards Englewood, Venice, and Osprey, but I suspect unless folks can pick us up on radio, they're not able to get information from us down there right now in many locations because of how strong Ian was when it made landfall. So good news here. Notice the wind gusts in Tampa today. They're going to stay up through about mid-morning in that 40 to 55 mile an hour range. Potentially, I think this is going to be less common than it is. And then the winds steadily and quickly drop off once we get towards midday in the early afternoon. So I think by mid-afternoon, late afternoon, I think it's going to be probably the better time to get out there and actually try to actually see what's happening in the neighborhood. Flood watches remain. These are going to be dropped as the rain stops, as Ian pulls away, and we'll go back to just looking at the potential for maybe some flooding just in the rivers as the water runs down in many of these locations. Let me show you the rain planner for the rest of the weekend as we head into the weekend. That's important too. So the rain just scattered today. I think we'll see some pop-up showers through the day, and then very isolated, really dry. I don't think there's going to be much rain as we head through the weekend. And then looking next week, this is very typical. You see a large hurricane like this moving through. You got to remember, a hurricane gathers energy. And as it comes ashore, all that energy is released, and it comes in the form of heat into the atmosphere, and it can really alter the weather pattern in a region. In this case, this could be a seasonal shift in our weather pattern. As Ian moves through, it's going to basically churn up the Gulf. I bet we're going to see the water temperatures offshore drop, and that's going to improve our overnight lows, and it's going to improve our overnight during our daylight highs as well. It'll also likely make it feel a little bit more comfortable as the system moves away. We're likely going to see some lower humidities. Let's take a look at the 7-day forecast. So this is an automatically generated one based on model data. But what you see here, remember before Ian showed up, we were in the 90s. Low temperatures were in the mid-70s. Suddenly the hurricane moves by, and look at this. High temperatures drop by about 6-7 degrees, and low temperatures are going to fall back into the 60s. So this is a huge change. I think this is finally going to start to feel like fall as Ian is moving by over the next several days. One more time, I will be posting some information on Ian at Greg DeWeather, Twitter, Instagram, over towards Facebook. If you do have a report to pass along in terms of what you can see out the window, you see some damage around your property, feel free to do that. Send a photo my way. That's fine. Please do not go outside to get those photos. There's plenty of time for that during daylight when we have a better idea of what this storm is doing. The latest advisory takes it northeast at 9, 75-mile-an-hour storm. Pressure continues to rise. You see already maybe the center very close to reemerging out of the Atlantic. Out here along the east coast of Florida, we've got the Gulf Stream running. That is a river of really, really hot ocean water. And that could give Ian a little boost as the storm heads offshore into that warm water. May try to reorganize a little bit, maybe try to flare up. We'll have to watch this. It was a powerful hurricane. It went through some pretty rapid eye-wall replacement cycles off the West Coast. This one may have it in it to try to re-intensify a little bit as it heads off the East Coast. So that's the latest here in the Weather Center. I'm going to go back gathering some information, looking at some of the reports from the National Weather Service, see what I can pass along to you. Also see what folks have been leaving for me on social media. Guys, I'm going to send it back to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Greg. It is 3:30 now if you're just waking up with us. Very different story today than when you went to bed last night. Our thoughts are with everyone in Southwest Florida. A lot of damage there. We've got crews spread out all over the area. We're continuing to update you, continuing to let you know what's happening there because authorities all over, Southwest Florida and of course here in the Bay Area, they're telling you to stay indoors. In fact, the Highlands County Sheriff's Office just sent us this reminder to tell everyone to stay indoors. The Sheriff's Office says they recommend that everyone stays in their place of shelter at least until daylight. They're warning people to be on the lookout for downed power lines. That can be a problem. They say don't drive over them, don't go near them, and always assume they're active, even if they're not sparking.
The Sheriff's Office also recommending avoiding standing water. They also want Highlands County residents to be aware of trees or branches that could fall due to wind. I want to reiterate just a couple of things Greg just said. It's very important. He's not giving the all clear here for several reasons. You don't want to ever step in or drive over standing water because you don't know what's underneath. You don't know what's in there. Greg said in some cases, the road that was there underneath may not be there anymore. Exactly. If you're waking up with us right now, more than 1.8 million people without power in our state right now. We'll work and make some time here very soon to bring you the latest numbers as we have them. And Greg not giving the all clear. We are watching for the tide to come in here in Tampa. We saw a lot of bodies of water in the direction the wind was going. Dia push that water out. It's going to come back in. Don't know exactly what level that's going to be at. Not a high level of concern from our weather department on that. Something we will be watching and get you some looks at that too.
Yesterday, Larissa Scott was on Bayshore Boulevard. She showed us the bay, unlike what you've seen in a very long time. I want to check in now with Larissa to see what she's seeing out there right now. I know it's still dark out there, Larissa, but can you see if the water is beginning to come back yet?
Well, Dia, it isn't back yet, but first, I know that we're expecting the winds to pick up again this morning, and we're already feeling some of those gusts here now along Bayshore, but I want to just give you a look at some of the wind damage that we have so far in the area. The wind has snapped limbs off of trees. There's lots of debris here, and on our way over here, we saw some debris in the roadway as well, as to be expected, so make sure you're careful if you are out driving. But right now, we're along Bayshore Boulevard, away from the water, to show you some of this wind damage. But just across the street, of course, is the bay, and we still have that reverse surge going on. I know it's dark and you can't really see it, but we were over there just a few minutes ago and the water still isn't back yet. We may start to see it return with the high tide between 4 and 6 this morning. Of course, we'll be out here monitoring that and we'll let you know what happens, but that's the latest out here for now. No rain in the area currently, but lots of heavy wind going on, and we're just still watching for that surge.
Larissa, as you drove back down Bayshore this morning, what were you seeing? Did you see any kind of damage in the area?
Mostly just cosmetic things, Dia. A lot of debris. See, the wind is making my eyes water. So we've got the gusty wind going on, but just branches in the road, debris, twigs, leaves, all of that stuff. We did see what looked like maybe a down power line. So traffic lights were out. So definitely if you're driving in the area, you've got to use extreme caution right now.
Absolutely. Traffic lights out. You don't want to be on the road right now. People are anxious. They're nervous still, not knowing what they're going to see, and then traffic lights out that just adds a whole extra level of challenges. Larissa, we'll check in with you a little bit later on as the sun rises and see if you're seeing anything different in terms of the bay. Eventually that water's going to come back in. High tide is what, 4:30 in the next hour or so?
Between 4:30 and 5:30, I think is what we're looking at. Jason Adams.
4:30.
4:30. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Greg just said 4:30. I heard Jason say topography, a bit of a challenge when timing out the tides and everything else, but of course Greg's got it nailed down.
Sarasota County, of course, took a hard hit from this storm. Jada Williams is there. She rode out the storm in a shelter. She joins us now. She mentioned earlier that people were anxious to get out of the shelter, anxious to get back home and see if their home sustained any damage, but authorities were telling people to stay indoors. Jada, have you been able to go inside and talk to people and see how they're feeling?
Well, Dia, a lot of people are inside. They are trying to get some sleep. One of the things about this shelter was that people were so nervous that most people didn't sleep last night. And to be honest with you, I was even one of those people, very anxious, very nervous about things and unable to sleep. So a lot of the people who are still in here are finally getting a chance to get some fresh air and then go back in, get a little bit of a nap before they figure out what they can do. Now, let me show you some of the damage that we're seeing just out here. I'm at Fruitville Elementary School. It's in the Sarasota Springs, Fruitville part of the county, but take a look at this. This is a lot of debris coming from two of the very large trees kind of in the middle of the campus, not far at all from where everyone was sheltered in place. The debris that fell during the thick of Hurricane Ian's pass through Sarasota County. Now, the good thing here is that this is really the extent of the damage that we saw. Now, again, that's just one of the good things about staying at a shelter is that you are more protected. You know that there is at least more of a chance that things will go well for you because of how they're constructed and where it's placed geographically speaking. This is one of 12 of those shelters that have opened up in Sarasota County. Did not lose power, even though it doesn't have a generator. The only shelters here in the county with generators are the ones for people who need medical assistance. And I heard that this is the only one that didn't lose power at some point. Now, of course, there was flickering and all, but never lost power. So a lot of people here are saying that while it's not ideal to go through a storm and have to evacuate from your home, that this wasn't a bad place to be because they knew that they were at least safe. They at least had food, they had water, and they had power to ride that storm out.
Good. That's certainly good news, Jada, because as Greg was showing us, the storm, of course, made landfall south of Sarasota, but some of the strongest bands of that eye were right in Sarasota County. So the fact that that shelter never lost power and the extent of the damage that you're seeing were just a few tree limbs down, that's a blessing.
Yeah, it definitely is. And during that storm, you know, everyone was nervous. Everyone was crowding that window, looking out, just wondering what would happen because it definitely looked like it could get scary. These trees are very big, but that wind was so strong, they were whipping around easily. So once everything calmed down a little bit, a lot of the people out here were saying, you know, that they're thankful for the shelter. A lot of people saying that, you know, they had reservations about coming. Do I stay at home? Do I drive somewhere else, get a hotel room? But they said that they were pleased with their decision to come right here.
Another one of our shelters, one of the safest places to be. Jada told an interesting story. You were talking about watching people leave that shelter last night only to come back, not chance it. Maybe they ran into a downed tree, something else that prevented them from going any further in their trek back home.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons that we're not chancing it either. We're going to stay at the shelter at least until the sun comes up, because a lot of people, once the wind and the rain died down overnight, they decided that they wanted to check out what happened at their home, go back home. A lot of them turned around for various reasons. There was flooding on the road. They didn't have power at home, down power lines, down trees, just various reasons for people to turn around and say, all right, well, this is the only place that I have right now until it's safer for me to get home. And a lot of them are saying, that again, they're very happy that the shelter exists because it is at least a place to go and they don't have to worry about all of those things. The only thing that they can focus on is just wondering what's happening at home and anticipating the chance to go back to their homes and survey any potential damage that may be there.
They will get a chance to do that at first light. Jada, thank you so much. So many people in the Bay Area, just so grateful that the storm wasn't as bad as we expected. But then, of course, our neighbors in Southwest Florida, just devastation there. We're waiting to see the extent of the damage at first light. Our thoughts are with everyone who just, who got hit really hard. Polk County currently experiencing the worst of Hurricane Ian right now as it continues to make its way across Central Florida, heading toward the East Coast. It's now a Category 1 storm.
That's right. It's a really good idea to keep giving you some looks out there. Chad Mills, he is giving us more looks there. And last we checked on him, he was in Lakeland. Let's see where he is now. Chad?
A little bit of calm, relatively speaking, here in Lakeland, downtown Lakeland right now. That's kind of how it's been going. Every now and then you'll get a large gust of wind and then it'll calm down for a few minutes. So let's use this opportunity to give you more perspective about how things are looking here in downtown. And as we walk over this way, this is Lemon Street right here. I'm going to show you, this is kind of the damage we're seeing, damage to signs. You see this one not taken off the post here, but spun around. And you see there are a number of oak trees that line Lemon Street here. They're all pretty much in good shape, but a lot of leaves, a lot of small branches, other debris kind of out and about on sidewalks and in the street itself. As we walk up the sidewalk here, you see just more of that kind of leaf litter, various bits of debris across downtown Lakeland. Again, coming here, I actually went down Lakeland Hills Boulevard. One of the main thoroughfares through town goes by the hospital. Didn't see too much damage there, but on Massachusetts, going into the downtown district, did see traffic light that was dangling a little bit. And then, of course, some of the damage we've seen here in downtown. Some more palm fronds, branches off in the distance there. But let's turn here. This is Kentucky Avenue, kind of leading back down toward Munn Park. You see this planter right here was probably placed like that, if I had to guess, before the storm. So that's probably not storm damage. But earlier, walking through here, this is a restaurant, Fresco's. There was a sign that was hanging, really bouncing back and forth. Yeah, it must have been right about there. Well, 30 minutes later, it's gone. It must be down the street somewhere. Kind of gives you an idea of the damage we're seeing here. Nothing too major, but damage to signs, to trees, that sort of thing. Obviously, this street, another very popular one in Lakeland. They hold a farmer's market down Kentucky Avenue every Saturday. Just a beautiful place, and all of these trees, the lights, the businesses, kind of the charm of downtown Lakeland. Good news is we're not seeing any significant damage down here, no flooding or anything like that. This is pretty high ground where we're standing right now, but just as you see here, more of the same, a lot of leaves, some branches down there. It's a sizable tree outside of that pub right there. There's a branch down, doesn't appear to have affected the business at all. But yeah, that's what we're seeing in Lakeland, and of course, haven't forgotten about the other portions of Polk County as well. We intend to get updates in Bartow today, check in on how things are shaping up on the Peace River, where, as we were reporting extensively yesterday, so many people concerned about major flooding along the Peace River. We spent time out at a mobile home park there. A number of people, for whatever reason, chose not to evacuate. They expect to take on water at some point in some of the mobile homes there because they think the Peace River is going to get just that high. They're not having that problem here in Lakeland, though, as far as we've seen today in terms of flooding. But we will continue to monitor things here and in other portions of Polk County this morning. In Lakeland, Chad Mills, ABC Action News.
Thank you so much, Chad. We have some breaking news just coming in now. Multiple mobile homes have been damaged by a fire. We're hearing this is on North Waterway in Country Club Estates in Venice. That fire happened in the wake of Hurricane Ian, which we've seen so many of already.
A lot. We're expecting what is almost certainly catastrophic damage in those southwestern areas, Punta Gorda, Fort Myers. The call for this came in just after midnight. Venice Fire Rescue, Police, Public Works, Sarasota County Fire, Nokomis, they all responded there. It was under control at a little less than an hour ago, and there are no reported injuries. Great news there.
That is good news. The city also told us that there is a boil water notice that's in effect for people in Venice. You're encouraged to boil your water for at least 1 minute before you drink it. You cook with it, you brush your teeth with it. As we told you, there's also one in place, and I think in was it Fort Myers? They want you, Northport. They want you, and Fort Myers. They want you to also boil the water for 1 minute
and Punta Gorda
before you even wash your dishes with it. So we've got Venice, we've got Northport, we've got Fort Myers and Punta Gorda. Boil water notices in effect for all of those cities right now. Boil the water for at least 1 minute before you drink with it, cook with it, brush your teeth with it, wash your dishes with it, and that will continue until those orders are rescinded. And we'll let you know as soon as we get word that they've, finally given the all clear that you can start using your tap water again.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, right now we want to go to Sarah Hollenbeck. She is in Brandon. We've been monitoring that scene all morning long. Not a whole lot to see out there. That's the good news, but we're giving you these looks outside, in the safe way so that you don't have to go outside and see what's going on.
Right. We're just a couple of hours away from the sun coming up here. But Sarah, you're surveying the area right now in these early morning hours. Tell us what you're seeing.
Yeah, and I have to tell you the good news, and this is what people like to wake up and see. There's not a lot of damage here in Brandon. In fact, this is like the first thing we've seen after we've been driving around for about an hour or so, and this is a down tree here on Lakewood Drive. We're near Brandon Boulevard, which is the main drag through Brandon, and this tree is blocking about 1 lane of the traffic, but it doesn't seem like it's going to take long for crews out here, for Public Works to have to pick up these trees. Earlier, we showed you a downed tree in an apartment complex here in Brandon, and you can see that this tree really did topple over a rail and then onto the street here on Lakewood Drive. But luckily, we've been driving around. We haven't seen a lot of power outages. We've only really seen just a couple of these downed trees, and that's the really good news. Even though people wake up and they want to see what happened in their neighborhood, they also like to see that everything is okay. So far here in Brandon, we haven't found a lot of damage, and that's absolutely a good thing. Back to you guys.
Sarah, where you are, that's a huge tree that's down. Is that covering a road, or is that just bushes? I'm trying to see if that's a tree that's down.
Yeah, so this is a tree that's down, and it came from back here, it looks like, and then it toppled over a railing, and it's blocking just 1 lane of Lakewood Drive here. So people are able to drive around this and get into the other lane, but it is blocking at least 1 lane, and I think that's the major thing that people are going to have to deal with this morning as they try and get out and about. You really want to take it slow because there are these downed trees, and they're a little hard to see in the dark out here.
Yes, I was going to say, if you're driving there and it's dark, it's hard to see. That's why authorities are telling everybody to stay off the roads as much as possible. But Sarah, in terms of other damage, is that basically the extent of what you're seeing? Just downed, maybe downed tree limbs and things like that?
Yep, absolutely. That's pretty much all we've seen is some downed trees, downed tree limbs, and we haven't seen much else.
You haven't seen very much wind and rain recently either.
Yeah, and honestly, it's not raining at all, and I haven't felt any really big wind gusts since we've been out this morning for the past 2 hours or so.
So at the height of the storm, when it was passing through, how bad was it in Brandon?
We definitely felt and heard the wind coming against the hotel that we were staying in. So we could hear kind of the roar of the winds, but that was the major extent of what we saw and felt.
And that's certainly good news. And again, you mentioned that you guys never lost power in that area, and that's also good news. That's really good news. All right, thank you so much, Sarah. We'll check back in with you a little bit later on.
Yeah, it's good to see.
Yeah, it is good to see.
And look, Dennis said it last night. Greg said it when he came in. The type of winds that the Bay Area experienced, not enough to damage structures.
And that's good.
Fences, trees,
we
power lines.
We expected to see tree limbs down,
we
power
totally
lines
did.
down. That's what we expected.
Right.
We did not want that structural damage.
Absolutely not.
Of course, that's what people in Southwest Florida are seeing. And at first light, we're hoping to get some more information. The good news is, too, we have not heard of any deaths. No deaths have been reported from this storm yet. Sadly, as the morning goes on, we'll learn more. But as of right now, no deaths have been reported, and we're just going to pray that it stays that way.
I'm right there with you, Dia. No news is good news on that front. We had mentioned power outages. There are a tremendous amount. The governor said to expect widespread power outages, and that's what we have.
Yeah, so far, more than 2 million people in Florida don't have power across the state. All of these updates came in about 2:30 this morning. Right now in our area, Florida Power and Light is reporting more than 257,000 customers without power in Sarasota. We'll keep you updated as that number changes throughout the day.
Right. In Manatee County, over 137,000 customers without power. This will continue. Something we'll also continue to monitor and keep you updated as the number changes. We're trying to get those new numbers in every 10, 15 minutes or so.
And Duke Energy also reporting 188,000 customers without power in Pinellas County. That's just a few thousand more than what we reported at 11 o'clock.
And a lot of my neighbors right now, right there with me, Tico reporting over 286,000 customers without power in Hillsborough County. This is a very big increase from the update right before midnight this morning. We will keep you updated on that number as well.
Polk County taking a beating from this storm right now as it moves across the state into the East Coast. Polk County reporting more than 182,000 people without power. Of course, they're getting hit hard by the storm right now, so we will continue to update you. That number is sure to change as those winds continue to pick up in Polk County.
Okay, it's about 10 minutes till 4 a.m. right now. Some of the worst conditions that we've seen, at least right now, where the storm is moving. Again, we're hoping it's out of the state by about 8 a.m., but some of the worst conditions in Davenport.
Yeah, that's where Kyle Berger, Kevin Lewis have been positioned all night, riding out this storm. Kyle, when we talked to you last, you could barely even hear us because that wind was blowing, and the rain was blowing sideways. Hopefully the conditions have calmed down a little bit.
Hey, good morning, James and Dia. Yeah, the rain has definitely calmed down a bit. The wind is still picking up. You can tell all the trees are blowing down here, but there's no structural damage. No, the trees are still intact. We don't see any branches or anything around in the parking lot. We're here at a condo complex where people they didn't really evacuate. We have all the cars still in the parking lot. East of Tampa Bay is where a lot of people evacuated to get away from the worst, and we're finally getting it here in the last few hours or so. But other than the wind right now, the rain isn't so bad. I'd say it's kind of died down a bit. Just lots of wind right now. We drove around a little bit last night to see what it would look like. People were getting their last trips to the convenience store, to the gas stations. Gas was out at most places. We were one of the last ones to finally top off our tanks. But other than that, there's just a lot of wind, a lot of swirling. You can hear the howling swirl of the wind coming through. But other than that, we've been pretty much lucky. We still have power. Some of the neighbors, you can see the lights are on next door to us. The upstairs lights are on. So, like I said, we are pretty fortunate so far here in Davenport.
All right, Kyle. So we keep seeing those wind gusts coming in there. Hopefully this will be moving out very soon. But again, you said this is the worst of it. So if this is the worst of it, I'm sure that people in Davenport are grateful for that.
Oh, absolutely. Once it gets a little bit lighter today, we'll venture out some more. We'll probably go over to Disney Springs. I know Disney World is closed for the first time in a few years. We'll see how that's held up. But other than that, we are one of the fortunate ones here. With Amy Saxon, we've seen some of our reporters have been in much worse conditions than Kevin and I are in right now.
Yeah, and you all also never lost power at all.
Right, yeah, we haven't lost power at all. The lights flickered a little bit, but it's turned out as a faulty light bulb. But we have been good.
All right. Okay, Kyle Berger reporting for us live in Davenport this morning, not too far at all from the parks out there. Mm-hmm. So that's good to see. Probably about an hour or so more of that for them, and then it'll be out of the way. We're going to touch base with Greg here.
He said
shortly.
He never lost power in the Davenport area. So many people are in Polk County right now without power. 182,000 customers don't have power in Polk County. And again, the worst of this storm is passing through Polk County. So we anticipate those numbers to increase as those winds continue to pound that area. But, Greg D, we'll check in with him in a little while to find out how much longer Polk County can expect to experience this storm surge.
Yeah, before
this wind.
Right, exactly. But it's kind of hard to believe. Just to echo something that our weather department said. Hard to believe that 12 hours ago, we had a near Category 5 storm making landfall in our state. What will easily be one of the top 5 storms that it ever hit the state of Florida. And now, as it disintegrates and deteriorates, we're left to pick up the pieces and see what exactly it is left behind.
Greg D says at 5 o'clock he expects the National Hurricane Center to downgrade this to a tropical storm.
Yes.
And so yesterday we were telling you how slow it was moving, and as it was sitting and spinning and
really glad you mentioned
causing
this.
all these problems for the state of Florida. And now, once it came on land, moving out of the way, not moving as quickly as we would like, but still moving out of the way, but being quickly downgraded. I mean, quickly tearing apart, and it will be downgraded, hopefully at 5 o'clock, to a tropical storm.
Faster than a crawl. And speaking specifically about our region, our viewing area, and outside our studios here in Tampa, it's great news. We are looking at insane amounts of rainfall. The track that this storm took up through southwest Florida and up through the center of our state. But as far as we're concerned here around the bay, we're in okay shape.
Right. Larissa Scott is on Bayshore Boulevard. She's been showing us just the incredible image, the bay, the water out of the bay. I mean, there's no water there. But again, we're waiting for high tide at 4:30, so in about 35 minutes, and we're expecting, of course, that water to come back in. Greg D is going to walk us through what to expect, but they're not expecting, it's not as big of a concern as it was yesterday at this time.
Dennis at one point saying, I don't even want to say concern.
Yeah.
That's too strong of a word. We just want to monitor it to see when the water does come back, what levels we're looking at. So we'll be right here with you for that as well.
I think we're going to go to Sean Daly.
Sean
is he still up on the roof this morning? He's like Santa Claus. He's up on the rooftop.
Don't get him started.
I know. We need a little bit of levity this morning.
Hey, Sean, let's just start with this. You're overlooking Raymond James Stadium there. We don't have any official word here. Minnesota Stadium, the Viking Stadium, was picked as a contingency plan for Sunday night if the game had to be moved. Your best guess is my best guess, too. That game's going to be played there Sunday night.
I mean, listen, if it is a structural thing with Raymond James Stadium, the game will be played here. However, Florida has suffered a real tragedy, so I don't know if they would move it for that. I don't know if Jacksonville, there are other football teams that play in the state. I imagine that it probably will be played and that the NFL would do something as far as honoring victims or helping with relief, something like that, And, James Tully and I, we battle in fantasy football. Football is a diversion, right? It is a diversion. It's something to take our mind off of things when things get rough. So maybe it would be good for the area to have the game here, it takes our mind off things. Now, one thing I do want to mention about the weather here in Tampa, no more rain. It is pretty gusty. You can see my luscious locks maybe blowing in the breeze. But one thing that people will be surprised by when they wake up this morning, and super smart people like Greg D can probably tell us why this is, it's rather chilly out all of a sudden. There is a real chill in the wind, and I'm kind of curious why that is. Maybe Greg D can tell us something about the hurricane moving off, but I think people are going to wake up. It feels like football weather. It feels like it's like November or December, so that's kind of interesting too. But again, it's probably going to be a beautiful day here in Tampa, which, like you were saying, James Tully, is just mind-blowing after the stress and everything we just went through, right? But, here we are in Tampa, 100 years of luck when it comes to hurricanes, so very, very blessed. Like I said earlier, give back. When you are blessed like this, give back to others and help others going through a tough time. But yeah, guys, back to you on that. We got lucky.
All right, Sean Daly, live for us right outside our studio. Conditions look just fine out there. We were telling you yesterday about the strong winds that were in Bradenton. We have some video that was sent by Bradenton Police we want to show you right now, and you can see here just how strong the winds can be. There are branches everywhere here in front of Bradenton City Hall, and this video when it was still light outside yesterday. The Bradenton police took this video about 6:30 last night.
That wind is really whipping. It's just a reminder that when you finally do decide that it's safe to go outside, remember it is still windy. If it's still windy, to be on the lookout for road hazards. Debris like tree branches could fall because of the gusty winds. They may have knocked them loose, and just a little bit of wind could knock them down onto you or onto your car. So just be careful. Also, watch out for downed power lines. You may not even see them. They could be hiding in puddles of water. And authorities say treat every downed power line as if it's active, even if it's not sparking. Don't drive over it. Don't go near it.
Yeah, Greg saying we're not in the all clear yet for several reasons. Here's one more. What is now a tropical storm, Ian, not letting up, and Orlando officials have just issued some flash flood warnings there.
The division chief at the Orange County Fire Rescue says it is imperative for your safety to stay updated on the advisories and to pay attention to them.
At this point, everybody should be staying home or staying in the shelter. They should not be on the roadway. It only takes a couple of inches to move a car. And we were just issued, Orange County just issued, we had a flash flood warning issued until 2:45 in the morning. So we were already expecting about 12 to 20 inches of rain. Some places could see up to 30 inches. So stay home, stay safe, and don't get on the roadways.
Do not get on the roadways. The best advice. This is the Daytona Beach area. That storm is making its way toward Daytona Beach. We're still waiting for the National Hurricane Center to make the call on whether it's going to be downgraded. As of right now, it is still a Category 1 hurricane, but Greg D says he anticipates that's happening. That's going to happen at 5 o'clock. But this storm, again, we were looking at a potential Cat 5 hurricane yesterday at this time. Mm-hmm. And then now, as it makes its way across the state, tearing apart and, potentially downgraded in the next hour or so to a tropical storm. But stay tuned. Greg D is watching that, and he'll keep you up to date.
Hasn't slowed to a crawl, which is the most positive news we can pass along, probably.
Not moving quite as fast as we'd like for it to, but, but at least it's not sitting on top of the state and just dumping, tons of rain, which is what it did for so long. Right off the coast, it just sat there and was spinning and just, creating just horrible conditions and dumping so much rain in the area.
And you heard the official from Orlando mention expecting 30 inches of rain. I don't believe we got totals that high, but the numbers are... I said it before, they're insane numbers when you see the rainfall totals that Greg will share with us in just a little bit. Real quickly before we get to Greg, Lee County is under curfew for the next 48 hours. City officials there, of course, they're just getting out to look at what conditions are like there in Lee County.
Yeah, as we've been reporting, Fort Myers has seen significant flooding in that area these past few hours. Police are also reiterating to stay off the roadways during hazardous conditions and to listen to this message.
Fort Myers, Fire Chief Tracy McMillian, this is an important message, and we need all over City of Fort Myers to hear us out. We are out there trying to do emergency work, trying to save lives, mitigate risk, take care of these hazards. We have people who need help. Please, we need you all to stay inside. There is a curfew going on. We can't have people on the roads. We can't have people trying to assess and see the damage. That is our job. Allow us as essential workers to do our job. Please, you guys know our slogan. Help us out, don't go out. I'll say it one more time. Help us out, don't go out. Please, just stay home. Thank you.
Well, that's easy to remember.
When you get out on the roads, you not only risk your own life, but you also risk the lives of those first responders who then have to come in after you. So just stay at home until you get the all clear that it's okay to go out.
Just an excellent point. This video is coming in from Naples showing severe flooding. Run a search on Twitter this morning, and you will see a lot of videos that look just like this out of this particular area, this southwest region of our state.
Yeah, this video here we're going to show you shows downed power lines in Naples. Do we have that one? That's just incredible video. Governor Ron DeSantis has requested that President Biden approve a major disaster declaration for the entire state. Do we have that video of those downed power lines? No, not yet. There it is right there. Just incredible video. And that's one of the reasons, again, that authorities say don't go out. That could happen as you're driving. But again, that power line sparking, catching fire there. The governor wants the Federal Emergency Management Agency to match funds for 2 months worth of cleanup. So help is on the way.
Yeah, exactly. That last shot to give you an idea of the storm surge levels in some areas there. This video is posted just before 7 o'clock last night from Port Charlotte. Hurricane Ian at the time took out this person's shed. And all you can see is the debris there piled up in the storm. You had the surge, you had the extreme wind, that extreme wind warning, the extreme wind that was registered. Punta Gorda, I believe the highest one there, almost 125 miles an hour there. So we're breaking it down and we're trying to see, you know, at first light, we keep telling you we're going to get our first look at some of the catastrophic damage down there. We're also going to focus on our area, the Bay Area, and around the Bay, and see what we're up against and looking at.
We've got a lot of people. It was a very long night. You know, that wind was whipping. It was howling. People were probably not able to get a lot of sleep. So, Greg D, as people are waking up right now, you know, we keep saying we're not out of the woods yet, but they may be looking outside and it's clear. Explain what we're expecting to see in the Bay Area in the next couple of hours.
Well, the winds are still gusting. You heard Sean say that earlier, and there's still a lot of debris up in the trees. You guys know most of our tree cover are these big old oaks, and they crumble easily, and a lot of that debris stays in the tree for a while. You're going to have branches falling out of those trees for the next week probably, so just be very careful. Also, with all this debris on the ground, you may not be able to see downed power lines, which is another issue. Crews are not going to be able to start repairing our power grid until the winds subside below 45 miles an hour. You heard the folks there, the official that we spoke to earlier in the hour, say that in the Northport area. You know, we're getting a lot of video from Fort Myers. We're getting a lot of video from Naples. It is much harder to find video from Cape Coral, Punta Gorda, and Port Charlotte. And I really think when we get down there, that's where we're going to see the worst of it. And I think Fort Myers, and just hearing some of the sea level rise there is just a little sample of what happened closer to that landfall center. I really think that that's where the brunt of the storm is. Now, I'm hoping the lack of information in a lot of the video we don't see is because people left. That would be the right thing to do. Those communities, very vulnerable, right in the Gulf, canals all over the place. Storm surge is the last thing you want to be near. But just look at the winds. The other issue is that we're getting these wind reports. There are not a lot of official National Weather Service reporting sites down into this part of Southwest Florida, and home weather stations are not designed to handle this kind of a wind. Now, even if they could measure it, in many cases, these things are not mounted in a way to keep it in place during a 140-mile-an-hour wind gust. And that's the highest wind gust that we've seen so far recorded at Cape Coral. Shay Ryan with me working this morning, putting this data together. Punta Gorda at 124. Sarasota Bay, I mean, that was north of the eye. 30 miles, 106 miles an hour. Venice 104, Fort Myers 100. Just saw a stat on Twitter. Fort Myers, the surge there doubled the previous record. So we're in a category here with Ian in Southwest Florida, like basically has never been recorded. And the record was doubled. To double a record is an incredible feat, especially when you look at weather records. Just incredible there. And Fort Myers there on the Caloosahatchee, you got to figure that upstream, farther north up the Gulf, that some of that surge was even higher, at least 15 to 20 feet. Maybe even more than that. The Hurricane Center forecast was trying to keep up with the storm as it was strengthening, as they were watching the numbers, running the models. If you do have a report to pass along to me, I do not want you to go outside to get these. But if you see something through a window, if you've got a rainfall report, a wind gust report, if you've got a weather station at home that recorded something interesting, at Greg the Weather, Twitter and Instagram. You can also email those to me. That's a great way to get those reports. But just be safe out there. And it is still not the time to get out. Certainly not before sunrise. You just don't want to be out there while it's dark. I would wait until at least at the earliest mid to late morning around Metro Tampa to start kind of peeking out there and venturing out. Let's see what daylight brings. Let's see as daylight comes, a lot of the cities are going to send out their crews to do a survey. It's very hard at night to get a real good feel for what's happening. So they'll send those crews out first, give them space on the roads. Give them time to assess the situation, to see where we're at, especially in some of these communities south of Tampa. Now, south of Sarasota, we're going to have a hard time getting a lot of information out of here just because I think of the extent of the damage from Northport down into Port Charlotte and over towards our friends at Punta Gorda. 75-mile-an-hour storm, but as Dia mentioned, this is probably going to be downgraded to a tropical storm. There's an outside chance it could try to keep it as a hurricane since it's about to reemerge over the Atlantic Ocean. But I suspect this is going to be a tropical storm. Very much what you would expect as a tropical system is crossing land. Now, as it crosses here, it's going to start to pick up some warm water off the Gulf Stream. So I'm watching some of these cloud tops. You see how they kind of flare up here around the Orlando area? I wonder if Ian is already feeling some of the influence of the warmer water off the East Florida coast. And that could at least maintain its intensity. Maybe it'll try to strengthen a little bit more as it is forecast to head up toward the north and east. Forecast track will need to be shifted. This is headed towards the Titusville area. I think it comes offshore. Interestingly enough, I think this thing is going to reemerge over the Atlantic by passing over the launch pad that NASA was using for the Artemis mission. So getting that rocket to not launch was a good idea, obviously. Securing it was a good idea. The storm is going to pass right over the launch pads at Cape Canaveral and then head out into the Atlantic Ocean. The heaviest weather, however, right here, north and west side of the storm. So northern Polk over towards Osceola and Orange County right now. That's where we're seeing some of the heaviest rainfall. Also up maybe towards the Villages, Lake Buena Vista, up towards Deltona, over towards the east side of Orlando, the UCF area, and then heading back out towards the beaches on the East Coast. For our region, the rain is done in Sarasota County. It's done in Manatee County. We're seeing a few scattered showers now around Hardee and DeSoto County, some rain, but this isn't all that bad. It's not all that bad right now. The good news is here, the flash flood warning for Polk County has expired. We do continue those, though, in the Orlando area, where we did see a couple of reports of flooding in the neighborhood and the water coming up to a couple of homes in that neighborhood. The rain solid there, Citrus, eastern portions of Hernando and Pasco County. It's basically 75 east. Once you get towards the coast, things are improving. Still looking at some light rain around Hillsborough County back over towards Lakeland. It's coming down a little heavier in Lakeland, especially the east side of town towards the Parkway and heading up towards Davenport. Polk City getting quite a bit. Lake Wales not getting much. So you kind of see as the storm pulls away, the heavier rain will go with it as well. The heavier winds are mainly still in these rain bands. So where you see the yellow and especially the oranges and the reds around Orlando, that's going to be some wind gusts probably above 60 miles an hour. By the way, the center right there. So in a tropical storm, you don't really have an eye, but it's spinning right there. It's probably right over Melbourne now, actually. So now it's going to head right up toward the launch pads. That's 39A right there at the northern end of Merritt Island, and then head right out of the Cape Canaveral seashore, right off the launch pads, out into the Atlantic Ocean, and may try to re-strengthen as it hits the Gulf Stream. That is not going to be an impact to us. The Carolinas worry about this one next. So there were some reports, and this is kind of interesting. I was looking at these earlier this morning. It's actually kind of interesting how far inland the hurricane-force wind gusts went. Fort Meade, 76-mile-an-hour wind gust. Southern portions of Highlands County, I'm not sure, there it goes, going to pop up, 79 miles per hour. Lake Placid, that's going to down some trees and power lines. That's an issue right there. St. Pete, not to be outdone, recording a wind gust of 77 miles an hour. Let's see what some of these reports in Orlando are. 57 miles per hour at the Executive Airport. That's the report there. Social media show power lines and some tree branches down near Beverly Avenue and Ballard Street at Altamont Springs. So you see there are some places there that are seeing some reports. Let's see if we can pull up any other wind reports out of the Orlando area. Let's click on that one here, south of downtown, see what pops up here. International Airport there in Orlando, 61 miles an hour. So that's exactly what I just told you. They're gusting 55 to 60 or 50 to 65 miles an hour. That kind of wind could down trees, maybe some power lines, but it's not going to be a huge concern. If you've got friends and family out in Orlando, they're going to be just fine. Looks like 66 miles per hour over towards Melbourne. That's the highest wind reported there. And then this one up north, this is going to be towards Cocoa Beach. Looks like a weather flow station there reporting a wind gust of 67 miles per hour. So you see what we're getting right now, and the Hurricane Center is going to use this information. We're not seeing any winds gusting, even on the East Coast here, into hurricane force. So I suspect they are going to downgrade Ian to a tropical storm. They're seeing winds of around 60 miles an hour there. Let's click on some of these flood reports. Video on social media showed flooding over Indian River Drive near Briarwood Lane it appears to be flooding from the Indian River. So what they are seeing there is river flooding. There is a lot of rain, maybe some surge too, the easterly wind pushing the Atlantic into some of the intercoastals here. So you're getting a little bit of flooding there. There's another wind report there. This is going to be Titusville, wind report of 67 miles an hour. So this is kind of what you would expect as that storm heads out towards the east coast and away from our region. There's another flood report here that popped up. Let's just see if we can get that, if that's something different. So this is from Broadcast Media on Twitter of 2 or 3 feet of water in an outlet mall parking lot. So you see, this is freshwater flooding. Water appears to be entering businesses. Also reports that Orange Blossom Trail in that area is impassable. So here's a tip for you here. So what we're learning here is that, all right, it's clearing out in Tampa. This is not the time to call your friends and your family in Orlando and say, all right, come on back. They're not at that point yet, okay? This is still a storm situation in Orlando. There are flooded roadways. There are winds gusting over 60 miles an hour. So it's going to clear out in Tampa before it clears out in Orlando. So your family, if you've got family in Orlando, they're sheltering there. They're staying through the rest of the day. I think that is really the safest thing to do. I think conditions here will improve through the morning, but you really don't want to be heading on the roads until at least late this afternoon or this evening at best, just to see what the water situation is going to be here after all this heavy rain, because there's a lot of heavy rain falling in this system, and now we're getting reports of some neighborhoods and some areas flooding. It's raining here. I'm sampling some of the radar data here. You see, half an inch to over an inch an hour, depending on where you are, and that's going to cause flooding in all kinds of places, especially in an urban environment where you don't have a lot of the ability of that stuff to drain away and get absorbed into the ground. There's a center. You can kind of see it better on this radar view right there. It's just like a little pop of heavier rain coming up on the Melbourne area, heading up towards Cape Canaveral. These rain bands here, this is going to be just north of downtown Orlando there toward maybe Altamont Springs. Very heavy. You're looking at probably over 2 inches an hour in some of these rainfalls. And they're coming in right off the Atlantic. So I wonder if some of these rain bands are picking up some Gulf Stream moisture and pushing it into this part of central Florida. So we could get some enhanced rainfalls here in the I-4 corridor between downtown Orlando and Daytona Beach. There could be some amounts that even exceed that 12, 13, 14 inches in some of these heavier rain bands. This is also where you're getting the wind. So this is the same rain band that just moved through the Orlando airport that had that 60-mile-an-hour wind gust. Now it's north of downtown. So winds there with that are consistently gusting above 60 miles an hour. So yes, it's probably a tropical storm already. The Hurricane Center will probably confirm that as of the 5 o'clock advisory. But 60 and 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts are nothing to kind of, just kind of brush off. These are going to down trees. They're going to down tree branches in many cases, and they're still not safe to be out there on the roadways. So we're still needing to stay inside. There, the rainfall totals, really huge contrast. This is estimated by radar. In the yellow here is basically 8 inches or more. Our graphics aren't designed to handle 15 and 20-inch rainfall amounts. So basically anything above 8 inches is going to be in the yellow. And you see that is a huge chunk of basically all of Sarasota County, all of Hardee County, northern DeSoto, northern Highlands, the southern half of Polk County, and then up into the Orlando area, Osceola, Orange counties as well. At least 8 inches of rain. We'll see what that official report is out of the Orlando airport once that rain subsides. Flood watches continue. Now, these are going to be probably taken down as well later this morning, as we're no longer watching for rainfall flooding. Now we're going to be monitoring rivers. So the Weather Service is going to switch from just aerial or wide-reaching flood advisories to just highlighting the specific rivers, and they'll start producing and giving us forecasts for these rivers and what their expected rises are going to be. I'll post some of those on my Twitter feed and my Instagram stories at Greg D. Weather. Try to get as many as I can. There's probably going to be quite a few that are going to be into major flood stage. As far as the rainfall, we're done. Here in Tampa, yeah, there's some sprinkles and light rain out there, but as far as anything that's going to accumulate or that would cause further issues, that part of it is done. And notice this long stretch of dry weather that we've got. This often happens after a storm, and I'll kind of touch on what Sean mentioned there. Yeah, there are going to be some changes in our weather. In fact, let me see if I can go back to the radar and kind of look at the motion of the storm. And you can kind of see this as Ian was moving away. So there's the storm right there. I'm going to switch one of my weather tools. And what you're seeing is as the storm moves away, the winds on the back side of the storm, I don't think it's going to, there it goes, are northwest to southeast. So Ian is pulling down some drier and cooler air. Not only that, because the storm has such a huge wind field, there was a lot of churning of the Gulf of Mexico. And what happens is the warmest water is at the top with colder water below. As Ian moved through and sloshed the Gulf around, in or out of the land, it's going to mix that water up and the water temperatures are going to drop. I suspect that the readings for our water temperatures are probably already lower. I have one graphic I know where I do have a live temperature of the water over at Clearwater Beach. Now, this is going to be the beach forecast. Actually, not the worst beach day by the afternoon, but let's see what that reading is. Look at that. Look at that water temperature. The water temperature before Ian came was 88. It is now 76. So 12-degree temperature drop at Clearwater Beach. If you were to go into the water today, and I do not recommend that, the surf is going to be up with an onshore flow. Rip currents are going to be a threat. This is not the time to get in the water. But that water is going to be significantly colder. And I think that's going to be the case now for a while. And that's why our temperatures are also going to drop as well. It's because the water temperatures have dropped so much as Ian pulls away from us and heads out over the Atlantic Ocean. So really interesting setup here. This is exactly how Irma went down. Before Irma arrived 5 years ago, it was hot and humid. It felt like summer. Irma departed, and we never had that summer feel for the rest of that season. We quickly switched into fall, and that's because it really churned up so much water. The water temperatures drop. When the water temperatures drop, you get cooler nights and less humidity. The water just provides less humidity to the air. So I think for at least the next week, now the sun's going to return. Late September sun is strong. I think the water temperatures will come up some, but the water temperature is not likely to come up to 90 degrees again this season. I think we're done with that. I think this storm is going to put an end to that. Typically, as you head into October, highs are in the 80s, lows are in the 60s, and I think that's where we immediately go after Ian moves away. 75-mile-an-hour storm, the advisory coming soon. If it does become a tropical storm by then, hurricane warnings will be dropped. We're going to see likely maybe tropical storm warnings replace some of those. I think that is likely. And maybe even completely dropping some of the advisories for the Florida West Coast. So once we're done with Ian later this afternoon, then we switch our attention to the Carolinas, specifically the central coast of South Carolina and up towards Myrtle Beach. So this is going to be north of Beaufort, heading up through Charleston and up to Myrtle Beach. As this storm makes a turn back to the north and west, it could produce some water movement here along the coast. They'll be watching for a surge with that storm as well. And then the rainfall threat in the interior. As you go up into South Carolina and North Carolina, you go up in elevation. As Ian's moist air gets pushed up into the Appalachians, these eastern-facing slopes are going to get a lot of rain. We could be looking at what we got here, except there, instead of spreading out over a flat surface, it gets channeled down deep valleys, and flash flooding is going to be a big concern. Officially, there is still a surge alert. I don't think that surge is going to happen. I've been watching the tide gauge in the bay. They're still running, the tides are still running 2 feet below where they should be. So even if there were to be some kind of water movement back into the bay, it would only bring the levels back to where they should be. So I don't think that's a concern for us any longer. I think the Weather Service will drop those shortly. Winds 30, 40 miles an hour, gusts around Hillsborough and Pinellas County, over towards Citrus, Hernando, and Pasco County as well. I know for you folks up here, this really wasn't a huge deal of a storm. It was rainy, it was windy, but we certainly didn't have some of the more damaging wind gusts, especially Citrus and Hernando County from Ian, especially since it took a little jog to the south, even in the last few hours, tracking across northern Highlands County, the center, instead of into central Polk County. That took the heavier wind core away from Hernando and Citrus, though it did clip eastern portions of Pasco County during the overnight. Wind gusts still strong in Polk County down toward Highlands. The lowest wind speeds, this is where we need them to be lowest, down towards Manatee and Sarasota County. The cleanup here is going to be extensive. Very curious what happens down here. We've got some reporters trying to make their way down toward Northport this morning. I'm very interested to see what they'll find. I think flooding from rainfall in Northport is a big concern. I remember back in Ada, you folks had 13 inches of rain when a rain band from that storm sat over Northport for hours and hours and hours. It's likely that the rainfall total from this storm is even higher. So the flooding situation in Northport may be a whole issue on its own. And then there's the wind damage, since remember, Northport likely had winds in the 100 to 125 mile an hour range as that eye wall was moving by. And you were in that eye wall for a while. And that kind of wind over a long period of time really tends to do a lot of damage. This is great news for Lakeland. This is your hour-by-hour wind forecast for today. You notice the winds just gradually dropping throughout the day. Now, it's still going to be breezy all day. Windy in the morning, I would say, and then breezy in the afternoon. But this is much better than where we were just about 6 hours ago. Over towards Tampa, wind gusts, they could still be in that 50 mile an hour range early, and then they drop off during the afternoon. So this is the thing with Ian. It's going to be a really slow exit as the storm has weakened. Its winds have just spread out over a huge area. When the 5 o'clock advisory comes from the Hurricane Center, I'll show you the new wind field. I suspect it's going to extend from the Gulf of Mexico all the way out into the Atlantic and then up into Georgia and maybe even South Carolina. I mean, this is the width of this storm right now. There was so much energy in this system. Ian is going to be on a list of hurricanes in terms of intensity by the surge, by the wind. It's going to be in that top list of some of the strongest storms that ever made landfall in U.S. history. You're going to talk about this storm. And unfortunately, we talked about this when it forms. There will never be another Ian again. This name is done. I can already tell you that this name is not going to be used again. Once again, for the 14th time now, the ice storm will be retired, and there'll be a new one to take its place in 6 years when this list of names comes along again. Wind forecast, the potential here, I think the model overdoing it up across the Nature Coast. You see by the afternoon and evening, winds dropping to about 20 miles an hour. Hillsborough and Pinellas County, yeah, you could still see wind gusts 40 to 45 miles an hour through the morning, but look what happens during the afternoon. We drop those wind gusts into the 20s and 30s by tonight, so things getting better and better as we go through the day. Polk County, still pretty windy this morning, still some wind gusts there, but those are going to be decreasing as we go into the afternoon. And before I send it back to James Adia, I do want to show you the extended forecast, kind of hinted at it with that wind flow around Ian. Look at this 7-day forecast. This is just amazing. Looking at the forecast for tomorrow, partly sunny skies. Look at those temperatures, upper 70s to around 80 degrees. It's like we've moved to a different state just in 24 to 36 hours. And then that's it. With those water temperatures cooler, temperatures stay in the 80s all of next week. This is like northern summer has moved in. And we've got partly sunny skies. The humidity will be lower too. And I can tell that because the overnight lows fall back into the 60s. And because the overnight lows fall into the 60s, I suspect dew points are going to be in the 60s too. And if you're a Floridian, you know when that dew point falls back into the 60s, it feels 1,000% better. And that's going to be the case. So if you are in a situation where you don't have power and you think this may last a while, this is great news for you. The afternoons will not be unbearable. The humidity will be tolerable. It'll be there, but it'll be tolerable. And the overnights will give you a really nice break to open up your windows, get some fresh, cooler air in the house. This is better sleeping weather, which I know is really tough when you don't have air conditioning here in the summertime after a storm. So this is some much needed relief and some really good dry weather for what I think will be an extensive cleanup down across southwest Florida. Guys.
All right, thank you so much, Greg. And again, we are still waiting to find out the extent of that damage. At sunlight, we will know more, but authorities, again, trying to make sure that people understand the importance. It's a safety thing of not getting on the road because you don't know what to expect out there. Greg was talking about how we're not really out of the woods yet. That wind is still gusting out there in some parts, and it could blow tree limbs that are hanging, could blow them loose, could blow down power lines, power lines. We've already gotten reports of power lines down in some areas. So first responders saying just to stay indoors as much as possible, only if it's an emergency. But if you don't have to get on the road, they're asking you not to get outside at all.
Yeah, I'll bounce off something he said too. You know, if you did evacuate family to Orlando, those surrounding areas, now's not the time to tell them to come back. The storm's still working its way out of here. We expect that to be sometime around 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. when the storm leaves our state. Greg basically saying, not quite giving the all clear yet. Okay, so as you wake up and things may look better around you, just be careful. Not yet. The storm, it is in the process of leaving our area. And as we say that, the Winter Haven Police Department now asking people, do not drive around to check on the damage.
Yeah, they say downed power lines pose a threat, and major intersections don't even have working traffic signals. So you really don't want to be out there. Here's video of a downed power line in the Winter Haven area. The fire department found this one in a neighborhood. Police say this is road debris, and they are also finding some other road debris that are crossing they're finding across the streets in cities and across Polk County. Crews tell us that they're going to start removing debris and restoring traffic signals as soon as it's safe to do so. But again, they don't want to put their crews at risk right now, too, because Polk County is experiencing the worst of this storm as it moves through the state, across the state, and over onto the East Coast. We've had our crews out there. We've been seeing that rain blowing sideways. So as soon as it clears out there, they'll send those road crews out to assess the damage. But until then, they're asking people just to stay indoors and wait until you get the all clear to go out.
If you live around a body of water, and the levels are a little bit different. For example, the bay has been pushed back quite a bit. Don't assume that you're all good there either. We want to wait and see where those levels come back to, although not a high level of concern from the weather department on what's going to happen. But let's see it firsthand, Dia.
Yeah, that's right. High tide is at 4:30. Larissa Scott has been on Bayshore Boulevard for us since yesterday. She's been watching to see if the water comes back in. Larissa, are you beginning to see anything yet?
Well, you know, I know that we've been talking about the reverse surge, and we've been keeping an eye on that here in the bay. I want to show you. I know it's kind of dark right now, so you can't really see it, but the water is starting to come back a little bit now. An hour ago, this area here was still completely dry. Now, not so much. It's still very low, but the water is definitely coming back now. As you said, Greg said we'll start to see that high tide basically around right now, around 4:30. So we are expecting this to rise some more. You'll remember yesterday, so much water got sucked out that people were walking on this. Tampa police were even out here making sure that they wouldn't walk out there for their safety. That will not be the case again today. Again, the water is definitely rising, and we'll be out here monitoring to see just how high it will get.
All right, thank you so much, Larissa. Again, you know, Larissa said about an hour ago, it slowly began to trickle back in. Larissa, that had to have been a sight to see. What did it look like? Was it just kind of, you know, shallow water just coming in? Describe what you were seeing.
Well, you know, an hour ago it was dry. You know, we went over, you know, across the street to kind of check out some of the wind damage, and then we popped back over here and the water started to come back in. So we've been seeing the wind pushing some of the water back in, so it's slowly, very slowly moving in, but definitely, you know, in the time that we've been here, we have seen it come in. But incredible to think that even, like I said, just an hour ago, this area here is still completely dry, so moving pretty quickly.
Yeah, not quite as deep as it normally is, but again, at least the water is beginning to come back. Again, high tide at 4:30. We'll check back in with Larissa in about an hour or so and see how it looks out there.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, Greg talking about how the wind direction and what he's looking at and where he thinks there might be some higher levels would be more in the Riverview area. So, again, something else we'll keep track of, and we'll get back to it. Jada Williams, she has been in Sarasota for us all morning long. When we first checked in with her a couple of hours ago, still some somewhat rough conditions out there for her. Things have improved quite a bit. She's been staying at a shelter all evening long.
Jada, want to check in with you now. We're going to keep coming to you throughout the morning. The folks that are in that shelter, you said about 300 people had been finally getting some sleep. Authorities there were telling them not to leave. And so the good thing is, you know, folks now can rest assured that, you know, the worst of the storm has passed them by, and at least they're going to get a little bit of a nap before they get up and venture out to see what kind of damage they experience in the Sarasota area.
Yeah, and when you mention the worst of the storm, and when you think about just this particular area, this is quite possibly the worst of it. This is probably the biggest piece of debris that we have at this shelter. Now, this is Fruitville Elementary School. It's in the Fruitville, Sarasota Springs neighborhood. A lot of the people who have evacuated are from this area of town. But this is really it. Just this debris. Like I said, this is probably the biggest piece that we have out here. A lot of it coming from these two very large trees that sit right in the middle of that campus. When that storm hit, it was really interesting and it's kind of scary to see those trees whipping back and forth, considering just how big and majestic the trees look right now. And we are seeing some strong winds, but nothing at all compared to what we were seeing yesterday, even this time yesterday. But 4 a.m., 4 p.m., no matter what, today is completely different out here, so you can definitely imagine that a lot of the people staying at the shelter are finally able to breathe at least a little bit of a sigh of relief that the storm has now passed. They're getting a little bit of sleep before they wake up and they go and survey what has happened in their homes and in their neighborhoods.
Yeah, but when they went to bed last night, that storm was bearing down on the southern Sarasota County. Jada, describe what it was like. The storm made landfall south of Sarasota County, but describe what it was like during the height of the storm. The eye was, basically south of Sarasota, but Sarasota experienced some of the strongest storms, as a result of this hurricane. Describe what it was like.
Yeah, one of the main things is you could hear it. You could hear the wind. You could hear this debris, even though it's not big. You could still hear it falling to the ground and hitting the building and all, definitely from whatever part of the school that you were seeking shelter in. But the other thing was just looking out of the window and seeing how white it was from that heavy rain coming down and the wind whipping it around. And again, those trees, these are very large oak trees that you can see right here. And you wouldn't imagine how they were moving, especially the leaves on them and all, but they were whipping around a lot. And you can see it's still windy out here. Again, nothing like it was yesterday, but still windy. But just to watch that really put into perspective how strong the winds were out here and how much rain was actually coming down. And thankfully, we were inside the shelter. It is a place that is known to be able to withstand a hurricane, so everyone felt safe. Everyone got to a safe place, even a window in here. And they were taking videos and pictures and all, because while it is scary, it's also cool to look at and see.
Yeah, Jada, that's the most important thing. You guys were safe, but I wanted to just quickly, you did mention that there are a lot of sleepless nights inside that shelter, but you see anybody trying to leave right now in the last hour or so since we've checked in?
Maybe one or two people that have kind of scooted out and trying to leave yet again. Now, we had a lot more people leaving last night. A lot of them, once the rain slowed down enough, once the winds were a lot slower than they were during the thick of the storm, they decided to venture out, and they came back pretty quickly because of multiple reasons. Flooded roads, down power lines, down trees. They were able to get in touch with a neighbor, family member, friend who said that there was damage that they should avoid. So not too many people are trying to leave now compared to last night. And that's because most of the people who are still here realize that outside of this area, there's a lot of damage in Sarasota County. And so they want to wait until they know that emergency officials can do something about that and it can clear itself up, at least enough for them to be able to get to their homes without too much of a problem.
Yes, Jada, you did mention that you never lost power at that school, even though there is no generator there. That school serving as a shelter. But those folks sadly might go home and find that they don't have power. 257,000 customers, more than 257,000 customers in the Sarasota County area don't have power. So authorities there at that shelter, they're urging them just to stay put until at least daylight, until it's safe to go out, right?
Yeah, they're saying that, you have what you may need right here at the shelter. It's a place with power, there's water, there's snacks available for the people here. So they're saying that don't chance it. It's not safe to get on the roads, especially if you know that you may live in an area that saw a lot of damage, especially the people that evacuated from zones A and zones B in Sarasota County. So they're saying just stay here, whatever you may need for the time being, even though a lot of people are anxious to get home. It's probably better to just stay put just a little while longer.
All right, Jada Williams for us in Sarasota County this morning. One of the reasons some of those people left and came back didn't have power. Got home and realized they don't have power, and that is a growing problem. Dia, you brought it up as the storm moves through the center of our state and off the East Coast. We expect the numbers to rise, and they have, even more so.
We do want to give you some updates on power outages right now. So far, almost 2.5 million people in Florida are without power across our state. All these updates came in around 4 o'clock this morning, so we do expect them to change throughout the morning. Right now in our area, Florida Power and Light is reporting more than 226,000 customers without power in Sarasota. We just told you that. We are, Jada, the shelter where she is, she said never lost power. The school did not have a generator. But again, so many people are staying there, 300 people staying there. Sarasota County, hit pretty hard. 257,000 people, customers, I should say, don't have power. But we'll continue to update these numbers.
We're over 172,000 people in Manatee County reported to be without power. Something we will continue to watch there as well. Next up, we have a Duke Energy report.
Yeah, we do. This one's from Pinellas County. 191,000 customers don't have power in that area. That's a few hundred less than what we reported. Actually, a few hundred more than what we reported about an hour ago. So again, the storm has passed through, that area, but, still raining a little bit in some of those areas.
Yeah,
so
still
again, those
raining.
numbers are going to change.
And lots of heavy wind, too, still. Just like an afternoon thunderstorm type of wind, but nonetheless enough to knock out power. I'm checking out some big outage areas in Hillsborough County. A couple of estimates from TECO are trying to return power by 8 a.m., but right now in Hillsborough County, TECO reporting over 217,000 customers without power. That is a big increase from our update we had for you as we crossed over into Thursday morning here. Of course, we'll keep you updated as that number is sure to change, hopefully for the better.
Okay, now we want to go to Polk County. 189,000 customers without power. Polk County, of course, getting hit the hardest right now by this storm over the past few hours. We'll continue to update this number as it changes. Greg D says in the next half hour or so, 20 minutes or so, he is expecting the National Hurricane Center to downgrade Ian to a tropical storm. We're hoping that happens. The storm, basically, deteriorating, as it crosses the state, losing power as it crosses the state. Greg did talk a little bit about, there's still a little eye trying to form and possibly could reform again once it hits the Atlantic, but won't nearly be as strong as what we saw when it hit our coast.
Yeah, again, something to still watch. I mean, it was easily a top 5 storm in the history of our state that hit us, and it's we say it ad nauseum, but it's worth repeating. Just a little over 12 hours ago, we were looking at a near Category 5 storm approaching us. So it's nice to see that at least to garner some kind of positivity here, Dia, some kind of encouragement. It didn't stall like at one point we thought it might. It has moved through the state. Of course, we wish it was a little bit faster, but people waking up to see that this is almost out of here, and that's a good thing.
If you've got family in Brandon and you want to know how they're doing, Sarah Hollenbeck is in that area. She showed us some road debris a little while ago, but for the most part, Sarah, the conditions there have improved dramatically.
Absolutely. We're at Bloomingdale and Duncan, and this is an area that is not seeing power. So we are seeing some power outages in this area, but they seem to be few and far in between. Now, you know that there's always ATMs up and running. They never go down, but you can tell that this one does not have power at this Wells Fargo bank. And that is just a small area here that we're finding in the Riverview Brandon area. But take a look at this racetrack. You can tell because they always keep their their lights on, but it is extremely dark over there. So this is definitely an area that does not have power. Now, as we were about to drive into that racetrack to show you guys, we found the down power line. So we quickly backed up. So we made sure that we didn't go anywhere near that down power line. But that's one of the concerns as people wake up. You know, it doesn't look like there's a lot of damage in the Bradenton Riverview area, but there are still those down trees. There are still those down power lines. So it's something that people need to be wary of as they are assessing the damage this morning. But as you mentioned, Dia, you know, this is few and far in between. We found a few down trees. We found this power outage here, but luckily we're not seeing a lot of damage in this area. And that is something that people are very happy to wake up to here in the Bradenton Riverview area. Back to you guys.
All right, Sarah, I saw just one truck pass by. Are you seeing a lot of people on the road there as you were driving around?
Only a handful. We saw an ambulance that drove by. We've had a couple people that we've seen drive by, but still not too many. It seems like people are still, you know, either sleeping or staying in their homes, but they're definitely going to want to, you know, get out and about. And I'm sure as that sun comes up, more people will be trying to explore to see what kind of damage there is and make sure that their homes, businesses are all doing well.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you, Sarah. We'll check in with you a little bit later on.
All right. Another look at conditions. And this one could be slightly more interesting because we're going to go out to Davenport near the Disney parks. To reference it on a map for you, Kevin Lewis and Kyle Berger working together out there. I think we have Kevin right now. Last time we checked in with them, they're getting those the gusty winds and still raining pretty good. So let's take a look and see what Kevin's seeing. There he is. Hey, Kev.
Yeah, the wind picked up a couple hours ago, and it really hasn't stopped. The rain is let up a little bit, but it's the whipping wind, and you can still hear it howling a little bit. Here in Davenport. We're in a condominium complex. A lot of cars in the parking lot, not a lot of cars driving around though, and we are some of the lucky ones because we, knock on wood or whatever, have had power all night. Haven't lost it yet. We had a faulty light bulb scare in the house about an hour or so ago, but yeah, the power's been on up and down the street, the complexes across really both ways, so we've been lucky that way. Again, gas stations ran out of gas last night. People were getting last bits of things at grocery stores that closed around 5 or 6 o'clock. And people kind of sensed it was coming, and it did overnight in the past 3-4 hours or when it was at its strongest. But no damage yet, no tree limbs, nothing, no power lines, thankfully, down that we have been able to see. We're kind of limited on what we have been able to see. But as of right now, it looks like we're just getting a lot of wind and a lot of rain steadily for the past couple hours, and it looks like we're going to get some more here in the next couple.
Just as we thought, as Kevin Lewis joining us here in Davenport, you guys were going to try and make a little trek over to Disney Springs at some point too. Can you tell us about what your plan is, what else you want to try and survey out there?
Yeah, I just want to see what is open. Some businesses boarded up, and then businesses right next to them did not, and some were closed. Some said they were going to try to stay open each day as long as possible, and just kind of see how much people want to get back to normal, and if the gas stations. We saw one gas station getting filled right before they closed, so I don't know if people will be rushing to fill up their tanks or if they're going back to Tampa when it's safe and the roads are passable again, if they're going to do that in the morning. So we kind of see which way the traffic's flowing. It was light traffic last night before all this started, so how many people maybe are coming back toward the Tampa Bay area from Orlando and the surrounding area. It'll be interesting to see tomorrow around Disney and the Kissimmee area.
All right, thank you so much, Kevin. We do want to stay in Polk County right now. Chad Mills was in Bartow earlier today. He was also in Lakeland checking out the damage there. He filed this report for us overnight. Here's a look at what happened in that area.
Here in downtown Lakeland, we are still feeling the impact of Hurricane Ian as we speak, kind of in a nice-sized gust, I would say right now, kind of coming from the north, blowing us toward the south. Actually, a little bit hard to stand where I am right now. That's Lake Mirror behind me in the distance there. Looks like they lost power on that side of the lake, which is why... Wow. Can I get to... Had to get out of that gust there just so we can focus and talk here because we have a little bit of an update from across Polk County. We are expecting to be briefed by the city of Bartow here in the next hour or so. I have a call to Bartow Police Department. They're going to be calling me back here shortly. Did just check in with the fire chief over in Lake Wales, and he passed along some pretty good news. He says things are actually looking pretty good there in Lake Wales. Obviously, they took a more direct hit than where we are in terms of the eye wall passing closer to Lake Wales than where we are in Lakeland. So that's good news from Lake Wales. Back to Bartow for a moment, though. Obviously, we have spent so much time talking about the Peace River, the impact that area could feel from flooding, some from the rain in the low-lying areas of Bartow, but then when the river rises from all of the rain working its way down into that basin, they expect major flooding levels along the Peace River there in Bartow and south into Hardy County. A lady we talked to yesterday just sent me these pictures of her mobile home park. It's called the Peace River Village. It's right on the east of the Peace River, right on State Road 60 in Bartow. You can see mobile homes already surrounded by water. Doesn't look like any of these are being breached, but this could be just a sign of what's to come there at that mobile home park and other communities along the Peace River in Polk County and south. So we'll continue to monitor things there as well and bring you more updates from Polk County throughout the morning here on ABC Action News. We're live in Lakeland. Chad Mills, ABC Action News.
Thank you so much, Chad. Chad talked about the Peace River. Greg D just tweeted that the Peace River in Hardy County expected to break record levels. So we're going to follow that up and let you know what's happening out there.
It's high. I mean, it's high. It's high right now. I'm looking at a picture of a sailboat completely submerged underwater along the Peace River there. So that's in Lashley Park, if you're familiar. Yeah, that's going to be something to keep an eye on. That could be a real mess out there.
Ian made its way to the east coast of Florida on its way now, bringing strong winds and rain with it. I want to show you some video right now. Here's the rain in Kissimmee from this morning. That's where some of our crews are trying to make their way to. You can see the wind blowing sheets of rain. We mentioned that this did result in flooding in Kissimmee.
And stay on the East Coast. There. Yeah, no surprise. No surprise here what we're seeing. And this is in Daytona Beach. Strong winds and rain from Ian 2. You can see. You get for those trees are a litmus test for wind, right? It gives you an idea. Heavy rain also coming down. We checked in several times Daytona Beach. Dia, this video is probably more than an hour old at this point, but we actually watched that build up from about midnight on, the conditions worsening out there.
And it's going to get worse as that storm makes its way closer to that coast. Ian also caused damage in Daytona. This is video of a broken gate. The fence and the gate were broken by fallen debris. That debris included tree branches and tree limbs. Telecommunications giant Comcast says about 200,000 Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspots in Florida, Alabama, Georgia, and South Carolina. They told us about some problems that they're having with them. The move is meant to help people stay connected during Hurricane Ian.
Yes, that's right. They're going to open these hotspots up. They're public hotspots. They're available for free to everyone, including non-Xfinity customers. Roughly 90,000 of the hotspots are going to be in Florida, where, as we just told you, almost 2.5 million people are without electricity at this hour. A map of public Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspots is available at xfinity.com/Wi-Fi. You can get to that website on your phone and find it. Once you do, pull up your Wi-Fi settings on your phone or your mobile device, laptop, whatever, to connect to it.
You want to make sure that you stay connected to not just family, but also connected to information sources so that you know how to keep you and your family safe. Okay, do we want to show that video from Daytona? Want to see this? This is a live look, actually, Daytona.
Okay,
I tell you, this looks like it has gotten worse. We've been checking this throughout the morning, and it does not seem to have died down at all. That storm is heading towards the Space Coast right now. Again, Daytona in the crosshairs. Daytona and that whole area of Volusia County experiencing some major power outages as well. That wind is whipping.
Yeah, great.
Rain blowing sideways there.
Any idea what strength gusts we're looking at here? What kind of wind is this, just for our viewers?
Probably in that 60 to 65 mile an hour range. So they're getting the worst of it.
A tropical storm force.
Yeah, they're getting it right now. So this is the worst that they have seen as that northern section of the old eye wall moves up the East Coast. This is going to be the case there, James, probably for the next couple hours, maybe 3 hours. And this is where the power outage situation is going. I'm waiting from the latest update from the Hurricane Center now. Still not in yet, but I expect that in just a couple of minutes. I expect this to become a tropical storm, but When you look at the wind, yeah, the wind may drop from 75 to 70, but this is still a very powerful system.
And it's significant. It can do some damage. You know, we're talking down power lines, down trees, fences, that kind of thing. Staggering video here we want to show you coming out of Kissimmee, an area completely flooded here. It appears to be a local shopping complex. Yeah, just a couple of hours ago, the city of Kissimmee said police and fire crews could no longer respond to calls due to the high winds they're experiencing or were experiencing there. They're still encouraging people to call 911 if they need some kind of emergency help.
You know, we know our community so well, so we totally expected to see this. Efforts to raise money for those impacted by Hurricane Ian are beginning to pick up. We knew Sean Daly had been talking about all morning. Of course, money is really needed, but if you can't donate money, volunteering your time is just as valuable. So we knew that was going to happen. We knew the Bay Area. So many people had been calling us asking, how can we help?
Exactly. And the Tampa Bay Lightning and the Nashville Predators are holding a preseason game tonight. And hat tip to the Predators. They're actually holding a virtual auction to raise money for hurricane relief. We will get you some more details on that later on here this morning. We can pull that up. But right now, Dia, we want to talk about more storm response coming here.
Yeah.
Okay. We do have info on this auction. Okay. The Nashville Predators are doing. They're auctioning off signed jerseys from the Lightning and the Preds. The information you need is right here. Text Preds, P-R-E-D-S, to 76278. The auction is open from now until tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay, I want to get back to FEMA now. FEMA is ramping up its response to Hurricane Ian. We'll be ready when the sun comes up. They've established multiple search and rescue teams in Miami. They're planning to send out to the areas that have been hardest hit by the storm here in Florida, Southwest Florida. Those teams are ready to conduct search and rescue missions in water and, of course, on land as well. State officials are promising immediate medical, financial, and other help as soon as it is safe to get their crews into the hardest hit areas. FEMA says it's set to deploy 600 people to search and aid any survivors, search for and help anybody they can find. Taking Action reporter Jackie Calloway has more details.
This morning, Florida's CFO Jimmy Petronas said there was an army of help on standby to start search and rescue efforts.
We have 5 FEMA teams that are out-of-state teams that are here to create a total complement of 600 boots on the ground, pairs of boots on the ground. That includes trauma surgeons, engineers, and also canine units, in addition to shallow water boat vehicles. These groups will enter into those neighborhoods of the affected, devastated areas.
And the state plans to set up local centers for those who need to file property insurance claims.
Our office will be setting up insurance villages in those affected areas where the insurance carriers will set up. They will be taking claims.
The Department of Economic Opportunity says it's allocated $1.4 million to help those hardest hit with everything from shelter to utility payments. And he said the state would work with local officials to identify and assist victims after the storm.
To ensure that resources are being mobilized to serve our most vulnerable Floridians in the aftermath of the hurricane and impacted communities, including shelter and temporary housing, electrical repairs, debris removal, transportation, fuel, utility deposit, utility payments.
Okay, you're going to find more information about the state's recovery plan and resources. That's going to be at floridadisaster.biz. Matter of fact, I'll just tweet that out and share that right now for any of you that may be in need of help or know someone who is.
The Highlands County Sheriff's Office is asking everyone there to stay indoors. The Sheriff's Office says that they recommend that everyone stays in their place of shelter until daylight. They're warning that they want you to be on the lookout for downed power lines because you're going to see them. They also say don't drive over them, don't go near them, and always assume that they're active, even if you don't see them sparking.
And the Sheriff's Office also recommends avoid standing water. For so many reasons. You know, Greg put it best. He said, don't drive over, don't walk over any standing water or big flooded areas because you just don't know what's underneath. Officials also want Highlands County residents there to be aware of trees or branches that could fall due to wind. They say help is coming, but it could take some time.
You know, one of the things that you think about, too, what's in that standing water, you don't know what's in it. There could be wildlife in that water. You know, we've seen, snakes in the water. Also, I remember a couple of years ago, one of the hurricanes, there was like a floating ant bed. You know, you see that a lot of times in the water. So you just don't want to get out. You don't want to wade through it because, again, you just don't know what's in it. And also, it could be sewer water. So you want to make sure that you keep the kids out of it as well. Even, even as conditions clear, just don't go and play in any of that water outside.
Okay, we have a view of what do we
This
get?
from the Winter Haven Police Department. Is that where we're going, the fire department there?
All right, yeah.
They're battling some dangerous wind and rain. This happened yesterday in that area. We're going to show that video? No, we don't have that one.
We do know there's so many other crews. They came across some downed power lines about an hour ago in a neighborhood, and the power lines seemed to spark a fire along a white picket fence. Here's that video, Dia, you were looking for in the neighborhood. Crews warn if anyone doubts the danger of a storm like this, this is just one of many incidents. The fire rescue says right before this happened, they even saw a trampoline fly in front of their truck. That's what the kind of force winds that we saw in the Bay Area, that's the kind of things that it can do and most likely did do. And a few minutes ago, you heard from Chad Mills, who's in Lakeland. We now want to take a look at some video that our photojournalist Tim Jones shot late last night in Lakeland. This is kind of reminiscent what we just saw there, Dia, of what's going on live right now in Daytona Beach. And Greg noted that those are likely winds in excess of 65 miles per hour.
It's going to be that way for a little while. We'll check in with them throughout the morning just to see what conditions look like there. I want to take you to the city of Sanibel now. They posted this time lapse on their Twitter page, this time lapse video on their Twitter page. Hurricane Ian's heavy storm surge caused the island streets to flood. This is part of Lee County that was under the mandatory evacuation. Emergency responders will assess conditions on Sanibel Island after the storm passes. They want to determine whether it's safe to allow residents to go back home. But again, we do want to check in with Greg D because we know that a lot of people are just waking up with us this morning, waking up after a very long night, not sure of what to expect this morning. It may sound clear out there. Greg D, are we officially out of the clear?
I think we're getting there. I think we're getting there is where I'm at with this, just because now the worst of it is gone. Actually, there you go. So this actually just came in from the moment that this graphic was up to when I hit play on the show. Ian is now a tropical storm. So we are now looking at Tropical Storm Ian moving northeast at 8, winds of 65 miles an hour. Though there has been the western side of it has continued to look pretty strong, and there continues to be convection out over the Gulf Stream northeast of the Space Coast. So as Ian makes that turn towards the Carolinas, there is still an opportunity here for this storm to pick up maybe a little bit more strength, or at least maintain it. Let's go back to Daytona because they're getting some of the worst of it right now. I've got live pictures there. We were showing that earlier. Look at that wind. That is just incredible. When you look at how strong that sustained wind is, that is probably in that 50 to 60 mile an hour range. And what we're probably getting here are gusts at times that are exceeding 65 miles an hour. So just because the winds themselves sustained in the storm right now, the Hurricane Center thinks, are about 65 miles an hour. That doesn't mean you can't get a stronger gust. So this is really interesting how strong these winds are from Ian still out there. As I work here, it's a working weather station. I'll be coming in and out into the shot. I've got my computer right here working on some information for you. We got a long morning here, so this is going to be a lot of back and forth. Sometimes you'll see me on camera. Sometimes I'll walk off as I try to get you the latest information. So there's the latest info from the storm. I wanted to get you this. It's not a video. It's a photo. But Bill last night sent this to me. This is from his parents' place in Englewood. So this is one of the first pictures I've seen of what Englewood looks like. And there's some substantial tree damage. I'm seeing power lines all over the trees here. And Englewood likely had sustained winds in the triple digits with gusts somewhere in that 110 to 130 range. So this is just outside of their window. Obviously, they're not going to venture out anymore. And this was late yesterday afternoon, so this could have gotten worse as Ian was moving out. We'll have to get some more reports out of this. We do have reporters heading down towards Northport, Englewood, and Venice to try to investigate the situation. But this is one of my first looks from Bill's parents' house. He sent that to me in my Instagram messages yet last night while I was sleeping. And why I think some places will look worse than Englewood is just because of the winds. Cape Coral 140, that was a max gust. Punta Gorda 124, Sarasota Bay 106. That wind was offshore right there near Lido Key. So this was way out there. Now 106 is high, but you've got to realize that all the homes on the beaches there at Lido Key, over towards Siesta Key, they are built for these winds. Okay, Florida has building codes. That is a huge wind. And in other parts of the country, that could have done structural damage. It's not going to do a lot. Now, you're going to see a lot of videos of carports getting torn away, pool cages, that kind of deal. Yeah, they're aluminum. They're just basically bolted to the ground. They're not meant to be permanently attached to these buildings. So that video is always going to be there. But the structure itself, the roof attached to the home, that's going to make it through that kind of a wind gust around Sarasota, unless you're in a mobile home, and that's a different story. Mobile homes are not designed to withstand winds like that, and neither will tie downs help in that situation. If you've got pictures like Bill does, maybe somebody sent you something from Englewood or Northport or Venice or even Southwest Florida for our friends down in Lee and Charlotte counties, forward it to me at Greg D. Weather, Twitter and Instagram. Send it to me via email, gregdaddee@WFTS.com. We'll continue to share some of this information. I don't want to just put up anything I find on social media. Some of this is hard to verify. And I want to make sure that it is from the right location. There were several posts last night that I ran into that people quickly flagged as saying, no, this is not from Ian. This is someone reusing video. People do that. It's a shame that they do, but they reuse old videos from old storms claiming that this is this town now. And luckily, there are a lot of meteorologists out there who can quickly correct that information. So the latest track from the Hurricane Center on Ian, you'll see it right there. I'm going to zoom out here on my maps so you can actually see what the new updated forecast is. So this is the new updated track on the storm. Daytona, of course, in Volusia County right there. So when we were looking at those live pictures, they are right in that red band. That is the thickest part of the storm. That is the strongest part of Ian right now. It's not near the center. This is no longer a hurricane. It's to the north in this nasty rain band on the north and northwest side. We talked about this before the storm. Remember back on Tuesday, how it looked like it was going to be the northwest side of the storm. That's where the energy was going to transfer. That's where you're going to see the strongest winds and the heaviest rain. And that's the way that worked out. That storm is strongest on the northwest side of it. And now this heavy rain, it's basically pouring. Do not try to travel on 95 for the next several hours from the Space Coast all the way up to Jacksonville. And this is going to spread up through Brunswick, through Savannah, through Beaufort, and then up into the low country and eventually Charleston and up towards Myrtle Beach. And then it's an inland rain issue for places like Columbia, Spartanburg, and up towards Asheville, North Carolina. As you see here, now Ian is pulling up a lot of moisture off the Atlantic. Now it's got this Atlantic Ocean that's open to it, and it's going to start to pull in all that moisture. So it's already going to start raining this morning along the South Carolina coast. At first, it's going to be light, but then the heavy stuff comes in, and that's just going to make the situation any worse. So I am sure that they are also concerned about freshwater flooding, and there probably could be some minor to moderate sea level rise as Ian heads in that direction. As the wind field in this storm is so wide, it just takes up so much space, we are likely to see some impact from that storm. Seeing some flash flood warnings popping up here around the Orlando area. This is going to be in Seminole County. Looks like so this is radar and gauge indicated. This is interesting. In Seminole County, they are calling this a catastrophic threat. So the National Weather Service here, north of the Orlando area. So this is going to be Altamont Springs, south of Sanford, north of Winter Park. This is Seminole County. They are thinking, looking at the gauges here and the rain gauges, that there is a chance of catastrophic flooding north of downtown Orlando. Now, that's not based on a report, that's radar based. But this is what they're dealing with. This place has already seen, these places in Orange, Seminole, and Osceola counties, they've already seen 14 inches of rain, and it is still pouring there at 1 to 2 inches per hour. The wind is still gusting over 60 miles an hour. So if you have friends and family right now that are sheltering in Orlando, this is not the time to come back to Tampa. Yes, Tampa is better. St. Peter's better. Wesley Chapel is better. If they got away from the water and they went to Orlando, they need to stay in, I would say at least into the afternoon. You really don't want to try to get out there because the winds are going to be strong here. There could be flooding. Some roadways could be flooded in the Orlando area into the afternoon, and then you're going to get some debris on the roads too. You saw the wind there in Daytona, just absolutely out of control. That's only going to persist over the next several hours. In fact, let's go up there. There's New Smyrna. There's Daytona. So what we were looking at there is this rain band here. That's what's impacting Daytona Beach. I suspect this one down here towards New Smyrna is probably even stronger, and that's rotating up into Daytona. So we're going to get a little break here in Daytona. There's a little break in between these two rain bands, and then that second one comes in. That one's a little closer to the center, probably going to produce an even stronger wind. And then there's the heavy rain that's piling up here along the coast. And the wind here is onshore. So if you've ever been to these East Coast beaches, there can already be some high surf out here. Now you push in all this water, and we're probably getting some beach erosion, maybe even some minor coastal flooding in some of these intercoastals as Ian churns up the coast. There is going to be some surge here up along the east coast of Florida. They are under surge warnings, just like we were, as Ian continues to move through. So our area is certainly doing better. Some of the reports that we've been able to gather over the last several days. Fort Meade last night, 1:16 in the morning, 76-mile-per-hour wind gust. Sebring, the weather station there at the airport, 78-mile-per-hour wind gust. These are impressive winds. Down into southern Highlands County, over towards Lake Placid, Mesonet station, 79 miles per hour. And then, of course, flooding reports and all kinds of wind reports down across Venice. Numerous reports of flooded roads and water in homes in the Venice area. That was yesterday evening. What's interesting there, it's 7:35. At 7:35, the center of Ian was already inland, and it was that backside of the eye wall with a wind that was probably a little bit more onshore that probably pushed in some of the water here into the coast. Satellite radar picture shows you that center really well. It's actually right where that yellow dot is, right there near I-95. That's going to head up towards Merritt Island and the Space Coast, and there's that heavy rain band. It's south of Daytona now. So this is going to work its way up towards Daytona, where conditions are only going to get worse. Right now, up north of the launch pads, that's where the strongest winds are, probably in that 60 to 65 mile an hour range. Rainfall from the storm, 10 to 15 inches so far. I expect the numbers up here to increase around the Orlando area. We could see a couple more inches, maybe 3 or 4 more inches or more, depending on how long that rain band sticks around. So here's some good news. I'm going through with this with you in real time. The flood watches have been dropped. So now that Ian is a tropical storm and the rainfall is moving out, rainfall flooding is no longer going to be an issue. Now it's runoff flooding. All the water that's fallen, it's now gathering in creeks and streams, making its way towards rivers. If you follow me on Twitter, you just saw the Peace River expected to be in a moderate to high flood stage in Bartow, but once it makes its way down into Hardee and DeSoto County, we expect record-breaking flooding, especially around Zolfo Springs. So Zolfo Springs area, you're going to see the Peace River at a level like we've never seen it before. It should break the old record of 20.5 feet by reaching a flood stage of 21 feet in the next 24 to 48 hours. That water then makes its way down towards Arcadia in DeSoto County, where the Peace River there is also expected to be at major flood stage. Right now, the Weather Service doesn't think it's going to get to the record level in Arcadia, but it could be close. It's going to be within inches of the record level in Arcadia as well. So Zolfo Springs and Arcadia, watching that Peace River carefully. And of course, any roadways that are near it or cross it, please be careful. That river has never been this high in recorded history. 65-mile-an-hour storm right now. Ian just about to come off that east coast. Now the Weather Service, the Hurricane Center, does expect Ian to maintain tropical storm intensity as it heads north and east. So it looks like based on this forecast at least, they do not think as it heads up towards Charleston that this is going to regenerate into a hurricane. And I suspect it won't, but the winds could increase back to 70 miles an hour if it spends enough time over the warm waters there of the Atlantic. That's interesting. I think this is going to change. So we are still officially under hurricane warnings. These will be dropped soon. What happens is the Hurricane Center issues the advisory, and then the local Weather Service office coordinates along with that advisory to adjust the watches and the warnings. These may take a little bit longer to be changed they may either cancel these hurricane warnings or they may opt to maybe leave some counties in a tropical storm warning since the storm is still in the area and it does have a pretty wide wind field. The area that's covered by strong winds from Ian is pretty wide. So they may opt to just keep it right there. Forecast to track across South Carolina into western North Carolina and then just kind of fizzle out across the southern Appalachians. That's going to be a flood threat if that system sits there for too long. The Weather Service has elected to keep their surge advisory. I'm going to walk over to my computer here and check the tide gauge over at Tampa Bay at the port. But I don't see, I'm going to refresh my information here. I checked this earlier this morning. I do not think the surge here is going to be an issue. The wind is northwest, so if we were to get any kind of unusual sea level rise, that would likely be in the east and south parts of Hillsborough County. I'm looking at the gauge at Port Manatee. It is still below where it was forecast to be, so it's still below normal, and we're now past the high tide. So now the bay, naturally, the tide cycle is taking the water out. So any kind of push of the water back in is probably going to be canceled out by that tide moving out. Wind gusts have still been strong at times. You're going to get gusts to 40 miles an hour across the Bay Area, up towards the Nature Coast as well, Polk County. Still some gusts here east of Lakeland. So Winter Haven, Davenport, Polk City, 50 to 60 miles an hour. That's not out of the question. Lake Wales, yeah, that's still possible. Even northern portions of Highlands County. But once you get west of this area, I don't think the wind gusts are going to be an issue themselves. 36 over towards Maria Island. That's the latest gust there. 35 Venice, 34 back over towards Englewood. As Ian pulls away, the wind conditions will improve quite a bit. And you see that in Tampa. Now notice it's not a quick drop off. Every hour, this is in Lakeland, the wind will drop off by about 3 to 5 miles per hour. So we're going to start off with those winds near 50, work our way down into the winds down into the low 30s. So that's still a pretty windy day. If I was forecasting a day with winds of 30 miles an hour, I would call that very windy. But it is going to be a huge improvement over where we are out there this morning. Tampa could see some wind gusts still in that 50 mile an hour range. And this is what we were alluding to earlier. You do not want to just kind of rush out there and start cleaning up this morning because these winds will continue to loosen debris in the trees. They could still break additional branches that have been weakened by the storm, and additional debris may be falling during the day today. So please be very careful out there. I do think by 3, 4, 5 o'clock, as the sun sets, the wind gusts will really take a big step back, and we should see a lot lighter winds out there. Nature Coast didn't really see much out of this, and you're not going to see a lot through the afternoon. Now, you see the wind gusts here hour by hour in the Bay Area, still in that 40 to 50 mile an hour range by 10 o'clock this morning. Then we drop it to just around 40 miles an hour by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and then reduce the winds further with gusts below 30 miles an hour by 10 o'clock tonight. That's going to be a lot better. Polk County, it's a longer process as you're closer to the storm center. But Ian will also be accelerating its forward motion as it heads northeast. So I do think even here, by later on tonight, the winds return to a more normal level. Obviously not an issue here across the Sun Coast, as Manatee and Sarasota counties, you were the first to see the worst weather. You're also going to be the first to see some of the best weather as the wind moves away. And over towards Hardy, DeSoto, and Highlands counties, winds have already died down quite a bit, and I think they'll be lightest here later in the afternoon. So trying to get out there, do a little bit of cleaning up, assessing the situation. Hold off on doing that this morning. Let your local team, your local town or community, wherever you live, county or city or town, get out there. Let those officials do their assessment first. Where the power lines need to be cleared off the roads, where the trees need to be removed off the roads. That's going to be an important process. Give them several hours for that this morning, maybe longer, depending on how intense the impacts were from Ian in your community. And then by the afternoon and evening, you can get out there, probably start assessing your property and what's going on in your neighborhood. Just be careful of the wind. It'll be strong. And look at those temperatures staying in the 70s. That is, it's been a while. I've got to check the data, but it may be since last spring that we've seen a high in the 70s here in Tampa. That would be a first, certainly, in a very long time. Still could see some showers by midday, the Orlando area. This is still going to be wind. So Orlando through noon, I think, still gusts over 50. So if you've got family sheltering there, don't have them leave until after lunch. Then as they make their way back, I think conditions better by 4 o'clock. Look at the low to mid 70s. And then by 8 o'clock tonight, this is going to be something you will notice. You're going to step outside. You're going to need a jacket. I know, Florida folks. First little cool down of the season. This is going to be a shock to the system, especially after a hurricane. 69 in Lakeland at 8 o'clock this evening. Look at these temperatures overnight. Mid-60s. Zephyr Hills, Brooksville, Lakeland. 69 in Brandon by 11 o'clock this evening. Tampa down to 70, low 70s along the coast. That's nice. That's going to be really nice. And this nice weather lasts right into the next 7 days. I mean, this is just exactly what you need after a storm. Warm, sunny, dry days. Now, it's not going to be as dry in terms of the humidity as we will see in November and December, but the dew points are going to fall back into the 60s. So instead of being oppressive, it'll just be a little muggy. Temperatures at night in the 60s will allow you to open windows. I'll have to check the long-term forecast here, but you see that drop there? I think there's going to be another front moving into the area. You could see that in the overnight lows. They don't drop. The fronts this time of year don't drop our highs very much. We'll stay in the 80s. But 67 on Monday morning. Tuesday morning, we're down to 62 in Tampa. So if Tampa's down to 62, that means next week we could see some widespread 50s away from the coast, folks. Ian is going to be what's going to usher fall weather here into the Bay Area. And now that we're heading into October next week, I think it's going to be here to stay. I think October is going to start off as a really nice month, guys.
All right. Great. Thanks so much. We're waiting for sun to come up and to see what exactly our friends in Southwest Florida are up against. But there are already a lot of helpers ready to spring into action, and you can be one of them.
We suspect the damage is going to be extensive. Our hearts go out to everybody who was in the path of that storm in Southwest Florida. Hurricane Ian, one of the strongest hurricanes to ever hit the Southwest Florida area and really the United States. And so many people who are in the Bay Area were hearing about the damage. You're seeing some of the videos, some of the pictures of it, and you just feel, compelled to help. ABC Action News reporter Sean Daly is here in the studio now to explain a few ways that you can help with the recovery efforts, and your help is going to be so desperately needed, Sean.
Yeah, guys, we are hearing from a lot of our viewers. They are amazing. They're already planning on going out there today and helping whoever they can. I mean, they're seeing the devastating images of the storm's destruction, and they want to do something. Like a lot of you out there, they want to do something. They want to help. And the best way to help is with your time or, of course, money donations. But your time is very valuable. Dia's been saying it all day. Your time is valuable. And always make sure, real quick, that you're dealing with reputable charities. There's some not so nice people out there, but don't deal with them. But we have some great local groups like, Metropolitan Ministries here in Tampa is mobilizing a relief effort, sending 15,000 hot meals and 10,000 cold meals to our southern counties who are in so need of aid and our comfort. They also need good help all the time at Metro Min. And also donate your time or donate your money. Also, you've heard Governor DeSantis talk about Volunteer Florida, a great group, a nonprofit that has thousands of volunteering opportunities to fill, working with the Red Cross, Salvation Army, and various local and national organizations. And they will take your skills, what you're good at, and they will put you in a position to help people. And finally, the United Way has launched its Disaster Recovery Fund, and 100% of donations there go right to the victims of Hurricane Ian. If you'd like to donate time or money to any of these organizations, and you really should, go to abcactionnews.com for more information. Guys, back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Sean. Again, your time is just as valuable, if not more so, than the money. They need the money, but they really need the help right now. I told you how I'm going to spend my weekend. My kids were texting me all night long. They're going to need help. Feeding Tampa Bay is going to need help. The community food pantry is going to need help. So they've already signed up. I know exactly what we're going to be doing this week.
You probably know exactly what I'm thinking too. And they're actually excited about it.
Yeah,
the text exists. She's not making it up. They're definitely your kids. We want to go back out to Bayshore Boulevard, and with good reason. Larissa Scott, we want to see if things are changing out there. Larissa, very slowly, the water's starting to come back in after receding quite a bit yesterday.
That's right, James. The big story here along Bayshore Boulevard since yesterday has been that reverse surge where powerful Hurricane Ian sucked the water out of the bay. Here's what we're dealing with right now. I know that it's dark out here, but I'm hoping that you can see some of the water moving because we do, yes, indeed, have some water that has come back in. You know, Greg said we had high tide around 4:30 this morning. So here's what we've got going on here right now. We've got a little bit of water back in. It's still extremely low in this area, but the water has started coming back in this way. I can still see the ground from where I'm at. So again, it's pretty shallow water, but it is moving in. We can see that water, the motion of the water coming back this way. Now, if you remember yesterday, and even, you know, 2-3 o'clock this morning still, this was all dry. That's because, once again, the hurricane sucking that water out of this area. This was all dry, so much so you remember people were walking in this area because there was no water here, and Tampa police patrolling Bayshore yesterday, pulling people out just because the water would return. And that's what we're seeing right now. It doesn't seem like it's really gone up that much in the past, I don't know, 30 minutes or so. Seems like it's been at a pretty steady level, but we'll be out here monitoring to see just how high this will get and how long it'll take to get back to normal levels. Back to you.
Larissa, Greg was mentioning that we should be able to feel a little bit cooler air out there. So you still have on your jacket. Are you beginning to feel that now?
Yes, Dia, the jacket is on because of the wind, and it is Florida chilly. I will say that. But my photographer and I were just talking about that. It's cool out here, and we've been having some pretty strong wind gusts actually. So that's why we moved away from the trees, just in case we have any of those tree limbs or that debris. We didn't want to get hurt, so we moved back over to the bay side. But definitely feeling those wind gusts out here in Tampa.
You mentioned some of the debris that you might be falling from those trees. As you've been driving around that South Tampa area, not doing a whole lot of driving, but as you've been kind of moving locations in that area, what kind of issues are you seeing on the roads?
Well, we've seen, like you mentioned, debris in the street. Think tree limbs, twigs, leaves, you know, pieces of palm trees falling down in the streets. We've seen a couple of down power lines, and you know, we did see a couple of traffic signals out. Some were down, some looked damaged, and some were just not working at all. So definitely for anyone who will be traveling at this time, travel with caution.
Yeah, that's exactly why first responders are asking everybody to stay off the roads there. But the good sign is you see the city skyline behind Larissa. Everything lit up. So exactly. So no power outages, unless they all have generators, but no power outages to talk about in that area. Thank you so much, Larissa. We'll check back in with you a little bit later on and see if that water in the bay gets a little bit deeper.
Yeah, we will definitely do that. And while Larissa's feeling Florida cold, you know, we've got our sports team out there. They're braving the elements for us. Kyle Berger alongside Kevin Lewis. They are in Davenport near the Disney parks. They were thinking about trying to move around just a little bit and survey more of the area. Let's check in and see how things look for them condition-wise, and hopefully it's a little bit less impactful. Time for coffee here. Less impactful than it was about an hour ago when we checked in with you. Hey, guys.
Hey, James. Yeah, it certainly is less impactful. Besides these gusts of wind we occasionally get, just the rain alone is not bad at all. But we take in the gusts of wind, and then it blows so hard it can almost knock you over right now. So that's really what we're dealing with in Davenport. The pelting rain's gone, just the blustery of rain coming through here. Again, you can see behind me, the stoplights, or the lights are still on, the parking lights, so we have not lost power at all in Davenport. We've been pretty lucky with that, but they've been preparing for this last night. While Tampa Bay was getting hit, it was still kind of calm here, so people were out at the convenience stores, at the gas station, getting that final pump of gas if you can before they all ran out of gas at the stations around here. And really about midnight, 2 o'clock in the morning, where it really started picking up here with the wind. We were trying to take a nap, and you could hear outside the wind swirling around outside our window here at this condo. But other than that, we've been very lucky. We've seen videos in Kissimmee where some of the streets are flooded. That's probably about 15, 20 miles away from us. When we get some light out, we may go try to check some of that out if it's safe enough to get on the roads at that time. But as for now in Davenport, we're really dealing with some rain and heavy gusts of wind.
Kevin, does it seem like it's getting any better? I mean, this has been going on for a while now. Does it seem like it's starting to get any better in that area?
Yeah, the rain has kind of died down a bit. That's what has been better. It's just the wind's been picking up, so I'm not sure how that's working out. The rain's kind of going away, but wind is definitely picking up here. So, yeah, other than that, we've been fine. Again, we have power. We have everything else we need. It's just the wind. Wind's a major factor right now.
Hey, Greg D, any idea how much longer that whole Davenport area will see some of these storms?
I mean, this is going to last for at least another hour or so. Ian is slowly pulling away, so I do think conditions here will improve for them quickly, especially after sunrise, but got at least a couple more hours left.
Yeah.
All right, guys, hang tight. Thanks for everything you're doing out there in Bradenton, and thanks to all our crews for some of the conditions they went through last night, especially the ones that had to stay in shelters. Jada Williams stayed at a shelter where she was safe, but also still kept on reporting. So lots of hard work out there being done, and just to bring you guys the latest condition updates and give you an idea of what's going on in the area while you stay put and stay safe.
And it's also worth mentioning, too, a lot of Floridians, a lot of people here who moved to Florida, this is their first hurricane. A lot of our crews, this is their first hurricane, too. So, I mean, it was scary. It was scary for so many people. But, yeah, you're right. They did a lot of brave work just to make sure that everybody knew the information to keep their families safe, and you knew to stay indoors, when to evacuate. Our crews were really hard at work.
And we've got our Chad Mills, and if you watch our morning show, you know Chad, and he's out there with his phone, turning in reports out there in Lakeland. So
he is.
It's much appreciated.
He's got the selfie stick. He's got the selfie stick, braving that wind out there.
From the desk, guys. Yes. Thank you so much.
We do want to check in now with Sarah Hollenbeck. She is in Brandon. She showed us a huge tree that was down on a road there earlier. Sarah, are you finding any other issues?
Yeah, so now we've moved into Riverview. This is off of US 301. This entire area has been without power. You can see that this is an auto zone. They had boarded up their building, but really the main concern out here was the power outage. We haven't seen a lot of damage, but take a look at 301. See how dark it is out here. Really hard to see. We had a really hard time seeing as we were trying to drive around the area because this whole spot is without power. So that's going to be a big focus of all these emergency crews as they come out here trying to restore the power. But the good news out here is we're still not seeing a lot of damage, mostly just the down trees. We've really been in quite a bit of Brandon and Riverview this morning, and that's the extent of what we're seeing is power outages as well as the down trees. We did see at least one intersection, there was like a power pole that had come down to the ground, and that was knocking out power to that particular intersection. So that's something else that drivers are going to find as they wake up this morning, and that's why they're urging everyone, wait until daylight. Back to you guys.
Certainly could be worse out there.
Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah. Oh, Allison Shaw, one of our photographers, just walked in here, and she mentioned that you, first of all, were telling people to stay out of any kind of standing water.
Because you never know what you're going to see. And I talked about that, the mounds of floating ants. I'm from Florida, been through a lot of hurricanes, and we see it every single year. I'm waiting to see the video this year, but Allison came up and she said, it's so funny you mentioned those ants because I had to walk through one of those during Hurricane Irma. Was it Irma, Allison? Yeah, she said she walked through one of those. That was one of the, the phenomenon that, people who came to cover the storm, during Hurricane Irma, they talked about a lot. They, had never seen those floating ants before, but it seems like it happens every single hurricane, and they can be dangerous too.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting things that happen. I mean, a little bit of levity here. Yeah, I remember a viewer calling us during Irma and mentioning that they were a little ticked off because a manatee had floated in their backyard and eaten the flowers out of their flower bed. These things happen,
But manatees are kind, but you could find some critters that aren't so kind in that water too. Lots of snakes, tend to, be in that water. So that's why they tell you don't wade through the water, and even nastier than that, could have raw sewage in it too. So you definitely don't want to wade through that at all. So make sure you keep the kids out of it.
Not to mention down power lines.
That's true.
That could be contributing to it. If you see any down power lines out there, just assume it's live. Don't go anywhere near it.
Even if it's not sparking.
And if you're
not sparking, it's still assume it's active.
And if you're tuned into us either on one of our radio partners or at a shelter right now, you're making your way home or you're going to get somebody or whatever else, use discretion when doing that. And also, you need to be very, very careful of any kind of puddles or ponding or flooded out roads because you don't know what is there or what is underneath of it. You don't want to drive through it. Turn around, don't drown.
Greg D told us that he expected this storm to be downgraded to a tropical storm at the top of the 5 o'clock, which is exactly what happened. The National Hurricane Center did downgrade it to a tropical storm. But we're going to get a survey, some damage surveys in your neighborhood now. Now, you've been anxious to see what's going on. You said you still don't have power.
Yeah, I don't have power. I live in an older part of Tampa, a couple miles north of downtown. JJ Burton is near me. He's in Seminole Heights right now. We heard of some downed power lines there, a bunch of downed trees near where I live. JJ, what are you seeing?
Hey, good morning. Yes, we drove around the area over here, and there's some trees down, some power lines down as well. And again, like you were talking, power outages. Right now in Hillsborough County, more than 217 customers are without power. And I want to show you here on our website. Now, we got you covered with all the up-to-date outages throughout the morning here. You can go to our website. You can go to the hurricane link on our website. And then if these numbers aren't updated fast enough for you, we have the links up here. Duke Energy, TECO, Florida Power and Light, Lakeland Electric, all those numbers up there. Now, let's show you the outside here, though. You can see at this intersection, Hillsborough and North Nebraska, you got the police at all the major intersections with power outages directing traffic coming through. We've seen a couple of cars out here because you can see, again, the lights are out. The gas station over here that's covered up with the wood there, the lights out there, and then we're in the advanced auto part right there, and their lights are out. And then you go further down, though, they have lights, the others don't. And we are also, please tell us that TECO will not come out until when the daylight comes out to even fix these lights. And a lot of the neighborhoods also without power. But the good thing is, with the wind and the power outages, didn't get as bad as it could have gotten out here, and that's the good thing.
And certainly not. Hey, JJ, real quick. I know that I'm looking on TECO's website. I have obviously some interest right now in all these major outages. I focused in on the Seminole Heights area. It looks like some of those areas TECO is estimating restoration sometime early this morning. Are you hearing anything, seeing anything different?
No, not really. And actually, we stopped and talked to a cop, and they've been in contact with TECO, and she says that they told her that they're not even going to come out until later this morning. So maybe some of these places will get up earlier. It also depends on like if there's busy areas where they're going to try to get the power up earlier, but they're not going to come out until later this morning, according to the TPD officer we spoke to out here.
Good to know.
Thanks, JJ. Of course, that makes sense. Thanks, JJ. You know, those crews have to get out and assess the damage. They don't know what's causing those power lines to go down. There could be a tree limb on them. So at first light, that's when they'll get out and take a look and see how bad things are.
At least conditions are shaping up so that they'll be able to in Hillsborough County.
Exactly. You saw JJ had on a sweater there. Greg's been talking about that cooler weather. Yep. You know, that's one of the results of this storm moving through. He talked about the water even being a whole lot cooler. You know, this is totally unscientific. I have to find out from Greg. But normally after one hurricane comes through, cools the water down and you don't see another one make that path. Is that right, Greg?
Well, it just drops the water temperature. It turns up the Gulf, and what it does is it pushes the warm water away, causing colder water to come up to the surface, and that changes our weather. Our weather this time of year is basically dictated by the temperature of the Gulf. So when that drops, our air temperatures drop too.
Pretty scientific to me. Yeah, it's going to be good. Did okay. It's going to be a good thing too, because you know, as people begin to get out and assess the damage, you know, they may have a whole lot of work ahead of them, and to have that cooler weather will at least make it a little bit better to get outside and clean things up.
Again, going back to Irma though, cooler water, cooler nights, and it's going to bring your temperatures down. Mm-hmm. Jason said our summer really didn't return after that. Yeah. Our summer temperatures after Irma. Right. I mean, everything.
The beginning of fall, finally for us. Mm-hmm. Well, Manatee County school district officials say 17 of their schools served as community shelters, and all school districts of Manatee County schools will be closed for the rest of the week. We told you about this in Hillsborough County. 49 schools were used as shelters there. They wanted to keep the schools closed on Friday so that they could clean up those shelters and get them ready for the kids on Monday. The school district in Manatee County says the decision on resuming school will be made as soon as the storm has passed through that area. They're not sure if they're going to open, but of course, we're going to keep you posted. They're going to check all of the schools. They're going to look for any kind of damage, and they're going to check maintenance as well before they make the decision on when they're going to open up.
Schools that are being used as shelters are going to be cleaned out and prepared for instruction, of course, before beginning again, and workers will be contacted to fix and prepare schools for that cleaning. Okay, this is something Greg tweeted out. I shared that tweet. I also put it up on Facebook. Here's a graph we want to show you of the Peace River in Hardee County. Yesterday, Polk County officials were concerned about the river due to the possibility of it flooding. It is now expected to break a record. Greg showed us this, and as you can see, the previous record for water levels there on the Peace River, 25 feet. Right now, the river is at 25 feet. And it can get even higher, most likely will get even higher. Flood stage for that river in that area, 16 feet.
We're going to go to Greg in just a second and talk about that. But first, I want to show you this right here. We've been talking about rescue crews getting out to try to get to people in Naples First responders are using jet skis to try to get to people after Hurricane Ian flooded the streets in that area. The water is deep enough for them to put jet skis out. You can't really see it, but we've got that video. This right now is just that wind blowing, the rain blowing sideways, but we did get some video of those first responders on jet skis. We'll try to get that turned around for you so that you can see it. Just incredible video. And we keep showing you pictures of Daytona Beach because that area right now, the whole Treasure Coast and the Space Coast, getting pounded by Hurricane Ian as it makes its way toward the Atlantic. Yeah, I think this is the video. That's the video that we were just showing you.
That camera got blown around,
yeah,
Dia.
That is live from Daytona.
It's an upside down look at Daytona
exactly.
Beach. That camera got blown over. That's what happened there. And what did we check in? And what did Greg say last time?
What would you say? It was
70 miles an hour?
Oh, you're right. It's upside down, isn't it?
Yeah. I couldn't tell what it was, but yeah.
Yeah. So that you
well, not if you turn your head like this.
That's right. If you stand on your head, you're.
Yeah, it's normal.
That's the power of the wind. And, this is tropical storm force winds. And this is why we're seeing the power outages around the Bay Area. This is why there's so much debris. In most neighborhoods, it's going to be a lot of small branches and just little pieces of these oaks and palm fronds that are most susceptible to the wind. In others, it's going to be larger branches, maybe a tree that got toppled. As the sun rises, we'll get more of these pictures, more of these reports. So Ian now is tropical storm, 65-mile-an-hour storm. It's maybe starting some sort of slow transition to more of a mid-latitude system. See this band of rain here extending down south of it. That typically indicates the beginnings of a transition. But it's also coming over some warm water. So, this is one storm we probably shouldn't discount as we watch move off the Space Coast and then head up into South Carolina. That's its forecast track now, looking at the Charleston area. I wanted to show you this because the breadth of the tropical storm force winds are just incredible. I'm going to select a little tool here and do a little measurement for you. So from the coast of Tampa Bay out to the Atlantic, tropical storm force winds extend up to or over 500 miles. That's the width of the storm. It is significantly wider on its east side. The strong tropical storm force winds near that 60 to 65 mile an hour range, those are basically confined to a much smaller area back around central Florida and the Space Coast. So from eastern Polk County out towards Titusville, that's where you're seeing the stronger wind gusts. But in this yellow, those are wind gusts above 39 miles per hour. I just checked the reports out of Charleston. They're gusting into the 30s, so not quite there yet. So maybe this is a little bit overestimated by the Hurricane Center. But you kind of get the general idea. This is a giant storm right now. We talked about that all day yesterday, is that when the eye makes landfall and that tiny core of strong winds starts to break apart, it spreads out. The wind spreads out, covering a much larger area. And now all of this wind from the south, it's not very strong, is slowly working on the Atlantic, pushing it up towards the coast. So we're going to get a little bit of a water rise as this storm heads over towards Charleston, the Carolina coast. It's not going to be like it was in Southwest Florida, of course, but they'll notice some tides above normal, likely there in Charleston and the low country, right through the next couple of days. Wow. Look at that temperature. So I'm not showing you the beach forecast because I don't want you to go to the beach. Do not go to the beach today. Surf's going to be high. It's an onshore flow, rip currents. It's still dangerous to get into the Gulf. But look at that water temperature. That's a live sensor at the end of the Clearwater Pier. 74. On Monday, it was 88. So we've cut that temperature down by 14 degrees. So now, with a wind off the Gulf, you're no longer getting this hot, humid air coming off the Gulf. The Gulf has cooled, the water has churned, the water temperatures have dropped. So the air temperatures at the beach today, 75. 75 at Clearwater Beach. It was near 90 and oppressive last week. This is definitely going to be a weather pattern change going forward. For the next 10 days, you move 10 days forward into October, and really by October, we don't typically see a lot of humidity. So this storm has probably ended our rainy season. It's probably put an end to low temperatures in the mid to upper 70s. It's probably put an end to dew points in the upper 70s for the season. I think as we work through October, you're going to see a much more pleasant weather picture after this. This is an image I got yesterday afternoon. This is from Bill. This is from his parents in Englewood, and you see extensive tree damage. So what we're seeing here in Tampa is it's this kind of small debris. What you're seeing back here in the distance is large trees and tree branches down or toppled, power lines down as well in this photo. So what southern Sarasota County dealing with is on a whole nother level than what areas to the north of Sarasota are dealing with this morning. It is going to be, it's a disaster zone, basically. Southern Sarasota through Lee and Charlotte counties. Cape Coral 140, that was the max gust that was officially reported to the National Weather Service. Punta Gorda at 124. Sarasota Bay, that's going to be the south side of Lido Key, 106. Venice also gusting into the triple digits, and Fort Myers as well. And of course, Fort Myers also recorded that incredible surge. The last I saw there, the surge doubling the old record. The old record was 3.4 feet. They measured 7.1 feet of surge at Fort Myers, which officially is on the river there, on the Caloosahatchee, not on the Gulf. So the Gulf literally getting pushed into the Caloosahatchee. Downtown saw flooding there in Fort Myers. North Fort Myers saw flooding. Still trying to grasp what the numbers were, but it likely was somewhere around 15 feet. I suspect in some places there was more in the worst places. Remember Michael, several years ago up in Mexico Beach, the top storm surge there was at about 15 feet. It was forecast to be 9. It actually was measured at 15. This one was forecast, I believe the last forecast was 12 to 18. We may find some places that maybe even exceeded that. Maybe we'll get a 20-mile marking somewhere as they go out there and see the water line on trees and buildings. Many places, though, in Southwest Florida, less common to see homes up on stilts, especially Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, Cape Coral. A lot of these are smaller, low homes with canals in the back. Those were likely covered up by the Gulf as the storm moved in. At Greg D Weather, Twitter and Instagram. If you do start to get some reports, particularly if you have friends and family in Southwest Florida, if they had sent you some images, pass them over to me. I'd love to share them with folks here. I'd love something that is verified, that we know is from that area. Some of the social media posts, I know not all of them could be easily verified as being from that region. So here's the latest look at the radar. I'm doing some tracking for you as we watch what's left over of Ian, the tropical storm, head up towards the Space Coast. Right now, looking at some heavier amounts of rain up there across Orlando. Some of this has been particularly heavy just north of downtown Orlando. That's where they've really seen some of the heaviest rains, including the potential there for a little bit of flooding. So especially the Altamont Springs area. I'm watching this area north of downtown. The Weather Service has been watching this area as well. They've got a flash flood warning. They're thinking that based on the rain gauge and the radar estimates that there could be some catastrophic flooding going on in this area. This is the I-4 corridor. I'm going to read the message here that the Doppler radar and automated rain gauges indicated heavy rain falling in the Little Wakiva River Basin in Seminole County. 5 to 9 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 2 to 4 inches are possible in the Warren area, and they think that flash flooding is already occurring. So this is a flash flood emergency for the Wakiva River in Seminole County. It's a particularly dangerous situation. Life-threatening flooding is potentially popular here. This is Altamont Springs, Maitland, Lake Mary, Longwood, Wakiva Springs, Forest City, Fern Park, and the Heathrow area. They really urge folks to move to higher ground. So there's some neighborhoods here. These areas north of Orlando are quickly expanding. There's a lot of neighborhoods here. And this is one of those deals where we talked about this before the storm. You know, there may be a spring in your backyard or running through a neighborhood, a little creek, a little stream, and you're thinking, that's nothing, you know. But that little stream or creek, it shows you that there's a preferred pathway for water in that neighborhood. So when it does rain and the rain is excessive, all that water, it takes that preferred path, and suddenly this little creek that's seems to be just a little feature in your backyard turns into a raging river and starts flooding the neighborhood. It's really amazing how that happens. It's always seemingly unexpected. People just cannot wrap their minds around that little body of water turning into something so ferocious. There are the rain bands coming up from Ian. Orlando is still in the middle of this. They are still getting some very heavy rain. Here's a closer look at the East Coast. So there's the Palm Coast, Daytona, Titusville, the heaviest rain bands right between the Palm Coast and Titusville. So I think it's New Smyrna Beach now, but Daytona is about to get it. This rain band has been working its way up the coast. This red here, it's just south of the I-4 I-95 interchange, and it's going to head up into Daytona and Daytona Beach. And then that kind of curves back down I-4. So all of I-4 right now is not in good shape in terms of rainfall, and that heads down through Altamont Springs and into Orlando. So that flash flood emergency for Altamont Springs, that was issued based on the previous rain ban, and now there's more rain coming in. If you've got friends and family that are hunkering down in Orlando, tell them to stay there through at least the afternoon. The only place here that's getting any kind of more significant rainfall for us, that would be Polk County, from Polk City, Davenport down to Lake Wales. There are some heavier downpours there, but that is slowly moving away. Some of the wind reports that we got over the last couple of days. Sarasota, there you see 87-mile-an-hour wind gusts at a Mesonet station at Sarasota Bay. That was at 7:29 this evening. Over towards Osceola County, getting some wind reports there too. 61 miles per hour at the Orlando International Airport. 57 miles per hour from the northeast at the Executive Airport. I'm just being told we do have some Sarasota video we can take a look at. You know, that's where the strongest part of the storm moved through yesterday. We're going to work on that to get that to you. Winds 87, you saw that one gust. At one point, 106 miles per hour is the highest gust we saw in Sarasota. And remember, some of those reporting stations, Sarasota is the north part of Sarasota County. So this is the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office. Looks like they were clearing some of the debris, some of the tree damage, clearing roadways. And this is really an important lesson here. Let these folks get out there this morning. Let the professionals get out there first. Assess the roads, assess the power grid, the water system, make sure that the infrastructure is in place so that you could go out there and do your own little exploring, which is not safe right now. It's definitely not safe in the dark. And you want to let these crews have the first few hours of daylight to see what's going on. They're going to post updates on their Twitter feeds, their Facebook pages. They'll give us the information. We'll pass it along to you so that if there are any problems that they discover, because it is absolutely possible that there are places that are in the dark right now. There is no light. Everyone was told to stay home during the overnight. We don't know that there's a tree there blocking that road, or that there are active or live power lines. You definitely don't want to get in any kind of floodwaters. Not only do you not know what's in the water in terms of its cleanliness, but if power lines went down and are in that water, that is also an electrocution threat as well. So please stay out of water. I've seen some Instagram and, of course, Twitter posts of people doing stupid things like that, is getting into floodwaters and storm surges. Do not do that. It is not safe for many, many reasons. The center of Ian, right on 95 now. So it's right there, maybe actually on the Cape Canaveral coast, about to head over Merritt Island and then get right back out into the Atlantic Ocean. So this moisture feed coming into the east coast of Florida, it's putting down a lot of rain. And on the back edge of it, we're still getting some of these wraparound showers. They extend down towards Wauchula, Sebring, and Avon Park. This rain is not too heavy now, maybe a little bit heavier out there towards eastern Polk County, but overall, the picture there is looking better. Rainfall totals haven't really changed much here. I don't think we're going to add much to those rainfall totals, and that's why the National Weather Service has elected to drop the actual flood watches. In terms of the rainfall for the next few days, that's it. It's done. I think through at least next week, we've got dry weather, partly sunny weather. You're going to see me here next week on the morning show talking about some really nice days and really comfortable mornings. That's exactly what we need. So 65-mile-an-hour storm right now. The track of this, and I kind of hinted at it with the wind field of the storm, that's going to take it up towards the Carolinas. So as we track Ian over the next several days, it is going to go up towards South Carolina, back over towards the Charleston area, and over towards North Carolina. So the center probably making landfall somewhere in the low country or maybe up towards Charleston. And then you'll see the heaviest rain on the east side of it initially, except that northern eye wall. Wherever that goes, maybe Columbia, maybe up towards the Appalachians, that could be an issue for them. Here's an update too. The National Weather Service, because this is now a tropical storm, it just takes a while to coordinate between the Hurricane Center. They have replaced all of our tropical or hurricane warnings with tropical storm warnings. So are we in the clear? No. Why? Because we're still under tropical storm warnings, because tropical storm force winds with Ian extend out into the Gulf of Mexico. So until the backage of those winds moves out of here, that's going to be later this afternoon, we are still likely to see gusts to tropical storm strength even along our coast, even though Ian will be in the Atlantic. And these are going to continue for likely at least the morning hours, and in some cases maybe into the afternoon, and they'll be taken away as the storm pulls away west to east. But you see the warnings, they extend down to West Palm Beach and then go up all the way up the Florida coast, up into Georgia. And that pink there along the Georgia coast